Transcending into the realm of Douluo continent, specifically the world of Peerless Tang Sect, I awakened the martial soul of the nine-colored divine light. Thus, I embarked on a journey from the novice village, gradually ascending towards the pinnacle of power. Chapter 1. The Awakening of the Martial Soul, Nine-Color Divine Light Part 1. In the vast expanse of the starry sky, countless galaxies shimmered, emanating resplendent radiance, rendering the beauty of the cosmos strikingly vivid at this moment. A luminous orb of 9 colors streaked across the heavens like a shooting star, swiftly vanishing into the boundless depths of the universe. Douluo continent. Yunhu village. Lin Buufon sat atop the mountain, gazing at the rising sun in the east. The warm sunlight enveloped him, stirring profound reflections within his heart. He was not a native of this world, but hailed from a beautiful planet known as Blue Star. Through an unforeseen incident, he had traversed into this realm. 6 years had elapsed since his arrival in this world. This world, known as Douluo continent, was a setting from a novel Lin Buufon had once perused, though it was not the world of the first book, but rather that of the second, Peerless Tang Sect. Here, there existed no martial energy or advanced technology, only martial souls prevailed. Martial souls could manifest as either plants or animals, an eclectic array of forms, each more peculiar than the last. Today marked the day of martial soul awakening, and Lin Buufon harbored a flicker of anticipation regarding his own martial soul. While every individual possessed a martial soul, not all were endowed with soul power. I wonder what my martial soul will be like and whether I will possess soul power, Lin Buufon pondered within. After lingering atop the mountain for a while longer, he began his descent, navigating the rugged terrain with ease. From the moment he could walk, he had initially exercised by running in the village. As he grew older, he made it a daily ritual to climb the mountain for exercise, enjoying the sunrise in the process. The rising sun was always warm and comforting, casting a delightful glow upon those it touched, evoking a sense of boundless joy. With a steady jog, he descended the mountain, returning to the village approximately half an hour later. Yunhu village, the place he had called home for 6 years, was a small village within the territory of the Heavenly Soul Empire. It was named Yunhu village due to the presence of a large lake nearby. Xiaofan, why are you still here? Today is the day of martial soul awakening. You should hurry to the hall, a villager called out to Lin Buufon, urging him. Understood. Thank you, Uncle Li. I will go at once, Lin Buufon replied, loudly before jogging towards the village hall. Before long, Lin Buufon arrived at the village hall, which, despite its designation, was merely a somewhat dilapidated wooden structure. This moment, the entrance of the hall was crowded with villagers from the village, drawn by curiosity, alongside some parents who had come to bring their children for the awakening of their martial souls. Child, why did you rush to the mountaintop at dawn? Do you not realize today is the day for the martial soul awakening? As Lin Buufon arrived, a rather frail old man emerged from the crowd, leaning on a cane, ready to scold him. This old man was Lin Haifeng, the village chief of Yunhu village, who had adopted Lin Buufon 6 years prior. He had found the infant Lin Buufon abandoned outside the village and brought him home to raise. Without the village chief, Lin Buufon would have long been taken by wild beasts. Grandfather, I acknowledge my mistake, Lin Buufon replied playfully, pretending to cover his head, and smiled without flinching. You truly drive me to the brink of exasperation. Lin Haifeng huffed, his anger evident, but he refrained from striking, puffing out his cheeks and glaring. Hurry up and come. Here. With that, Lin Haifeng led Lin Buufon through the throng, guiding him to the very front. In the foremost circle stood the children who were to awaken their martial souls today. Each child beamed upon seeing Lin Buufon. After a brief moment of anxious anticipation, the doors of the hall swung open. A middle-aged man clad in a brocade robe emerged. He was the soul master responsible for the awakening ceremony, hired by the villagers to conduct the event. Master Soul Master, may we commence the awakening ceremony now? Lin Haifeng inquired respectfully, leaning on his cane. Yes, we may begin. The middle-aged Soul Master nodded affirmatively. Upon finishing his statement, the Soul Master surveyed the children standing expectantly before him, recognizing them as the candidates for the martial soul awakening. Children, please follow me inside, the middle-aged Soul Master instructed, turning towards the hall behind him. Children, go on in, Lin Haifeng encouraged with a warm smile, ushering the children, including Lin Buufon, into the hall. Village Chief, we wish to enter and observe as well. Just as the old village chief, Lin Haifeng, was about to close the door after ushering everyone in, a voice rang out from among the villagers. Silence. What are you looking at? There's nothing worth seeing. The old chief barked, striking his cane sharply against the ground and casting a fierce glare at the villagers, displaying an authority unbecoming of his age. Seeing the village chief's wrath, those villagers who had intended to speak promptly fell silent. Inside the hall, the decor was quite simple, featuring merely a wooden table upon which lay several black stones and a blue crystal ball. There was nothing else of note. The middle-aged soul master arranged all the children in a line, instructing them to stand properly. Children, my name is Fu Yunhai, a master of soul power at the 27th level. Today, I shall conduct the soul awakening ceremony for you. Are you all prepared? Fu Yunhai proclaimed loudly, gazing at all the children present. Ready, came the scattered, youthful voices, each child's face alight with anticipation, including Lin Buufon's. Then let us begin with you. Fu Yunhai pointed to the child standing first in line, then picked up 6 black stones from the table, arranging them into a hexagonal shape on the ground, gesturing for the child to stand within. The boy complied, stepping into the hexagon at Fu Yunhai's behest, at which moment a fiery red glow surged from Fu Yunhai's hand, revealing a scepter adorned with gemstones. Simultaneously, 2 soul rings, one white and one yellow, gracefully ascended from beneath Fu Yunhai's feet, that a potent wave of soul power emanated from him. The children widened their eyes, transfixed by the scepter in Fu Yunhai's grasp and the prominent soul rings behind him. Lin Buufon too regarded Fu Yunhai's martial soul and soul rings with curiosity, his gaze unwavering. At that moment, Fu Yunhai lifted the scepter, and 6 faint red rays of light flowed into the black stones beneath the boy's feet. Instantly, a gentle golden light surged forth, enveloping the boy in a radiant golden shield that rose from the ground. Startled by this sudden transformation, the boy stood frozen in place, anxiety brewing within him. Child, do not fear. Embrace the changes within you and follow their lead, Fu Yunhai reassured him, his words calming the boy significantly. He promptly began to attune himself to the internal transformation as instructed. Suddenly, the boy's body trembled, as if something within him yearned to emerge but was unable to do so. With a resounding buzz, the boy cried out, lifting his right hand, and in an instant, a black scythe materialized in his grasp. Fu Yunhai frowned. Is your martial soul a scythe? Such a form is notoriously difficult to awaken into soul power. Child, place your hand upon it. Let me see if you possess soul power. If you do, there remains hope for you to train and become a soul master. Fu Yunhai presented a blue crystal ball. Yet, deep down, he understood that over the years, he had awakened hundreds of children, and among those with a scythe as their martial soul, not a single one had possessed soul power. The boy followed his instruction, placing his hand on the crystal ball, which remained utterly still, and soul power. It appears you cannot become a soul master, Fu Yunhai stated. Next. Chapter 2. The Awakening of Martial Spirits, the 9-Color Divine Light, Part 2. The Martial Spirit Blue Silvergrass, devoid of soul power. Next. The Martial Spirit Pickaxe, lacking soul power. Next. One after another, several children were tested, none possessing any soul power, which prompted Fu Yunhai to shake his head in disappointment. It is indeed exceedingly rare for an ordinary person to give rise to a soul master endowed with soul power. Witnessing this scene, Lin Buufon felt a weight settle in his heart. Would he, too, lack soul power and thus be unable to become a soul master? The mere thought of it cast a heavy gloom over him. If he could not become a soul master and was destined to lead the life of an ordinary person, what significance did his arrival in this world hold? As Lin Buufon's mind spiraled into uncertainty, Fu Yunhai completed his assessments of all the children, save for one. Next, Lin Buufon, he called, jolting Lin Buufon from his reverie. Child, do not be anxious, Fu Yunhai reassured him. Lin Buufon nodded, casting aside his distracting thoughts. He resolved that even if he could not become a soul master, it was of little consequence. He could simply live contentedly as an ordinary person in this world. With his insights from modern society, he was confident he could carve out a successful life here. As Lin Buufon pondered, a surge of golden light suddenly erupted from the black pebbles beneath him, enveloping him in a radiant golden shield. A warm sensation enveloped him from all directions, permeating his being with a profound comfort, akin to basking beside a roaring fire, inciting within him a gentle drowsiness. Fu Yunhai furrowed his brow, observing Lin Buufon, who appeared to be yawning and on the verge of slumber. A flicker of irritation welled up within him. This young lad has fallen asleep, he thought, displeased. This was a crucial moment for awakening martial spirits, and he chose to doze off now of all times. With a sigh, Fu Yunhai prepared to rouse Lin Buufon when he suddenly froze, captivated by the sight before him. A brilliant golden light erupted from Lin Buufon, radiating with an unparalleled brilliance. Sharp as blades, casting a dazzling glare. Fu Yunhai, standing closest, felt a sharp sting against his skin, his expression shifting as he hastily gathered the nearby children, retreating swiftly. What manner of martial spirit is this? A cold sweat beaded on Fu Yunhai's forehead as he gazed at Lin Buufon, his heart gripped by astonishment. The golden light that had just erupted from Lin Buufon had imparted a hint of danger. The other children, too, regarded Lin Buufon with curious eyes, intrigued by this sudden transformation. At that moment, the golden light gradually receded, coalescing into a luminous orb that circled around Lin Buufon. It must be drawing to a close. As the golden light gradually converged, Fu Yunhai breathed a sigh of relief while preparing to awaken the still drowsy Lin Buufon to assess his soul power. A flicker of anticipation stirred within Fu Yunhai, although he was uncertain of the nature of Lin Buufon's awakened golden martial soul. The hint of danger it evoked assured him that Lin Buufon was indeed capable of awakening his soul power. Just as Fu Yunhai was about to approach, an unexpected transformation occurred once more. A vibrant, verdant light erupted from Lin Buufon, enveloping the entire room in a rich, green luminescence, shrouding Fu Yunhai and the other children within its embrace. What kind of radiance is this? Fu Yunhai was once again astounded. Under the illumination of this green light, he noticed that the hidden injuries sustained from past battles were gradually mending, albeit at a painfully slow pace. His gaze toward Lin Buufon grew increasingly fervent. If this light were to persist a moment longer, it might fully heal his internal wounds, granting him the opportunity to strive for a higher realm of soul mastery. Moments later, the green light began to recede, ultimately coalescing into a sphere of emerald radiance that circled around Lin Buufon alongside the initial golden orb. Alas, it was still a fraction short. Fu Yunhai felt a pang of regret. His hidden injuries had only healed halfway before the verdant light dissipated. Boom. Just as Fu Yunhai lamented this loss, a resplendent brilliance erupted anew from Lin Buufon. A flowing, azure light surged forth, enveloping the modest wooden house once more. Amidst this illumination, one could faintly hear the sound of water flowing, and the air within the room grew noticeably more humid. Fu Yunhai's eyelids fluttered. Was there yet another awakening? It seemed Lin Buufon had manifested a remarkable martial soul. A moment later, the aqueous blue light receded, forming a sphere of cerulean brilliance that joined the previous two orbs in orbit around Lin Buufon. Surely, this was not the end. Fu Yunhai regarded Lin Buufon with an instinctive sense of foreboding. In the next instant, his premonition materialized as a wave of intense heat erupted from Lin Buufon. Boom. Flames, an endless torrent of flames, erupted from Lin Buufon, instantly transforming the space into a sea of fire that spread rapidly. This is dire. Fu Yunhai's expression shifted dramatically. The moment the flames emerged, he sensed an ominous sign. The temperature of these flames surpassed even that of his own martial soul's fire. Soul skill, Flame Shield. Fu Yunhai summoned his martial soul, conjuring a fire elemental staff in his hand. As a white and yellow soul ring ascended slowly, the yellow 100-year soul ring flashing with brilliance. A massive flame shield materialized, enveloping him and the other children within its protective barrier. Outside, the villagers were filled with anxious concern. It had been nearly an hour since they entered. Why was there still no resolution? Could it be that something has gone awry? The villagers outside naturally noticed the changes within the wooden house, the golden, green, and blue lights flickering intermittently, each radiating with an intense brilliance that made it nearly impossible to remain unnoticed. Silence, everyone. The awakening of martial souls is not an unfamiliar occurrence. What could possibly go wrong? The elderly village chief, Lin Haifeng, thumped his cane down and admonished a few anxious villagers. Something's amiss, chief. The house is on fire. Suddenly, a villager shouted in terror. Upon hearing this, the crowd turned to see flames leaping from the roof of the wooden structure, igniting rapidly and fiercely. Quickly, put out the fire. My child is still inside. Another villager cried. Hurry, save them. Why are you pushing me? The villagers were in a state of chaos. The old chief was momentarily taken aback, but he quickly regained his composure and shouted, a few villagers, open the door and rescue those inside. The rest of you, go fetch water to extinguish the flames. His voice resonated with authority, echoing like thunder, and soon a large group hurried back to their homes to collect water. Several robust villagers remained behind, preparing to rush in and save those trapped within. Before they could act, the door of the wooden house swung open, and Fu Yunhai emerged, accompanied by the other children who had awakened their martial souls, all looking quite disheveled. The village chief rushed forward, and the villagers shielded the children behind them. Master Fu, what transpired inside? How did the fire start? Lin Haifeng inquired solemnly. Fu Yunhai, appearing quite frazzled and covered in dirt, assumed the chief suspected him of arson and quickly clarified, the fire was caused by a child awakening their martial soul from your village. The village chief and the other villagers stood in astonishment. What? Chapter 3. The Awakening of Martial Souls, the Nine-Colored Divine Light, Part 3. As Lin Haifeng and the villagers exchanged bewildered glances, those who had rushed home to fetch water returned, buckets of well water in hand, and without hesitation, doused the burning wooden house. In an instant, chaos ensued. Boom. Despite the villagers' efforts, the flames not only persisted but intensified, as if fuel was being added to the fire. Hiss. This flame is truly bizarre. Fu Yunhai, too astonished to continue explaining to the village chief, stared in disbelief at the increasingly fierce blaze. It was known that even the flames unleashed by his own martial soul could be extinguished by water, yet this fire, born from a child's martial soul awakening, could not be quelled. Instead, it grew more ferocious. What kind of martial soul is this? Fu Yunhai's curiosity deepened. Lin Buufon's martial soul was exceptionally peculiar. And this was the first time in many years of witnessing martial soul awakenings that he encountered such an extraordinary phenomenon. The village chief, what shall we do? The fire cannot be extinguished. A villager, breathless and weary, rushed over, anxiously raising his voice. The elder village chief, Lin Haifeng, turned to Fu Yunhai, solemnly inquiring, Master Fu Yunhai, have all the children who entered to awaken their martial souls emerged? As this martial soul awakening ceremony was solely conducted by Fu Yunhai and the children, he alone comprehended the situation within. Fu Yunhai glanced at the elder chief and hesitated. Responding, most of the children have indeed come out, yet one remains inside. The elder chief furrowed his brow, questioning who else could be within. Fu Yunhai shook his head and replied, I do not recognize that child, but the flames pose no threat to him. The conflagration was ignited during his martial soul awakening. The flames of the martial soul do not endanger their master. Just as Fu Yunhai spoke, a sudden exclamation arose from the villagers attempting to quell the fire. The blaze has vanished. Chief, the great fire has disappeared. The villagers rejoiced, cheering in delight. Fu Yunhai gazed at the extinguished flames, which had rendered the wooden house charred and exuding a foul odor. His eyes fixated on the dwelling, an instinct whispering to him that the ordeal was far from over. Boom. Just as this thought crossed Fu Yunhai's mind, an immense pressure, as heavy as a mountain, erupted abruptly. Fu Yunhai, along with all the villagers present, stumbled and fell to the ground, unable to rise against the sudden weight. He felt as though a colossal stone pressed upon his chest, leaving him breathless. Elder Chief, it seems your village is about to witness the emergence of an extraordinary figure, Fu Yunhai managed to utter with great difficulty. Such a disturbance from a mere martial soul awakening. If this child does not achieve remarkable feats in the future, I would find it hard to believe. The elder chief lay on the ground, straining to glimpse inside the wooden house, but saw nothing except a rich, earthy yellow light, within which a faint silhouette seemed to flicker. Fortunately, this pressure, akin to the earlier flames, lasted merely a few minutes before gradually receding. This must indicate the awakening has concluded, Fu Yunhai mused internally, deciding to devise a plan to take the child as his disciple once the awakening was complete. If all goes well, this child shall undoubtedly become renowned across the continent, and as his mentor, Fu Yunhai would naturally bask in the ensuing glory, along with elevated status and esteem, an aspiration he had long pursued. Just as this thought flitted through Fu Yunhai's mind, a wisp of pale azure wind brushed past him. It seemed ordinary, yet Fu Yunhai stood frozen in astonishment. How could the wind possibly manifest? Suddenly, a violent gust erupted from the wooden cabin, churning countless air currents to form a colossal vortex. Boom! In an instant, the cabin was torn asunder, reduced to myriad fragments swirling in the air. The villagers, witnessing this spectacle, instinctively swallowed hard, as if they had beheld something utterly unfathomable. Could it be Xiao Fan? This commotion was indeed the result of Xiao Fan awakening his martial soul. The villagers were astounded. They had never anticipated that this seemingly gentle and endearing child possessed such terrifying talent. The mere awakening of a martial soul could generate such a tremendous disturbance. The only one to maintain composure was the old village chief, Lin Haifeng. Observing the unfolding events, his murky eyes deepened with contemplation, and he let out a heavy sigh. Alas! Thunder rumbled. The tempest subsided, along with the vortex, only to be replaced by an array of flickering lightning. Surrounding Lin Buufon's diminutive form were countless arcs of electricity, with thunder swirling about him, rendering him akin to the son of a thunder god. After a brief roar, the thunder coalesced into a luminous sphere, merging with the prior orb of light that encircled Lin Buufon, exuding an otherworldly aura. The old village chief, Fu Yunhai, and numerous villagers widened their eyes, fixated on Lin Buufon. Many villagers expressed astonishment, envy, and even a longing to have Lin Buufon as their own child. Given the magnitude of the disturbance caused by Lin Buufon's martial soul awakening, it was evident he was destined to become a soul master. A soul master. Such a noble identity. As the villagers indulged in their fantasies, the sky suddenly darkened, as if the sun were obscured by some unseen force. This phenomenon was not limited to the villagers of Yunhu village. At that very moment, across the entire Douluo continent, in the empires of Tianhun, Douling, Xingluo, and Ryu, countless citizens and soul masters gazed upward, their expressions filled with uncertainty. Within a shadowy chamber of the Ryu Empire, a pair of eyes suddenly opened, and a soft murmur resonated in the dark room. Such a dark aura, so pure in its essence, if only it could be. Deep within the Star-Do forest, a pair of enormous dragon eyes snapped open, their golden irises revealing a hint of astonishment. The dark aura that had suddenly emerged was even purer and more formidable than his own. Back in Yunhu village, as the somber sky gradually cleared, sunlight streamed down once more, and beside Lin Buufon appeared a sphere emanating a dark aura. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. A total of 8 luminous orbs. What could this martial soul possibly be? As Feng Yunhai wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, he gazed at the 8 shimmering orbs surrounding Lin Buufon. His shallow knowledge left him unable to discern the nature of Lin Buufon's awakened martial spirit. At that moment, the sun in the sky suddenly intensified, its brilliance becoming even more resplendent. Boom! An endless cascade of light poured forth, enveloping the entire Douluo continent in its radiant embrace. This extraordinary scene caused countless citizens and soul masters across Douluo continent to look up in astonishment. What an odd occurrence today. First, the sun was obscured by darkness for several minutes, and now its light had become so intense that it was nearly blinding. In a remote valley of the Heavenly Soul Empire, a magnificent hall stood proudly. Within, a statue of a 6-winged angel was enshrined, and before it sat an elderly man in a white robe, meditating. Suddenly, the elder opened his eyes, a glimmer of brilliance flashing within. This aura was. The radiant light gradually coalesced into a single orb, joining the previous 8 to encircle Lin Buufon, resembling a 9-colored halo. A humming sound resonated as the 9 orbs swiftly revolved around Lin Buufon, their speed reaching an extraordinary peak, forming a wondrous 9-colored light band. Bang! The spiral of colors shrank further, transforming into a unique pattern of 9 hues that entered Lin Buufon's brow, ultimately vanishing. Lin Buufon awoke, rubbing his eyes. His gaze still hazy. He had dreamt a long dream, yet the specifics eluded him. The only vivid memory was of those radiant, warmly inviting 9-colored orbs. Chapter 4. Innate Full Soul Power. What on earth has happened here? Lin Buufon suddenly felt a chill run down his spine, causing him to shiver involuntarily. And he became fully alert. He then realized that he was surrounded by a desolate emptiness, with the village elder and numerous villagers, alongside Master Feng Yunhai, all staring at him in wide-eyed astonishment. Their expressions were akin to those witnessing a monster. What is going on? Lin Buufon cautiously inquired. However, no one responded. They merely stared at him, their gazes complex, conveying a desire to speak, yet rendered speechless. Lin Buufon was bewildered. After a prolonged silence, it was Feng Yunhai who sighed. He had initially intended to take Lin Buufon as his disciple, but now it seemed he was unworthy. Feng Yunhai was compelled to abandon that thought. If he were to accept Lin Buufon as his pupil, the outcome would only lead to a misguided path. Xiaofan, allow me to test your soul power. Fu Yunhai once again produced a blue spherical crystal, the previous one having been utterly obliterated, leaving no trace in the wake of Lin Buufon's awakening of his martial soul. Lin Buufon, in a daze, nodded slightly as he observed Fu Yunhai approaching with the crystal ball, placing his hand upon its surface. A glimmer of light flickered from the depths of the crystal, then spread forth, the radiance intensifying until it enveloped the entire orb. The dazzling brilliance was such that one could not gaze upon it directly. Innate full soul power. Fu Yunhai's eyes widened in astonishment, a flicker of shock passing through him. Even though he had mentally prepared himself, Lin Buufon's terrifying talent still took him aback. Lin Buufon withdrew his hand, staring blankly at the crystal, realizing that he possessed innate full soul power. Having read the original work, Lin Buufon understood the implications of innate full soul power. It signified an extraordinarily formidable talent along with a powerful martial soul. Yet, the question remained, what exactly was his martial soul? Currently, Lin Buufon was still quite perplexed. He was aware that his martial soul consisted of 9 spheres of light, but he was unclear about their exact nature or their function. Clearing his throat, Fu Yunhai coughed lightly, drawing Lin Buufon back to reality. Xiaofan, your talent is quite remarkable. Do you have any plans for the future? Lin Buufon scratched his head, a hint of confusion flickering in his eyes. To be honest, He had always believed he would be unable to awaken a potent martial soul and had even prepared himself for an ordinary life. The reality was a jolt to his senses. Not only had he awakened a powerful martial soul, but he also possessed innate full soul power, arguably surpassing the talents of any soul master on the Douluo continent. Prior to this, Lin Buufon had never contemplated what his future might hold, which was the root of his confusion. Observing Lin Buufon's bewildered expression, Fu Yunhai realized he had erred in his inquiry. What could a mere 6-year-old child possibly know? After a moment of thought, Fu Yunhai continued, Xiao Fan, with your talent, you would indeed be welcomed at any academy. However, I recommend you consider Shrek Academy. After all, it is the foremost academy on the continent, and only there will your talent truly shine. Shrek Academy. Lin Buufon's eyes sparkled with excitement. He was well aware of Shrek Academy's illustrious reputation and had often fantasized about becoming a soul master and studying there. Fu Yunhai, observing Lin Buufon's enthusiasm, stroked his chin and smiled, adding, however, Shrek Academy has stringent admission requirements. While you possess innate full soul power, you may still fall short of their criteria. Before that, you could attend another academy for training. Given your talent, it won't be long before you meet Shrek Academy's admission standards. Joining later will not be a problem. Upon hearing Fu Yunhai's words, Lin Buufon nodded earnestly, expressing his gratitude. Thank you, Master Fu Yunhai, for your guidance. Lin Buufon understood what he needed to do. Fu Yunhai nodded approvingly. He was quite pleased with Lin Buufon's demeanor, feeling that his extensive counsel had not been in vain, and a good relationship had been established. Should Lin Buufon not falter in the future, it seemed inevitable that he would achieve the rank of title Douluo. Cultivating a favorable connection with a future title Douluo was a wise investment for Fu Yunhai. Here is the plan, Xiao Fan. 3 months from now, the Junior Soul Master Academy in North City will commence its sessions. I shall accompany you then, and in the process, I will assist you in obtaining a soul ring. As he spoke, Fu Yunhai produced a tome from his robes and handed it to Lin Buufon, saying, This book contains methods of meditation. I suggest you study it. I will return in a week to escort you for the soul ring. Lin Buufon was utterly bewildered. It felt as though Fu Yunhai was exceptionally kind to him. His past experiences had taught him that there are no free lunches in this world. In a moment of clarity, Lin Buufon grasped Fu Yunhai's intentions. He sought to invest in Lin Buufon. After all, his talents were evident. Realizing this, Lin Buufon accepted Fu Yunhai's goodwill without hesitation, taking the book and placing it carefully in his bosom. He then bowed respectfully to Fu Yunhai, expressing, Thank you, Master Fu Yunhai, for your generous gift. With that, Fu Yunhai departed, satisfied, while Lin Buufon contemplated the tome in his hands. Today was destined to be extraordinary. As Fu Yunhai left, the village elder and many villagers regained their senses, their gazes towards Lin Buufon brimming with fervor. Yunk Village was about to witness the rise of a dragon. Later that evening, Lin Buufon returned home in a daze, finding the elders still hosting congratulatory villagers outside. He slapped his face lightly to regain focus, then retrieved the book Fu Yunhai had given him and began his studies. The tome was thin, comprising only a few pages, detailing various meditation techniques. Lin Buufon meticulously read through it, taking an hour to complete the book. Rubbing his slightly throbbing temples, he let out a long sigh. At that moment, the door swung open abruptly, and the elder, Lin Haifeng, stumbled in, reeking of alcohol, his weathered face flushed a deep red. Grandfather, are you all right? Lin Buufon quickly assisted Lin Haifeng to sit on the edge of the bed, gently patting his back. Xiao Fan, I'm fine. Today is a joyous occasion. Lin Haifeng laughed heartily, his breath heavy with the scent of liquor. Lin Buufon felt no disdain, simply helping the elder lie down on the bed. Grandfather, let me fetch you something to sober up. No need. I'm all right. Lin Haifeng grasped Lin Buufon's arm, his mind somewhat muddled, and continued, Xiao Fan. I've lived more than half my life, and I've never felt as happy as I do today. Today, you have observed how the villagers treat me with an unprecedented level of courtesy. Even Master Fu Yunhai, with his hearty laughter, has extended his goodwill towards you. It is evident to the elders that you possess an innate and formidable martial spirit, suggesting that, barring any unforeseen circumstances, your future achievement of the title of Title Douluo is assured. Grandfather, you are intoxicated, Lin Buufon remarked with a furrowed brow. Xiao Fan, listen to me. The village may be impoverished, yet I have just conferred with the villagers to collectively raise funds for your tuition, enabling you to attend the academy. Moreover, do not forget the assistance provided by Master Fu Yunhai. You must find a way to repay this kindness once you have become powerful. Although this is merely a favor, it encapsulates the principles of human decency. However, you need not repay excessively, for their intentions are not entirely selfless. They wish to invest in you, he observed astutely. That night, Lin Haifeng spoke extensively, Yet Lin Buufon ultimately refrained from procuring any means to sober him up. As he gazed at Lin Haifeng, lying drunkenly on the bed, Lin Buufon's resolve steadily strengthened. Chapter 5. The Soul Hunting Forest. 1 week later, Fu Yunhai arrived, taking Lin Buufon to the Soul Hunting Forest of the Heavenly Soul Empire, where they would embark on the hunt for soul beasts. The Soul Hunting Forest is a designated area within the Heavenly Soul Empire, specifically cultivated for the nurturing of soul beasts, featuring various geographical environments suitable for their survival, such as streams, forests, and marshes. The Heavenly Soul Empire has invested considerable resources in raising these soul beasts, not only to allow lower-ranking soul masters to acquire soul rings for advancement, but also to sell entry tickets, generating substantial revenue. The mere cost of admission amounts to 10 gold soul coins, sufficient to sustain a family of 3 for over half a year. After all, aside from the Soul Hunting Forest, the other habitats of soul beasts are exceedingly perilous. The beasts within the forest, being domesticated, exhibit comparatively gentle temperaments. Consequently, lower-ranking soul masters find it relatively easier to obtain soul rings here, as the risks are significantly reduced. Each year, a multitude of lower-ranking soul masters opt to come here for their soul rings, resulting in substantial profits for the Heavenly Soul Empire, creating a mutually beneficial relationship. In addition to the Heavenly Soul Empire, the other 2 great empires, Xinghua and Douling, also maintain designated soul hunting forests to facilitate lower-ranking soul masters in acquiring soul rings. Soul Hunting Town is a small settlement adjacent to the Soul Hunting Forest. Due to the unique nature of the forest, a significant number of ordinary citizens and soul masters have congregated here, gradually transforming it into the bustling town it is today. Every aspect of this town caters to the needs of soul masters, featuring weapon shops, herbal medicine stores, and establishments selling various materials sourced from soul beasts, alongside numerous restaurants and accommodations. Outside the quaint town, near the spirit hunting forest, the forest's unique nature has given rise to numerous spirit hunters, who specialize in venturing into the forest to assist others in hunting spirit beasts. After a journey of nearly an hour, Fu Yunhai and Lin Buufon finally arrived at the town adjacent to the spirit hunting forest. As they approached, they were greeted by the vibrant calls of vendors and the spirited shouts of the spirit hunters. Candied Hawthorne. Candied Hawthorne. The fearsome spirit hunting squad is recruiting. We need an auxiliary spirit master with a level above 20. Hurry on in. Lin Buufon gazed at the town, rich with exotic charm, which greatly broadened his horizons. Let us head straight in. However, a flicker of pain crossed Fu Yunhai's face as he beheld the bustling town. The cost for 2 tickets was 20 gold soul coins, a sum he had painstakingly saved over many years, intended as a dowry for his future bride. Spending it now meant he would need to save for many more years to replenish it. With a slight clench of his jaw, Fu Yunhai led Lin Buufon toward the spirit hunting forest. He had already prepared food and water prior to their arrival, stowing them in his storage soul guide ring. For the prices in the spirit hunting town were exorbitantly high, akin to daylight robbery. Accompanied by Lin Buufon, Fu Yunhai purchased 2 tickets from the guards stationed at the entrance to the spirit hunting forest, and they ventured inside. Once enveloped by the vast, lush greenery of the forest, Lin Buufon could no longer contain his curiosity. Ahem, Buufon, do you have any plans regarding your soul ring? Fu Yunhai inquired, clearing his throat. At this, Lin Buufon paused to reflect, recalling his thoughts on soul rings back in Yunhu village. His martial spirit was the 9-colored divine light, representing the 9 fundamental attributes of the natural world: gold, wood, water, fire, earth, wind, thunder, light, and darkness. Thus, his soul ring should align with these attributes. Given that his martial spirit emanated 9 distinct colors of light, and that the title Douluo required 9 soul rings, it was reasonable to surmise that his 9-colored divine light martial spirit would need to absorb a soul ring corresponding to each of its 9 attributes. Except for the attributes of light, darkness, and thunder, which are notoriously elusive, the other attribute spirit beasts were relatively easier to find. Lin Buufon contemplated selecting a gold attribute spirit beast for his first soul ring, perfectly aligning with the primary attribute of his 9-colored divine light. He was eager to see how his martial spirit would evolve upon fusing with the soul ring. Furthermore, gold attribute spirit beasts were commonly found and predominantly aggressive, capable of providing him with a potent offensive soul skill. Master Fu Yunhai, I wish to acquire a gold attribute soul ring, preferably one with offensive capabilities, Lin Buufon expressed. Fu Yunhai stroked his chin thoughtfully. An offensive gold attribute soul ring, you say? Metallic soul beasts are relatively easy to find, so let us take a look. Su Yunhai remarked. Regarding Lin Buufon's martial soul, he was not particularly knowledgeable, as he had never heard of anyone possessing a martial soul embodying 9 attributes, such a comprehensive coverage. Moreover, since Lin Buufon had made his decision, there was no need for him to interfere further. Consequently, the two ventured deeper into the soul-hunting forest. Not long after, they encountered a group of small, spherical soul beasts bounding toward them. Gurgle, gurgle. These diminutive, round soul beasts emitted a playful sound, bouncing energetically, exuding an aggressive demeanor. Yet their appearance was rather innocuous and endearing. Ah, these are gullah beasts, a type of soul beast lacking in offensive power, Su Yunhai explained to Lin Buufon. Judging by their size, they are roughly 10 years old. Generally speaking, this type of soul beast occupies the lowest tier of the food chain in the realm of soul beasts, serving as prey for more carnivorous creatures. As he spoke, Su Yunhai gave a swift kick to one gullah beast that had approached him, sending it flying. Gullah, gullah. Upon witnessing their companion being kicked away, the remaining gullah beasts emitted a mournful cry and scattered in all directions. Let us proceed deeper. There are hardly any noteworthy soul beasts outside the forest, Su Yunhai suggested. Although the soul-hunting forest is commendable, it significantly curtails the ferocity of soul beasts, unlike the Stardow forest, a true habitat for soul beasts. Gullah beasts, being so weak, would struggle to survive there. The two continued their journey into the depths of the soul-hunting forest, encountering various soul beasts along the way. They came across the agile, pitch-black phantom cat and the incredibly resilient jade bamboo, a plant-type soul beast. The quality of soul beasts at the forest's periphery was rather low. After approximately an hour of walking, Su Yunhai and Lin Buufon managed to reach the outskirts of the forest interior. Just as Su Yunhai prepared to lead Lin Buufon further in, he suddenly halted. Master Su Yunhai? What is it? Lin Buufon asked, perplexed by Su Yunhai's sudden stop. Shoo, do not speak. The silence here feels rather unsettling, Su Yunhai replied, his expression grave as he summoned a fiery red staff into his hand. Observing this, Lin Buufon's expression grew tense, and he became vigilant, scanning their surroundings. Swish, swish, swish. It's coming, Su Yunhai announced, as two soul rings, one white and one yellow, emerged beneath his feet, shimmering with a soft glow. Su Yunhai gazed toward the source of the sound, which emanated from a thicket of towering bushes, nearly as tall as a person. Just as Su Yunhai's expression turned serious, a pale blue figure leaped forth from the underbrush. Su Yunhai's countenance changed instantaneously. Chapter 6. The Moment of Life and Death. Before them stood a colossal wolf, over a meter in length and half a meter in height, its body covered in dense, pale blue fur. The wind wolf. The expression on Fu Yunhai's face grew grave, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead. Xiaofan, we are in serious trouble. This is a pack of gale wolves. The gale wolf is a soul beast of the wind attribute, known for its gregarious nature, typically gathering in groups ranging from several to a dozen. No sooner had Fu Yunhai spoken than several more gale wolves emerged from the underbrush, totaling 7. Their fierce gazes fixed upon Fu Yunhai and Lin Buufon, with drool dripping from their menacing fangs. This was a famished pack of gale wolves. Master Fu Yunhai, what should we do? Lin Buufon asked, his voice tinged with anxiety as he glanced nervously at Fu Yunhai. This was his first encounter with a pack of wolves. And not just any wolves, but soul beasts imbued with spiritual power. Xiaofan, if anything goes awry, you must run towards the edge of the forest without looking back. Fu Yunhai instructed gravely. He was uncertain whether he could fend off the gale wolves. Facing a pack was far more daunting than confronting a solitary one. As Fu Yunhai imparted his advice to Lin Buufon, the pack of gale wolves could no longer contain themselves, cautiously encircling the two from all directions, leaving no escape. Were they finally about to strike? Fu Yunhai gripped his staff tightly, his gaze locked onto the gale wolves, ready to act without hesitation at the slightest movement from them. Lin Buufon stood anxiously behind Fu Yunhai, his heart racing with a mixture of terror and a profound fear of death. This was the first time he felt such despair. A chilling wolf howl pierced the air, and one of the gale wolves lunged towards Lin Buufon with a ferocious roar, moving so swiftly that it left a faint azure blur in its wake, while the others continued to encircle the two. Good heavens, Fu Yunhai thought, his heart sinking. These beasts were cunning indeed, targeting Lin Buufon first and sending only one wolf to test his strength. Flame roar. Fu Yunhai took a deep breath as the white glow of his 10-year soul ring flickered, and a fireball the size of a basketball coalesced at the gemstone atop his staff. Go. With a swift motion of his staff, the fireball shot forth with a piercing howl, aimed directly at the gale wolf. Boom. A violent explosion of flames erupted, sending the gale wolf hurtling through the air. Its once azure fur charred black, a gaping wound opening along its flank, blood seeping from the injury. Yet, Fu Yunhai's expression remained grim. This single strike had consumed 1/10 of his soul power, meaning he could unleash no more than 9 additional fireballs, and not all would strike with such precision. Suddenly, among the circling gale wolves, one called out, and the one blasted by Fu Yunhai's fireball limped back to the pack, wounded yet returning to its ranks. The remaining Gale Wolves continued to fixate on the two individuals, their eyes devoid of any fear, instead radiating a fiercer intensity. A howl pierced the air once more, and the pack of Gale Wolves began to encircle the duo, gradually tightening their formation like a great, constricting circle. The ferocity in their gaze intensified, and beneath their dense fur, their muscles swelled with anticipation of an imminent assault. Fu Yunhai's expression grew increasingly grave as he pulled the anxious Lin Buufon behind him. His gaze locked onto the pack, ever vigilant against their sudden charge. Another howl resounded, akin to a clarion call for attack, as the remaining 6 Gale Wolves transformed into embodiments of savagery, launching themselves toward the two with a blur of pale azure afterimages trailing behind. This was dire. Fu Yunhai lamented internally. 6 Gale Wolves attacking simultaneously was already a formidable challenge, and he had to remain attentive to Lin Buufon's safety as well. Resolving to act without delay, he summoned the brilliance of his second soul ring, Flame Shield. Just as the Gale Wolves were about to pounce, Fu Yunhai unleashed his second soul skill, wielding his staff to conjure a crimson barrier enveloping them both. The charging Gale Wolves found themselves abruptly halted midair. The sudden shift caused several to tumble to the ground, yet they quickly regained their footing and resumed circling the two, refraining from launching another assault. Fu Yunhai's complexion paled slightly, for the flame shield demanded a substantial toll on his soul power, depleting a third of it in an instant. It appeared that the Gale Wolves intended to ensnare him here, awaiting the exhaustion of his soul energy. Sustaining the flame shield was taxing, and the moment he dispelled it, the Gale Wolves would surely renew their attack. What should I do? Fu Yunhai found himself engulfed in a profound sense of helplessness. While he could escape on his own, given his second ring strength, he could not abandon Lin Buufon. He feared that in attempting to flee together, they would both be ensnared. A flicker of light sparked in Fu Yunhai's eyes as he wrestled with his dilemma. Should he forsake Lin Buufon and flee alone, or attempt to extricate them both? His body trembled slightly. Master Fu Yunhai, perhaps you should consider leaving alone. After all, having me, a burden, with you is hardly advantageous, Lin Buufon suggested. Sensing Fu Yunhai's tremors and the turmoil reflected in his expression, a chill crept into his heart as he recognized Fu Yunhai's inner conflict. Indeed, they were not bound by ties of kinship. It was already a considerable favor for Fu Yunhai to have brought him along to hunt soul beasts, especially since the expenses were borne by Fu Yunhai himself. In the face of peril, the most favorable outcome for the two individuals is that only one may survive. And that individual is Fu Yunhai. Lin Buufon, unencumbered by attachments, reflects on his past life as an orphan who traversed into this realm. The only bond he possesses is with the venerable village elder, Lin Haifeng, who rescued him and nurtured him until now. I implore you, upon your return, to care for grandfather Lin, for he is my sole kin in this world. Lin Buufon's voice resonates with solemnity. Fu Yunhai's expression shifts as he gazes into Lin Buufon's sincere eyes, ultimately arriving at a resolute decision. The soul-hunting forest is where I brought you. If we are to return, we shall do so together, he declares fiercely. His gaze sharpens as he retrieves a dagger from his storage soul tool and hands it to Lin Buufon. Just ensure your own protection for now. A glint of madness flickers in Fu Yunhai's eyes as he surveys the encircling Gale Wolves, coldly proclaiming, since these beasts wish to ensnare us here, let us see who meets their demise. With that, Fu Yunhai dispels his fiery shield, condensing a fireball atop his staff. With a sweeping gesture, he sends the fireball hurtling towards the nearest Gale Wolf, resulting in an explosive eruption. Chapter 7. The Guardian Spirit of the Martial Soul. The Gale Wolf, caught unawares by Fu Yunhai's sudden assault, is propelled backward by the blast, collapsing to the ground with a mournful whimper, one of its legs shattered and bleeding profusely. The remaining Gale Wolves, witnessing this, become even more ferocious, showing no inclination to retreat as they charge towards Fu Yunhai with fierce intent, leaving trails of afterimages in their wake. Unfazed, Fu Yunhai stands resolute, the white soul rings at his feet flickering with brilliance as he continually conjures fireballs, launching them at the Gale Wolves. In the blink of an eye, 3 fireballs, each the size of a basketball, have been unleashed. Fu Yunhai, now gasping for breath and pale in countenance, realizes that his soul power has dwindled to less than 1/3. Boom, boom, boom. The sound of the fireballs detonating fills the air, and amidst the swirling dust, 2 Gale Wolves emerge, their fur singed in numerous places, clearly scorched by the earlier explosions, yet not gravely injured. Another Gale Wolf remains incapacitated, unable to advance, but the situation remains dire for both Fu Yunhai and Lin Buufon. Aside from the 3 incapacitated Gale Wolves, 4 remain poised to strike. It appears that today may indeed mark their end. A somber thought crosses Fu Yunhai's mind. His current soul power permits him to unleash merely 2 more fireballs. After that, he will be devoid of energy. Even if these fireballs strike true, 2 Gale Wolves are still capable of attacking, and without soul power, he is scarcely stronger than an ordinary person. 2 Gale Wolves are sufficient to rend him asunder. Lin Buufon held a dagger tightly, his gaze fixed intently on the 2 swift wolves charging towards him. Even in death, he was determined to gnash a piece of flesh from these beasts. With a sudden burst of power, the nearest wolf leapt at him, its sharp claws glinting ominously in the sunlight, ready to tear through flesh with the slightest touch. Lin Buufon gripped the dagger firmly, his small frame trembling as he watched the wolf's claws approach. Yet, as fear surged through him, he felt his strength wane, and the dagger slipped from his grasp, clattering to the ground. "Pick it up, quickly," he roared in his mind, but instinctual terror overwhelmed him further. In both his past and present lives, he remained an ordinary man. Even with the awakening of a powerful martial spirit and the innate talent of full soul power, he was still just a common individual. At last, in the depths of his despair, the wolf's claws reached his neck, the chilling touch of death palpable, coupled with the bloodthirsty glint in the wolf's eyes. Suddenly, a flash of white light swept before him, bringing forth a series of familiar scenes from his previous life, memories of his work and moments of joy. The recollections of both his past and present flickered by like a fast-moving film. Legend has it that as one approaches death, their life flashes before their eyes. Am I truly to perish? Yet, there is still a lingering sense of unwillingness. In his former life, he was an orphan, raised in a children's home until he gained the means to support himself. Now, having finally reclaimed a sense of familial love in this life, was he to die so soon? He could not accept it, not at all. But the claws of death had already grazed his skin. Just then, a vibrant 9-colored light began to pulse wildly from his brow. Suddenly, golden radiance engulfed everything, its brilliance almost overwhelming. With a thunderous blast, a sharp intent erupted from Lin Buufon's brow, enveloping the swift wolf in a cascade of golden brilliance. Upon sensing this aura, the wolf's eyes widened in terror. Yet it was too late to retract its claws. In an instant, the golden light pierced through it, transforming it into a mere sieve. The wolf exploded, showering Lin Buufon in a torrential rain of blood, staining him crimson, even splattering nearby Fu Yunhai. The martial spirit protects its master. Upon witnessing this scene, Fu Yunhai was momentarily taken aback, only to be overwhelmed with joy shortly thereafter. The golden light, having pierced through the wind wolves, seemed to lose its momentum. Retracting back to the center of Lin Buufon's brow, where the 9-colored radiance swirled and danced endlessly. The remaining wind wolves, upon witnessing their comrades' explosive demise, could no longer conceal their profound fear. With a mournful howl, the remaining creatures ceased their assault and, tails tucked, fled deep into the forest. The image of the earlier event was indelibly etched into their minds, destined to haunt them eternally. As Fu Yunhai observed the retreat of all the wind wolves, he felt a surge of joy, coupled with a long-awaited sigh of relief. Lin Buufon, seemingly drained of all strength, collapsed to the ground, gasping for breath. He had been perilously close to death. Watching the blood trickling continuously from his body, Lin Buufon's vision darkened, the metallic tang of blood intensifying his dizziness. With a thud, he succumbed to unconsciousness. Meanwhile, Fu Yunhai, filled with excitement, noticed a disturbance beside him. He quickly turned to see Lin Buufon had collapsed, prompting him to rush over and support him. Upon discovering that Lin Buufon had merely fainted, he breathed a sigh of relief. Gazing at Lin Buufon, drenched in blood, Fu Yunhai expressed softly, "Lin Buufon, you are truly a beacon of fortune. The martial spirit protects its master. I have never witnessed such a phenomenon before." With that, Fu Yunhai lifted Lin Buufon and carried him out of the soul-hunting forest. His soul power was waning, and lingering here could attract even stronger soul beings. Especially given the potent scent of blood, night fell around the periphery of the soul-hunting forest. A gentle breeze stirred as a flicker of flame danced in the darkness. Fu Yunhai tended to the campfire, adding more fuel while glancing at the still-sleeping Lin Buufon, a knowing smile gracing his face. Suddenly, Lin Buufon stirred awake, emitting a vague whimper. "Am I dead? Why is the world after death so dark?" he murmured. With a chuckle, Fu Yunhai could not help but respond. "You are very much alive, young man. What nonsense are you speaking, Master Fu Yunhai?" Lin Buufon exclaimed, jolted into full awareness by the sound of Fu Yunhai's laughter. I'm not dead." Lin Buufon felt a sudden chill coursing through him. He glanced at the crackling campfire before turning to meet Fu Yunhai's smiling gaze. "Here, take this. Eat it while it's warm," Fu Yunhai said, tossing a package of dried food to Lin Buufon, who, feeling the warmth from the fire and the heat of the food in his hands, finally believed that he was indeed alive. With a hearty bite of dry rations, the delightful aroma filled his senses. Indeed, life is wonderful. Chapter 8. The Golden Thunder Beast. The following day, at dawn, Fu Yunhai and Lin Buufon once again ventured into the depths of the soul-hunting forest. This time, they approached with far greater caution than the previous day, for they had narrowly escaped death. Had it not been for Lin Buufon's martial soul instinctively manifesting to protect him at the last moment, they might have been reduced to mere remnants. After traversing for nearly an hour, the duo found themselves once more within the forest's inner sanctum. Perhaps due to the harrowing battle of the previous day, Lin Buufon's courage had swelled considerably. Although traces of apprehension lingered, it was a promising development. Fu Yunhai observed this transformation. His resolve to assist Lin Buufon in acquiring the soul ring he desired growing ever stronger. Along their path, they encountered numerous soul beasts. Most were 10-year-old souls, posing little threat to Fu Yunhai. They also came across a few 100-year-old beasts, which, after a brief standoff, retreated in defeat. The absence of conflict was telling. Within the soul-hunting forest, the implications of battle were well understood by these creatures. Their instinct for survival compelled them to avoid unnecessary confrontations, particularly in the presence of Fu Yunhai, whose aura instilled a profound sense of trepidation. As they continued their journey, noon arrived without finding a suitable soul beast. However, Lin Buufon remained unperturbed. Having consumed all their fresh water, they discovered a small stream and prepared to fill their containers. Suddenly, Lin Buufon felt a stirring at his brow, accompanied by a tingling sensation. An inner voice beckoned him, as if something of great significance was drawing his attention. He glanced at Fu Yunhai beside him and called out, "Master Fu, what is it, Xiaofan?" Fu Yunhai inquired, his expression one of curiosity. "Master Fu, it seems my martial soul is guiding me in a specific direction," Lin Buufon stated without hesitation. Though this pertained to his martial soul, he felt no reluctance in sharing this revelation with Fu Yunhai. After all, he had voiced similar sentiments the day prior, and Fu Yunhai had not abandoned him. He was indeed worthy of his trust. "Oh," Fu Yunhai raised an eyebrow, intrigued. "Such a phenomenon exists? I am unaware of the nature of your martial soul, yet it actively protected you yesterday. It seems something is attracting it. Could it be a soul beast?" He pondered internally. After a moment, Fu Yunhai said, "Very well, let us investigate. Xiaofan, lead the way." "Understood," Lin Buufon nodded solemnly, then attuned himself to the guiding sensation emanating from his brow, moving forward. Fu Yunhai followed closely behind, remaining vigilant, his gaze constantly scanning their surroundings for any signs of movement. After the two had walked for nearly half an hour, the earth suddenly trembled as if an earthquake had struck, causing the surrounding trees to shiver in response. Echoes of fierce roars resonated in the air, suggesting that formidable creatures were engaged in battle. Upon sensing the tremors, Fu Yunhai's heart raced with anxiety. He promptly seized Lin Buufon and inquired, "Little fan, is the direction indicated by your martial spirit ahead?" Lin Buufon nodded affirmatively, having also perceived the violent vibrations. If nothing unexpected occurred, it was likely that a powerful soul beast was locked in combat. Fu Yunhai, glancing at Lin Buufon, fell into contemplation. The sounds of the tumult hinted that the battling soul beasts were far from ordinary. They were at least millennium level. Since Lin Buufon's martial spirit pointed in this direction, it implied that a soul beast had captivated its attention. However, recklessly charging into the fray would be tantamount to courting death. "Let us wait here for a while until their battle concludes," Fu Yunhai suggested. "Agreed," Lin Buufon replied, and the two found a concealed spot nearby to wait in peace. Boom. The earth quaked violently once more, this tremor even more intense than the last, sending a chill of fear through both Fu Yunhai and Lin Buufon. What kind of soul beast is engaged in battle? Lin Buufon pondered, alarmed. Fu Yunhai shook his head, stating, "We can only wait for the conclusion of their fight before proceeding." With that, the two fell silent. Boom, boom, boom. The earth shook repeatedly, each tremor more disconcerting than the last. The vibrations persisted for nearly an hour before they finally subsided. "Master Fu Yunhai, should we venture over now to take a look?" Lin Buufon tentatively asked. "Very well, let us go now," Fu Yunhai replied without hesitation. The battle had just concluded, leaving the two soul beasts in a weakened state, and they might seize an opportunity. In perfect accord, the two made their way toward the direction from which the sounds of conflict had emanated. As they walked, their hearts raced with trepidation. The ground was fissured, with countless cracks resembling scars, and several large, charred craters were visible. The surrounding forest lay in ruins, with trees either snapped in half or reduced to splinters. Finally, after a few minutes of walking, the silhouette of a colossal soul beast came into view. It was a fearsome, giant python, measuring over 10 meters in length, with a girth as thick as a barrel. Its scales, densely packed and gleaming like metal, reflected a chilling light in the sun. At that moment, The giant python lay lifeless, its body severed in two, charred and mangled, with scales scattered everywhere and blood pooling around it. Above the head of the colossal serpent, a circle of purple soul rings had already coalesced, shimmering with an air of nobility. This was undeniably a soul beast of a millennium grade. Hiss! Both Lin Buufon and Fu Yunhai simultaneously inhaled sharply, stunned by the terrifying reality that such a formidable soul beast had perished before their very eyes. What manner of creature could have battled it? Turning their gaze to the other side, they beheld a soul beast, approximately 5 meters in size, collapsed upon the ground, gasping for breath in a labored manner. Inhaling more than exhaling. This creature bore a resemblance to the mythical Qilin from Lin Buufon's previous life, yet it was distinctly different. Its fur was golden, but at that moment, it appeared utterly dull, with many areas having been mercilessly corroded by venom, evidently the toxin of the colossal serpent soul beast. This is the golden lightning beast. Fu Yunhai stared in disbelief at the creature before him, rendered speechless by his astonishment. Master Fu Yunhai, do you recognize this soul beast? Lin Buufon inquired, curiosity evident in his voice. Indeed, Fu Yunhai replied, his expression unusually grave. I have encountered references to such a soul beast in an ancient text. This creature is known as the Golden Lightning Beast, a legendary soul beast endowed with the bloodline of the Thunder God, capable of summoning and wielding the forces of thunder. Among soul beasts, it is exceedingly powerful, positioned at the apex of the food chain. A 100-year-old Golden Lightning Beast can challenge an ordinary Millennium Soul Beast, while a Millennium Golden Lightning Beast dares to contend with 10,000-year soul beasts. The 10,000-year variants are even more fearsome, equivalent to a 100,000-year soul beast. And they are indeed top-tier soul beasts. Such immense power. Lin Buufon felt a jolt of awe. A 100,000-year soul beast. What a concept. Surely, only another soul beast of the same caliber could contend with it, aside from the mightiest of human titled Douluo. Indeed, the terror was palpable. Xiaofan, you cannot be telling me that the soul you are drawn to is this golden lightning beast, can you? Fu Yunhai suddenly gazed at Lin Buufon with an odd expression, posing the question. Upon hearing this, Lin Buufon's lips twitched, and under Fu Yunhai's peculiar gaze, he nodded solemnly. Chapter 9, Limitless Absorption. Fu Yunhai sighed heavily, his expression fraught with concern. However, this golden lightning beast, able to contend with the millennium-level iron scale mystic serpent, suggests that it should be a 100-year grade. Yet, the power of its soul ring is equivalent to that of a millennium. With your current physical condition, it is likely that you cannot absorb it. A single misstep could lead to your demise. Have you truly considered this? Master Fu Yunhai, I have made up my mind, Lin Buufon affirmed with a resolute nod. I trust my soul's intuition, and I believe it will not harm me. Fu Yunhai regarded Lin Buufon with serious intent, and Lin Buufon held his gaze. After a pause, Fu Yunhai ultimately relented under Lin Buufon's unwavering stare. Since you have made your decision, then go ahead. With these words, Fu Yunhai produced a sharp dagger from his storage soul guide and handed it to Lin Buufon. Lin Buufon accepted the dagger, taking a deep breath, and solemnly approached the already feeble Golden Thunder Beast. Roar! The Golden Thunder Beast, upon seeing Lin Buufon advancing towards it, emitted a low and weakened growl. How dare this mere human child aspire to become my soul ring? The beast fixed its gaze upon Lin Buufon, a flash of humiliation crossing its eyes. If it were not for the battle with that accursed black serpent, resulting in mutual destruction, this human child would not have had the audacity to approach and seize an opportunity. As Lin Buufon stood before the colossal creature, he inhaled deeply, raising the dagger high. Do not blame me. I require you to become my soul ring. The sharp blade glinted coldly as it plunged forcefully towards the head of the Golden Thunder Beast. Splat! Scalding blood splattered, drenching Lin Buufon. Ignoring the crimson droplets staining him, he promptly settled into a cross-legged position, for the soul ring was beginning to coalesce. Countless faint specks of light drifted from the Golden Thunder Beast, converging in one direction, forming a pale yellow soul ring. After a while, the soul ring successfully materialized. Lin Buufon focused intently on the ring before him, a radiant 9-colored brilliance swirling at his brow. A luminous orb, emanating 9 hues of light, emerged from the center of Lin Buufon's forehead, hovering before him. The soul ring released by the Golden Thunder Beast seemed drawn to Lin Buufon's martial soul aura, suddenly enveloping him. In an instant, a surging wave of energy erupted from the soul ring, flooding into Lin Buufon's body like a tidal wave. Wow! Lin Buufon felt a tightness in his chest, and a mouthful of warm blood was instantly expelled. Beside him, Fu Yunhai, who was safeguarding Lin Buufon, changed color at the sight, yet he could do nothing but watch anxiously. Indeed, was it too much to bear? Fu Yunhai's heart raced with worry. Had he known that Lin Buufon would react this way while absorbing the soul ring, he would have intervened. But now, it was too late for regrets. Once the absorption began, it could not be halted. All he could do was pray that Lin Buufon would endure. The surging soul power wreaked havoc within Lin Buufon's body, creating chaos, yet he exerted every effort to meditate and absorb the energy. Lin Buufon's body temperature rapidly escalated, his exterior feeling alarmingly hot, akin to a shrimp being steamed, releasing vapor. Crackle! Arcs of silver lightning danced and exploded around Lin Buufon, as if he were bathing in a storm of thunder. Lin Buufon felt an unbearable heat enveloping him, his mouth parched with thirst. The soul ring of the golden thunder beast incessantly emanated a ferocious energy, relentlessly eroding his very being. A series of primal roars erupted from Lin Buufon's mouth as he abruptly opened his eyes, revealing a crimson glare. His entire body was adorned with countless veins surging beneath his skin, and at that moment, droplets of crimson blood seeped from his pores, transforming him into a figure drenched in blood. He had reached his limit. What to do? Alas, Fu Yunhai observed with mounting anxiety, pacing back and forth. Regret gnawed at his heart. Had he known, he would have intervened regardless of Lin Buufon's protests. At that instant, a silver light radiated brilliantly from Lin Buufon's brow, enveloping him entirely. A chilling current surged forth, cascading down and enveloping his entire form. Lin Buufon felt a wave of comfort wash over him, akin to sipping ice-cold watermelon juice on a sweltering day. Suddenly, the soul ring of the golden thunder beast seemed to sense something amiss, unleashing a terrifying surge of soul power that assailed Lin Buufon once more. This time, it was a culmination of its energy, representing its final offensive. Heat engulfed Lin Buufon once again, and the blood seeping beneath his skin became even more alarming. First came the searing heat, followed by a refreshing chill. Then once again the fiery intensity. The interplay of ice and fire pushed Lin Buufon's body to the brink of collapse. He coughed violently, expelling a mouthful of hot blood that sizzled as it hit the ground. The aberration of the golden thunder beast's soul ring provoked the silver light swirling at Lin Buufon's brow, unleashing an aura of formidable authority that radiated from him. His eyes transformed into a cold, silver hue, reminiscent of a celestial being, lofty and omniscient, gazing down upon all life. His short black hair metamorphosed into flowing silver strands, cascading down to his waist. Lightning crackled ominously around Lin Buufon, overshadowing the meager flicker of the golden thunder beast's soul ring. A subtle crackling sound pierced the air, causing Fu Yunhai, who had been closely observing Lin Buufon, to widen his eyes in shock, drawing in a sharp breath. The soul ring formed by the golden thunder beast had shattered, revealing a fissure. My goodness, what is happening? How could a soul ring break? The bizarre events unfolding around Lin Buufon profoundly unsettled Fu Yunhai, leaving him acutely aware of his own limited understanding, struggling to keep pace with Lin Buufon's extraordinary evolution. Lin Buufon felt as though he were basking in warm sunlight. The previous agony had vanished, replaced by a comforting warmth that enveloped him, intoxicating in its delight. The eyes fluttered slightly, and the world became illuminated. Xiaofan, are you all right? Inquisitively asked Fu Yunhai, upon witnessing Lin Buufon awakening. Lin Buufon, bewildered, gazed at Fu Yunhai and replied, I am perfectly fine, Master Fu Yunhai. In fact, I feel a warm and pleasant sensation throughout my body. Is that so? Fu Yunhai's expression turned somewhat peculiar as he fell into silence. After a moment, he said, Xiaofan, could you please release your martial soul? I would like to observe your soul rings. Certainly, Lin Buufon nodded in agreement. He then concentrated, and a vibrant array of 9-colored divine light swirled at his brow. A flash of silver light suddenly leaped forth, materializing in the palm of his right hand, transforming into a bolt of lightning. The crackling thunder surged, emitting a ferocious aura. Simultaneously, a ring of yellow 100-year soul rings ascended from beneath Lin Buufon's feet. Your martial soul can actually separate? Fu Yunhai was taken aback. He distinctly remembered Lin Buufon's martial soul as a radiant 9-colored light, yet now, one of those lights had singularly detached itself. This was truly unprecedented. Then, Fu Yunhai's attention shifted to Lin Buufon's soul rings. Although merely a 100-year soul ring, it emanated an inexplicable pressure that caused Fu Yunhai's heart to tremble. Even more remarkably, faint silver mystical patterns adorned the soul ring, appearing quite extraordinary. Chapter 10, The City of Norse. What an unusual soul ring. Fu Yunhai regarded Lin Buufon's soul ring with newfound intrigue. Realizing he had grown somewhat immune to Lin Buufon's extraordinary occurrences, nothing seemed out of the ordinary anymore. So, Xiaofan, what is your first soul skill? Fu Yunhai's curiosity about Lin Buufon's soul abilities was piqued, especially since this first soul ring was produced by the divine beast, the golden lightning beast. Upon hearing this, Lin Buufon took a deep breath, his face flushed with excitement as he proclaimed, "My first soul skill is called Divine Lightning's Descent. It grants me a comprehensive enhancement of 100% in all attributes. I can summon lightning to wield as my own, with an additional 50% attack power, and it also inflicts paralysis." Lin Buufon was elated. The capabilities of this first soul ring surpassed his expectations. "Oh," Fu Yunhai replied with a composed smile, showing no surprise. "Since you have successfully acquired your soul ring, it is time for us to depart." Lin Buufon was perplexed by Fu Yunhai's calm demeanor. Could it be that this skill was subpar? Unbeknownst to him, Fu Yunhai had already become immune to his abilities. In his eyes, this skill was not merely impressive but rather extraordinary. Lin Buufon scratched his head, and then followed closely behind Fu Yunhai as they made their way towards the outskirts of the soul-hunting forest. This time, the journey was considerably smoother, as we encountered no formidable soul beasts along the way. However, we did come across a 500-year-old iron-armored boar. Rather than intervening, Fu Yunhai allowed Lin Buufon to take action, urging him to test the efficacy of his first soul skill. Lin Buufon, brimming with excitement, activated his soul skill, and in an instant, it was as if the thunder god had descended. Countless bolts of lightning encircled him, exuding an aura of might and grandeur. With a single punch, he unleashed a thunderous strike that sent the 500-year-old iron-armored boar flying, stunning it to the point it collided with a large tree before coming to a halt. This demonstrated not only the remarkable power of Lin Buufon's first soul skill, but also justified the name Thunder God Descending, as the myriad of lightning flickering around him resembled that of an ancient deity. Once they exited the soul-hunting forest, it took merely a day for them to return to Yunhu village. Fu Yunhai, after providing Lin Buufon with some instructions, informed him that he would return in 3 months to escort him to the Nos City Junior Soul Master Academy before departing. "Xiaofan, did you acquire your first soul ring during your outing with Master Fu Yunhai?" Upon returning home, the village elder, Lin Haifeng, directly posed the question to Lin Buufon. "Yes, Grandpa," Lin Buufon replied, nodding. A flash of silver glimmered in his eyes as a silver lightning bolt appeared in his hand, while simultaneously, a 100-year soul ring, adorned with silver patterns, slowly ascended from beneath his feet, surrounded by flickering electrical lights. "Wonderful, wonderful." The elder's eyes glistened with tears of joy at this sight, and he exclaimed with excitement. Finally, one of the villagers of Yunhu village had become a soul master, and to top it off, his first soul ring was of the 100-year caliber. Hee. Lin Buufon smiled as he retracted his martial soul and soul ring. After the initial excitement, Lin Haifeng regained his composure, though a rosy hue still lingered on his cheeks. "My dear child, our village has an annual quota for a work-study student, and that opportunity is yours. In 3 months, Master Fu Yunhai will come to take you to the Nos Junior Soul Master Academy, where you must study diligently to become a formidable soul master," Lin Haifeng said earnestly. "Rest assured, Grandpa, I will," Lin Buufon responded with a firm nod. Good. What would you like for dinner tonight? I shall prepare it for you." "I would like chicken legs," Lin Buufon replied. "All right, Grandpa will make them for you." That night, after dinner, Lin Buufon returned to his room, reflecting on the events of the past few days, which felt almost dreamlike. Gradually, he drifted into slumber. The next day, Yunhu village hosted a grand banquet to celebrate Lin Buufon's ascension as a soul master, attracting villagers from nearby towns to join the festivities. In fact, several villagers with daughters in the village had set their sights on Lin Buufon, hoping to arrange a marriage, which left him feeling utterly speechless as he awkwardly retreated home. Truly, Lin Buufon shook his head helplessly, dismissing the trivial matters at hand and commencing his meditation. In the blink of an eye, 3 months had elapsed, and the fervor surrounding Lin Buufon's rise as a soul master gradually faded, yet he remained a topic of conversation among the villagers during their leisure moments. One day, Fu Yunhai arrived, ready to escort Lin Buufon to Nor's City for his studies, coinciding with the enrollment period of the Nor's Junior Soul Master Academy. At the village entrance, the elderly village chief and all the villagers of Yunhu village had gathered. "Child, within this bundle lies the tuition and living expenses contributed by the villagers. Do manage your resources wisely," the frail village chief said, handing Lin Buufon a parcel, tears glistening in his eyes. Lin Buufon solemnly accepted the parcel, his nose tinged with emotion as he gazed at the elderly man with white hair before him, his voice slightly hoarse. "Grandfather and esteemed villagers, I shall never forget your immense kindness throughout my life." Looking at the amiable faces of the villagers and the benevolent expression of the village chief, Lin Haifeng, he took a step back, kneeling deeply and bowing his head. "Child, what are you doing?" Lin Haifeng exclaimed, hastily helping Lin Buufon to his feet. "Indeed, Xiaofan, just return to visit us whenever you can. There is no need for such formalities. Xiaofan, hurry back once you have completed your studies." My daughter Cui has declared that she will marry no one but you. Laughter erupted among the villagers as Lin Buufon, feeling somewhat exasperated, followed Fu Yunhai out of the village. As he glanced back at the villagers who were still waving goodbye, his eyes moistened, and a silent vow formed in his heart to repay the kindness of these wonderful villagers. Let us go, Xiao Fan, Fu Yunhai said, observing Lin Buufon's lingering gaze. Lin Buufon nodded gently, his eyes lingering on the gradually fading village until he finally turned away to follow Fu Yunhai. North City, a small town within the Tianhun Empire, was modest in size, its population hovering around several 100,000. After passing through the scrutiny of the city guards, the two entered the town without incident. Come, Xiao Fan. I will take you directly to the academy, Fu Yunhai instructed. Lin Buufon nodded in agreement, and the two walked in silence, with Fu Yunhai leading the way while Lin Buufon observed the city around him. The streets were lined with various shops, filled with the clamorous cries of vendors and the sounds of haggling between customers and shopkeepers, creating a bustling and vibrant atmosphere. Most of the inhabitants were common folk, ordinary people without soul power, with soul masters being a rare sight. After a brief period of observation, Lin Buufon lost interest and obediently followed in Fu Yunhai's wake. Before long, they arrived at the entrance of the academy. North Junior Soul Master Academy. Chapter 11, Enrollment. Halt. What are you doing? At that moment, a young man from the guard room abruptly called out to the two, casting a bewildered glance at Lin Buufon and Fu Yunhai, and questioned them loudly. Greetings. I have brought this child here to attend school, Fu Yunhai replied, presenting a credential to the young man. The young man scrutinized Fu Yunhai with suspicion, glanced at Lin Buufon, and then directed his attention to the document in his hand. Upon reading the words Soul Master Identification, the young man was so startled that he nearly dropped the credential. Ah, it is indeed two esteemed soul masters. Please, come in, he stammered, returning the credential to Fu Yunhai with a fawning smile. Being merely an ordinary person, he dared not offend a soul master like Fu Yunhai and promptly opened the door for the two to enter. Esteemed soul master, this must be your distinguished son, correct? He is indeed a fine young man, the young man remarked while leading the way, eager to flatter Fu Yunhai. Fu Yunhai cast him a sidelong glance, his expression darkening, and replied coldly, No, I do not even have a girlfriend. The young man's smile faltered, realizing that his attempt at flattery had backfired, and he ceased speaking, leading them obediently. The young man halted in front of a teaching building, respectfully excusing himself while informing Fu Yunhai, esteemed soul master, the registration area is just inside. Upon entering the teaching building, the two found the registration area, the door slightly ajar, through which they could hear a heated argument. Zhang Nanan, you know your mother's condition is quite severe and cannot be delayed much longer. If you are willing, I can lend you money at any time to buy medicine for your mother, a lewd male voice proclaimed. Director, I do not understand your meaning. I must leave now. A sweet yet somewhat juvenile voice responded, followed by the sound of retreating footsteps. Hee, today you will comply whether you wish to or not. The lewd voice rang out again, followed by the sounds of items being smashed and resistance. Outside, Lin Buufon and Fu Yunhai exchanged glances, both bearing expressions of dismay. Lin Buufon seethed with anger, never anticipating that such disgraceful occurrences could transpire within this academy. The very things he detested most were unfolding before him. Without a moment's hesitation, Lin Buufon charged inside, just in time to witness a corpulent, unsightly middle-aged man reaching to grab a girl of around 11 or 12 years of age. Hey, you little brat, where did you come from? Get out of here at once. I don't know what those security guards are doing, allowing anyone to enter. The director bellowed at Lin Buufon, mistaking him for an outsider due to his lack of academy attire. Upon hearing this, Lin Buufon immediately let out a cold laugh and remarked, Splendid, truly splendid. Who would have thought that the esteemed director of the Northeastern Junior Soul Master Academy would turn out to be a lecher in disguise? This has truly opened my eyes. The director, incensed, realized that if this matter were to leak, he would undoubtedly face severe repercussions from the academy, potentially leading to his expulsion. You little brat. You are courting death. The director's fury surged, and a palpable wave of soul power emanated from him as he prepared to strike at Lin Buufon. What do you intend to do? At that moment, Fu Yunhai finally stepped into the room, his expression dark as he shielded Lin Buufon behind him. Simultaneously, a fiery red staff appeared in his hand, with two soul rings, one white and one yellow, rising slowly from beneath his feet. Seeing this, the director's heart sank. There was yet another soul master present, and he inwardly lamented his misfortune. Thank you, esteemed great soul master, and this young friend as well. However, this is a private matter between the director and myself, so I would appreciate your discretion. At that moment, a melodious voice resounded once more as a girl named Zhang Nanan spoke up. Lin Buufon turned his gaze toward her, his mind momentarily dazed. as if he had been struck by the beauty of her appearance. Jiang Nan, with her long golden hair cascading down to her waist, possessed skin as fair and delicate as snow, beautifully complementing her flowing locks. Her features were exquisitely crafted, as if sculpted by divine hands, captivating all who beheld her. Her figure was tall and perfectly proportioned, neither too slender nor too plump, but just right. Particularly striking were her eyes, reminiscent of autumn waters, compelling one to gaze upon them and forever remain enchanted. No wonder this old fellow had set his sights on her, Lin Buufon thought, quickly regaining his composure. Having initially overlooked her, he now found his heart racing, and it was evident that the director, a man of such lecherous tendencies, would not let such an earthly gem slip away. Fu Yunhai, too, was momentarily entranced, but he quickly regained his senses, refusing to yield. Lin Buufon discerned Fu Yunhai's thoughts and gently shook his head, moving closer to him and whispering, "Master Fu Yunhai, if she wishes to leave first, let her do so." Fu Yunhai regarded Lin Buufon with a deep, contemplative look before stepping aside. Jiang Nan cast a calm glance at Lin Buufon before turning to exit the director's office. Now, only the lecherous middle-aged director, Lin Buufon, and Fu Yunhai remained in the room. The director's face darkened slightly as he questioned, "What brings you two here?" His mood soured further, having almost secured his prize, only to be thwarted by these two unexpected intruders. "We are here to register," Lin Buufon responded bluntly, harboring no fondness for this director and feeling no need for pleasantries. "The registration fee is 10 gold soul coins. I am a work-study student. I shouldn't need to pay in gold soul coins, should I?" Lin Buufon retorted with a cold smile. To his surprise, the director of education cast a startled glance at Lin Buufon, a flicker of coldness passing through his eyes. "Then hurry up and register," he instructed, producing a form for Lin Buufon to complete. Upon glancing at the document, which required only basic information, Lin Buufon filled it out accordingly. The director swiftly stamped the form, clearly eager to be rid of the two individuals. With the stamp affixed, Lin Buufon's registration was deemed successful, as Lin Buufon and Fu Yunhai departed the academic building. They retraced their steps. At the security office, Fu Yunhai announced his departure, for he had his own matters to attend to. Observing Lin Buufon, who had accompanied him, Fu Yunhai suddenly realized that today he had truly come to know this child, and he remarked with a hint of nostalgia, "Xiaofan, I often find myself curious. Are you merely a child, or an ancient being disguised in youthful guise?" "Master Fu Yunhai, consider me an old soul in a young body," Lin Buufon replied with a smile. "That may well be the case," Fu Yunhai mused, casting a deep glance at Lin Buufon. "I had thought you might encounter some difficulties among the students in the future, but it seems that will not be the case. Take care of yourself. I shall take my leave now." After bidding farewell, Fu Yunhai departed. Lin Buufon watched as Fu Yunhai faded from view before preparing to leave himself. Suddenly, a figure appeared before him. Chapter 12, The Conflict. "It's you, Senior Jiang Nan," Lin Buufon exclaimed, gazing at the girl before him. Even though he had seen her not long ago, the visual impact was still striking. "You are the new student, a work-study student, I presume?" Jiang Nan remarked, her tone indifferent as she scanned Lin Buufon. "Yes," he replied. "Then follow me. I will take you to the dormitory. Keep your distance from me. Just stay behind," Jiang Nan instructed in a flat tone. Lin Buufon remained silent, trailing behind her. The academy consisted of only one academic building and one dormitory, housing fewer than 100 soul masters and instructors combined. Jiang Nan's voice echoed from ahead as Lin Buufon followed her. After approximately 10 minutes, they passed the academic building and arrived at its rear. There stood another building, approximately 5 or 6 stories high, appearing somewhat aged from the outside. "This is the dormitory," Jiang Nan stated before stepping inside, with Lin Buufon following closely behind. "This is where the work-study students reside. All of them live here." As Jiang Nan spoke, she opened the door, revealing a spacious room resembling a large dormitory before Lin Buufon. The area was quite expansive, approximately 200 to 300 square meters, furnished with dozens of wooden beds, of which only 7 or 8 appeared to be occupied. "You didn't bring any sheets or blankets, did you? Come, let me take you to buy some, but you'll have to pay for them yourself," Jiang Nan remarked after showing Lin Buufon around the room. Lin Buufon glanced around and replied, "All right." Subsequently, the two stepped out once more, with Jiang Nan leading the way and Lin Buufon following closely behind. Before long, Jiang Nan guided Lin Buufon to a place dedicated to selling bedding essentials. Ultimately, it cost Lin Buufon 2 silver coins to acquire the necessary items. However, upon completing his purchase, he discovered that Jiang Nan had vanished without a trace. "What a peculiar senior," Lin Buufon mused, shaking his head as he returned to the dormitory. Clutching his bedding, "Has someone entered?" Lin Buufon noticed that the door was slightly ajar, indicating the presence of others. He immediately stepped inside, burdened with his purchases. Inside, he beheld 3 boys, seemingly around 11 or 12 years of age, lounging comfortably on the beds, their legs crossed casually as they engaged in conversation. 2 of them were carefully encircling a boy in the center, evidently the focal point of their discussion. "Hey, kid, you're the new work-study student, right?" Wang Hu, who was conversing with his 2 companions, suddenly noticed Lin Buufon's entrance and nonchalantly inquired. Lin Buufon frowned slightly, casting a glance at Wang Hu but choosing to disregard him. Instead, he approached his own bed, set down his belongings, and began to make it. Wang Hu's expression darkened. He had initiated conversation, yet this boy dared to ignore him? "Hey, kid, our boss is talking to you. Why are you playing mute?" One of Wang Hu's companions, emboldened by the situation, approached Lin Buufon and reached out to place a hand on his shoulder. "Apologies, but I have a bit of a cleanliness obsession and prefer not to engage in excessive physical contact," Lin Buufon replied, slightly shifting his body to evade the touch with ease. "You're asking for trouble." The boy's eyes flickered with anger, and he raised his hand, intending to slap Lin Buufon. With swiftness, Lin Buufon seized the boy's arm. "Let go of me, you little brat." The boy's expression shifted as he realized Lin Buufon's unexpected strength. After struggling unsuccessfully to break free, he stumbled backward a few steps. "Li Chun, have you lost your edge? You can't even handle a mere child," another boy remarked as he approached, mocking him. "Shall you?" Li Chun's countenance darkened as he suddenly spoke. "Why don't you take the lead? All right, you two, don't frighten the young one." At that moment, Wang Hu stepped forward, casting a glance at Lin Buufon, who was busily making the bed, a flicker of anger crossing his eyes. "You must be the new work-study student. Are you aware of the rules here?" Wang Hu said in a low voice. "Oh, I truly have no idea. Why don't you enlighten me?" Lin Buufon replied, uninterested in further engaging with these individuals, continuing his task. "You." Wang Hu felt his patience wearing thin. If he didn't teach this brat a lesson today, he might forget his own surname. A sinister smile crept across Wang Hu's face as a faint aura of soul power emanated from him. "Wang Hu, it seems you have truly regressed, picking on a mere freshman. Why don't you challenge Xiao Haoran and the others instead?" At that moment, a cool voice echoed, and upon hearing it, Wang Hu hesitated, the aura of soul power dissipating. "Nan, you're back." Wang Hu looked at the striking figure standing at the door, a rare blush gracing his cheeks. "Please call me by my full name," Jiang Nan replied indifferently, striding towards her bed. Wang Hu, now too preoccupied with Jiang Nan to continue his confrontation with Lin Buufon, hurriedly approached her. Nan, I was merely trying to teach this newcomer the rules. Otherwise, it will be difficult for him to navigate the academy." Wang Hu fervently defended himself. Jiang Nan ignored him, settling on her bed to meditate and cultivate. Wang Hu cast a reluctant glance at her, refraining from further disturbance, and returned to his own bed. "Kid, next time I'll teach you some rules." He grinned at Lin Buufon. Lin Buufon, upon hearing this, chose not to respond. If Wang Hu truly sought trouble, he wouldn't mind showcasing his strength. After arranging his bed, Lin Buufon sat cross-legged and began to meditate. He was uncertain of his exact soul power level, but he was aware that he could now invoke the Thunder Goddess descent 3 times. It seemed he needed to find a moment to test his capabilities. Lin Buufon mused silently. The following day, Lin Buufon awoke. After a night of meditation, his soul power had significantly increased. He rose early, while the dawn had yet to break outside, but some were already awake before him. "Awake? Then let's go eat." A familiar cool voice rang in Lin Buufon's ears. His heart stirred as he turned to see Jiang Nan, who had apparently awakened at some point, now combing her hair and tying it into a braid, addressing him. "I'll take you to the cafeteria." Jiang Nan's words remained simple, her tone icy, as if she wished to sever any ties with Lin Buufon. Lin Buufon had grown accustomed to Jiang Nan's manner of speaking. Perhaps it was her way of safeguarding herself. Chapter 13, The Strength Assessment. The cafeteria of the North Junior Soul Master Academy was expansive, comparable in size to the teaching building, encompassing 3 floors. The first floor served as the dining area for common soul masters, while the second floor catered to the affluent, with prices considerably higher than those on the first. The third floor was reserved for the academy's instructors and administrators. This information had been gleaned from Jiang Nan. Observing the noticeable distance of 2 to 3 meters between them, Lin Buufon felt no sense of peculiarity. To him, it was merely Jiang Nan's method of self-protection. He recalled witnessing Wang Hu's intent to confront him the previous day, only to abandon the notion upon Jiang Nan's arrival, transforming instead into a sycophant eager to curry favor with her, though she paid him no mind. Had he approached Jiang Nan himself, it would have mattered little, even in his youthful naivete. Yet, the thoughts of others proved to be insurmountable. After all, the Douluo continent was not akin to the Earth of his past life. In this realm, Soul Masters could mature at the age of 11 or 12, resembling 17 or 18-year-olds from his previous existence. While Lin Buufon was diligently attending school at 17, children from affluent families here were already honing their skills. Lin Buufon procured 2 steamed buns and a bowl of porridge, settling down to eat for a mere 2 copper soul coins. Jiang Nannan sat at a distant table, separated by several others. The cafeteria buzzed with patrons, yet no one dared approach Jiang Nannan's table, whereas Lin Buufon found himself surrounded by several individuals. Jiang Nannan appeared solitary, her expression unchanged, seemingly accustomed to the isolation. Before long, Lin Buufon observed a flamboyantly dressed youth, flanked by a group of peers of similar age, approaching Jiang Nannan's table. He noted the subtle shift in the demeanor of those around, indicating a palpable wariness towards the young man. Intriguing. After finishing his breakfast, Lin Buufon departed for the teaching building, locating his classroom, class 1 of the first year. The classroom was sparsely populated, with only a handful of students present. Upon seeing Lin Buufon, they momentarily paused, before someone stepped forward to greet him. "Classmate, are you also in our class? What does your family do?" The inquisitor was a plump boy, his eyes squinting with curiosity, sparkling with interest. How direct, Lin Buufon thought, slightly taken aback by the immediate inquiry regarding his family's profession. "I am a working student," he replied. Lin Buufon remarked, a smile gracing his face as he observed the rotund figure greeting him, curious about his reaction. Indeed, upon hearing that Lin Buufon was merely a work-study student, the jovial expression on the chubby man's face vanished, supplanted by a look of disdain. "Oh, so you are but a work-study student. What a waste of my time," he declared, unabashedly displaying his contempt as he turned on his heels and returned to his seat. "Chubby, your judgment is lacking. You can't even recognize a work-study student," quipped a well-dressed young boy seated opposite, his laughter ringing with unabashed mockery. "Fine, fine. It seems I misjudged," the chubby man replied with resignation. "Who would have thought he dressed so well? I assumed he was one of us, only to discover he's a work-study student." Lin Buufon gazed at the small group engaged in conversation and chose a seat by the window. As time passed, 7 or 8 more students arrived, all similarly attired, suggesting they hailed from affluent backgrounds. Lin Buufon glanced down at his own clothing, a gift from the village headman after he returned with his soul ring, which he deemed relatively presentable. With the group assembled, approximately a dozen individuals, one could easily discern the rarity of soul masters, as the North Junior Soul Master Academy housed only 1 class per grade. The classmates were mostly familiar with one another, quickly forming their own little cliques, while Lin Buufon found himself isolated. The chubby man had already spread the word about Lin Buufon's work-study status. Initially, Lin Buufon had intended to greet a few classmates, but upon realizing their knowledge of his background, he retreated to his seat. Soon after, the sound of footsteps echoed in the corridor outside the classroom, and a middle-aged woman clad in professional attire entered. At her arrival, a hush fell over the room, silencing even the faintest buzz of conversation. The woman scanned the room, her gaze momentarily resting on Lin Buufon before addressing the rest. "Dear students, from this day forth, I shall be your homeroom teacher. My name is Yen Li, but you may call me Teacher Yen." Her voice resonated powerfully, ensuring every student could hear her clearly. "You there? Yes, you sitting at the back." She pointed to Lin Buufon. "There's an empty seat next to that young lady in the front. Please come and take your place." Lin Buufon paused, realizing she was addressing him, and was about to rise to adjust his position. "Teacher Yen, that fellow is a work-study student. Let him sit at the back." "I do not wish to share a desk with him," the girl beside him interjected with a look of disdain. "Oh, so he is a work-study student? Very well, then let him sit in the back," Teacher Yen acquiesced. Yen Li's expression momentarily faltered before she composed herself and spoke calmly. "Heh." Lin Buufon, feeling helpless, shook his head as he surveyed the room filled with people, suddenly struck by the notion that he was observing a troupe of buffoons. Did these individuals harbor such a profound prejudice against work-study students? Lin Buufon found nothing amiss with his identity as a work-study student. Yet the absurdity lay in how these people recoiled from him, as if he were a venomous serpent. "I shall first conduct a strength test. Please step forward in order after I call your name," Yen Li announced, adjusting her glasses. "Li Fugawei, present," shouted a chubby boy, sprinting to the podium. This boy, Li Fugawei, was the very one who had greeted Lin Buufon earlier. "Li Fugawei, release your martial spirit. Then proceed to test your soul power," Yen Li instructed, producing a blue crystal ball. "All right, Teacher Yen," Li Fugawei chuckled, unleashing his martial spirit. A burst of golden light shimmered behind him, revealing a phantom that took the form of a pig, an opulent creature radiating golden hues, its rotundity rivaling the chubbiness of Li Fugawei's own cheeks, most notably adorned with a large character for wealth emblazoned upon its belly. "Teacher Yen, this is my martial spirit, the wealth pig," Li Fugawei laughed. Now, let us test your soul power. Yinli placed the crystal ball before him. Li Fugui placed his hand upon it, and a radiant glow burst forth. A cerulean light emanating from within the crystal ball, gradually illuminating a significant portion of its surface. Li Fugui, with the Wealth Pig Martial Spirit. Your soul power is at level 6. Chapter 14, Dread. Next, Shueli. A girl stepped forward and ascended the podium. My martial spirit is. Next. Yinli continued to call names for a dozen individuals, seemingly oblivious to the fact that Lin Buufon, due to his status as a work-study student, was the last to be summoned. Next, Lin Buufon. Ha ha ha, his name is Lin Buufon. Why not Lin Pingfan? The laughter erupted, mocking the absurdity of his name, as if a mere work-study student could possess anything extraordinary, despite the irony of their own commonness. The class burst into uproarious laughter, with several boys loudly deriding him. Lin Buufon's countenance darkened, his gaze sharpening suddenly, resembling a ferocious beast poised to strike, fixating intently on the raucous boys. The boys, under Lin Buufon's intense stare, felt a sudden heaviness in their chests, their mouths agape and words escaping them. At the podium, Yinli furrowed her brow, noticing Lin Buufon still standing motionless. Lin Buufon, what are you doing? Hurry up and come up, she scolded loudly. Heh. Lin Buufon smiled indifferently, a glimmer of composure returning as he strode confidently towards the podium. Phew, you nearly frightened me to death. His gaze was truly terrifying. Some timid girls whispered, and even those boys were startled. The sudden intensity of Lin Buufon's eyes took them all by surprise. They found it strange. Previously, when they had been discussing Lin Buufon, he had said nothing, yet he suddenly seemed transformed, exuding an aura of fear. Hey, what do you think his martial soul could be? Perhaps some farming tool like a sickle or a hoe. Commoners can only awaken such martial souls. Uft, sickles and hoes can awaken soul power too. You must be joking. Whispers of gossip circulated, and dozens of eyes in the classroom were fixed on Lin Buufon, all eager to discover the nature of his martial soul. Yet, much of the intrigue was laced with mockery. They believed Lin Buufon's martial soul would merely be something mundane, akin to a sickle or hoe, with innate soul power likely no more than a level or 2. After all, Lin Buufon was a working student, merely a commoner. Even if he awakened soul power, he was inherently inferior to them. As Lin Buufon ascended the podium, he surveyed the room with a cold glint in his eyes. Teacher Yin, I suggest you use another crystal ball for testing soul power, Lin Buufon stated calmly. His current soul power was certainly above level 10. If tested, it would undoubtedly shatter the crystal ball. Yinli adjusted her glasses and gazed intently at Lin Buufon for a moment, then said, enough chatter, proceed with the test. Since you insist, Lin Buufon declared, seizing the crystal ball from the desk. The soul power within him surged forth like a torrent, flooding into the crystal ball. Buzz. The crystal ball trembled violently, erupting in a dazzling display of light. Crack, crack. Fine fissures echoed from within the crystal ball, rapidly spreading until it was completely riddled with cracks, as though it had been smashed by a heavy stone. A flicker of silver light flashed at Lin Buufon's brow, and silver serpentine bolts of electricity coursed around him, his garments billowing without wind, and his short black hair standing on end. In an instant, his gaze sharpened ominously. A bolt of silver lightning shot forth from Lin Buufon's brow, landing on his right palm, tendrils of electric light radiating outward. The next moment, every student, including their homeroom teacher, Yin Li, widened their eyes in astonishment. Hiss, hiss. The classroom echoed with gasps of disbelief. A yellow soul ring, adorned with mysterious silver patterns, ascended slowly from beneath Lin Buufon's feet, surrounded by countless bolts of lightning, illuminating him like a deity of thunder. Lin Buufon, martial soul, lightning, first ring, 11th level battle soul master. A low proclamation reverberated through the hearts of all present, akin to a thunderclap. Everyone stared blankly at Lin Buufon, captivated by the circle of yellow century-old spirit rings behind him. As Lin Buufon's words echoed, the blue crystal orb shattered explosively, scattering countless shards in every direction. Clink, clink, clink. A few shards fortuitously struck the table in front of several male students who had previously been mocking him, embedding themselves 3 inches deep. Gulp. The male students swallowed hard, their gazes towards Lin Buufon no longer filled with derision, but rather with palpable fear. Many felt a profound regret at that moment. Reflecting on their earlier actions, how could they have dared to ridicule a genuine spirit master? Numerous individuals silently prayed that Lin Buufon would not seek retribution for their earlier jibes. The one who regretted the most was a female student. Earlier, Yinli had invited Lin Buufon to sit beside her, but she had not only declined but had also mocked him. Could he possibly hold a grudge over this? The mere thought sent a buzzing sensation through her head, and her complexion turned pale. At that moment, Yinli finally regained her composure. her eyes sparkling as she gazed at Lin Buufon. She had not anticipated that this work-study student was actually a first-ring spirit master. What an astonishing revelation. Initially, she had assumed Lin Buufon's martial spirit would be an ordinary object from daily life, but this revelation far exceeded her expectations. As she pondered, Yanli suddenly realized something significant. Lin Buufon was only 6 years old and already possessed a spirit ring. Could it be? Are you a born full spirit power? Yanli gasped, her eyes wide with shock. What? He is actually a born full spirit power. Her words transformed the expressions of all the students. They gazed at Lin Buufon as if he were a monster. Indeed, only a person with innate full spirit power could acquire a spirit ring at the tender age of 6 and become a true spirit master. The students mused silently. In contrast, as the class instructor, Yanli contemplated even deeper implications. Lin Buufon's first spirit ring was of a century level, whereas her own first spirit ring was merely a 10-year ring. Yanli realized that this young man's background was likely far more complex than she had imagined. He probably had a formidable force backing him. Regret washed over her as she reflected on her previous demeanor towards him. "Teacher, may I come down now?" Lin Buufon asked, a slight smile gracing his lips. He had observed the reactions of those around him, and this effect of intimidation was precisely what he had sought. "Ah, yes. Lin Buufon, you may come down now," Yanli responded, her voice softening significantly as she came to her senses, entirely shedding her earlier impatience. Thus, Lin Buufon retracted his martial soul and soul rings, returning to his position amidst the awe-filled gazes of those around him. Observing the altered atmosphere in the classroom, Lin Buufon smiled with satisfaction, for he had achieved his objective. Although the attitude of his peers and teachers had not been particularly favorable towards him, he felt no anger. Rather, it was the derision from a few male students regarding his name that truly vexed him. The name Lin Buufon had been bestowed upon him by the village elder and was also the name he held in his past life, bearing immense significance for him. Moreover, the subtle mockery and disdain expressed by both the students and teachers made Lin Buufon realize that in order to avoid trouble seeking him out, he must first display his strength before any adversity could arise, for only then would such troubles think twice. In his previous life, Lin Buufon had been bullied in school due to his status as an orphan. Chapter 15. Do you not feel ashamed? The morning passed swiftly, and a subtle shift in the dynamics of Class 1 emerged. No longer did the eyes of his classmates hold mockery or disdain when they looked at Lin Buufon, but rather fear and reverence. After witnessing Lin Buufon's display of power, none dared to underestimate him again, nor did anyone continue to bring up his identity as a work-study student. After school, Lin Buufon made his way to the cafeteria. Li Fuguwei, watching Lin Buufon's retreating figure, felt a flicker of regret. His father, a businessman, had sent him to the Nuasi Junior Soul Master Academy not only to learn about soul mastery, but also to forge friendships with fellow soul masters from a young age. Yet, what had he done today? He had pushed aside Lin Buufon, a naturally gifted soul master, and even mocked him. The thought filled Li Fuguwei with remorse. "I must devise a way to make amends," he vowed silently. After Lin Buufon collected his meal, he found a quiet corner to sit and eat. However, shortly after he settled down, gasps erupted from the cafeteria hall. "What are those three doing here? It's Wang Hu and his lackeys. Surely someone has crossed them again. It seems someone is in for a rough time today," murmured the whispers. Even Lin Buufon, while eating, couldn't suppress his curiosity and glanced over. He saw Wang Hu, accompanied by his two underlings, entering the hall, scanning the room as if searching for someone. The older students who recognized the trio eyed them with a mix of apprehension and fear, as if they were a formidable force. Soon enough, the three appeared to have located their target and strode confidently towards their destination. Lin Buufon quietly glanced at the trio, realizing that their path was directed towards him. "What are they doing here? We should leave quickly." The few students seated beside Lin Buufon were startled and immediately stood up to depart. Wang Hu and his companions had no intention of confronting them. Instead, they strode directly to the seats opposite Lin Buufon and sat down with confidence. "Kid, you're quite intriguing. Why didn't you follow them?" Wang Hu grinned and remarked. Li Chun and Xiao Yu flanked Wang Hu, resembling guardians, their eyes gleaming with a hint of amusement. Without lifting his gaze, Lin Buufon replied, "Senior Wang Hu, you came here specifically for me. My departure is of little consequence." "Haha, indeed interesting, you young rascal." Wang Hu laughed heartily, a glimmer of admiration in his eyes, appreciating the boy's audacity. "However, courage alone is futile. You will still face the consequences." Wang Hu continued, "Someone has paid me to teach you a lesson. Come along quietly. After all, causing a scene in the cafeteria would not be appropriate." Lin Buufon disregarded Wang Hu's words, leisurely swallowing the last bite of his meal before raising his head to look at him earnestly. "To be honest, Senior Wang Hu, I would quite like to teach you a lesson myself." Wang Hu was momentarily taken aback by this, then burst into laughter as if he had heard the funniest joke. Yet, when he regarded Lin Buufon again, his eyes were filled with a chilling glare. It has been a long time since anyone dared to provoke me. You are the first today. Wang Hu spoke slowly, each word dripping with increasing coldness. Perhaps this is the first time, but it certainly will not be the last. Lin Buufon wiped his mouth, stood up, and said, "Lead the way." Wang Hu's lips twitched as he cast a frosty glance at Lin Buufon. "Let us go?" Li Chun and Xiao Yu exchanged glances, each recognizing a shared understanding. Their leader was furious today, and this reckless Lin Buufon was destined for misfortune. As the trio moved ahead, Lin Buufon ambled leisurely behind them, exuding an air of calmness. The four departed the cafeteria under the gazes of numerous onlookers, and once they left, the cafeteria erupted in a flurry of chatter. Who is that kid? How dare he provoke Wang Hu? Regardless of anything else, I can only admire his audacity. He even dares to challenge one of the three kings. He might not make it out today. The students buzzed with discussion, particularly the senior ones, their words laced with deep-seated fear of Wang Hu. Within the North Academy of Junior Soul Masters, 3 individuals held the title of the Three Kings, one of whom was Wang Hu. This title was not merely a boast. It was earned through tangible strength and prowess. Due to the presence of the 3 formidable figures, they are the only entities within the entire academy possessing soul rings. It is rare for Wang Hu to take action today. Should we not follow and witness the spectacle? What a splendid idea. I am indeed curious to see whether that little brat will kneel and plead for mercy before Wang Hu. A group of individuals, filled with excitement, immediately rushed out. In the cafeteria on the 2nd floor, one youth inquired of another, who was clad in splendid attire, "Shall we not go and take a look?" The elegantly dressed youth cast a fleeting glance at him and replied nonchalantly, "What is there to see? He is merely a little brat." It would be a piece of cake for Wang Hu to deal with him. Thus, the youth fell silent, respectfully stepping aside. Lin Buufon followed Wang Hu and his companions to a small grove behind the academy, where a crowd had gathered. A throng occupied a complete circle around them, and Lin Buufon noticed several classmates among the onlookers. Satisfied, Wang Hu surveyed the surroundings before turning to Lin Buufon, saying, "Kid, if you kneel and beg for mercy now, I might go easy on you later." Lin Buufon gazed calmly at Wang Hu and retorted, "Has your head been caught in a door? Do you speak without thinking?" Lin Buufon genuinely doubted Wang Hu's intelligence. He had just declared his intention to beat him. Did Wang Hu truly believe that kneeling would spare him? Setting aside the question of begging for mercy, should he actually kneel today, Lin Buufon would forever lose his dignity within the academy. This was not the outcome Lin Buufon desired. He merely wished to study quietly without disturbance. If someone sought to disrupt this tranquility, they would have to assess whether their fists were strong enough. Without further ado, let us commence the battle. Lin Buufon clenched his fists and addressed Wang Hu. Wang Hu's forehead throbbed with veins. He felt it necessary to impart a profound lesson to this young man. Taking a deep breath, Wang Hu stepped forward, declaring, "Wang Hu, a 5th grade student, a level 15 battle soul master. My martial soul is the fierce tiger." As he spoke, Wang Hu unleashed his martial soul, and a colossal phantom of a fierce tiger materialized behind him, surrounded by a circle of yellow soul rings ascending from beneath his feet. A century-old soul ring indeed. Lin Buufon observed Wang Hu's imposing tiger phantom and the yellow soul rings symbolizing 100 years, slowly taking a step forward. Just as he was about to introduce his own martial soul and soul rings, a clear and commanding voice rang out. "Wang Hu, do you not feel shame in bullying a newly enrolled student?" Chapter 16. Can human strength rival divine might? The crowd parted, creating a pathway as a striking figure gracefully made her way through. Upon seeing her, the surrounding students' eyes widened in astonishment. Alas, how did Senior Jiang Nanan arrive here? Jiang Nanan has unexpectedly graced us with her presence. Am I seeing things? The students gazed in disbelief at the appearance of Jiang Nanan, who, under their watchful eyes, approached Wang Hu. "Nanan, what brings you here?" Wang Hu, captivated by her ethereal beauty, was unable to contain his excitement, rubbing his hands nervously, his speech faltering. Jiang Nanan, with her brows furrowed, looked sternly at Wang Hu and replied, "Wang Hu, what do you think? Lin Buufon is merely a fellow student, a newcomer at that. It is one thing not to care for him, but to challenge him to a fight? As a senior, do you not feel any shame in bullying a junior?" Her words were delivered in a calm tone, yet the underlying fury was unmistakable to all. Wang Hu crossed his arms and retorted, "Nanan, are you coming to defend this little brat? Not that I am deliberately targeting him. I merely stated that if he kneels and admits his fault today, I shall spare him. Given your presence, I shall hold this promise." Upon hearing this, Jiang Nanan's frown deepened, for it was clear that Wang Hu was pushing Lin Buufon into a corner. "Senior Nanan, there's no need to speak on my behalf. I actually wish to challenge Senior Wang Hu myself. Lin Buufon stepped forward and declared. Jiang Nanan scrutinized him, her gaze penetrating, as she asked meaningfully, "Are you certain?" "Indeed." Lin Buufon replied with solemnity. "Very well then, I shall await your performance." Jiang Nanan stepped back to observe. "Senior Wang Hu, I humbly request your guidance." Lin Buufon suddenly advanced, a flicker of silver light radiating from his forehead, as countless sparks of electricity surged forth, enveloping him. A circle of mysterious yellow spirit rings, intertwined with faint silver patterns, slowly ascended from beneath his feet. "I am Lin Buufon, a soul master of the lightning spirit, an 11th level battle spirit master. I seek your guidance," he stated with conviction. Wang Hu's pupils constricted in surprise, then a smile broke across his face. "No wonder you dare to be so audacious. You are also a soul master. Let me see the extent of your strength." With a light chuckle, Wang Hu bellowed, "Martial spirit, manifest." A colossal phantom of a fierce tiger lunged forward, merging with Wang Hu. His physique swelled as muscles bulged, transforming his hands into massive tiger claws, glistening with lethal sharpness. A layer of faint yellow fur sprouted around his skin, while 3 horizontal stripes and 1 vertical line on his forehead formed a subtle resemblance to the character for King. Roar. Wang Hu unleashed a thunderous roar, imbued with the majesty of the king of beasts, reverberating through the air and instilling awe in all present. The onlookers were startled by Wang Hu's thunderous roar, retreating backward with expressions of astonishment. It was evident that Senior Wang Hu had grown even stronger. The outcome of the confrontation between him and the freshman remained uncertain, yet it was intriguing that this newcomer had concealed his true abilities so well. Becoming a soul master with a first spirit ring identical to that of Senior Wang Hu, a century-old spirit ring. As the crowd murmured, Wang Hu lunged fiercely at Lin Buufon. In that moment, Lin Buufon's gaze sharpened with precision. With a swift step to the left, he narrowly evaded Wang Hu's charge, retaliating with a palm strike imbued with flickering lightning. Bang! The impact of Wang Hu's failed attack prompted him to respond instinctively, clawing back at Lin Buufon. A tingling sensation coursed through Wang Hu's arm as he realized the strength of his opponent. Not bad, he thought, narrowing his eyes and deciding to unleash his full power, allowing his spirit ring to shimmer faintly. First spirit skill, Tiger Descending the Mountain. A deafening roar erupted from Wang Hu, resonating with the majesty of the king of beasts. His eyes gleamed sharply as he charged at Lin Buufon with the speed of a gale. Lin Buufon remained unfazed, his spirit ring glowing subtly beneath his feet. First spirit skill, Thunder God Descends. Countless bolts of lightning erupted from Lin Buufon, illuminating his surroundings with a terrifying brilliance, as if the thunder god himself had descended. This first spirit skill granted Lin Buufon a remarkable enhancement in all facets: speed, attack, and defense, doubling his prowess in an instant. To the onlookers, Wang Hu appeared as a mere shadow, moving at an astonishing speed, yet to Lin Buufon, he seemed to crawl like a snail. Too slow. Lin Buufon remarked with a disdainful chuckle, bellowing, "Come forth, thunder." Boom. A thunderclap resounded through the clear sky, as a bolt of lightning streaked down, targeting Wang Hu's position. Lin Buufon pointed resolutely towards his opponent, causing a colossal bolt of thunder, the size of an infant's arm, to descend with devastating intent, slicing through the air towards Wang Hu. Wang Hu sensed an overwhelming danger approaching, his scalp prickling as every cell in his body trembled in response. Boom. A flash of lightning entered Wang Hu's field of vision, followed by a spectacular eruption of electric brilliance enveloping him. Crackle. Wang Hu's figure slowly collapsed amidst the electric flashes, his body charred and his hair standing on end. Hiss. Wang Hu had been defeated. He fell to a mere freshman. Are the newcomers truly this formidable? At that moment, the surrounding crowd of students gasped in astonishment, their eyes wide with disbelief as they gazed at Lin Buufon. "Boss, are you all right?" Li Chun and Xiao Yu, beside themselves with worry, rushed towards Wang Hu, eager to help him up. However, before they could touch him, a sudden crackle of electricity flickered, and 2 more bodies fell to the ground. Hiss. The onlookers gasped again. It was merely the aftermath, yet 2 more had succumbed. How terrifying was this? Everyone's gaze towards Lin Buufon transformed entirely. This young man was indeed astonishingly powerful. A playful smile crept onto Jiang Nanan's lips as she turned to leave the crowd. Lin Buufon noticed her departure and glanced at the 3 unconscious figures on the ground. His face paled. This strike had summoned a bolt of heavenly thunder, utterly draining his soul power. The outcome was as he had anticipated. How could mere mortals contend with divine might? Wang Hu had fallen, and the residual lightning had incapacitated Li Chun and Xiao Yu, Wang Hu's sycophants. Things had become somewhat complicated. Lin Buufon still needed to escort the 2 to the infirmary for treatment. Otherwise, even if they survived, they would suffer severe injuries and lingering effects. Chapter 17. A Year in the Star Doe Forest. Ultimately, Lin Buufon was unable to take Wang Hu and the others to the infirmary, as students had already gone to summon the healing spirit master. Initially, this healer was intended for Lin Buufon. Lin Buufon slipped away, disappearing into the crowd. Night. In the dormitory, Lin Buufon found himself alone. Jiang Nannan had vanished, while Wang Hu, Li Chun, and Xiaoyu remained in the infirmary. When Lin Buufon visited them that afternoon, the responsible healing spirit master informed him that the three would be bettered in for no less than 3 days. In summary, Lin Buufon had garnered fame. No, he was on the brink of notoriety. The duel with Wang Hu had attracted a considerable audience, and it was only a matter of time before the events of this battle spread throughout the academy. The freshman Lin Buufon had triumphed over the senior Wang Hu, defeating him so thoroughly that he would be unable to rise for 3 days. Was this a distortion of humanity or a decline in morality? I digress. In any case, this was the predicament Lin Buufon was about to face. Never mind the troubling thoughts. He would simply confront whatever came his way. Lin Buufon rubbed his temples, opting not to meditate or cultivate, but to fall directly into slumber. Meditation consumes mental energy, and currently, he feels somewhat lethargic. The battle with Wang Hu during the day had completely drained his soul power, and his mental strength was nearly depleted as well. Despite the impressive final strike that summoned thunder, the consumption was unprecedentedly immense. With Lin Buufon's current soul power reserves, he could only summon it once. Furthermore, precisely controlling the thunderous strike required substantial mental energy. He felt utterly fatigued and longed for a restful slumber. Not long after Lin Buufon fell asleep, the dormitory door creaked open, and a figure entered. Upon noticing Lin Buufon, who was already immersed in slumber, the figure paused momentarily before returning to their own bed to engage in meditation rather than sleep. The following day, at dawn, a beam of sunlight streamed through the window, rousing Lin Buufon from his slumber. He yawned and, after a brief wash, glanced at Jiang Nannan's bed, where the blankets were neatly arranged. Yet she was nowhere to be seen. Shaking his head, he made his way to the cafeteria. Along the way, as expected, the students he passed regarded him with expressions of astonishment and disbelief. Clearly, news of his battle with Wang Hu had spread, and while it affected Lin Buufon to some extent, such scrutiny felt akin to being treated like a spectacle, which was rather unpleasant. However, he could not voice his discontent. After all, was it wrong to revel in the excitement? Upon returning to class, he was met with the same assortment of astonished, envious, fearful, and yearning gazes. In the blink of an eye, a year had elapsed, and the Nor's Intermediate Soul Master Academy had entered its break. Throughout this past year, Lin Buufon had risen to become one of the 4 kings of the academy. Originally, there were 3 kings, but after Lin Buufon's victory over Wang Hu, the count increased. Among the 4 kings, apart from Wang Hu and Lin Buufon, the other 2 were Jiang Nannan and a young man named Xiao Qinyu. Lin Buufon shared a slightly better rapport with Jiang Nannan, while his relationships with the other 2 were rather strained. Yunhu Village. The silhouette of the village appeared on the horizon, igniting a wave of excitement within Lin Buufon. After a year, he was finally returning. He quickened his pace, striding toward Yunhu Village, and soon arrived at the village entrance. At that moment, a villager was exiting the village and upon seeing Lin Buufon standing there, initially paused in surprise before inquiring, "Young man, are you here to find someone?" Lin Buufon, taken aback, felt a twinge of disbelief at how much he had changed, prompting him to call out, "Uncle Wang, it's me, Lin Buufon. You didn't even recognize me?" Lin Buufon. Uncle Wang was taken aback, scrutinizing Lin Buufon from head to toe. Gazing at his youthful visage, Uncle Wang felt an inexplicable familiarity, as if he had encountered this essence before. "Ah, young lad, you have returned." Uncle Wang finally recognized Lin Buufon and burst into hearty laughter. "The academy has not taken a break, so I came back to visit my grandfather and all the uncles and aunts," Lin Buufon replied with a smile. "You mischievous boy, you should head back soon. Your grandfather has missed you dearly. When you have time in the evenings, do come over to my place for a gathering," Uncle Wang urged. "All right," Lin Buufon responded, bidding farewell to Uncle Wang as he strolled toward the village. Along the way, he encountered numerous familiar faces, greeting them all with a cheerful demeanor. After a leisurely walk, Lin Buufon halted before a well-known courtyard, his heart swelling with excitement at the sight of it. Just then, the door swung open, revealing an elderly man standing at the threshold. Upon noticing Lin Buufon outside, he was momentarily stunned. "Is that you, Xiao Fan?" "Yes, it is I," Lin Buufon exclaimed, unable to contain his joy any longer. He rushed forward and embraced the elder. "Grandfather, I have returned." News of Lin Buufon's return spread throughout the village, prompting many to pay him visits. Meanwhile, Lin Buufon found himself surrounded by a group of eager children, regaling them with tales from the Soul Master Academy. And so it was, I defeated Wang Hu with a single punch and became one of the 4 heavenly kings of the academy. Whoa, Brother Fan is so impressive. The children exclaimed, their faces alight with admiration. Oh, it was nothing extraordinary. Lin Buufon modestly scratched his head and smiled. That evening, the village was filled with merriment. A week later, Lin Buufon emerged from his meditation, a glimmer of determination in his eyes. His soul power had reached level 20. It was time to acquire his second soul ring for advancement. He intended to venture into the Stardow Forest to hunt soul beasts. However, entering the hunting grounds required a ticket costing 10 golden soul coins. Despite a year of frugality and diligent work, Lin Buufon had only saved 5 coins, still half the amount needed. Resolute in his decision, Lin Buufon, a man of swift action, began preparations that very day, gathering a change of clothes and provisions. Xiaofan, where are you off to this time? Inquired the old village chief, Lin Haifeng, observing Lin Buufon's bustling activity with curiosity. Grandfather, I have reached a bottleneck in my soul power. I plan to hunt soul beasts in the soul hunting forest to obtain my second soul ring for a breakthrough. Lin Buufon explained, omitting the fact that he intended to go to the far more perilous Stardow Forest, fearing that Lin Haifeng might not permit such a venture. Oh, off again, are we? Very well, but do remember to return early. This old body will be waiting for you at home, Lin Haifeng sighed. Upon hearing that Lin Buufon intended to hunt soul beasts, the old village head, Lin Haifeng, nodded with a smile, harboring no doubts. Chapter 18, The Light of Life, Part 1. The Stardow Forest lies at the border of the Heavenly Soul Empire, where it converges with the Douling Empire and the Luo Empire. Since ancient times, this locale has been one of the 3 great gathering places for soul beasts in the Douluo world, harboring countless ferocious soul beasts within its depths. Lin Buufon traversed this path at a leisurely pace, taking a full 3 days to finally arrive at the Stardow Forest. Gazing upon the dense thicket before him, an unwavering determination shone in Lin Buufon's eyes, as he hoped to discover a suitable soul beast within. He murmured softly to himself, contemplating that if he could not find an appropriate soul beast here, he would be at a loss as to where else he might seek one that would resonate with his spirit. Reflecting on the peculiarity of his martial soul, he still clung to a sliver of hope. His martial soul was the 9-colored divine light, encompassing 9 distinct attributes. However, he could currently only summon the power of the lightning attribute, while the other 8 attributes remained dormant, seemingly unreachable no matter how he tried. What kind of divine light would he awaken this time? Lin Buufon speculated that the 9-colored divine light corresponded to 9 attributes. With his first soul ring derived from the lightning attribute soul beast, the golden lightning beast, which enabled him to wield the power of lightning. What then would be the nature of his second soul ring? What kind of divine light would it bestow upon him? This enigma had long troubled Lin Buufon's mind. Perhaps there lay a pattern within? Just as Lin Buufon set foot into the Stardow Forest, the 9-colored divine light martial soul, which had long remained dormant at his brow, suddenly surged to life. The 6 attributes of gold, wood, water, fire, earth, and wind clashed and intertwined, striving to outshine one another. The radiance of 6 colors danced in a mesmerizing display, yet Lin Buufon had no time to revel in its wonder. In an instant, the feelings emanating from 6 distinct guiding directions surged within him, each direction igniting an intense sensation. That familiar feeling stirred Lin Buufon's heart. Previously, in the soul hunting forest, it had guided him to acquire the soul ring of the golden lightning beast, thus awakening the power of lightning. Now, however, he sensed 6 different guiding feelings, indicating that within the Stardow Forest, 6 soul beasts of varying attributes were suitable for him. His task now was to select one soul beast from among them. He loathed the notion of making choices. With a faint sigh, Lin Buufon attentively contemplated the directions of the 6 guiding sensations, and after a moment's hesitation, he chose one direction and proceeded onward. It seemed that upon his decision, the 5 remaining divine lights flickered briefly before falling into silence. In the center of Lin Buufon's forehead, a flicker of crimson light danced with vitality, reminiscent of a triumphant victor. Shortly after he ventured into the forest, an unusual rustling emerged from the thicket to his right. Suddenly, a soul beast sprang forth, a winged baboon, approximately 1.5 meters tall, with elongated arms, sharp claws, and a coat of dense fur, revealing a mouthful of fangs. This particular creature was a 10-year-old winged baboon. Upon spotting Lin Buufon, the winged baboon exhibited no fear. Instead, it roared ferociously, its eyes glinting with malice as if preparing to attack. As anticipated, in the next moment, the beast lunged at Lin Buufon, leaving a shadow in its wake. A silver light flickered upon Lin Buufon's forehead, arcs of electricity enveloping him as he summoned the power of thunder. With a resounding crash, a sphere of lightning materialized in his palm and hurtled towards the winged baboon. The creature was struck instantly, sent flying and charred, collapsing to the ground, its fate uncertain. Moments later, a ring of white soul rings coalesced above its lifeless body. Suspended in the air, Lin Buufon paid it no heed and continued forward, guided by an unseen force. This incident was merely a minor episode that did not impede his progress, yet it illustrated the ferocity of the soul beasts in the Douluo forest. In the soul-hunting forest, such a beast of this 10-year caliber would seldom initiate an attack. As Lin Buufon delved deeper into the Douluo forest, he remained vigilant, concealing his presence. With each step, he encountered increasingly formidable soul beasts, some aged 100 years, others 1,000. Anxiety gripped him. Had he not yet arrived? He grew more apprehensive, narrowly avoiding detection by several soul beasts. As night descended, the perils of the Douluo forest intensified, yet he still had not reached his intended destination. Perhaps I should change my course, Lin Buufon pondered, concealed within the crown of a towering tree. He had ventured far enough into the interior, where the lurking soul beasts were predominantly of the 1,000-year caliber. The direction he sought remained deeper within, suggesting that the soul beast he was after might be of 1,000 or even 10,000 years old. Approaching such a creature directly felt akin to delivering oneself as an offering. He wondered whether his slight frame would suffice. Resolving to rest for the night, Lin Buufon decided to devise a plan for his escape at dawn, for the night was fraught with danger. The following morning, as the first rays of sunlight kissed the earth, Lin Buufon, having endured a night of trepidation, vowed that should his strength remain insufficient, he would never again venture so deeply into the forest. Last night, numerous formidable soul beasts passed by him. Had he not concealed himself with utmost caution, blending his aura seamlessly with the surrounding environment, he would undoubtedly have been discovered. It seemed that the flickering flame at his brow had sensed Lin Buufon's resignation, becoming increasingly languid. In stark contrast, the other 5 divine lights regained their vibrancy, and the ethereal guidance surged once more. This time, Lin Buufon chose the direction closest to him, steering towards the periphery instead of delving deeper into the interior. He feared that further penetration would lead to his untimely demise, as venturing deeper would inevitably bring him face to face with 10,000-year soul beasts, which would be far beyond his capacity to contend with. A beam of green divine light radiated from his brow, guiding Lin Buufon forward as he gradually departed from the inner regions. On the outskirts of the Douluo forest, Lin Buufon paused beside a crystalline river. He had reached his destination. The direction indicated by the green divine light lay across the riverbank. Yet there were no fewer than dozens of soul beasts milling about the shore. A sheen of perspiration formed on Lin Buufon's forehead, the heat palpable. How was he to cross? Observing the soul beasts on the bank, including white-armored giant rhinos and black-feathered firebirds. He even spotted several giant crocodile soul beasts lurking beneath the water's surface. After a moment's contemplation, Lin Buufon resolved that circumventing them would be the wiser choice. For should he attempt a direct crossing and encounter an attack from this throng of soul beasts, his chances of escape would be slim. Thus, Lin Buufon proceeded upstream along the river, striving to avoid disturbing the nearby soul beasts. Chapter 19. The Light of Life, Part 2. Ascending the river. Although this route would take him longer to reach the opposite bank, time was a luxury he possessed in abundance. For the sake of his safety, taking a detour was undoubtedly prudent. After a day's journey, Lin Buufon finally arrived at the river's upper reaches, where a colossal boulder, measuring 10 yards in size, obstructed the watercourse, dividing the river into 2 segments. Streams of water cascaded gently through the crevices of the stone. The green luminescence at his brow flickered more intensely, and as he gazed across the river, Lin Buufon's anticipation grew. There were scarcely any soul beasts in this upper section, and with the substantial boulder blocking most of the turbulent waters, he easily reached the opposite bank. Following the guidance emanating from his brow, Lin Buufon continued onward. After approximately half an hour, he came to a halt before an extraordinary willow tree. This was a plant that had evolved into a soul beast, and Lin Buufon could distinctly sense the faint fluctuations of soul power emanating from it, albeit weak, yet perceptible. At this moment, the willow tree, transformed into a soul beast, had been severed into 2 parts, the break charred and blackened, unmistakably marked by the strike of lightning. It was evident that this willow tree, having painstakingly cultivated into a soul beast, had met with an unfortunate fate, struck by divine thunder, resulting in its current state. A soul beast born from a plant, particularly one as rare as a willow, is indeed a rarity. Lin Buufon felt a sense of contemplation, having encountered yet another unique soul beast. Since the divine light of the wood element has guided me to you, it is clear that you are the soul beast most suited to me. Become my soul ring. Lin Buufon could discern that this willow tree had little time left. Its perseverance until now was solely supported by the robust life force inherent to plant-type soul beasts. Should it fail to endure any longer and be unable to achieve rebirth, death would be its only fate. A silver light flickered between Lin Buufon's brows, and arcs of lightning danced around him. A bolt of thunder was coalescing in his palm. Boom! Lin Buufon unleashed a strike towards the willow, severing its final vestiges of resistance. Above the remains of the willow, the fluctuations of soul power surged violently, and a yellow soul ring began to take shape. After a while, Lin Buufon sat cross-legged on the ground, radiant green light emanating from his brow, drawing the soul ring towards him. Simultaneously, a rich green aura enveloped the willow, emanating a powerful life force. The body of the willow began to shrink, ultimately reducing to the size of a palm, hovering at Lin Buufon's brow. After encircling him, the willow finally melded deep into his brow. Lin Buufon then commenced the full absorption of the soul ring's power, waves of soul energy crashing into his body. Yet unbeknownst to him, the layer of life light surrounding him began to quietly expand, like waves upon waves, each surge more potent than the last. An endless torrent of robust life energy radiated from him, spreading outward through the entire Douluo forest. The outer circle, the inner circle, the mixed circle, the core circle. Countless soul beasts, whether engaged in fierce battles for territory, evading the pursuit of natural enemies, or snoring peacefully in their lairs, were suddenly awakened. They sensed the rich life force permeating the air, halting their activities to greedily inhale the vitality around them, beginning their cultivation. In the Douluo forest, a frenzy of cultivation erupted. Even two soul beasts, natural enemies locked in a chase, curiously ceased their conflict at this moment. In the core area of the Douluo forest, by the shores of the Lake of Life, shimmering under the light, a gentle green mist enveloped the surface of the lake, formed from the vaporization of liquefied life force. On the bank of the Lake of Life, a strikingly handsome young man with black hair sat cross-legged, seemingly engaged in meditation. Suddenly, the young man opened his eyes, revealing a pair of mesmerizing golden-red orbs, filled with astonishment. How could this vitality be so immense? Emperor Tian was taken aback. The life force that had suddenly manifested was so dense it seemed on the verge of dissolving, enveloping a vast expanse. Within his spiritual perception, this life energy seemed to encompass the entirety of the Douluo forest. It is known that the Douluo forest, one of the foremost gathering places for soul beasts in the Douluo continent, though its area is no longer comparable to that of a millennium past, remains exceedingly vast. The implication of such robust life energy enveloping the entire Douluo forest was profound. Suddenly, the once tranquil Lake of Life was stirred, ripples cascading across its surface as if something were about to emerge. With a resounding crash, a massive silver claw burst forth from the depths of the water, followed by a colossal figure leaping into the air, sending droplets of water scattering everywhere. "Welcome, Master." Emperor Tian's pupils constricted sharply, and he immediately knelt on one knee in reverence. Before him was a grand and graceful silver dragon, its shimmering scales glinting in a way that made it difficult to gaze upon directly. From this sudden influx of life energy, Emperor Tian sensed a trace of primal resonance. "Go and locate it. If you can acquire this item, my hidden injuries will surely heal within a century, and that will mark the time when my clan ascends once more to the divine realm, making those hypocritical deities pay for their transgressions." Upon hearing this, a hint of joy flickered across Emperor Tian's handsome face. "Yes, Master, I shall retrieve that item for you at once," he said respectfully, rising to soar into the skies above the Douluo forest to search for what the Silver Dragon King desired. Meanwhile, the Silver Dragon King remained in place, inhaling deeply the abundant life energy that filled the air. Once airborne, Emperor Tian quickly identified the source of the life energy, which was the location of Lin Buufon. So that is where it lies. Emperor Tian narrowed his eyes, realizing the source of the life energy was, astonishingly, a human. He could barely discern Lin Buufon's silhouette, yet it mattered little. With a swift motion, a rift tore through the fabric of space, and Emperor Tian's hand transformed into a massive black dragon claw, reaching into the breach. Above Lin Buufon, the void suddenly ruptured, and a gigantic dark claw, imbued with cataclysmic might, descended upon him. Boom! The air seemed to freeze at that moment, leaving only the colossal claw exuding a terrifying aura. Buzzing sounds filled the atmosphere as the nine-colored divine light at Lin Buufon's brow quivered violently, the nine hues swirling rapidly. Boom! A massive torrent of thunder erupted suddenly, its terrifying force piercing through the enormous black dragon claw. With a series of resounding explosions, the claw shattered, dispersing into a cloud of sanguine mist. At this moment, Lin Buufon's brow illuminated with a radiant nine-colored divine light, and a crimson beam shot forth. Instantly, a conflagration engulfed the sky, its searing heat vaporizing the blood mist into nothingness. Unbeknownst to Lin Buufon, he was fervently absorbing the energy contained within the soul ring. Chapter 20. The Golden Willow, Leaf of Life. A resonant hum echoed as Lin Buufon's brow revealed the previously submerged willow tree, now transformed into a brilliant hue of gold. Crystalline and translucent, as if sculpted from pure crystal. An inexhaustible vitality emanated from it, its powerful life force striking awe into the beholder. Simultaneously, Lin Buufon opened his eyes, a glimmer of brilliance passing through them, as a silver lightning bolt and a golden willow materialized, with two rings of yellow soul energy gracefully ascending from beneath his feet. The first soul ring bore faint silver patterns, now deepened as if they were an inherent part of its essence. The second soul ring, infused with a delicate green, brimmed with vibrant life. Rising from the ground, Lin Buufon observed the lightning and willow, each transforming into a stream of light, hovering at his left and right hands respectively. To his surprise, his second soul skill manifested as a healing ability. He had anticipated a defensive skill, yet it had unexpectedly turned into a means of restoration. This second soul skill was derived from a 100-year-old plant soul beast, the willow tree, aptly named Leaf of Life. Its sole purpose was to heal, regardless of the severity of one's injuries. Even if but a breath remained, complete recovery was assured. Furthermore, this ability bore no restrictions. It could be applied to oneself, others, or any living being, as long as life existed within them. This was remarkable, for typically, healing soul skills possess limitations. Some healing soul masters find their effectiveness halved when healing themselves, yet Lin Buufon faced no such constraints. Additionally, many soul masters impose time limits on their healing abilities, whereas Lin Buufon's healing skill was solely contingent upon his soul power. As long as his soul power was sufficient, he could unleash this skill without hesitation. Reclaiming his martial soul, Lin Buufon's nine-colored divine light had awakened two forms, the silver lightning symbolizing thunder and the green light representing restoration. A premonition stirred within him, suggesting that his nine-colored divine light martial soul was perhaps more complex than he had initially perceived. The awakening of another divine light might herald a cataclysmic transformation, a prospect that filled Lin Buufon with eager anticipation. After a brief pause in place, Lin Buufon hastily made his way towards the outskirts of the Stardow forest without a second thought. The dangers here were exceedingly treacherous, having acquired his second spirit ring. It was prudent to depart sooner rather than later. Lingering any longer could lead to a perilous encounter with a formidable spirit beast. Half a day later, a peculiar figure emerged from the Stardow forest, casting glances over his shoulder intermittently. This individual was none other than Lin Buufon. It struck him as odd that the spirit beasts, upon noticing him, remained utterly unresponsive. His expression reflected a hint of perplexity. Upon exiting the forest, he had observed a bizarre phenomenon. The spirit beasts seemed to be under some sort of enchantment, remaining completely still. In fact, Lin Buufon had inadvertently brushed against a 1,000-year-old spirit beast, which merely regarded him with a fleeting glance and displayed no inclination to attack. This left Lin Buufon utterly baffled. When he had first arrived, even a mere 10-year-old wind baboon would have launched an aggressive assault, yet this ancient spirit beast did not react. The territorial instincts of spirit beasts are typically quite intense. Any intrusion into their domain is immediately met with hostility. However, the events of today confounded him. He even witnessed two natural enemies coexisting peacefully, neither making a move. Truly strange. Resolving not to dwell on it further, Lin Buufon retraced his steps, contemplating how long he had been away and that the village elder must be growing anxious. He mused that obtaining the spirit ring had been a harrowing yet rewarding endeavor. The elder would undoubtedly be overjoyed upon seeing Lin Buufon's new spirit ring. Unbeknownst to him, from the moment he departed the Stardow forest, a pair of eyes had been intently watching him, filled predominantly with curiosity and intrigue. Above the lake of life in the Stardow forest, a petite figure stood suspended in the air, with a young man possessing black hair and eyes standing respectfully behind her. "Are you certain that the life energy emanates from that little fellow?" The diminutive figure inquired indifferently. With her prowess, she could easily observe Lin Buufon's every move, even from deep within the Stardow forest. "Yes, my lord," the young man, Tion, replied with reverence. "Very well," the silver-haired girl responded softly. After a moment, she added, "For now, let us not concern ourselves with him, nor take any action against him." Upon hearing this, Tion grew anxious. "But my lord, your injuries." The silver-haired girl waved her hand dismissively, a hint of impatience crossing her exquisite features. "Just listen to me. For the time being, do not engage with him. Moreover, The life energy he inadvertently released has remarkably healed my injuries by 30%, which is sufficient. Additionally, the countless soul beasts within the starry forest, having undergone this baptism of life energy, will undoubtedly grow stronger, leading to a significant enhancement in their overall power. We have indeed gained considerable benefits. Though Emperor Tian felt a twinge of reluctance, he dared not defy the maiden's command. Unbeknownst to the maiden, who was preoccupied with thoughts of the claw that had been shattered by a fiery explosion, she reflected on the residual flame energy above, which harbored a faint essence of the fire's origin, an energy more advanced than mere loss. Could it be the reincarnation of a deity? The maiden whispered softly. Meanwhile, Lin Buufon spent several days returning to the Heavenly Soul Empire. However, rather than heading directly to Yunhu village, he made his way to North City. He intended to pay a visit to Master Fu Yunhai, the great soul master who had provided him with immense support. Lin Buufon purchased some fruits and gifts from nearby shops, his finances permitting only such modest purchases. Perhaps I should devise a way to earn some pocket money. Over the past year, aside from attending classes at the academy, Lin Buufon dedicated his leisure time to part-time work to earn some income. As a work-study student, he relied on such earnings for his sustenance. However, his journey in part-time employment had not been particularly smooth. Were it not for the occasional assistance from senior sister Jiang Nannan, he might have faced dire straits. Speaking of which, it seems senior sister Zhang's family also resides in a nearby village. Lin Buufon stroked his chin, contemplating that after visiting Master Fu Yunhai, he would also visit senior sister Jiang Nannan, for she had been a significant source of help throughout the year, and with her graduation approaching next year, he might never see her again. With these thoughts in mind, Lin Buufon carried a bag of fresh fruits towards Master Fu Yunhai's residence. Chapter 21. Ailments and Mysterious Water Elixirs. Master Fu Yunhai had previously informed Lin Buufon of his precise location. After traversing 2 streets, Lin easily located the Master's dwelling. This area was predominantly an upscale residential district, inhabited chiefly by soul masters. Indeed, only soul masters could afford to reside here. The monthly rent alone demanded a gold soul coin, a sum that posed a challenge for ordinary individuals to earn within a month. For soul masters, although a gold soul coin is substantial, it is not beyond their means. They often earn several dozen gold soul coins in a single transaction, making money relatively easy to acquire. At that moment, Lin Buufon suddenly noticed a familiar silhouette ahead, stirring a sense of recognition within him, as if he had encountered it before. Lin Buufon came to a halt, his gaze fixated upon a figure that seemed eerily familiar, his brows knitting together in perplexity as he struggled to recall where he had encountered this individual. Just as he pondered, the figure rounded a corner, revealing a stunning profile that took his breath away. It was Senior Jiang Nannan. Lin Buufon abruptly noticed that Jiang Nannan appeared somewhat desolate. Her once radiant countenance now bore an unusual pallor. What could have befallen Senior Jiang Nannan? Lin Buufon's heart stirred as he recalled that her complexion had been less than favorable during his recent months at the academy. Had something unfortunate transpired? He glanced at the bag of fruit he held and, after a moment's hesitation, decided to pursue her. He intended to inquire about her well-being. Her demeanor was evidently troubling, and perhaps he might be of assistance, considering the care she had extended to him during their time at the academy. Lin Buufon trailed behind her, maintaining a respectful distance. Perhaps due to her preoccupied mind, Jiang Nannan, with her acute sixth sense as a spirit master, remained oblivious to his presence. Eventually, after a brief while, Jiang Nannan entered a pharmacy. Lin Buufon halted, his expression grave as he regarded the establishment before him. This pharmacy catered exclusively to the affluent, owned by a third-ring healing spirit master, with fees that were far from modest. A mere entry required at least 10 gold coins. What could possibly be troubling Jiang Nannan? Lin Buufon's brow furrowed deeply. Like him, she was a work-study student whose meager income stemmed solely from simple tasks at the academy, barely accumulating even 10 gold soul coins throughout the year. Why would she venture into such a pharmacy? Could it be that a family member was gravely injured? His thoughts were a whirlwind, racing in myriad directions within the span of an instant. Just as he contemplated these matters, Jiang Nannan emerged from the pharmacy. Her eyes reddened as though she had been weeping. Lin Buufon, sensing her distress, was about to call out to her when she hurriedly departed. Had Senior Jiang Nannan truly been crying? Observing the path she had taken, he noticed a few crystalline tears that had fallen. What on earth was happening? A sense of unease enveloped him as he stepped into the pharmacy. Inside, an elderly man with hair and beard white as snow sat at the counter. Upon noticing Lin Buufon's arrival, a smile graced his face. "What can I assist you with, dear customer?" he inquired. Lin Buufon shook his head, instead asking, "I just saw a girl rush out of here in tears. Do you know what transpired, sir?" The old man regarded Lin Buufon with a look of surprise. "Why do you ask about that?" I merely wish to inquire out of curiosity. Lin Buufon, with a stoic demeanor, discreetly retrieved a gold soul coin and placed it upon the counter before the elder. Observing this, the elder impassively pocketed the coin, sighing. This matter is no longer a secret. If you wish to know, I shall inform you. The elder then regarded Lin Buufon, remaining silent for an extended moment. Lin Buufon furrowed his brow, producing another gold soul coin, his heart aching at the thought of parting with it. How cunning this old man is. Having already deceived him of 2 gold soul coins, the elder again collected the coin without a hint of emotion and finally spoke. The girl who just ran out is named Jiang Nannan, a student of the North's Junior Soul Master Academy. The elder cast a glance at Lin Buufon, noting his lack of any particular reaction, and continued, speaking of which, the girl's background is rather pitiable. Both of her parents are soul masters. However, her father disappeared while hunting soul beasts in the Stardow Forest when she was merely 4 years old. Her mother, having sustained injuries in her youth and failing to recuperate properly during her pregnancy, has been left in a fragile state and is now bedridden. The elder concluded with a face full of lamentation. Is there truly no remedy for her condition? Lin Buufon pressed on. The elder shook his head. While treatment is possible, it would only prolong her life for a short while. Her mother's heart has never been robust, and her weakening body makes recovery increasingly difficult. The heart is the most vital organ. Complete healing would require the intervention of a title Douluo level healing soul master. Otherwise, there is no hope. Lin Buufon was taken aback, having never anticipated that Jiang Nannan's mother's ailment had reached such a dire extent. The elder continued, yet, there is not entirely no solution. It is said that the Xianming sect possesses a elixir known as the Xuanwu Divine Pill. With its application and careful nurturing, a complete recovery could indeed be feasible. Alas, the Xuanwu Divine Pill is a closely guarded secret of the Xianming sect, exceedingly rare and not easily obtained. Lin Buufon's expression faltered. This was effectively akin to saying nothing at all. Thank you for your insights, elder. Lin Buufon departed from the apothecary, feeling somewhat despondent. Both the title Douluo level healing soul master and the Xuanwu Divine Pill were not easily accessible. Perhaps I should consider utilizing my second soul skill. Lin Buufon mused. For his second soul skill, the Leaf of Life, imposes no restrictions whatsoever. It can heal any injury, and even if there is but a single breath remaining. As long as his soul power is abundant enough, he could bring someone back. Before that, however, he must first locate senior sister Jiang Nannan. Lin Buufon gazed at the sky and then made his way to Master Fu Yunhai's residence, deciding to delay the matter of treating Jiang Nannan's mother for the time being. Lin Buufon arrived at the door of Master Fu Yunhai's residence and knocked gently. The door was opened by a woman of striking beauty. May I inquire who you are? She asked, her eyes reflecting a flicker of curiosity as she gazed at Lin Buufon. He too was taken aback. The address provided by Master Fu was indeed correct. Yet it was a woman who answered the door. Ollie, what is it? A familiar voice resonated from within, and in the next moment, a middle-aged man emerged. Lin Buufon's eyes brightened. Master Fu Yunhai, it's me. Chapter 22. Do you believe me? Oh, Xiaofan, what brings you here? Master Fu exclaimed, instinctively stepping forward to welcome Lin Buufon inside. So, this is the little fellow with innate full soul power you mentioned? Ollie cast a glance at Lin Buufon, her eyes sparkling with intrigue. Master Fu, this is just a small token of my appreciation, Lin Buufon said, bringing in a bag of fruit he had carried. Oh, since you've come, you needn't bring anything. Master Fu feigned discontent, though a hint of delight danced in his eyes. It is customary to bring a gift when visiting, especially since you have assisted me so much, Master Fu, Lin Buufon replied with a sheepish smile, genuinely grateful for the help he had received. Come in and have a seat. Standing around ISNT Ideal, Master Fu chuckled, observing the significant growth in Lin Buufon's stature since their last meeting. By the way, this is my girlfriend, and you might consider her your teacher's wife, he introduced Ollie. Hello, teacher's wife, Lin Buufon greeted with respect. Hello, Xiaofan, Ollie smiled warmly in return. The trio settled in the living room, while Ollie went to brew tea for the two men. What prompted you to visit me all of a sudden? Master Fu inquired. I just acquired my second soul ring and thought it had been a year since we last met. So I came to see you, Lin Buufon replied, scratching his head with a grin. Already at level 20? Master Fu was taken aback, unable to suppress a gasp of astonishment. Even with his extensive experience, he had never witnessed such rapid progress in cultivation. To ascend from the teens to level 20 in just 1 year was beyond mere genius. It was nothing short of monstrous. It is well known that the journey of a soul master becomes increasingly arduous, with each level demanding an extensive investment of time. Indeed, he truly is a prodigy blessed with innate full soul power, Master Fu mused silently. What is your second soul skill? Master Fu asked, curiosity piqued. Lin Buufon's brow shimmered with light as a palm-sized golden willow tree materialized in his hand. My second soul skill is Leaves of Life, a healing-type soul skill. Leaves of Life. Master Fu echoed, perplexed. Indeed, this soul skill can be deemed extraordinary, as it imposes no limitations whatsoever. The only restriction lies in the amount of soul power I possess. Lin Buufon explained. With my current soul power level, I can cast this soul skill approximately 10 times. However, if the healing soul master exceeds my soul power level, the number of casts will further diminish. Hiss. Su Yinhai was once again astonished. If what Lin Buufon said were true, then this soul skill called Leaf of Life could easily be deemed a divine technique. At that moment, Ollie came over with a pot of tea she had prepared. What are you discussing? Ollie inquired with curiosity. After spending nearly an hour at Su Yunhai's residence, Lin Buufon took his leave. Noticing the time, he realized it was getting late. If he delayed any further, he would find himself stranded on the streets tonight. With this thought in mind, Lin Buufon quickened his pace. Just as he reached the city gate, a familiar figure appeared ahead, staggering. Sister Jiang Nanan. Upon seeing her, Lin Buufon's eyes brightened, and he was about to pursue her when suddenly, Jiang Nanan quickened her pace and dashed out of the city gate. This left Lin Buufon perplexed, prompting him to hasten his steps and follow her. However, the direction Jiang Nanan was heading was opposite to where Lin Buufon needed to go, diverging from the same path. After a moment of hesitation, he ultimately decided to chase after her. As night fell, a bright moon ascended into the branches. The rural path became increasingly treacherous under the veil of night, and Jiang Nanan's speed quickened, as if she sensed someone trailing behind her. Lin Buufon was uncertain why Jiang Nanan accelerated. All he could do was match her pace. Suddenly, Jiang Nanan's figure vanished from his sight. Lin Buufon halted, puzzled. Where did she go? Why has she disappeared? Just then, he felt a gust of wind behind him, a chill sweeping over him. Startled, Lin Buufon instinctively raised his hand to block, only to touch something smooth and delicate. Immediately, a soft body pressed against him. First soul skill, Waist Bow. Under the moonlight, the girl tilted her face upwards, and 2 circles of yellow soul rings emerged, the first ring glowing faintly. With a swift motion, the girl bent down sharply, and with a resounding thud, she sent Lin Buufon flying. He quickly braced himself with his palms, rolling several times before leaping back to his feet. Oh, it's you, Xiaofan. After flinging Lin Buufon away, Jiang Nanan, aided by the moonlight, finally recognized that it was Lin Buufon who had been following her. Hearing this, Lin Buufon couldn't help but chuckle wryly, saying, Of course it's me. Sister Nanan, you could have been more careful before making a move. Humph, who told you to follow me so closely? Jiang Nanan retorted with a scoff. Now, speak up, what are you following me for? She asked, her brow slightly raised. Lin Buufon gazed at the young lady before him. Even though he often encountered her at the academy, she remained breathtakingly enchanting. However, he noticed that Jiang Nanan's eyes were slightly reddened, as if she had been weeping. A heaviness settled upon Lin Buufon's heart. Had the illness afflicting that elder sister Nanan truly reached a stage where no remedy could be found? Jiang Nanan's expression suddenly shifted. You've been following me? No, I haven't. Lin Buufon quickly clarified upon seeing the fierce glint in Jiang Nanan's eyes. I merely spotted you in North City today. Noticed you entering the apothecary and inquired with the proprietor. It was not my intention to pry. Humph, as if you would dare, Jiang Nanan scoffed. Her initial somber mood lightening a bit at Lin Buufon's flustered explanation. Indeed, as you mentioned, my mother's illness has reached an incurable stage. Is there truly no hope? Lin Buufon asked, a glimmer of concern in his voice. Jiang Nanan shook her head. Unless a tidal Douluo intervenes. At this, Jiang Nanan fell silent, her gaze dimming. Such an occurrence was utterly impossible for a commoner like her to orchestrate. Hearing this, Lin Buufon too was enveloped in silence. Yet, it is not entirely devoid of options, Jiang Nanan murmured, her voice barely audible, yet Lin Buufon caught her words. What options? The Xuanwu Divine Pill. Jiang Nanan appeared to arrive at a momentous decision, her eyes hardening with resolve. But the Xuanwu Divine Pill belongs to the Xianming sect. Seeking it from them is as arduous as enlisting a tidal Daoist aid, Lin Buufon countered, shaking his head. This matter is not for you to concern yourself with. I have my own means, Jiang Nanan replied coldly. You should return now. Thank you for your concern. With that, Jiang Nanan turned and walked away. But Lin Buufon followed closely. She halted, casting a glance at him, her eyes gleaming with a mix of anger and amusement. What? Do you wish to follow me? No. Lin Buufon was at a loss for words, pondering how to converse with Jiang Nanan, hesitating in his stance. If there's nothing more, you should hurry home, she urged, growing increasingly impatient. As she began to turn away, Lin Buufon called out to her once more. Wait, what is it now? Jiang Nanan turned back, meeting his unwavering gaze. Jiang Nannan, do you trust me? Chapter 23, Treatment. Jiang Nannan, do you trust me? Lin Buufon asked earnestly, his eyes brimming with sincerity. Jiang Nannan was momentarily taken aback, her brow furrowing. What are you saying? Seeing her reaction, Lin Buufon immediately summoned his martial spirit, a petite golden willow tree soaring forth from his forehead, transforming into a streak of light that landed gracefully in his outstretched hand. Meanwhile, 2 circles of yellow soul rings gradually ascended from beneath Lin Buufon's feet. One bore intricate silver patterns, while the other was adorned with mysterious green engravings. The sight of these 2 soul rings was indeed peculiar. Your martial spirit is not merely lightning. You possess a twin martial spirit, Jiang Nannan exclaimed, covering her mouth in astonishment as she gazed at Lin Buufon. He shook his head and replied, I do not possess a twin martial spirit. Rather, my martial spirit is perhaps rather unique. Lin Buufon continued, revealing that he himself did not know much about his martial spirit. My martial spirit is actually called the 9-colored divine light, which encompasses 9 distinct attributes. The lightning is merely a manifestation that emerged upon acquiring my first soul ring, awakening the lightning attribute. Lin Buufon spoke calmly. He understood that his martial spirit would eventually be revealed, and sharing this secret with Jiang Nannan posed no concern. The reason he had previously claimed his martial spirit was lightning at the academy was merely a facade. After obtaining my second soul ring, I awakened the divine light representing the wood attribute, along with gaining a healing soul skill. Upon hearing this, Jiang Nannan felt intrigued. Yet she was aware that Lin Buufon would not deceive her. If he intended to mislead her, he would not reveal the secrets of his martial spirit. However, she retorted, but even if you have awakened a healing soul skill, what use is it? My mother's illness requires at least a title Douluo to have any hope of recovery. Not merely a great soul master. Senior Jiang, please allow me to finish, Lin Buufon interjected. My second soul skill is called the Leaf of Life, capable of healing all injuries and ailments without any restrictions. The only limitation lies in the amount of my soul power. If my soul power is sufficient, I could even restore a paralyzed person to full health. Lin Buufon's words struck Jiang Nannan like a heavy blow, causing her breath to quicken. If what he said was true, then his second soul skill was nothing short of miraculous. Jiang Nannan, being an astute individual, quickly deduced why Lin Buufon was divulging so much information. Shall fan you? Lin Buufon nodded affirmatively and said, Senior, please allow me to try. If my soul skill can indeed heal your mother. At this, Jiang Nannan hesitated for a moment, but soon her indecision transformed into resolve. Even if there was only a 1 in 10,000 chance, she would attempt it. Her mother was the one person she cared for most in this world. Then let us give it a try. Shao Fan, I beg of you. As dawn broke, delicate golden rays cascaded down, and the sun slowly rose on the horizon, marking the beginning of a new day in Notting Village. This is the home of Jiang Nannan. After a night of travel, the two finally arrived here. Nottingham Village was further than Lin Buufon had imagined. As dawn broke, villagers had already begun their labor in the fields adjacent to the village. Ah, Nannan, you're back, a villager exclaimed, noticing Jiang Nannan's return. It's been a year, and that little girl has grown quite a bit. I'm back, auntie, uncle. Jiang Nannan replied with a smile. Ha ha ha, it's good to be back, especially with your boyfriend in tow. Your mother will surely be delighted to see him. Another villager jested, noticing Lin Buufon beside Jiang Nannan. Jiang Nannan's cheeks flushed crimson, extending to the nape of her neck. Stealing a glance at Lin Buufon, she realized he was looking at her as well. What are you staring at? Jiang Nannan playfully scolded, glaring at Lin Buufon as she reached out to tug at his ear. Lin Buufon instinctively dodged. Frustrated that her attempt had failed, Jiang Nannan stared at the boy, now nearly her height, and felt a surge of irritation. When did he become so agile? With this thought, Jiang Nannan suddenly reached for the soft flesh at Lin Buufon's waist, and this time he could not evade her grasp, resulting in a yelp of pain. Lin Buufon felt a twitch in his facial muscles, beginning to understand the sentiments of boys with girlfriends in his previous life. Indeed, this seemed to be an essential skill possessed by girls. The nearby villagers laughed heartily, observing the playful banter between the two, their eyes reflecting a hint of romantic intrigue. Jiang Nannan shot Lin Buufon an annoyed glance and turned to walk ahead, prompting him to hastily follow. Jiang Nannan's home was located at the northernmost part of the village. The village was small, consisting of merely a few dozen households. After about 10 minutes of walking, they finally arrived. Before them stood an old house, somewhat dilapidated. This was Jiang Nannan's home. At that moment, the door opened, and a middle-aged woman emerged. Ah, Nannan, you've finally returned, she said, first glancing at Lin Buufon with a hint of surprise before focusing on Jiang Nannan, her expression turning anxious. You must go inside and see. Your mother's condition has worsened, and time may be running short. Upon hearing this, Jiang Nan felt as if struck by lightning. After a moment of stunned silence, she rushed into the house, with Lin Buufon following closely behind. Inside a bedroom, Jiang Nan found a woman resembling her. Lying on the bed and coughing intermittently, Lin Buufon entered behind her, his gaze shifting to the middle-aged woman on the bed. The middle-aged woman appeared youthful, yet her complexion was strikingly pale, almost ghostly. Her hair, a mix of black and white, framed her face, and she coughed intermittently, rendering her already pallid visage tinged with an unsettling flush. Nan, you're back, she said, her voice gentle as she gazed upon her daughter, whose likeness to her younger self was uncanny. Mom, I'm back. Jiang Nan sobbed, tears streaming down her cheeks as she looked at her mother. Why are you crying, dear? I'm not dead yet, Jiang's mother replied, her face unnaturally flushed as she coughed heavily. Mom, please don't speak. I will find a way to heal you. Jiang Nan grasped her mother's hand tightly, her determination palpable. Senior, please step aside. Let me attend to Annie first and see if my treatment proves effective, Lin Buufon interjected, observing the tear-streaked face of his senior, uncertain of how to offer comfort. His priority was clear, to cure Jiang's mother as swiftly as possible. However, a sense of trepidation lingered within him, as he was unsure whether his soul technique would yield any results for her condition. Chapter 24, A New Discovery. Upon hearing Lin Buufon's voice, Jiang Nan, in a daze, rose to her feet. Cough, cough. This is Jiang Nan's mother, she managed to say, realizing that guests had arrived. Mom, this is a junior of mine. He is here to help you with your illness, Jiang Nan explained. Cough, cough. There is no need for trouble. I understand my own condition, Jiang's mother replied, a fleeting shadow of sorrow crossing her eyes. She longed to recover, to live joyfully alongside her daughter. Yet she recognized the grave reality of her illness, knowing full well that recovery seemed impossible. Auntie, please don't say that. I believe you will recover, Lin Buufon reassured her. After all, Senior Nan has exhausted every effort to find a cure for you. What you need is to maintain a positive and hopeful mindset to conquer this illness, so that her efforts are not in vain. Jiang's mother appeared momentarily taken aback by Lin Buufon's words, and after a pause, she slowly replied, Perhaps you are right. I should indeed strive to shift my perspective. As she spoke, she looked at Jiang Nan and gently wiped away her tears. There, silly child. I will get better. I want to see my little Nan get married, and perhaps even have a few children of her own. Mom, what are you saying? Jiang Nan shot a glance at Lin Buufon, feeling the awkwardness of discussing such intimate matters in front of an outsider. Lin Buufon cleared his throat and turned away, claiming he had heard nothing. After a moment, he faced Jiang Nan and said, Senior Jiang, may I trouble you to step aside for a moment? I would like to conduct an experiment. Jiang Nan nodded gently, moving aside to stand quietly in the background. Lin Buufon approached the bedside, gazing at the pallid face of the woman before him. Taking a deep breath, he said, Auntie, I must uncover the blanket to provide you with treatment. I hope you will understand. Jiang Mu nodded, replying, Child, please proceed as you see fit. Seeing her consent, Lin Buufon cautiously lifted the heavy quilt that covered her, setting it aside. Now, I shall begin, he declared, slightly closing his eyes before suddenly reopening them. A vibrant green light flickered from his brow, followed by a golden glow as a palm-sized, entirely golden willow tree, resembling one crafted from gold and glass, soared into his hand. 2 spirit rings gradually ascended from beneath his feet. The first, a yellow 100-year spirit ring, was adorned with a faint circle of silver mysterious patterns, while the second, also a 100-year ring, featured green markings. The 2 rings appeared quite extraordinary. Spirit skill, leaf of life. The second spirit ring radiated brilliance. The golden willow tree in his grasp unexpectedly expanded to about a foot in size. With a rustling sound, the branches of the willow, adorned with countless tender leaves, emitted a luminous glow, exuding an abundance of vitality that filled the entire room. Jiang Mu, lying on the sickbed, detected this fragrance, her complexion slightly improving. Jiang Nan stared wide-eyed at the unfolding scene. Lin Buufon plucked a leaf from the willow and gently flicked it, the vibrant leaf transforming into a stream of light that entered Jiang Mu's brow. A hum resonated as ripples of green emanated from her forehead, radiating outward. Jiang Mu's complexion visibly flushed with color, dispelling her previous pallor, while her half-black, half-white hair began to revert entirely to black. Overwhelmed by the sight, Jiang Nan could not help but cover her mouth, feeling a glimmer of hope. Lin Buufon plucked another leaf, launching it into her heart's position. The primary issue remained with her heart. Once treated, the other ailments would surely follow suit. He swiftly harvested 3 more leaves, all of which darted into Jiang Mu's heart. A surge of vitality continued to radiate from her heart, expanding outward. Lin Buufon's complexion paled slightly, having expended a significant portion of his soul power. Yet the current results indicated that everything was progressing favorably. Zhang's mother felt as though her heart had transformed into a great furnace. A wave of warmth surging forth from within and radiating throughout her entire being. Drowsiness gradually enveloped her, prompting Zhang's mother to gently close her eyes and succumb to slumber. Lin Buufon retracted his martial spirit, wiping away the fine beads of cold sweat that had emerged on his forehead unbeknownst to him. Xiaofan, how is my mother? Zhang Nanan, observing Lin Buufon's sudden pause, anxiously inquired. Lin Buufon shook his head slightly, responding, at present, we are unaware of the specifics regarding her condition. We must await Auntie's awakening to ascertain the situation. When the time comes, I will require your assistance to utilize your soul energy for examination. Despite being a mere boy, Lin Buufon understood the need for discretion in certain matters. To inspect a patient's body with soul energy necessitated complete transparency, an endeavor that could only be undertaken by Zhang Nanan. Upon hearing this, Zhang Nanan nodded, though a flicker of concern still danced in her eyes. Would they truly succeed? The two quietly exited the bedroom and entered the living room. Sister, you should rest for a while. Do not fret excessively. Even if my soul technique ultimately fails to heal Auntie, we can still afford some time to devise alternative solutions, Lin Buufon reassured her. Yes, I understand. Zhang Nanan replied absent-mindedly. Observing her state, Lin Buufon chose not to disturb her further and summoned the golden willow tree once more. He yearned to experiment with the effects of this soul technique, for he had yet to fully explore its potential. Only through practical application could he perform a thorough analysis. With this in mind, Lin Buufon plucked a single willow leaf. The leaf emitted a soft glow, radiating vitality, and he could sense the rich life energy it contained. As the leaf touched his brow, an overwhelming surge of life force enveloped him entirely. Lin Buufon's eyes widened in astonishment. An intense sense of comfort cascaded through his body, eliciting a soft groan. His complexion flushed. He perceived that his body was gradually strengthening under the influence of this abundant life energy. Although the enhancement was subtle, it was undeniably effective. Furthermore, the soul energy he had previously expended was rapidly replenishing, at a pace far exceeding that of his usual meditative recovery. If a single leaf could yield such effects, what would happen with two? Lin Buufon pondered, swiftly plucking another leaf and placing it upon his brow. Boom. The life energy from the two leaves erupted simultaneously, the power release surpassing that of a single leaf by several multiples. This was no mere arithmetic addition. His second soul technique not only allowed for accumulation, but also amplified the resultant effects. Chapter 25, Certain Matters. This could be considered a new discovery, indeed. Lin Buufon once again adorned himself with a leaf of willow, and after several attempts, he discovered that his soul technique could be infinitely layered. However, the optimal effect was achieved with just 3 leaves. Any additional layers diminished the efficacy. Zhang Nanan observed Lin Buufon's peculiar behavior but refrained from commenting, as her entire focus was devoted to her mother. After waiting for nearly half an hour, the voice of Zhang's mother resonated from the bedroom. Senior, please go and examine Annie's health, Lin Buufon suggested. Zhang Nanan nodded and entered the bedroom. Gazing at her mother lying on the sickbed, she noticed a radiant complexion, exuding a healthy flush rather than an unhealthy pallor. The once half-black, half-white hair had mostly transformed into a glossy black. Mom, how are you feeling? Zhang Nanan inquired softly, her voice tinged with concern. It's Nanan. I feel so much better now, better than ever before. Zhang's mother replied with a smile, her tone robust and devoid of the earlier frailty. Zhang Nanan's face lit up with joy, but her worry lingered as she said, let me check you over. All right. Zhang's mother acquiesced, eager to ascertain her health, for if she could be cured, it would be a tremendous blessing for both her and Zhang Nanan. Her illness had burdened the family for far too long. Seated by the bedside, Zhang Nanan utilized her soul power to examine her mother's condition. As she delved deeper, her expression gradually became vacant. Nanan, how is your mother's health? Zhang's mother asked, puzzled by her daughter's silence. Mom. Tears streamed down Zhang Nanan's cheeks. Child, don't cry. Zhang's mother exclaimed anxiously, her expression darkening as she struggled to suppress her tremors. Is it truly beyond remedy? No. Zhang Nanan fervently shook her head, her tears now flowing more freely. But these were tears of joy. Mom, your illness is treatable. After circulating her soul power, Zhang Nanan discovered significant improvement in her mother's condition, especially regarding her heart, which now pulsed with newfound vigor, an unimaginable transformation. Zhang's mother was equally elated. Then why are you crying, silly child? I'm just so happy, Zhang Nanan exclaimed, her voice choked with emotion. Outside, Lin Buufon heard the sounds of weeping from within, his heart racing with unease. Could it be that his soul technique had failed? That shouldn't be the case. Senior, does my soul technique truly lack effect? Lin Buufon couldn't help but voice his concern. Jiang Nannan, startled, turned to see Lin Buufon standing at the doorway, his expression anxious. Tears of excitement welled up anew as she looked at the boy outside. Jiang Nannan suddenly leaped into Lin Buufon's embrace, exclaiming, Xiao Fan, thank you. My mother is saved. Lin Buufon stood there, momentarily at a loss, as a wave of peculiar emotions surged within him while gazing at the girl in his arms. Do you know? Due to my mother's illness, I have succumbed to despair countless times. If it weren't for you, I fear. Jiang Nannan's sobs grew louder, and eventually, she trembled as if striving to release the years of suppressed desolation that had weighed upon her heart. It's all right now, Lin Buufon gently held Jiang Nannan, realizing that the only solace he could provide was to quietly listen to her confessions and offer her comfort. After a considerable time, Jiang Nannan appeared to have exhausted her grief, her voice gradually diminishing. Embracing her, they stood together, illuminated by the sunlight streaming through the window, creating a picturesque scene. Xiao Fan, thank you, Jiang Nannan murmured dreamily. No need to mention it. This is what I ought to do. This is the most beautiful conclusion, senior sister. Lin Buufon whispered, observing the girl in his arms who seemed to have drifted into slumber. In his previous life, while watching Peerless Tang Men, he felt profound sympathy for the girl, who, for the sake of her mother, had even risked her own body to exchange for the Xuanwu divine pill from the Shimming sect. In this life, when he encountered Jiang Nannan, he was unaware that she was the very person he had longed for until their subsequent interactions revealed the truth. Perhaps our encounter is a manifestation of fate. Lin Buufon mused, sometimes pondering how serendipitous it all seemed. After entering Nos Academy, he fortuitously met this girl just as he acquired a second soul skill, which happened to be healing in nature. It appeared as though some higher power had orchestrated these events, or perhaps it was destiny ordained by the heavens. He carefully laid Jiang Nannan in another bedroom and then returned to Jiang's mother's room. Xiao Fan, how is Nannan? Jiang's mother inquired softly, regarding the young man before her. Auntie, senior sister has fallen asleep now. The burden she has carried for so many years has been immense, Lin Buufon replied gently, recalling how, upon his arrival, the director had seemingly intended to use Jiang's mother's illness to coerce Jiang Nannan. Her family situation was evident. She could not afford the exorbitant fees of a healing soul master or the costs of gathering medicinal herbs. Although Lin Buufon was unaware of how Jiang Nannan had managed to earn money for her mother's treatment over the years, it was clear that it had not been an easy path. With a heavy heart, he looked at Jiang's mother and said, Auntie, let us commence the second treatment. Lin Buufon summoned the golden willow tree, determined to cure Jiang's mother as soon as possible, for nothing was more important than restoring her health. Leaves brimming with vitality transformed into streams of light, entering Jiang's mother's forehead and heart. The breath of life permeated this bedroom. In the blink of an eye, more than half a month had slipped away. Lin Buufon diligently employed the leaves of life to treat Jiang's mother daily. After this period of care, she gradually regained the ability to rise and walk, her complexion becoming rosy, a stark contrast to the pallor she had during her illness. Senior sister, Auntie, is nearly recovered. I should take my leave, Lin Buufon remarked to Jiang Nannan, who stood nearby. She paused, tucking away her cascading hair, and gazed at the young man before her. A faint smile gracing her lips, her voice tinged with joy. Are you leaving so soon? Wouldn't you stay a few more days? No, senior sister, Lin Buufon replied. Having been away for so long, my grandfather must be quite worried. I ought to return and reassure him. Jiang Nannan nodded gently, understanding the situation. Besides, Lin Buufon had healed her mother, a debt of gratitude she could never repay. Has anyone from the Shimming sect come again? Lin Buufon suddenly inquired. Jiang Nannan was taken aback, but quickly responded with a smile. You're aware of that, are you? Lin Buufon nodded, his gaze intensely fixed on her. Have they returned? Shaking her head, Jiang Nannan replied, I've sent them away. With my mother's health improving, I certainly wouldn't engage in dealings for the Xuanwu divine pill. This is my happiness. Is that so? Then that is a relief, Lin Buufon exhaled, realizing he had unconsciously clenched his hand. Was I that anxious? He shook his head and said, Senior sister, I must be on my way. Allow me to see you off, Jiang Nannan offered. All right. The two walked side by side, enveloped in silence, until they reached the village entrance. I'll take you this far. I'm truly sorry, junior brother, Jiang Nannan expressed with heartfelt sincerity. It's nothing, senior sister. Please return to take care of Andy. Indeed. Take care on your journey. Will do, Lin Buufon nodded in acknowledgement. As Jiang Nannan turned to leave, he called out, Senior sister. What is it? She looked back at him, puzzled. Smile more. You look even more beautiful than before. Lin Buufon recalled their first meeting, when she had seemed as cold as ice. So unlike the radiant person before him now. Though she had always been lovely, Her current demeanor was far more enchanting. I understand. I will smile more, Jiang Nanan replied, her smile blooming like a gentle spring breeze. Then I shall take my leave. Lin Buufon waved, stepping forward into the sunlight, his shadow lengthening on the ground. A soft whisper echoed, "Some things, if left undone, will haunt you for a lifetime." Chapter 26, The Call from the Far North. In the blink of an eye, 5 years had passed. North Primary Soul Master Academy. Bang! A figure crashed heavily to the ground. "Xiao Qinyu, you have lost again," Lin Buufon remarked languidly, stifling a yawn and stretching his limbs. "This is your 53rd challenge to me, and each time you have been defeated." With that, Lin Buufon strolled away, adding, "Come back when your strength has improved." Xiao Qinyu lay sprawled on the ground, covered in dirt, his eyes flashing with intense resentment. "Next time, I will surely defeat you." "Just wait, Lin Buufon," he declared, glaring at Lin Buufon's retreating silhouette. As Lin Buufon walked along the shaded path, he basked in the warmth of the sun. 5 years had swiftly passed, and he pondered, "I wonder how senior sister is faring." He gazed at the passing students, enveloped in nostalgia. Ever since Jiang Nanan graduated 5 years ago, he had not seen her again, only knowing that she had gone to Shrek Academy. "Wait for me." Lin Buufon clenched his fists and made his way toward the teaching building. Inside the office, Li regarded the young man before her with a gentle expression. "Lin Buufon, have you decided which Intermediate Soul Master Academy you wish to attend after graduation? With your prowess, you will be warmly welcomed wherever you go." "Teacher Yin, I have not made up my mind yet. I am still contemplating. I will let you know once I have decided," Lin Buufon replied nonchalantly. Li's expression faltered slightly, her demeanor becoming somewhat awkward, yet her tone remained soft. "Lin Buufon, you have been considering this for nearly a week. Do you truly not have any thoughts yet? I believe the Swolo Intermediate Soul Master Academy would be an excellent choice. Their faculty is quite strong, and they even promise to assist you in hunting a suitable soul beast once you reach level 20. You should give it some more thought." "Yes, I will consider it seriously, rest assured, Teacher Yin." Lin Buufon seemed slightly intrigued as he spoke earnestly. "I will await your news then," Li responded quickly, noticing his apparent interest. "All right, thank you, Teacher Yin. You should head to the classroom now and prepare. Class will start soon." After departing from Li's office, Lin Buufon let out a long sigh, feeling a twinge of headache. This Teacher Yin, who was also his homeroom teacher, had already pressured him several times, each time persuading him to attend the Swolo Intermediate Soul Master Academy. It was evident to anyone that she had received certain benefits from this. What a headache, alas. "My aspirations lie with Shrek Academy." Lin Buufon was disinterested in the academy, Li suggested, while the academies themselves seemed quite eager for a talented soul master student like him, a genius nearing level 20 at the age of 11, drawing warm welcomes from any institution. Regrettably, he has now attained the 30th level, while publicly claiming to be nearing the 20th, merely to conceal his true prowess. After all, a 12-year-old at the 30th level of soul mastery would undoubtedly incite a frenzy among academies. What could my third soul ring possibly be? Lin Buufon was increasingly eager for his third soul ring. Upon reaching the 30th level, he was delighted to awaken the third divine light, which responded with 5 distinct rays. However, shortly after this manifestation, one of the divine lights vanquished the rest of the competitors and claimed Lin Buufon's forehead entirely. It was of the water attribute, the divine light that he was on the verge of awakening. Yet, the soul beast required for this awakening resided far in the north, a considerable distance from his current location. Lin Buufon was preparing diligently, amassing wealth. He had accumulated several thousand gold soul coins, all earned through the utilization of his second soul skill. Healing soul masters are highly sought after, regardless of their location. After experiencing the satisfaction of healing Jiang Nanan's mother 5 years ago, Lin Buufon conceived the idea of monetizing his second soul skill. Consequently, he frequently ventured into the soul hunting forest and the Stardow forest, choosing to join various soul hunting teams to earn money alongside them. Over the years, Lin Buufon not only amassed a substantial fortune but also significantly enhanced his combat abilities, becoming quite seasoned. It would not be an exaggeration to say he was battle-hardened. Lin Buufon planned to find a moment to bid farewell to Master Fu Yunhai before returning to his village, ultimately setting out to seek the soul beast capable of awakening the third divine light. However, during this period, Master Fu Yunhai had been absent from Nuasi City, reportedly engaged in tasks within the Stardow forest, and would not return for quite some time. It remained uncertain if he would be able to wait for her return. Lin Buufon resolved to wait a little longer, but if she did not arrive soon, he would proceed directly to the calling grounds, ensuring he was well prepared for the journey. A week later, Master Fu Yunhai still had not returned, and his homeroom teacher, Li, grew increasingly impatient with her considerations regarding him. Lin Buufon decided to no longer wait. Seizing an opportunity, he departed from the Nuasi Junior Soul Master Academy. spending nearly half of his savings to purchase a spatial soul guide device of 1 cubic meter along with some equipment. For instance, he invested significantly in a sharp iron sword, acquiring some meteorite iron and purple cloud sand, enlisting a blacksmith's aid to forge the weapon. The meteorite iron was exceedingly heavy, while the purple cloud sand served to lighten the load, being a relatively common material. The cost associated with these two materials, alongside the forging fees, consumed a small fraction of Lin Buufon's already limited funds. He still possessed a few hundred gold soul coins, which would suffice for his needs. On that day, after gathering all the necessary equipment, Lin Buufon returned to Yunhu village, where he found Lin Haifeng. He bid farewell to his grandfather and left behind 100 gold soul coins before departing. Throughout the years, Lin Buufon had not forgotten to bestow his second soul skill upon Lin Haifeng. Now, the once gray-haired man was free of any sign of aging. His body revitalized and robust, experiencing a remarkable resurgence. In addition to imparting his second soul skill to Lin Haifeng, Lin Buufon had also extended this gift to the other villagers. It was these very villagers who had once pooled their resources to support his living expenses at the Nuo Si Junior Soul Master Academy. A substantial sum for those who were already modest in means. For Lin Buufon, this was a profound debt of gratitude to repay. After leaving Yunhu village, guided by the ethereal water attribute divine light at his forehead, Lin Buufon journeyed northward. After nearly half a month of traversing numerous cities within the Tiangong Empire, he finally reached the northernmost point, known as Tianhan City. This frigid little town marked the edge of the empire, drawing him ever closer to the extreme north. The place where the divine light guided him lay deep within this forbidding region. Chapter 27. Journey to the Extreme North. Within a hotel in Tianhan City, Lin Buufon felt a twinge of regret. He had not anticipated that the third soul beast would be found in such a distant and inhospitable location, within the extreme north, a perilous zone for humanity. Yet, he had no choice but to press on. Despite the dangers, he steeled himself for the challenge ahead. After inspecting his gear, he stored the Ziyun sword in his soul guide, along with a generous supply of meat and fresh water, filling the limited cubic meter of space to the brim. The cotton coat he wore was crafted from the hide of a soul beast, purchased for 100 gold soul coins, providing excellent protection against the biting cold. Having thoroughly checked his belongings, Lin Buufon checked out of the hotel and stepped outside. The moment he left the hotel, a gust of frigid wind howled around him. Yet he found the warmth of his coat sufficient to ward off the chill. Exiting the city, he advanced toward the extreme north, encountering several small groups of soul masters along the way, all heading to the same treacherous destination in pursuit of soul beasts. The extreme north was home to ice attribute soul beasts, and legend spoke of formidable ice beasts known as the Three Kings of the extreme north. Dwelling in the heart of this icy expanse, Lin Buufon silently prayed that the ice attribute soul beast he sought would be found in the outer regions rather than deeper within. He continued onward, following the persistent guidance emanating from his forehead. Finally, after approximately an hour of travel beyond Tianhan City, Lin Buufon arrived at the vast expanse of the extreme north plain. As far as the eye can see, an expanse of desolation unfolds, blanketed entirely in pristine white snow. The thick layer of snow envelopes the ground, with only a few solitary low icebergs dotting the landscape. Lin Buufon stepped forward, leaving a deep footprint in the snow. Fortunately, he had prepared in advance. He took out the snowboarding gear he had ready and placed it on the ground before stepping onto it, grasping the ski poles firmly. With a determined push against the ground, he propelled himself forward. With the aid of the snowboard, Lin Buufon's speed significantly increased, and at last, before darkness fell, he broke through the outer ice plains and ventured into the inner region. Here, the snow still blanketed the ground, and the chill was even more biting than that of the outer ice plains. Despite wearing a cotton coat made from the fur of soul beasts, Lin Buufon felt the cold seep into him. The only solace was that he had not encountered any soul beasts in this extreme northern land. Unlike the Stardoe forest where encounters with soul beasts were frequent, here they were remarkably rare. Thus far, he had not spotted a single one. Finding a spot to shield himself from the howling snow, Lin Buufon sat down and took out the provisions he had stored in his soul guide. He devoured his food heartily and sipped some water. In less than 5 minutes, he had consumed everything. In such frigid conditions, if one did not eat quickly, food and water exposed to the air could freeze into crystalline ice within moments. Once replenished, Lin Buufon drew his Ziyun sword and began to carve out a small cave in the ice behind him. The cave was modest, just large enough for him to take shelter. Thus, Lin Buufon managed to endure the night within this improvised sanctuary. The following day, as dawn broke faintly, a heavy snowfall began outside. The fluttering snowflakes added a touch of beauty to the icy world. After a simple breakfast in the cave, Lin Buufon pressed onward, His current position was still quite distant from the location indicated by the divine light at his forehead. The endless ice plains, stretching as far as the eye could see in their monotonous white, felt overwhelmingly desolate. After a night had passed, the snow cover on the ground had deepened. Lin Buufon quickened his pace. In the barren, white expanse, a solitary figure trudged bravely forward, the biting cold wind striking against him like a blade. Lin Buufon began to truly feel the chill. Even the breath he exhaled crystallized into ice in the air. The temperature here was likely around -100 degrees Celsius. Yet he still had not reached the destination illuminated by the divine light. Where on earth could it be? Lin Buufon fretted, realizing that if he continued forward, his very survival was in jeopardy. As he pressed on, the plummeting temperatures rendered his cotton coat insufficient to maintain his body heat. Would one truly abandon hope so easily? Lin Buufon's expression shifted as he contemplated the significance of the soul beast, which was intrinsically tied to the awakening of his third divine light. Yet, the preservation of his own life took precedence. Without it, all else would be rendered meaningless. A sense of reluctance washed over him, for he had endured much to arrive at this juncture. To concede now would render all previous hardships futile. He resolved that if he did not reach his destination within the next 100 miles, he would depart from this place. After considerable hesitation, Lin Buufon steeled his resolve and pressed onward. Half an hour later, he had traversed several miles, becoming increasingly enshrouded in the swirling snow, resembling a snowman himself. The temperature plummeted further. However, this time, Lin Buufon was resolute in his determination to persist, for he noticed the soul beast, guided by the divine light, approaching his vicinity. Just as he was filled with elation, an overwhelming aura of danger suddenly surged from the distance, instilling a profound sense of dread within him, causing his heart to quiver. The fear of death loomed large. The ground trembled violently, as if a colossal creature were advancing towards him. Lin Buufon hastily threw himself into the snow, sinking deep within its embrace. As the wind howled, the snow enveloped him completely. The frigid flakes pressed against his face, and he dared not exhale, carefully moderating his breaths to conceal his presence. This was undoubtedly a soul beast, one of the 10,000-year caliber. Otherwise, such a commotion could not have arisen before it even arrived. Lin Buufon curled up tightly, much like a quail. The earth continued to shake with ferocity, the sounds drawing ever closer. Suddenly, a massive shadow descended from the sky, landing not far from where Lin Buufon lay concealed. The ground quaked, creating a vast pit. He remained utterly still, paralyzed by fear. As the rumbling gradually receded, he finally mustered the courage to rise from the snow. His gaze fixed ahead. His pupils constricted in shock. A gigantic footprint, measuring a staggering 50 meters in diameter, lay before him. The footprint was perilously close to the very spot where he had hidden moments before. This meant that had the owner of that colossal foot shifted merely a few meters backward, Lin Buufon could have been crushed into the earth, with the potential for grave injury or even death looming ominously. This was undoubtedly a 10,000-year soul beast. Lin Buufon was utterly astounded. Sheer luck had favored him thus far. Generally speaking, whether in the frigid northern lands or the vast starry forest, the interiors serve as sanctuaries for ancient soul beasts. Unfortunately for Lin Buufon, he narrowly escaped being crushed by a colossal 10,000-year soul beast. One could argue it was a stroke of luck, or perhaps a misfortune. Chapter 28. Even a tidal Douluo must forge ahead. After a brief moment of astonishment, Lin Buufon regained his composure and continued onward in the direction indicated by the divine light. An hour later, he paused on a vast expanse of snowy terrain. Realizing that the soul beast guided by the divine light was still several dozen miles away, approaching in a straight line, Lin Buufon resolved to wade along this essential path, observing patiently, for the divine light would not lead him to a soul beast without reason. Concealed behind an ice mountain, he crouched low, carefully camouflaging his figure and suppressing his aura, blending almost seamlessly with the surrounding environment. He waited with a sense of tranquility, and after approximately half an hour, he noticed a dark that steadily approaching across the desolate snowy plain. It was a figure cloaked in black robes, seemingly holding something, moving cautiously and deliberately, not daring to rush. Finally, it had arrived. Lin Buufon, who had been in hiding, was momentarily taken aback upon sensing the figure's proximity. Wasn't he waiting for a soul beast? How had it transformed into a person? Lin Buufon scrutinized the figure and then glanced at the divine light flickering at his brow, which pointed directly toward the approaching shadow. Narrowing his eyes, he finally discerned the figure's appearance as it drew closer. It was a middle-aged man, clad in a complete black robe, holding what resembled a pedestal, from which a swirling mass of pure white energy continuously rotated, crashing against the pedestal. With each impact, the pedestal illuminated a faint shimmering barrier, reflecting the energy back. This scene felt oddly familiar to Lin Buufon. As he stroked his chin, a sudden realization struck him, recalling a particular segment from the original narrative. The God-sealing platform. The 10,000-year soul beast embryo, the Snow Empress. Indeed, it was unmistakable. Lin Buufon's face turned an ashen hue. This was a dire predicament, if his assumptions were correct. The soul beast indicated by the divine light was none other than the 10,000-year soul beast embryo, sealed within the pedestal held by the cloaked man. The divine light intended for him to seize something from a tidal Douluo. Lin Buufon could hardly contain his thoughts, with his current soul power at a mere 30 levels. If he were to attempt a theft, it would surely lead to his demise. His mind raced furiously. Giving up was not an option. If he were to abandon this endeavor, what would become of his awakening? However, if he were to forcefully engage, his strength might very well lead to his demise. Lin Buufon pondered for a long while, yet could not devise a suitable plan to seize the treasure. As he witnessed the black-robed tidal Douluo preparing to depart, urgency gripped him. Surely, there must be a way. Lin Buufon fixed his gaze intently on the black-robed tidal Douluo, and suddenly, his eyes caught a glimpse of the divine sealing platform in the latter's grasp. A fierce determination surged within him. He thought, I shall gamble everything. 9-colored divine light. I implore you to lend me your strength, and not let me perish here. With a deep breath, Lin Buufon charged towards the black-robed tidal Douluo. Zhongshan was in high spirits, having ventured to the extreme northern territory in search of a millennium snow lotus. Serendipitously, he encountered a 100,000-year soul beast in the midst of transformation. Witnessing this scene nearly drove Zhongshan to madness with joy. He promptly retrieved his crafted 9th-level soul guiding device, the divine sealing platform, and seized the moment when the 100,000-year soul beast was at its most vulnerable during transformation to seal and capture it. The process unfolded without a hitch. Although the soul beast sensed his presence and attempted to reverse its transformation, causing him some trouble, it ultimately succumbed to the sealing. Zhongshan sustained minor injuries in the process, yet these paled in comparison to the significance of the soul beast embryo. After successfully sealing the 100,000-year soul beast embryo with the divine sealing platform, he decided to forego the search for the Millennium Snow Lotus to avoid any unforeseen complications. Instead, he set forth with the sealed soul beast embryo, heading towards the outer reaches of the extreme north. The sole inconvenience was that once activated, the divine sealing platform could not be retracted into his storage soul guiding device, which accounted for his slowed pace. Despite being a 9th-level soul guiding device, the platform, while resilient within, was exceedingly fragile externally, posing a risk of damage and potential escape for the 100,000-year soul beast within. After an arduous day of swift travel, Zhongshan finally emerged from the core of the extreme northern territory into the inner circle, nearing the outer circle where safety awaited him. Suddenly, he noticed an approaching figure, a boy, seemingly around 11 or 12 years of age, exuding a weak aura, only at level 30. Zhongshan curiously halted, eager to discern the boy's intentions. Given the boy's young age and his attainment of level 30, this could indicate exceptional talent, a significant secret, or the backing of a formidable force. Zhongshan leaned towards the former, instinctively probing the surroundings with his mental energy, yet found nothing amiss. With his tidal Douluo-level spiritual perception, he detected no abnormalities. This indicated that the youth before him was a naturally gifted individual, perfect for further study. Under Zhongshan's watchful gaze, the young boy quickly approached him, innocently asking, "Uncle, do you know where I can find a millennium-old ice attribute soul beast nearby?" Lin Buufon was somewhat taken aback. The tidal Douluo had actually paused upon noticing him, seemingly waiting for his approach. Nevertheless, this suited his plans perfectly. He promptly inquired about the ice attribute soul beasts. "Little one, are you hunting soul beasts all by yourself?" Zhongshan squinted his eyes, smiling at Lin Buufon. "Yes. But uncle, you haven't answered my question yet," Lin Buufon replied with a smile, a flicker of electricity dancing in his palm. "Answer your question? You should just come over here." Zhongshan sneered, extending a large hand towards Lin Buufon. "This is bad." Lin Buufon's expression changed instantly, a silver light flashing sharply between his brows. A bolt of silver lightning surged into his hand, and the next moment, 2 peculiar soul rings slowly rose from beneath his feet. First soul skill, Thunder God descends. Lin Buufon's eyes gleamed with indifference, surrounded by countless arcs of electricity. In that moment, he descended like a thunder god. Chapter 29. The Imperial Sword, Ice Supreme and Unmatched. Thunderstrike. Lin Buufon roared, and a bolt of lightning, as thick as an infant's arm, tore through the clear sky, plummeting directly towards Zhongshan. "Good boy," Zhongshan exclaimed in surprise, raising a hand to summon a soul power barrier to intercept the descending thunder. Crackle. The lightning struck the soul power barrier Zhongshan had erected, causing a dazzling display of arcs. With your mere second ring strength, it's better not to resist. Zhongshan laughed heartily, channeling his soul power and forcefully striking towards Lin Buufon. Puff! Lin Buufon was instantly struck as if by a heavy blow, spitting out a mouthful of warm blood as he was sent flying, crashing into the snow. Child, it's best if you obediently come with me. Zhongshan manipulated his soul power, reaching out a hand to grasp Lin Buufon, who was lifted from the snow and suspended before him. Heh! Lin Buufon regarded him coldly, choosing silence. Isn't this being obedient? The corners of Zhongshan's mouth curled slightly. Today was indeed his lucky day. He immediately produced a pair of metallic handcuffs, preparing to restrain Lin Buufon. These were the soul restraining handcuffs, a level 5 soul tool. Even a soul king would find their powers sealed upon being shackled, rendered an ordinary person. In that moment, a glimmer of silver flashed in Lin Buufon's eyes once more, heralding the arrival of thunder. With a resounding roar, another bolt of lightning cleaved the heavens, once again directed at Zhongshan. You insolent brat! Refusing to drink the good wine and opting for the bitter instead, Zhongshan seethed, a torrent of soul power surging forth, forming a protective barrier to thwart the oncoming storm. Soon enough, you will learn to behave. Before Zhongshan could finish his sentence, he was enveloped in a blinding light of thunder. The furious lightning erupted from Lin Buufon, launching an attack towards him. This time, it was not an assault from above, a circumstance Zhongshan had not anticipated. The lightning instantly engulfed him, crackling and flashing, severing Lin Buufon's control in an instant. In that moment of newfound freedom, Lin Buufon charged once more at Zhongshan, a tempestuous force of thunder coalescing in his palm, a harbinger of destruction. You have truly incited my wrath. Zhongshan's voice reverberated as a dreadful aura emanated from him. Begone! The thunder within Lin Buufon's palm was unleashed in a powerful surge. Just then, an immense pressure, akin to a towering mountain, suddenly descended, mercilessly crushing Lin Buufon. Coughing violently, he struggled to maintain his footing, his brow illuminated by the frantic flicker of 9 distinct divine lights. Emerging from the tempest of lightning, Zhongshan regarded the defiant Lin Buufon, who was desperately holding himself upright, with a glimmer of murderous intent in his eyes. You have thoroughly enraged me, Zhongshan declared coldly, having initially underestimated Lin Buufon, a mere lowly soul master, only to find himself ensnared in unexpected complications. At that moment, Zhongshan's hair stood on end, his robes tattered and disheveled, betraying a hint of disarray. You should be more concerned about your own fate, Lin Buufon retorted with a chilling laugh. As his words fell, an even more formidable aura erupted forth, akin to a dragon awakening from slumber. What? Upon sensing this overwhelming presence, Zhongshan's expression shifted dramatically as he glanced at the divine sealing platform in his grasp. To his astonishment, cracks had appeared upon its surface, spreading like a spider's web. The terrifying energy emanated from within the divine sealing platform itself. When did this happen? Zhongshan's words were cut short as blinding white light erupted from the platform, exploding into countless shards. Before he could lament the destruction, the celestial, pristine energy sealed within the platform began to levitate, an ominous force crashing towards him like a relentless tide. With a rush, a fierce wind swept through, and snowflakes began to fall from the sky, cascading like a torrential downpour. Each snowflake resembles a sharp blade, shimmering with a frigid glow that sends shivers down one's spine. This aura could not possibly emanate from a soul beast of 100,000 years. How could this be? Zhongshan stood utterly stunned, immobilized by an overwhelming pressure. He had once narrowly escaped the grasp of a 100,000-year soul beast, yet now, the white mist radiating such an aura was even more terrifying than that encounter. This was no mere 100,000-year beast. It was a ferocious creature that transcended 100,000 years, a superlative beast. Fine beads of cold sweat trickled down Zhongshan's forehead, causing him to involuntarily shudder. Lin Buufon was no better off, as if an enormous mountain had crushed him, rendering him unbearably heavy. Every bone in his body emitted dull cracking sounds, as though they were being shattered. A hum resonated from Lin Buufon's brow, where a vibrant green divine light flickered wildly, streams of life energy coursing through him, desperately working to alleviate the pressure. This was the reason he had not perished on the spot. How terrifying! Truly worthy of the Snow Empress, Lin Buufon thought, filled with trepidation. At that moment, in the air above, the swirling white mist rapidly spun and gradually morphed into a human form. An exquisite maiden appeared suspended in the air. She resembled a human girl, with hair as white as snow. No, even whiter than snow, flowing down in a cascade of pure, crystalline strands. Her sky-blue eyes were ethereal and clear, seemingly capable of penetrating the very fabric of the world. Her slender figure was flawlessly perfect, adorned in a simple white gown devoid of any embellishments. Yet it rendered her appearance so noble and breathtaking, meticulous and unyielding, akin to a winter plum blossom, standing apart, proud against the frost. Human, you possess audacity indeed to attempt a sneak attack while I take on my true form. The Snow Empress gazed down at Zhongshan, her beautiful eyes filled with fury. Today, I decree your death as reparation for your offense against me. Her voice was cold yet authoritative. Imperial sword, ice extremity, unmatched. The Snow Empress extended her delicate, snow-white hand, pointing towards the trembling Zhongshan below. From all directions, countless icy winds converged, gathering before her, as an ice-blue longsword began to crystallize and take shape. No. Zhongshan's eyes were wide with fear. He regretted it immensely, deeply regretted it. Alas, there is no remedy for regret in this world. He sought to summon his martial soul, but despair engulfed him as he realized that a thread of cold energy had coiled around his soul power, rendering it frozen. A sharp sound sliced through the air, and in the blink of an eye, an ice-blue beam of light shot forth, piercing directly through Zhongshan's crown. No blood flowed from his body, for at the moment the imperial sword pierced through Zhongshan, an overwhelming chill surged forth, encasing him in a lifelike ice sculpture. Kneeling upon the vast plain, astonished, Lin Buufon could hardly believe his eyes. A title Douluo had fallen in such a manner? Without even unleashing his martial spirit? He had shown not a flicker of resistance. Just as Lin Buufon was internally shocked, he suddenly felt a chill enveloping him, as a pair of cerulean eyes turned towards him. Chapter 30. The Arrival of the Ice Empress. Human, you have just saved me. The Snow Empress regarded Lin Buufon, her exquisite visage betraying not the slightest hint of emotion. Haha, no need for thanks. It was merely my duty, Lin Buufon replied with an awkward smile. He dared not entertain any thoughts of the Snow Empress now, having witnessed the fate of the title Douluo who had dared to pursue her. Is that so? The Snow Empress scoffed. However, as a human who has ventured to the extreme north, you must be here to hunt soul beasts for their soul rings. In that case, you shall remain here forever. As her words fell, an ice-blue longsword coalesced once more, its frigid tip aimed directly at Lin Buufon. Please, Snow Empress, Lin Buufon exclaimed, feeling utterly despondent, lamenting his unfortunate circumstances. Suddenly, a flicker of pain crossed the Snow Empress's stunning face, though she swiftly concealed it. Human, you shall perish. Die, she cried, and the ice-blue sword shot forth with astonishing speed towards Lin Buufon. Boom. Lin Buufon's eyes widened as he beheld the icy projectile hurtling towards him. Buzz. At that moment, a brilliant blue light emanated from the center of his brow, exploding forth and shattering the imperial sword released by the Snow Empress. The Snow Empress's eyes widened in surprise. But just then, her expression shifted dramatically, as if she could no longer contain herself. A plume of pure, snowy flames erupted from her delicate form. Countless terrifying amounts of spiritual energy transformed into fierce flames in that instant. An overwhelming heat radiated outwards. A torrential wave of heat surged forth. The snowstorm ceased, and the vast ice plain began to show signs of melting within moments. Counterattack. The Snow Empress was the embodiment of a 70,000-year-old ice goddess, who had long struggled to break through. To achieve this and evade divine retribution, she had sealed away much of her original essence using a 10,000-year-old snow lotus as a catalyst in her quest to assume human form. However, at a critical juncture, Zhongshan discovered her and imprisoned her within the divine sealing platform. Later, Lin Buufon shattered the platform, creating a fissure through which the Snow Empress seized the opportunity to break free and slay Zhongshan. Yet, this act brought an end to her plans of becoming human, and the forced transformation resulted in a leak of her sealed original power, leading to a fierce backlash. What on earth is happening? How could such ferocious flames erupt from the Snow Sovereign? Lin Buufon retreated in haste, yet the surging heat waves relentlessly surged towards him, forcing him to retreat further. A piercing scream erupted from the Snow Sovereign's lips, as the pure white flames blazed even fiercer, as if doused with a bucket of boiling oil. The terrifying heat caused the solid ice beneath to melt, transforming into droplets of snow water, which then vaporized into an endless mist under the intense flames. At that moment, a resounding shout pierced the air, and a vivid green hue appeared on the horizon, swiftly approaching their direction. In the next instant, a scorpion materialized within Lin Buufon's sight, a remarkably beautiful creature, perhaps too exquisite to be aptly described. It was a scorpion measuring 1.5 meters in length, adorned in 2 striking colors, one icy and the other a vibrant green. The front part of its body featured 4 layers, each slightly exceeding 1/2 foot in length, with the head positioned atop the foremost layer. Its silvery mouthparts shimmered with an ethereal cold light. The front half of this layered body was covered in hexagonal protrusions, gleaming with an extraordinary brilliance reminiscent of diamonds. These adornments were densely scattered across its front half and along its 6 long, powerful legs, exuding an unparalleled radiance under the reflection of the snow's glow. Each of its 2 pincers measured a meter in length, similarly adorned with those peculiar hexagonal, diamond-like protrusions, while the foremost claw and mouth parts gleamed with a mirror-like silvery sheen. Its eyes were a striking yellow, resembling 2 yellow diamonds embedded upon its visage, also hexagonal in shape. The crystalline yellow light flickered, imparting a sense of dazzling brilliance. If its upper body was sufficiently resplendent, then its elongated, arched tail constituted the very essence of its vibrant display. Unlike the many-segmented tails of ordinary scorpions, the Ice Sovereign's tail comprised only 5 segments, each an alluring shade of green, shimmering with a vitality-filled luster. The colors remained consistent throughout, with the segment closest to the upper body being the widest, tapering as it extended towards the rear. At the final segment, the tail's hook, adorned with diamond-like granules, stood tall, its tip also gleaming with a silvery mirror-like sheen. This was the Ice Sovereign, one of the 3 great monarchs of the far north, ranked second among them. Ultimate Flame. What has happened to you, Snow Sovereign? The Ice Sovereign gazed anxiously at the Snow Sovereign engulfed in flames, particularly wary of the fire that instilled in her a profound sense of dread, rendering her unable to advance. She had been cultivating in the territory of the Ice Scorpion clan when she suddenly sensed the Snow Sovereign's presence, prompting her hurried arrival, only to be met with this shocking scene. The Snow Sovereign offered no response, instead crying out in excruciating agony as the flames grew ever more vigorous. Human, what on earth is the matter with the Snow Empress? Speak quickly, or I shall take your life. At that moment, the Ice Empress suddenly caught sight of Lin Buufon in the distance and swiftly lunged toward him. Her magnificent, alluring tail was raised high, signaling her intent to eliminate him should he fail to respond. Lin Buufon trembled in fear, gazing at the suddenly appearing Ice Empress, his heart heavy with despair. Just how unfortunate could he be? With the Snow Empress unresolved, now he was faced with the Ice Empress. Wait, he stammered, realizing the peril of the Ice Empress's raised tail. He had no doubt that should it pierce his body, the agony would be unspeakable, a torment only truly understood through experience. Thus, he recounted the events that had transpired, albeit omitting certain details, presenting a tale that was half truth, half fabrication. Damn title Douluo. You humans deserve to perish. The Ice Empress roared, her voice echoing through the air. Upon hearing Lin Buufon's account, she grasped the gravity of the Snow Empress's predicament. The Snow Empress, a being born from the purest ice elemental essence, had emerged after countless years of nurturing, endowed with unparalleled wisdom. Yet, for reasons unknown, she had suppressed her innate powers in her quest for a human form, leading to a backlash of her elemental essence, transforming into an extreme fire. It is crucial to understand that the essence of extremes represents the most potent force in existence. At times, when pushed to its pinnacle, it may undergo a transformation, embodying the principle of negation leading to affirmation. Currently, the Snow Empress's supreme ice attribute had reached such a threshold, converting into an extreme fire that ignited her years of cultivated ice essence. The situation was dire. If the extreme fire enveloping the Snow Empress could not be extinguished, it would ultimately consume her ice essence, igniting her source of power, leading to its complete incineration. The Snow Empress would be reduced to ashes, her soul forever lost. I will save you, Snow Empress. The Ice Empress's eyes turned a vivid red, an astonishing chill radiating from her being. Lin Buufon, closest to her, could not help but shudder as the frigid air began to creep upward from beneath his feet. Wait, Ice Empress, I have a way to save the Snow Empress. As the chilling aura continued to spread, he realized that if this continued, he too would meet a fate akin to that of the titled Douluo named Zhongshan, frozen into a statue of ice. The only difference was that he would be sculpted by the Ice Empress rather than the Snow Empress. Regardless of the sculptor, he did not wish to become a mere exhibit of ice. Resolved, he decided to take a gamble. Chapter 31, A Unique Existence. What could a mere human like you possibly know? The Ice Empress regarded Lin Buufon with skepticism, preparing to strike again. Once she dealt with him, she would find a way to rescue the Snow Empress. A chilling frost emanated from Lin Buufon's feet, swiftly climbing upwards, and, in less than a second, a vivid ice sculpture took form. Next, it was time to rescue the Snow Empress. The Ice Emperor gazed anxiously at the Snow Empress, who was being ravaged by the relentless flames. Perpetual freeze. The Ice Emperor radiated a brilliant emerald glow, causing the surrounding temperature to plummet rapidly. In an instant, the temperature fell below -100 degrees, and towering icebergs, exuding a frigid aura, erupted from the ground, enveloping a 10-mile radius, encasing even the Snow Empress in an icy prison. This was the domain of the Ice Emperor, capable of freezing vast expanses in a short time. To maximize its potency, the Ice Emperor compressed the freezing radius from 1,000 miles to merely 10, intensifying the cold. I must take the Snow Empress to the core zone, the Ice Emperor murmured, aware that even with her formidable strength, she could only temporarily suppress the Snow Empress. The only viable solution was to transport the Snow Empress to the core region in the far north, where perhaps the ultimate flames could be completely subdued and reverted to pristine ice. However, just as this thought flickered through the Ice Emperor's mind, a sudden shattering sound erupted. The iceberg that held the Snow Empress began to show signs of melting, cracks spiderwebbing across its surface, and within moments, the fissures expanded to encompass the entire structure. Crack! Boom! The flames surged with renewed ferocity, burning even more intensely. The Ice Emperor was utterly bewildered. Why? Why was it happening so quickly? Leave now, Ice Emperor. Don't worry about me. The Snow Empress cried out in anguish, fully aware of her dire situation. The ultimate flames consumed nearly 700,000 years of her accumulation and primal power. Even if they reached the core zone, it would only serve to suppress the flames temporarily, not extinguish or transform them. What foolishness are you speaking, Snow Empress? I will save you today. The Ice Emperor declared fiercely, her gem-like eyes glimmering with a chilling resolve. I refuse to believe that mere ultimate flames can defeat me. Ice Emperor's fury. A terrifying beam of icy energy erupted from the Ice Emperor, hurtling towards the Snow Empress. Where the icy ray passed, the very fabric of space seemed to freeze, as if time itself had come to a standstill. A violent blast of azure light struck the Snow Empress, and a thick layer of frost began to spread across her. Yet, in an instant, it was consumed by the blazing pure white flames that engulfed her. Ice, you must flee. Don't worry about me, came the Snow Empress's weak voice. No, I will not leave. The Ice Emperor roared in despair. What must she do to save the Snow Empress? The Ice Emperor was engulfed in confusion and deep despair. Would she truly be forced to watch as the Snow Empress succumbed to the relentless flames, ultimately dissolving into nothingness? The Ice Emperor, consumed by anxiety, longed to bear the anguish that the Snow Emperor was enduring. Just as the Ice Emperor grappled with restlessness, Lin Buufon, who had been transformed into an ice statue, suddenly exhibited a flicker of blue divine light between his brows. A faint blue ripple emanated from his forehead, cascading downwards. Crack! The sound of ice fracturing echoed through the air. The icy surface encasing Lin Buufon quietly fissured, as if triggering a chain reaction. This crack began to spread throughout his entire being. Ultimately, with a resounding boom, the ice shards enveloping Lin Buufon shattered, scattering in all directions. Yet, he remained with his eyes tightly shut, seemingly entranced in a peculiar state. The Ice Emperor, restless and agitated, heard the shattering of ice and abruptly turned to gaze. To her astonishment, the human boy she had previously encased in ice had not only broken free but appeared to be very much alive, albeit with his eyes closed. The Ice Emperor widened her eyes, fixated on Lin Buufon, a glimmer of astonishment flashing within her gaze. What was this aura? From Lin Buufon emanated an extraordinary chill. Yet beneath that icy exterior, there was a softness, a fluidity akin to water. Most importantly, the Ice Emperor sensed a suppression emanating from him, a suppression based on attributes. This left her in shock. After all, she was the pinnacle of ice attributes, having reached the zenith of her powers, and now, a mere human, whom she had recently transformed into an ice statue, exuded an aura that posed a challenge to her. As the Ice Emperor's astonishment grew, Lin Buufon opened his eyes, revealing a pair of azure orbs, as clear and pristine as the sky. He began to stride towards the position of the Snow Emperor, and with each step he took, his hair lengthened, gradually transitioning from black to a hue reminiscent of flowing water, akin to ice. Lin Buufon's aura transformed as well, becoming resplendently noble, akin to a deity of the highest order. Human halt! The Ice Emperor bellowed in rage. Although she was uncertain of what had transpired within him, she would not permit him to approach the Snow Emperor. Lin Buufon's presence now exuded an air of danger. In a fury, the Ice Emperor unleashed her wrath. A deep blue light surging towards Lin Buufon, freezing the air in its path and causing the temperature to plummet rapidly. This was the embodiment of the Ice Emperor's fury. Lin Buufon paused, regarding the deep blue light approaching him without flinching, allowing it to surge towards him unimpeded. Finally, just as the light was about to collide with him, he moved, not to defend himself, but to gently place a finger against his lips, as if to say, "Be quieter." Boom, boom, boom. In the incredulous gaze of the Ice Emperor, the fury of the Ice Queen shattered in an instant, transforming into countless azure specks that dispersed into the vastness of the cosmos. Witnessing the obedient disappearance of the blue beam, Lin Buufon let out a light chuckle, seemingly mocking the Ice Emperor with disdain. He continued his advance towards the Snow Empress, who at that moment was vociferously wailing, tormented by the extreme flames. The waves of fire surged towards Lin Buufon like a relentless tide, intent on expelling and consuming him. Yet, before the flames could reach him, they seemed to encounter an invisible barrier, halting their advance completely. Lin Buufon regarded the suffering Snow Empress with no trace of sympathy in his eyes. Only a cold indifference remained, a gaze that looked down upon mortals as if he were a deity. Slowly, he raised his hand, and in that fleeting moment, time appeared to stand still, sound vanished, and the world lost all semblance of vitality, becoming utterly lifeless. With a resounding thud, it felt as though a century had passed before Lin Buufon's hand descended. Suddenly, the extreme flames engulfing the Snow Empress erupted with a pop, as if erased from existence, vanishing as though they had never been. Chapter 32. The Transformation of the Snow Empress. The Ice Emperor's eyes widened, shimmering with an enigmatic brilliance. But she could not afford to linger on it. The moment the flames on the Snow Empress vanished, she rushed forward. "Schwer, are you all right?" The Ice Emperor inquired with concern, her eyes reflecting a glimmer of worry. "Cough, I'm fine," the Snow Empress replied weakly. She was now utterly depleted. Nearly 700,000 years of cultivation had been consumed in an instant. The next tribulation would likely be insurmountable, and she would face the same fate of becoming ash beneath its wrath. The singular opportunity for her to assume human form had been squandered, all due to that accursed human titled Douluo. The expression on the Snow Empress's face darkened, not knowing how to comfort her. The Ice Emperor gazed at the Snow Empress's despondent countenance. At that moment, Lin Buufon's figure appeared before them, still exuding an air of divine aloofness. His countenance indifferent as he surveyed the two spirit beasts. Both the Snow Empress and the Ice Emperor were taken aback, as Lin Buufon's gaze swept over them. An unsettling sensation surged within, as if their very souls were laid bare. The two spirit beasts stared at Lin Buufon, who in turn regarded them in silence, locked in a mutual gaze. After a brief standstill, Lin Buufon extended his hand towards the Snow Empress, and instantly, her delicate form was involuntarily lifted, suspended in midair. "Schwer." The Ice Emperor glared fiercely at Lin Buufon, her voice laced with fury. "Who are you, and what do you intend to do with Schwer?" Lin Buufon cast a calm glance at the Ice Emperor. The Ice Empress suddenly felt as if she had plunged into an icy abyss, a chilling sensation rising from the depths of her heart. She stared blankly at Lin Buufon, questioning in bewilderment. Why was it so cold? This marked the first time the Ice Empress realized that there existed something colder than the most extreme ice, and that was the gaze of Lin Buufon. While she remained in a daze, Lin Buufon turned his attention to the Snow Empress. She met his gaze without a hint of resistance. Though she could not comprehend why this previously insignificant human had transformed into such an enigmatic figure, it did not prevent her from sensing the profound danger emanating from him. Perhaps it would be more fitting to refer to him. Satisfied with the Snow Empress's complete lack of defiance, Lin Buufon nodded approvingly. He then focused his energy, and a beam of azure divine light shot forth from his brow, embedding itself into the Snow Empress's forehead. Instantly, darkness enveloped Lin Buufon, causing him to collapse to the ground, while the Snow Empress descended from the air, staring vacantly ahead. This force. The Snow Empress felt the energy that Lin Buufon had infused into her, enveloping her in a warmth reminiscent of her mother's embrace. Azure divine light began to rise from her, and simultaneously, a similar azure glow ascended from Lin Buufon. The blue radiance flowed between them, weaving back and forth, illuminating their forms in a harmonious dance. The Snow Empress sensed her lost cultivation steadily restoring, and even her primal powers were being purified by the azure divine light, becoming more refined. Buzz. Two strands of divine light, one silver and one green, erupted from Lin Buufon, one a tempestuous bolt of lightning and the other a willow tree shimmering like gold, simultaneously soaring from his brow, as two extraordinary soul rings gradually emerged. One soul ring was yellow, adorned with profound silver patterns that emitted a fierce aura of lightning, while the other was similar, yet bore green mysterious markings, radiating a vibrant life force that evoked the refreshing sensation of spring. At that moment, the azure divine light flowing from Lin Buufon completed its circuit and returned to the Snow Empress. This time, she felt her cultivation fully restored, even stronger than at her peak. As she marveled at this extraordinary phenomenon, a deep curiosity took root within her. What manner of being was this human? And why was he so uniquely exceptional? While the Snow Empress pondered this question, she suddenly noticed that the azure divine light swirling within her had surged upward, penetrating her brow and transforming into concentric ripples of blue, expanding outward in continuous waves. What is happening? Why is my cultivation and origin being sealed? The Snow Empress was in a state of panic as she hastily examined the changes within her body. Her cultivation and the essence of her power were being sealed beneath the relentless expansion of the azure divine light. "Schwer, why have you shrunk?" At that moment, the Ice Emperor's astonished voice echoed, causing the Snow Empress to pause in bewilderment. It was then she realized that not only was her cultivation origin sealed, but her very form was also gradually diminishing, revealing her delicate, snowy shoulders. As her body shrank, the garments she wore became significantly larger. The Ice Emperor stared in awe at the Snow Empress's peculiar transformation, and suddenly she exclaimed again, "Wait, Schwer, why do I sense a human aura emanating from you?" This revelation left the Ice Emperor utterly stunned, as she observed the Snow Empress now resembling a mere 6-year-old child. The essence of her soul beast entirely vanished, replaced by an aura unique to humans. The Ice Emperor was taken aback. Had she not witnessed the transformation with her own eyes, she might have mistaken the Snow Empress for a genuine human child. Finally, the Snow Empress gazed deeply at the unconscious Lin Buufon, contemplating her own transformation and that of the human boy, both seemingly linked to the azure divine light. Just when the Snow Empress and the Ice Emperor believed everything was about to conclude, a surge of azure divine light erupted from the Snow Empress, while another beam shot forth from Lin Buufon's brow. The two divine lights met in midair, swiftly intertwining, creating a series of ethereal soul rings that gradually took shape. Among them was a blood-red soul ring, interspersed with shades of blue belonging to ice. The Snow Empress wore an odd expression. She suddenly realized an inexplicable bond had formed between her and Lin Buufon, akin to an unbreakable blood connection. At last, as the soul rings fully coalesced in the air, they surged toward the Snow Empress, enveloping her within their essence. The Snow Empress stood frozen in astonishment. What was happening? She could hardly believe her eyes as she gazed incredulously at the unconscious Lin Buufon. How could things have turned out this way? This transformation was far too strange. The Snow Empress found herself engulfed in profound self-doubt. Chapter 33, Awakening of the Martial Soul, 3 Innate Domains. At that moment, Lin Buufon underwent yet another extraordinary transformation, capturing her attention, drawing even the Ice Emperor's gaze towards the changes occurring within him. Resplendent and sharp gold, tranquil and life-filled green, gentle yet profoundly deep blue, explosive and fiery red, heavy and steady earth yellow, thunderous and violent silver, ethereal and breezy light blue, dazzling and warm bright gold, and wickedly dark black. Radiant beams of divine light, each a distinct hue symbolizing various attributes, surged forth from Lin Buufon's brow, intertwining and flowing together to form a magnificent spectrum of 9 colors. This resplendent divine light exuded an indescribable beauty. At that moment, a powerful surge of soul energy emanated from Lin Buufon, level 31, 32, 33. His soul energy ascended dramatically from level 31 to 33, a remarkable increase of 3 levels. As the 9-colored divine light circled around him, 6 beams suddenly merged into his brow, leaving 3 remaining beams that hovered around him. Abruptly, one of these beams erupted with a formidable aura, lifting Lin Buufon slowly into the air, where he floated weightlessly. Wrathful thunderclouds enveloped him, reminiscent of a deity of thunder descending upon the earth. While an invisible force radiated outward, crackling sounds erupted. Within a radius of 100 meters centered around Lin Buufon, countless bolts of lightning roared and raged. A tempestuous domain of thunder was formed, filled with explosive energy that bombarded the area. The Snow Empress and the Ice Emperor, 2 soul beasts, withdrew from the thunder domain, scrutinizing Lin Buufon's transformation with intense focus. "Schwer, he must be awakening a domain, right?" The Ice Emperor inquired, only to find the Snow Empress nodding gravely in affirmation. "Moreover, it appears to be an innate domain," she remarked with utmost seriousness, feeling an inexplicable connection to Lin Buufon, allowing her to sense his current metamorphosis. Lin Buufon was indeed awakening a domain of the thunder attribute, and he was undergoing another transformation as well. After a brief moment, the thunder surrounding Lin Buufon dissipated, merging into his brow like a flash of lightning, yet he continued to hover in midair. At that instant, both the Snow Empress and the Ice Emperor were taken aback as a profound sense of vitality suddenly emanated from Lin Buufon, spreading an invigorating life force within a 100-meter radius. "Schwer, could this also be a domain?" the Ice Emperor asked, her voice trembling, though she had already suspected as much. Indeed, the Snow Empress affirmed once more. 2 innate domains? The Ice Emperor gasped in astonishment. What a remarkable concept. It was known that even she had only awakened her eternal freeze domain after reaching a cultivation level of 100,000 years, and that was an acquired domain, the result of her own training. Even among the human title Douluo, one could only awaken a domain after reaching level 90, and it would be an acquired domain. Not an innate one like Lin Buufon's. Due to his innate domain, which is naturally awakened through the essence of his martial soul rather than through arduous training. He possesses strength that far surpasses that of ordinary individuals. I find myself deeply intrigued by the nature of this young man's martial soul. The Ice Empress recalled the glance Lin Buufon had cast her way previously. Even now, the memory lingered. What captivating eyes they were. As the Ice Empress indulged in her reminiscence, an extraordinary green light suddenly emanated from Lin Buufon, a potent surge of life energy continuously manifesting. The ground, previously scorched and blackened from the chaotic bombardment of thunder due to Lin Buufon's awakening of his first domain, quietly began to sprout hints of verdant life. Tenacious green shoots emerged from the earth, swiftly enveloping the entirety of the area illuminated by Lin Buufon's radiant green light. Green plants thrust upward from the soil, covering an expansive radius of 100 meters around Lin Buufon. The Snow Empress and the Ice Empress observed him intently, their silence profound. In this frigid plain, where temperatures plummeted to several degrees below zero, vegetation could flourish under Lin Buufon's domain. Just how formidable was this domain? This thought simultaneously crossed the minds of the Snow Empress and the Ice Empress. The green light surrounding Lin Buufon gradually receded, ultimately coalescing into a stream of brilliance that vanished into his brow. Suspended in midair, Lin Buufon experienced another surge of intense soul power after a brief moment. Suddenly, within the vast expanse of the snowy plain, countless shards of ice began to melt, transforming into gentle rivulets that flowed toward Lin Buufon. In an instant, a small lake coalesced around him, and at that moment, the water trembled, giving rise to serpentine water dragons that spiraled upwards, encircling Lin Buufon. Yet another domain. The Ice Empress was utterly astounded. A mere human had awakened 3 domains, all of them innate. How powerful could his martial soul truly be? At this juncture, the spectacle reached its conclusion. The water dragons circled Lin Buufon a few times before reverting to snow melt, cascading back into the lake formed beneath him from the melting snow. Moments later, the blue hues surrounding Lin Buufon gradually diminished, and the lake beneath him dissipated, swiftly refreezing under the influence of the cold air. Lin Buufon felt as though he had just awakened from a dream, where his martial soul, a spectrum of divine light, had encircled him in a dazzling vortex, ultimately leaving behind 3 distinct beams of divine light, while the rest vanished inexplicably. These 3 beams represented the attributes of thunder in silver, wood in green, and water in blue, each reflecting the 3 major attributes Lin Buufon had awakened. The dream, too, came to an end at that moment. Lin Buufon abruptly opened his eyes, gasping for breath. I'm completely unharmed. Lin Buufon gazed in astonishment at the transformation he had undergone. A profound sense of power coursed through his entire being, a stark contrast to the time he had been frozen by the Ice Emperor. Could this be considered a stroke of good fortune, a narrow escape from death? As Lin Buufon pondered this question, he suddenly noticed 2 shadows before him and looked up. The atmosphere fell into an eerie silence. Lin Buufon beheld a charming little girl, accompanied by the Ice Emperor, complete with the latter's distinctive large pincers and a mesmerizing scorpion tail, rendering him momentarily speechless. "Hello, little girl and Ice Emperor," Lin Buufon awkwardly greeted, attempting to shatter the oppressive quiet. The Snow Emperor, observing Lin Buufon's expression akin to that of a mouse confronted by a cat, allowed a subtle smile to grace her lips. "Greetings, human," a voice as clear and refreshing as a mountain spring resonated. Chapter 34, Abducting the Snow Emperor. With the Ice Emperor in tow. What a peculiar voice. It seems somewhat familiar. Lin Buufon examined the exquisite visage of the little girl addressing him, her features delicately sculpted, exuding an adorable charm. He felt an inexplicable connection, as if he had encountered her before, and sensed a profound bond between them, akin to a shared lineage. "There's no need for guessing. I am indeed the Snow Emperor," the Snow Emperor remarked, noticing Lin Buufon's puzzled expression, accompanied by a gentle smile. "You are the Snow Emperor? How did you transform into this form?" Lin Buufon's eyes widened in disbelief. It had only been a short while since she had appeared as a graceful young woman, and now she had morphed into an obedient and endearing little girl. "Isn't it remarkable? You might say I owe my transformation to you," the Snow Emperor replied coolly. In the next moment, a halo of blood red, intertwined with icy blue soul rings, ascended from her being. Instantaneously, Lin Buufon felt the intensity of the connection between him and the little girl, who claimed to be the Snow Emperor, surge. Simultaneously, an involuntary shiver coursed through him. Buzz! 2 extraordinary soul rings erupted from him, accompanied by a bolt of lightning and a golden willow tree that spiraled out from his forehead, encircling him in a mesmerizing dance. "This is a soul ring." Upon witnessing this, Lin Buufon understood the situation. The little girl before him, indeed the Snow Emperor, had become the awakened third divine light's soul ring. However, unlike the attributes of thunder and wood, the Snow Emperor seemed to embody a unique essence. Not only had her appearance and height undergone a dramatic change, transforming her into an adorable little girl, but she also retained her distinct consciousness. Lin Buufon waved his hand, summoning the soul ring that floated above the Snow Emperor's head to unite with his two other soul rings in a harmonious rhythm. He could sense that this soul ring bestowed upon him three formidable skills. The Emperor of Frost dances in the snow beneath the shining sun. The Emperor wields the Great Chill without snowfall. The Emperor's sword is peerless in its icy might. Lin Buufon's body trembled slightly. This was undoubtedly the profound skill of the Snow Emperor, the three marvels of the Snow Emperor. Lin Buufon felt as if he had been struck by a pie from the heavens. "Young human, I am yet unaware of your name," the Snow Emperor remarked. Her eyes narrowed slightly, her tone laced with intrigue. Lin Buufon smiled. How could he possibly be ignorant? He was, after all, a traveler from another realm. "Allow me to introduce myself. I am Lin Buufon," he said with a smile, feeling a sense of fear dissipate within him. Judging by the Snow Emperor's current demeanor, she seemed to harbor no significant animosity towards him. As for the Ice Emperor, the sentiment likely mirrored that. Or else he would have been turned into a mere ice sculpture as before. With this thought, Lin Buufon exhaled softly. Engaging with the sovereigns of the two extreme northern realms was indeed exhausting. "Snow Emperor, I believe you can sense that an extraordinary transformation has occurred between us. To put it simply, you might consider yourself a unique soul ring to me, yet distinct from a conventional soul ring." Lin Buufon scratched his head, genuinely perplexed by the bizarre nature of his connection with the Snow Emperor. Since awakening his nine-colored divine light martial spirit, he had only gleaned a fraction of understanding regarding this mysterious power. He knew that his martial spirit required corresponding soul beasts of the same attributes to awaken new abilities. For instance, his first and second soul rings were derived from the Golden Thunder Beast and a willow tree. Yet these original owners did not transform into such extraordinary entities as the Snow Emperor had. A semblance of a soul ring, yet possessing a physical form and self-awareness. "What are your intentions?" the Snow Emperor inquired, her gaze fixed upon Lin Buufon, her voice calm, yet inquisitive. This human youth evoked in her a sense of enigma, akin to a shroud of mist. Lin Buufon hesitated, unsure of how to articulate his thoughts. The situation was beyond his control. He had come here, guided by his martial spirit, intending to hunt soul beasts. Yet, his target turned out to be the Snow Emperor. He happened upon her, only to witness her transformation being sealed by a tidal Douluo at the divine sealing platform, and subsequently, he had freed her, resulting in the demise of that tidal Douluo. It was all so chaotic. Ultimately, Lin Buufon's original plan had been to hunt soul beasts, awaken the water attribute divine light, and then retreat to Shrek Academy. However, given the current circumstances, how about you accompany me to the human world, Snow Emperor? Considering our relationship, as you can see, Lin Buufon resolved to take the Snow Emperor with him to the human realm rather than leaving her behind. "Human, do not even think about it." As soon as Lin Buufon finished speaking, the Ice Emperor, who had remained silent for quite some time, suddenly erupted in fury, her voice ringing out with a clear and ethereal quality that was remarkably pleasing to the ear. The Ice Emperor glared at the human before her. This insufferable young human who dared to think of taking her beloved Binger to the realm of mankind. Such a notion was utterly preposterous. Binger belonged solely to her. "Very well, I consent," the Snow Empress said unexpectedly. The Ice Emperor looked at the Snow Empress with confusion, as she had yet to agree. "Binger, I wish to venture into the human world," the Snow Empress declared, her eyes reflecting a glimmer of resolve. "Why, Snow?" The Ice Emperor gazed at her with a heart full of pain. "Why must you go to the realm of humans?" The Snow Empress cast a glance at Lin Buufon and conjured a barrier of soul energy, effectively isolating him from their conversation. Lin Buufon observed the Snow Empress's actions without protest. It was quite normal for two young women to share whispers. Yet, he hoped the Snow Empress could persuade the Ice Emperor. Otherwise, with the Ice Emperor present, his departure from the extreme north would prove exceedingly difficult. "Binger, your impending tribulation of 400,000 years approaches, does it not?" the Snow Empress remarked pensively, fixing her gaze on the Ice Emperor. "Snow, why do you bring this up so suddenly?" the Ice Emperor questioned, perplexed. "You have seen that human boy? He is far from ordinary. If I accompany him, there may be a chance to reach that elusive realm of divinity. If I succeed, Binger, I can aid you in overcoming your next tribulation. You are well aware of your own situation. Do you believe you can navigate the upcoming tribulation unscathed?" The Ice Emperor fell silent, acutely aware that regarding the next tribulation, she had no assurance, not even a glimmer of hope. But even so, Snow, you cannot simply follow that human boy into the human world. If you leave, I shall be alone in this extreme north. Binger. The Snow Empress stepped forward and embraced the Ice Emperor, saying, "This journey will last only a few decades at most. If I do not succeed by then, I shall return to the extreme north to be with you. Just a few fleeting decades. Yet, my deepest wish is for you to remain by my side for eternity." The Ice Emperor was momentarily taken aback. Snow. Then I shall accompany you," the Ice Emperor declared abruptly. "But you are from the Ice Scorpion clan." "Fear not, besides myself. There are other soul beasts of 10,000 years from my clan. Moreover, we, as the sovereigns of the extreme north, have no reason to fear any audacious soul beasts that would dare challenge us." Very well. Outside, Lin Buufon remained oblivious, unaware that the Snow Empress had not only persuaded the Ice Emperor, but had also planned to take her along. Chapter 35, Registration. In Tianhan City, Lin Buufon found himself utterly bewildered, gazing at the large and small figures trailing behind him, one a lowly and the other a mature woman. The charming presence of the Snow Empress is self-evident, while the elegant figure accompanying her is the Ice Empress. Lin Buufon had initially intended to discreetly lead the Snow Empress into the human realm, never anticipating that she would somehow persuade the Ice Empress to accompany her back as well. Observing the duo, one large and one small, Lin Buufon found himself in a bit of a quandary. He pondered what expression the heavenly dream Ice Silkworm would wear upon learning that he had also brought the Ice Empress along. Strangely, this thought sparked a sense of anticipation within him. Lin Buufon secured 2 hotel rooms, one for himself and the other for the Snow Empress and the Ice Empress, allowing them to rest for the night before setting off for Shrek Academy the following day. He calculated the timing, realizing that the enrollment period at Shrek Academy was approaching, and he would arrive just in time. The night passed without incident. The next day, amidst the envious gazes of others at the hotel, Lin Buufon checked out and led the 2 empresses towards Shrek Academy. The Snow Empress was entirely under the guidance of the Ice Empress. Lin Buufon found this somewhat peculiar. The Snow Empress exuded an aura reminiscent of a soul spirit, yet she seemed to embody something more akin to a vessel. This was merely Lin Buufon's conjecture, as he possessed scant knowledge about his own martial soul and only a rudimentary understanding, leaving much to explore. A vague hypothesis lingered in Lin Buufon's mind. Furthermore, he had gleaned from the Snow Empress and the Ice Empress about his awakening of the domain, including his unusual behaviors post-encasement in ice, and the subsequent reawakening of his martial soul, resulting in the emergence of 3 innate domains. All of this warranted thorough investigation once he reached Shrek Academy. 2 months later, Lin Buufon and his companions hastily made their way from Tianhan City, finally arriving at Shrek Academy. On the expansive plains, a colossal city lay sprawled across the earth like a slumbering beast. Gazing upon this immense metropolis, Lin Buufon felt as though he had returned to a modern era. Within the city, shops thrived, and the streets bustled with life. By nightfall, the city illuminated itself, remaining vibrant and lively throughout the night. This city, known as Shrek City, rivaled the capitals of the 4 great empires: the Douluo Empire, the Heavenly Soul Empire, the Doling Empire, and the Sun Moon Empire, standing as a significant economic center in the world of Douluo continent. Ice Empress, remember to restrain your aura. It must not be detected, Lin Buufon cautioned earnestly. This is Shrek City, teeming with tidal Douluo strongholds. Should even a trace of your presence be revealed, it would undoubtedly attract the attention of numerous tidal Douluo, leading to an overwhelming siege. Who among them would not covet a 10,000-year soul beast delivered right to their doorstep? Enough. You're such a fuss, aren't you? The Ice Emperor grumbled impatiently. Lin Buufon had reminded her several times during their journey, and her irritation was palpable. She had never encountered a human quite like this. Lin Buufon, exasperated, thought to himself that if it weren't for the Snow Emperor's presence, he would hardly bother with so many admonitions. Ice, you must remember what Little Fan said. Do not let your guard down in the slightest, the Snow Emperor cautioned, furrowing her brow. Oh, I know, Snow. The Ice Emperor replied, immediately softening her demeanor upon hearing the Snow Emperor's words. She leaned in to affectionately nuzzle the Snow Emperor's delicate, snow-white face. By the way, Snow, when we're outside, remember to call me brother, not Little Fan, Lin Buufon instructed the Snow Emperor. As the trio entered Shrek City through the west gate, Lin Buufon led the 2 young ladies on a leisurely exploration to familiarize themselves with their surroundings. It was undeniable that Shrek City was bustling with activity. The throngs of people were overwhelming, and they nearly lost each other in the crowd. Had Lin Buufon not grasped the Snow Emperor's small hand amidst the Ice Emperor's fierce gaze, they might have indeed become separated. Thus, with Lin Buufon holding one of the Snow Emperor's hands and the Ice Emperor holding the other, the 3 formed a cohesive unit as they wandered about. They spent nearly an entire day exploring, Yet they had barely scratched the surface of the Western District, a testament to the vastness of Shrek City. As night fell, the city came alive with the glow of lanterns, and the soul-guided lights illuminated the night with a kaleidoscope of colors, enhancing the city's beauty and vibrancy. Standing in the opulent suite of their hotel, Lin Buufon couldn't help but marvel at the luxury around him, though he knew he could never afford such lavish accommodations. The expenses were covered by the Snow Emperor, and he wondered where she had acquired such a wealth of spirit coins. Considering that spirit beasts typically resided in the far north and rarely ventured out. The following day, the trio checked out of their hotel and made their way to the vicinity of Shrek Academy. Lin Buufon, accompanied by the Snow Emperor and the Ice Emperor, purchased a house nearby, as the Ice Emperor intended to stay long-term and could not reside indefinitely in a hotel. After spending several thousand spirit coins, they finally secured a charming residence with a small courtyard. They busied themselves discarding unnecessary items and acquiring new furniture, all funded by the Snow Emperor. By noon, their new home had been transformed into a fresh and inviting space. Ice, this will be your home from now on. Lin Buufon informed the Ice Emperor before turning to the Snow Emperor. Snow, let us proceed to register at Shrek Academy. Understood, the Snow Emperor replied with an impassive expression. Remember to call me brother, Lin Buufon reminded her once more. The Snow Emperor remained silent. The Ice Emperor gazed at the receding figures of the two individuals, then turned her attention to their new abode, feeling a wave of melancholy wash over her. She longed to attend school, especially alongside Snow. Shrek Academy. When Lin Buufon brought the Snow Emperor to this place, he was taken aback by the throngs of people surrounding it. As he surveyed the scene, a sea of heads greeted his eyes, stretching from the entrance of Shrek Academy all the way to the back, forming an extensive line that must have measured several hundred meters, not to mention the multitude of parents accompanying the students. The Snow Emperor was equally astonished by the sight before her. So this is Shrek Academy? Suddenly, she understood why it was renowned as the continent's premier institution. The sheer number of individuals queuing to enroll spoke volumes. Ultimately, Lin Buufon and the Snow Emperor found themselves at the end of the line. Chapter 36. The First Encounter with Huogua. In the afternoon, Lin Buufon and the Snow Emperor successfully passed the assessment at Shrek Academy. Although it was termed an assessment, it was quite simple, as long as their age and strength met the admission standards, and they demonstrated their abilities in a practical test with a senior. They would be deemed successful. Lin Buufon revealed his 3 soul rings and activated his first soul skill, Thunder God's Descent, defeating the senior responsible for the evaluation in a single blow, thereby passing the test without issue. The Snow Emperor's task was even easier, as she was the vessel of Lin Buufon's water attribute Divine Light. Her soul power and the skills of her 3rd soul ring were shared with him. This meant that although the Snow Emperor had assumed a human form, her connection with Lin Buufon was uniquely special. Moreover, Lin Buufon discovered that there seemed to be even more potential between them. This revelation filled him with excitement, for it represented a significant enhancement to his strength, serving as a potential trump card in their relationship. Having successfully cleared the assessment, the two entered Shrek Academy, receiving their uniforms and dormitory keys before heading directly toward the dormitory building. Suddenly, Lin Buufon paused before a bulletin board adorned with notices, one of which detailed class assignments. Upon searching, he found that both he and the Snow Emperor had been placed in freshman class 6. This intake of Shrek Academy comprised 1,000 students, divided into 10 classes of 100 each. After reviewing his assigned class, Lin Buufon's gaze shifted to the first notice. Freshman class 1, Huiyuhao Wang Dong. As expected, they had crossed paths. A faint smile graced Lin Buufon's lips. He felt a twinge of curiosity about his encounter with Huiyuhao, pondering who would emerge superior in their clash, himself or Huiyuhao. Huiyuhao wielded the million-year wisdom soul ring, the Dream Ice Silkworm, and a demigod-level ally, Ilex. While Lin Buufon possessed the mysterious 9-colored divine light martial soul, also a contender among the elite. What kind of sparks would ignite when two such remarkable individuals collided? Lin Buufon was filled with anticipation. The Snow Empress cast a casual glance at him, noticing his amused expression as he gazed at the notice board. Curiosity piqued, she inquired. What brings you such mirth? Nothing much, merely observing an intriguing individual, Lin Buufon replied, before making his way toward the dormitory building. How peculiar, Snow Empress murmured, then promptly followed in his footsteps. The dormitory of Shrek Academy, though singular, sprawled across an extensive area, rising 6 stories high and adorned in 4 distinct colors: white, yellow, purple, and black, each corresponding to the various grades of students. Upon reaching the entrance of the white building, they encountered a young boy, much like themselves, who was respectfully conversing with an elderly man seated in a rocking chair, his demeanor exuding utmost reverence. Lin Buufon narrowed his eyes, stroking his chin in contemplation. It seemed that such a display of courtesy was unique to the protagonist of the original narrative. Without a doubt, this young lad was Hui Yuhao, thus confirming his suspicions. Xiao Fan, that old man is quite extraordinary, Snow Empress suddenly remarked. Even in her human form, she could sense the profound radiance and formidable life force emanating from the seemingly frail elder. Clearly, he was a formidable being, a title Douluo of considerable renown. Indeed, if all went as anticipated, he was likely the dragon god Douluo Muin, the esteemed head of the Sea God Pavilion at Shrek Academy. He is the dragon god Douluo. A flicker of astonishment crossed Snow Empress's eyes. As a spirit beast, she had heard of the dragon god Douluo's legendary status, a pinnacle title Douluo of level 99, regarded as the foremost figure of the Douluo continent. Even during her prime, she would not dare claim the ability to contend with him. The only potential rival would be that singular entity residing in the Stardow Forest. Let us proceed directly inside, Lin Buufon declared, and together with Snow Empress, they strode into the dormitory. Shortly after their entrance, Hui Yuhao paused, momentarily taken aback, then bid farewell to Mu In before following suit into the dormitory. Brother Tianming, what was with those two individuals just now? Hui Yuhao asked, puzzled. Having never witnessed such a pronounced emotional reaction from the Tianming Ice Silkworm. Little Yuhao, those students who just entered are undoubtedly remarkable. I sensed a trace of a familiar aura emanating from them. Tianming Ice Silkworm replied slowly. A familiar aura? Do you know them, Brother Tianming? Are they also spirit beasts? Hui Yuhao was momentarily stunned. Brat, what are you thinking? Tianming Ice Silkworm rolled its eyes within Hui Yuhao's spiritual sea. If they were indeed spirit beasts, what would bring them here? No matter how adept their disguise, a title Douluo would surely see through it. Then what could they be? Hui Yuhao was left bewildered. Did you not just say they exuded an aura familiar to you? Hui Yuhao spoke with a tone of innocent grievance. But I never claimed they were spirit beasts. Tianming Ice Silkworm rolled its eyes once more, exclaiming in exasperation, I can only assert that they are human, certainly not soul beasts, though there lingers a faint aura that feels familiar. The tone of Tianming Ice Silkworm grew serious as it continued. Moreover, the most crucial aspect is that I sense a trace of ice energy emanating from that young boy, and it appears to be even more potent than my own. Hui Yuhao remained utterly bewildered at this revelation. Well, it seems futile to explain this to you. You wouldn't comprehend. Focus on your cultivation. Once you reach level 20, I shall present you with a surprise, Tianming Ice Silkworm said with an air of resignation, covering its face in frustration. Oh, I see, Hui Yuhao replied, still looking perplexed. Meanwhile, Lin Buufon escorted the Snow Empress to the third floor before proceeding to locate his own room, numbered 203. Upon opening the door, a cloud of dust rushed forth, prompting Lin Buufon to instinctively cover his mouth and nose while waving his hand to disperse the particles. Once the dust settled, he surveyed the interior of the room. The space was modest, spanning only a few dozen square meters, sufficient to accommodate 2 wooden beds and 2 wardrobes, all of which were coated in dust, indicating a prolonged absence of habitation. It appears I must tidy up, Lin Buufon mused, glancing at the cleaning supplies resting in the corner. He commenced the task of cleaning. After an hour, Lin Buufon had transformed the room into a pristine sanctuary. I still need to purchase some bedding, he thought, before turning to exit in search of supplies, intending also to procure a set for the Snow Empress. Half an hour later, Lin Buufon returned with 2 sets of bedding, arranging one set in his room. He then regarded the other set thoughtfully, hesitating for a moment before deciding to deliver it to the Snow Empress. Ascending swiftly to the 4th floor, he located her room number and entered. Upon opening the door, both young women within the room were momentarily startled. After a brief pause, one of them let out a shrill scream. What are you doing? Lin Buufon stated nonchalantly, producing the bedding he had brought for the Snow Empress. As long as he remained unembarrassed, the awkwardness would fall upon others. He is my brother, the Snow Empress remarked calmly, casting a sidelong glance at Lin Buufon. The girl stood there, stunned into silence. Chapter 37, A New Discovery of Martial Souls. Lin Buufon offered a fleeting glance at the girl before turning to leave. Fortunately, as the school had just commenced, the corridor was largely deserted. Otherwise, he would surely have been apprehended on the spot. Honestly, why must boys and girls be assigned to the same dormitory building? Is this not an invitation for trouble? Lin Buufon silently grumbled. This particular arrangement had puzzled him even during his perusal of the original text. Shrek Academy was not lacking in funds, and constructing a separate dormitory for girls would not be an exorbitant expense, would it? Upon returning to his room, Lin Buufon was greeted by the sight of a young boy seated within. The boy, with tousled black hair and strikingly handsome features, appeared exceptionally neat and tidy. Hello. You must be my roommate. I am Lin Xian, the boy said with a smile upon seeing Lin Buufon enter. You share my surname, Lin? Lin Buufon thought to himself. astonished to have encountered a relative. "Greetings, I too am named Lin. I am Lin Buufon," he replied with a smile of his own. "Ah, then we are indeed kin," the boy exclaimed in surprise. "Indeed, we are," Lin Buufon chuckled. Meanwhile, on the other side, Xiaoxua, "Was that boy truly your brother?" inquired the roommate of the Snow Empress, who was now referred to as Lin Shui. "Yes," the Snow Empress replied with an air of indifference. "Oh dear, Xiaoxua, do not be so aloof," Zhou shouting remarked. Observing the Snow Empress's cold demeanor, especially in contrast to her charming and delicate appearance, which made her want to pinch her cheeks. Thus, audaciously, she suddenly launched an attack on the Snow Empress, wrapping her in a hug, her fair hands unable to resist the urge to squeeze. The Snow Empress stiffened instantly, nearly losing control of the primal power within her. This human was truly audacious. "Xiaoxua, we are roommates now, and we shall be living together for quite some time. You must smile more. Do not wear such a serious expression all day." The Snow Empress remained silent. The annual enrollment at Shrek Academy had finally concluded, and the new dormitory was gradually becoming lively, filled with the sounds of chatter and laughter. Although each dorm room was modest in size, the arrangement of 2 students per room provided a lively atmosphere outside, while maintaining a commendable level of tranquility within, thanks to the excellent soundproofing. Seated on his bed, Lin Buufon began to reflect on his recent experiences. Name: Lin Buufon. Gender: male. Age: 11. Martial spirit: 9-colored divine light. Soul power: 33. Soul skills: Thunder God descends. Leaf of life: 3 absolute techniques of the Snow Empress. Domains: Thunder domain, all-encompassing nature, extreme ice heaven. This encapsulated the fundamental information pertaining to Lin Buufon at present. However, ever since awakening the water attribute divine light, it seemed his martial spirit had undergone a transformation of sorts. Lin Buufon glanced at Lin Xian across the way, but paid it little mind. Upon entering Shrek Academy, he had no intention of concealing his martial spirit any longer, for it would eventually be revealed regardless. Slowly, he extended his palm, and strands of faint lightning began to swirl around him, crackling with fierce energy. The thunder attribute appeared to be even more potent than before. Lin Buufon noted that whether it was the thunder, wood, or water attributes, their quality had significantly improved, seemingly evolving towards a certain direction. For instance, the divine light of the lightning attribute has become increasingly ferocious, while the divine light of the wood attribute exudes a gentle aura. The divine light of the water attribute embodies both softness and rigidity, transforming between the 2 states, perhaps owing to the influence of the Snow Emperor. "Ah, Xiaofan, is your martial soul lightning?" At that moment, Lin Xian's voice pulled Lin Buufon from his reverie. Lin Buufon shook his head and replied, "No." Lin Xian gazed quizzically at the lightning in Lin Buufon's hand, pondering, "Not? Could I be mistaken? You will know in due time. By the way, what is your martial soul?" Lin Buufon suddenly felt a surge of curiosity towards Lin Xian, eager to discover what martial soul this relative possessed. "My martial soul? Of course it is." Lin Xian suddenly called out, "Martial soul, manifest." A tempestuous thunder erupted from Lin Xian, and in a flash of electric brilliance, his appearance underwent a dramatic transformation. His right arm swelled and grew robust, as glimmering scales of electricity rapidly emerged from beneath his skin, swiftly enveloping his shoulder. His fingers thickened and sharpened, resembling dragon claws. Simultaneously, half of his body transformed in a similar manner, covered in flickering scales of thunder, while a thick mask enveloped his youthful visage, obscuring half of his face. With a hum, 2 circles of yellow 100-year soul rings slowly ascended from beneath Lin Xian's feet, and a powerful wave of soul energy radiated from him. "This is my martial soul, Thunder Dragon," Lin Xian proclaimed with a smile. Lin Buufon observed Lin Xian and felt a sudden stir within, a silver light flashing at his brow. A bolt of lightning surged forth, encircling him, as 3 peculiar soul rings rose from his feet. One ring was yellow, interwoven with deep silver mysterious patterns, exuding a fierce aura. The second was also yellow, yet adorned with faint green mysterious lines, radiating a gentle vitality. The final ring, however, was a blood-red hue interspersed with icy blue, emanating a subtle chill. "Wow, what kind of martial soul is this?" Lin Xian gaped, utterly astonished by the martial soul and soul rings released by Lin Buufon, nearly overturning his worldview. Lightning, life, and ice, 3 distinct attributes manifested in a single individual. This was the first time he had encountered such an extraordinary martial soul in all his years. "Wait, don't move," Lin Buufon suddenly said. In the next moment, Lin Xian witnessed Lin Buufon approaching him and grasping his hand firmly. "Wait, I'm not. I prefer girls, I'm still pure," Lin Xian hurriedly exclaimed, only to meet Lin Buufon's fierce and wrathful gaze. "You fool, what are you thinking? Just feel it for yourself," Lin Buufon retorted, visibly annoyed. Oh, I see. Upon hearing this, Lin Xian began to truly sense the situation, only to discover that the aura emanating from Lin Buufon was converging towards him, while his own aura flowed steadily towards Lin Buufon as well. The energies between the two intertwined, seemingly on the verge of merging into one. This was the fusion of martial souls. Lin Xian was taken aback. His Thunder Dragon martial soul could actually harmonize with Lin Buufon's. Furthermore, observing the speed and intensity of the fusion, it appeared remarkably profound. At that moment, Lin Buufon abruptly withdrew his hand, causing the fusion of their martial souls to dissipate instantaneously. What are you doing? Lin Xian questioned, perplexed as to why Lin Buufon had suddenly halted. Ignoring him, Lin Buufon moved aside. It seemed that not only could his martial soul merge with the Snow Empress to form a fusion technique, but it appeared he could also achieve this with others. He pondered whether this capability was universal or restricted to those with matching attributes. Lin Buufon seemed to have uncovered an additional facet of his martial soul's abilities. Chapter 38. The beginning of school. Over the past few days, aside from the essential acts of eating and sleeping, Lin Buufon dedicated the remainder of his time to researching and experimenting with his martial soul. After these few days of exploration, he confirmed the potential for a martial soul fusion technique with Lin Xian, and it appeared they could also enhance their cultivation through the exchange of their fused auras, much like Hui Yuhao and Wang Dong, rapidly boosting their strength. However, the thought of training intimately with a male companion made Lin Buufon uncomfortable. He would rather endure anything than engage in such practices with another man. On the contrary, Lin Xian was eager and persistent, constantly flirting with danger, ultimately being forcefully subdued by Lin Buufon's superior strength. If they were to cultivate together, it ought to be with a beautiful girl rather than with a big man, as that would be ridiculous. Nevertheless, the martial soul fusion technique between the two could remain intact. Seizing the opportunity before classes officially commenced, Lin Buufon dragged Lin Xian out of Shrek City to experiment in the surrounding mountains. The power of their martial soul fusion technique exceeded Lin Buufon's expectations. A massive mountain crumbled into a cascade of debris after their combined assault. Remarkably, they could unleash this level of attack 2 more times, totaling 3 times in all, which was more than sufficient. Upon returning, Lin Buufon stealthily sought out the Snow Empress and conducted further experiments. They too could perform the martial soul fusion technique, and its potency was even greater. A straight beam of ice blue light surged forth, transforming everything in its wake into lifelike ice sculptures. Simultaneously, Lin Buufon and the Snow Empress could also engage in dual cultivation, significantly accelerating their training speed. This revelation brightened Lin Buufon's eyes. No one desires anything more than to accelerate their cultivation speed. The only regret lies in the fact that Snow Empress resides in the girls' dormitory, preventing them from cohabiting. Lin Buufon suddenly felt a pang of regret. Had he known earlier, he would have suggested that Snow Empress disguise herself as a boy, akin to Wang Dong, devising a plan for them to train together. However, this notion was merely a fleeting thought. Setting aside Snow Empress, even the Ice Emperor's challenge would be insurmountable. Were she to discover his intentions, he would undoubtedly face dire consequences. Besides experimenting with martial soul fusion techniques, Lin Buufon endeavored to wield 2 or even 3 beams of divine light simultaneously. The results were predictable. The consumption of soul power escalated geometrically. With Lin Buufon's current reserves, he could sustain this exertion for no more than half an hour, after which he would be utterly depleted. Following a few rudimentary attempts, Lin Buufon conceived a daring idea to manifest 2 distinct attributes of soul power in elemental form, then attempt to fuse them together. The outcome nearly led to his own demise. The experiment concluded in a comical disaster, yet Lin Buufon remained undeterred, his interest only intensifying. If mastered, this technique could prove to be a formidable weapon. Thus, several days passed amidst incessant experimentation, leading Shrek to the commencement of the academic term. The following morning, after a brief morning routine, Lin Buufon roused the still, slumbering Lin Xian. Their camaraderie had flourished over the past few days, establishing a friendship. After waiting a moment at the staircase, Snow Empress and her roommate descended, though the former wore an uncharacteristically frosty expression. Trailing behind was Zhou shouting, chattering like a lively little sparrow, exuding a vibrant charm. Xiaoxua, why are you ignoring me? Xiaoxua, speak to me. Don't keep that cold demeanor all day. You should smile. It would suit you better. Witnessing this scene, Lin Buufon couldn't help but stifle a laugh. Snow Empress was experiencing a rare moment of vulnerability. Noticing Lin Buufon's amusement, Snow Empress shot him an icy glare. Lin Buufon quickly sealed his lips, yet the mirth remained. Snow Empress currently resembled a beleaguered soul, unable to retaliate. Opportunities to witness her in such a state were indeed rare. Hey, Hey, Xiaofan, is that little girl your sister? She is truly beautiful. Lin Xian suddenly nudged Lin Buufon and whispered. Lin Buufon's smile abruptly ceased as he cast a sidelong glance at Lin Xian, querying, "What are you implying?" "Oh, I meant nothing by it." Lin Xian exclaimed, bewildered. "Is it not permissible to compliment your sister? Are you perhaps a bit possessive?" "Oh, then let us proceed." Lin Buufon replied nonchalantly, offering a cursory glance at Lin Xian before greeting Snow Empress and Zhou shouting. The quartet then made their way towards the dining hall. What on earth is happening? Lin Xian was utterly bewildered. Just as he was lost in thought, he noticed the three individuals ahead of him suddenly leaving, prompting him to hastily chase after them. "Hey, wait for me." After a simple breakfast in the cafeteria, the four of them made their way to their designated classroom. They were assigned to Class 6 for freshmen. The bustling sounds of chatter echoed through the corridors, and before long, they found their classroom. Inside, the classroom was sparsely populated, with only about 10 students, and the seats were quite spacious. Lin Xian casually chose a seat at the back by the window, the so-called prime position reserved for protagonists. He settled down next to Lin Buufon. Shuedi took a seat in front of Lin Buufon, with Zhou shouting beside her. It was evident that Zhou shouting was quite interested in Shuedi, especially since they were roommates, which intensified her curiosity. During their walk from the dormitory, Zhou shouting had been the most talkative, lively and animated, showing no signs of embarrassment even when Shuedi ignored her. "Hey, Xiaofan, I have a question for you. And you must answer honestly." Lin Xian suddenly poked Lin Buufon again, whispering, "What question?" Lin Buufon replied nonchalantly, "Well, it's not a big deal. I just want to know if you and your sister, Xiao Shui, are actually related by blood. You two don't seem very alike." Lin Xian continued, "For instance, in terms of looks, Xiao Shui is stunningly beautiful." While Yui did not finish his sentence, but Lin Buufon understood his implication. Instantly, Lin Buufon's eyes narrowed dangerously. Upon noticing Lin Buufon's demeanor, Lin Xian quickly backtracked. "All right, forget I asked. There is no blood relation between us." Lin Xian's heart sank as Shuedi's voice unexpectedly chimed in, calm yet audible enough for both to hear. "Hiss." Lin Xian inhaled sharply at her words, casting a knowing look at Lin Buufon, as if to say, "Is this the level of sophistication people are playing at nowadays?" Lin Buufon, meanwhile, felt a wave of frustration. Shuedi was clearly doing this on purpose. However, seeing Lin Xian's playful expression only darkened Lin Buufon's mood further. "What are you thinking, you unhealthy-minded individual?" "Haha. I simply think you and Xiao Shui have a fantastic rapport, perfectly suited to be siblings," Lin Xian replied, feigning innocence as he looked at Lin Buufon. Suddenly, he squinted mischievously at Lin Buufon. "Do you truly have such thoughts?" Lin Buufon, regarding the female protagonist. "I have received numerous inquiries from readers over the past few days about removing the character Orange. While I am unsure of your perspective, I do not wish to eliminate her. In the original work, one might perceive Orange as ruthless and unlikable. However, have you ever contemplated the reasons behind her unyielding nature? Is it not plausible that, absent certain circumstances, a naive and romantic girl would choose to transform into such a person? Who does not yearn for happiness, to find someone who cherishes them, and to be together with that person? Furthermore, my decision to feature Orange as the protagonist is also an attempt to fulfill a lingering regret within me. In the original narrative, Hui Yuhao disappointed Orange. Yet I aspire to alter that outcome. I am determined not to repeat past mistakes. Additionally, since this book is my creation, I shall adhere to my vision. Suggestions are welcome, and I will consider revisions in accordance with the plot, but do not expect to alter my original intentions and ideas. If you find it unappealing, you are free to depart. There are numerous Douluo fanfictions, and my story is but one among many. Chapter 39, The Competition for Class Monitor. Lin Buufon cast a sidelong glance at Lin Xian, disinterested in continuing the conversation with him, and turned away, resting his head on the desk in boredom. Observing Lin Buufon's indifference, Lin Xian paid it no mind and began chatting with Zhou shouting, who sat in front of him. As time passed, the raucous sounds from the hallway gradually diminished, soon replaced by a hurried cadence of footsteps. In the next moment, a tall figure entered the room, an elegantly handsome young man sporting gold-rimmed glasses. The classroom fell into an immediate hush as Lin Buufon raised his gaze towards the newcomer. The young man surveyed the room, a faint smile gracing his features, radiating warmth. "Hello, everyone. I am your homeroom teacher. My name is Qingning. It brings me great joy to meet you all." He spoke slowly, his voice soft yet resonant enough for every ear to catch. He then picked up a piece of chalk from the lectern and inscribed his name on the blackboard behind him. Qingning. The two characters were penned with meticulous precision, resembling printed text. After completing this, Qingning turned to face the class, his gentle gaze sweeping over the students. "Now, shall we introduce ourselves? Let's start with the first student by the window over there." He gestured towards a boy seated in the front row. The boy, momentarily taken aback by the attention, quickly rose and introduced himself with a voice loud enough for the entire class to hear. Hello, everyone. My name is Su Shan. I am 11 years old. And my martial soul is a wind chime. After his enthusiastic introduction, Su Shan sat back down, his cheeks slightly flushed. Excellent. Su Shan has set a great example for us. However, there is no need to delve into details about martial souls or soul power. I hope everyone will share their interests and hobbies instead, as this will foster better camaraderie among us. Qingning remarked on Su Shan's introduction before adding, Now, Su Shan, would you kindly introduce yourself once more? Yes. Upon hearing this, Su Shan rose to her feet, subsequently standing again to introduce herself, this time emphasizing her interests and hobbies. Qingning nodded in satisfaction and turned her gaze to the next individual. Hello everyone, my name is Huang Sutao, I am 12 years old, and I enjoy. This round of introductions lasted nearly 3 class periods before it finally reached the group to which Lin Buufon belonged. Wow, it's almost my turn, I'm so nervous, exclaimed Zhou shouting, her palms already moist with perspiration and her face slightly flushed. Just relax, there's nothing to be anxious about, Lin Buufon remarked nonchalantly from the back. Aren't you nervous at all, Xiaofan? Lin Xian inquired, glancing at Lin Buufon. What's there to be nervous about? Lin Buufon replied indifferently. He had experienced this before. During his previous school days, every new school year began with such introductions. As they conversed, the individuals ahead had completed their introductions, and it was now Zhou Shouting's turn. Finally, after the preceding introductions concluded, nearly all eyes turned towards Zhou Shouting. With a sudden burst of courage, she stood up, her cheeks flushed crimson. The gaze of her classmates made her feel incredibly anxious and uneasy. This was the first time she had been the center of attention, and her mind went blank. Instinctively, she began to introduce herself based on the thoughts she had rehearsed in her mind. Hello everyone, my name is Zhou Shouting, and I am from the Starry Empire. After a stuttering introduction, she let out a sigh of relief as she sat down, patting her chest. Just as she settled back into her seat, Shuedi stood up. And at that moment, nearly all the class's attention converged upon her. Everyone had noticed Shuedi upon entering the classroom. After all, it was impossible not to notice such a stunning girl. My name is Lin Shui, and I am the sister of that guy in the back. My only interest is to become stronger. I have no interest in anyone weaker than myself. Upon hearing these words, Lin Xian could not help but exclaim, Wow, that was quite sharp. Lin Buufon commented, That's very much like Shuedi, still the same leading figure among the 3 great kings of the extreme north. After Shuedi concluded her introduction, she took her seat. Your turn, Lin Xian, Lin Buufon said. Oh right. Lin Xian quickly stood up and began to introduce himself loudly. Though he appeared quite nervous and his speech was somewhat halting, he managed to finish smoothly. Then it was Lin Buufon's turn. He stood up slowly, surveyed the room, and said, Hello everyone, my name is Lin Buufon, and I am Lin Shui's brother. That is all. With that, Lin Buufon sat back down. His introduction succinct and efficient. Applause erupted. On the podium, Qingning clapped her hands, drawing the attention of all present. She announced, All right. Everyone has now acquainted themselves and gained some understanding of one another. I shall not dilly-dally any longer. I will select a student to be our class monitor. Is there anyone willing to take on this role? Her gaze swept across the room and lingered momentarily on Lin Buufon before moving on. Upon her pronouncement, nearly all the students stirred with eagerness, their eyes glinting with enthusiasm for the position of class monitor. However, Lin Buufon found the prospect rather mundane, viewing the role as a burdensome task devoid of merit. It required not only managing the class on behalf of the teacher, but also navigating the intricate web of interpersonal relationships. Do you aspire to be the class monitor? Lin Buufon inquired, noticing Lin Xian beside him exhibiting a flicker of interest. Lin Xian grinned, admitting, I am somewhat intrigued. Then go ahead and compete for it. Lin Buufon remarked dismissively, Don't you want to be the monitor? Lin Xian asked in surprise. Not at all. I have no interest, Lin Buufon replied, shaking his head. Why not? Lin Xian questioned, perplexed. For no particular reason, Lin Buufon stated, dismissing the need for elaboration. On the podium, Qingning observed the interest among the students in the monitor position, a smile gracing her lips. Yet, when her eyes fell upon Lin Buufon's indifferent demeanor, her smile faded. As the homeroom teacher, she was acutely aware of each student's capabilities, recognizing that only he and Shuedi possessed the strength of sole sovereign within Class 6. The class monitor, as the leader of the group, must not be chosen from among the weaker students. Given the formidable strengths of Lin Buufon and Shuedi, they were undoubtedly the most suitable candidates for the roles of monitor and vice monitor. Contemplating this, Qingning pondered aloud. I wonder if Lin Buufon has any interest in the position of class monitor. As soon as she spoke, Lin Buufon furrowed his brow, questioning why he was being considered. Chapter 40, Shuedi's Envy. Though perplexed, Lin Buufon responded without hesitation, I'm sorry, Teacher Qing, but I am not interested in the position of class monitor. Oh, Qingning. Taken aback by Lin Buufon's refusal, merely inquired, why would you decline, Lin Buufon? With a resigned expression, Lin Buufon replied, because, in my view, the position of class monitor is a thankless endeavor, hence my refusal. As soon as the words left his lips, the classroom erupted in astonishment. Many gazing at Lin Buufon in disbelief, shocked that he would dare speak to a teacher in such a manner, especially the homeroom teacher. Qingning frowned slightly but did not express anger. Instead, she replied with a gentle smile, it seems we shall have to consider other students for this role. Unbeknownst to others, some classmates were eager to assume the role of class leader. Qingning glanced down at her peers, many of whom were keen to secure the position. Lin Buufon raised an eyebrow at this sight, feeling a slight fondness for the teacher. Had such a statement been made in his previous life, it would have incited outrage from the educators, who would have undoubtedly reprimanded him on the spot. Yet here, the Shrek teacher, Qingning, brushed it off with such ease. Of course, Lin Buufon could not discern whether this was due to genuine magnanimity or mere pretense. Soon, the entire class enthusiastically participated, with the exception of a few, including Lin Buufon, who had little interest in being class leader or lacked confidence. The positions of 2 class leaders were quickly confirmed, a male named Huang Tian and a female named Lan Linger. Thus, the morning slipped by, and as Qingning declared the end of the class, the students gradually departed. Let us head to the cafeteria for a meal, Lin Buufon announced as he rose. Xiaofan, are you truly uninterested in being class leader? I believe teacher Qingning sees great potential in you. Otherwise, she wouldn't have singled you out, Lin Xian remarked. Lin Buufon cast him a glance and replied, what is so appealing about being class leader? It is far more relaxing to be an ordinary student. With that, he strode ahead. Hee, it seems you are not far from the truth, Lin Xian chuckled as he followed suit. Come on, Xiaoxue, let us also dine, Zhou Shouting said. Reaching for Xueti's hand, Xueti glanced at her, subtly evading her grasp. Why is Xiaoxue so aloof? Zhou Shouting pondered, troubled by the demeanor of her desk mate and roommate, who seemed excessively distant. After the 4 of them enjoyed their meal in the cafeteria, Lin Buufon and Xueti returned to their dormitory, while Lin Xian stated he had matters to attend to and would not return for lunch. Zhou Shouting expressed a desire to explore the academy and attempted to persuade Xueti to accompany her, but was met with refusal. During midday, Lin Buufon sat cross-legged on his bed, commencing meditation and cultivation. Recently, he had noticed a significant deceleration in his cultivation progress, often after meditating. The increase in soul power was minimal. However, it was comforting to observe that the quality of his soul power seemed to have improved considerably. The afternoon class was straightforward, a physical training session, which involved running on the field while clad in iron gear to enhance physical stamina. For Lin Buufon, this class held little significance. His physical prowess was exceptionally robust, having undergone the baptism of 3 soul rings, coupled with the innate advantages bestowed by his martial soul, placing him at nearly the level of a soul master. Running 100 laps in iron gear was still quite effortless for him. Zhou Shouting clung to the Snow Empress, exclaiming, Shui, I have heard that there is a street of delicacies outside the school. Shall we go take a look together? The Snow Empress sighed in resignation, glancing at the girl who clung to her like taffy. I shall not go. Ah, what a pity, Zhou Shouting lamented. Shui, I believe you should cultivate more friendships and maintain a smile on your face. Lin Buufon approached the Snow Empress and gently patted her head. A surge of killing intent erupted from the Snow Empress's eyes, prompting Lin Buufon to instinctively withdraw his hand. By the way, I have heard there is a stall selling grilled fish outside. Allow me to take you both to see it, Lin Buufon suddenly proclaimed. He recalled that in the original narrative, it seemed that during the opening days of school, the protagonist would venture outside to sell his signature grilled fish. The original text described it as exceedingly delicious, and Lin Buufon was rather eager to sample it. Grilled fish, Lin Xian exclaimed in surprise. How come I was unaware of this? I haven't heard anything about it, Zhou Shouting echoed. The two had nearly explored the vicinity outside the school in recent days and had become quite familiar with the offerings. Yet, they had never encountered a stall selling grilled fish. That is merely a reflection of your ignorance. Come, let me lead you there, Lin Buufon declared, striding ahead with Lin Xian and Zhou Shouting trailing behind. Boredom prevails. You may go ahead without me. I shall return to my dormitory. The Snow Empress waved her hand in resignation, turning to leave. Shui, I have already said you should make more friends, so come along. Lin Buufon unexpectedly appeared behind the Snow Empress and, without warning, scooped up the petite Snow Empress, dashing toward Lin Xian and Zhou Shouting. Brute, put me down at once. I can walk by myself. The Snow Empress gritted her teeth, her cheeks flushed with indignation, wishing fervently to freeze Lin Buufon into an ice sculpture on the spot. With so many witnesses, how dare he? Lin Xian and Zhou Shouting were momentarily stunned by Lin Buufon's audacity. After a long pause, They exchanged glances. And Lin Xian finally uttered, "Impressive." Lin Buufon carried the Snow Empress to the shores of the sea god lake before gently setting her down, with Lin Xian and Zhou Shouting following closely behind. "You scoundrel." As soon as her feet touched the ground, the Snow Empress immediately raised her fists in a flurry of indignation. Her delicate little fists appeared soft and feeble, yet when they struck, Lin Buufon felt an overwhelming force. A sharp pain surging through him. "Stop. I concede. I shall not dare again," Lin Buufon pleaded loudly. "Humph." After delivering her reprisal, the Snow Empress finally felt some relief, though her beautiful face remained frosty. "Next time, I shall not afford you this opportunity. I will freeze you into an ice sculpture for all to behold." Listening to the Snow Emperor's words laden with menace, Lin Buufon could not help but shudder at the vivid imagery conjured in his mind. "No, I truly won't dare next time," he exclaimed. "Haha, you better hope for your own good," Lin Xian retorted, unreserved in his mockery. "Humph, before that, I could certainly freeze you into an ice sculpture. Shall we give it a try?" With that, Lin Buufon lunged towards Lin Xian. The two engaged in playful scuffles. And observing their antics, Zhou Shouting could not resist joining in. Meanwhile, the Snow Emperor observed their frolic with a cold gaze, a hint of envy flickering in her eyes. Chapter 41, The Existing Matters. After a brief bout of merriment, the trio reconvened. "Aren't you all supposed to be heading out for grilled fish? Why are you wasting time here?" The Snow Emperor said coldly. "Haha, fine, I won't frolic with you any longer. Let us depart now," Lin Buufon replied. "Let us go?" The group made their way towards the outskirts of the campus, soon exiting the school grounds. At that moment, Lin Buufon spotted a stall not far off, where neatly prepared fish were on display. Standing nearby were a boy and a girl, seemingly awaiting someone. The boy appeared to be around 14 or 15 years of age, handsome with a gentle smile that radiated warmth. Beside him, the girl was sweet-faced and petite, exuding an adorable charm. It was none other than Bei Bei and Tanya from the original narrative, and the individual they awaited was none other than the protagonist, Hui Yuhao. "I say, Xiaofan, where's the grilled fish stall you mentioned?" "I don't see it anywhere," Lin Xian remarked, scanning the surroundings without spotting the stall Lin Buufon had referred to. "Isn't it right over there?" Lin Buufon pointed towards the area where Bei Bei and the others stood. "Are you certain?" Lin Xian gazed at Lin Buufon with skepticism. The two clearly appeared to be seniors from their academy and not in need of money. How could they possibly be selling grilled fish? Lin Buufon shrugged and casually replied, "The ones selling grilled fish are certainly not them. There are others involved. Just wait here for a moment." As the two conversed, a figure hurriedly emerged from the academy, making their way to the already set-up grill. "The main character has arrived. Let us go and give it a try," Lin Buufon said, narrowing his eyes slightly in anticipation of Hui Yuhao's culinary skills. "Is it really that quick?" Lin Xian asked, slightly astonished, but soon fell in step with Lin Buufon. Zhou Shouting and the Snow Emperor followed suit, particularly Zhou Shouting, who was eager to discover just how delectable the grilled fish Lin Buufon had mentioned truly was. The Snow Emperor maintained an air of indifference. Had it not been for Lin Buufon, she might have remained in her dormitory at this very moment. At this moment, Hui Yuhao had just finished preparing the seasonings and was ready to begin processing the grilled fish that Bei Bei had brought him. Suddenly, he sensed someone approaching, and upon lifting his gaze, he saw 2 men and 2 women walking toward him. "Are you here to enjoy the grilled fish?" Hui Yuhao inquired while tending to the fish. Just then, he was momentarily startled, his mind drifting as he gazed peculiarly at the person standing in front, Lin Buufon. "Indeed. Boss, how much do you charge for each grilled fish?" Lin Buufon casually asked. 5 copper soul coins per fish," Hui Yuhao replied. Lin Buufon nodded. "Then we shall take 4, 1 for each of us." Meanwhile, as Hui Yuhao continued to prepare the fish, he engaged in conversation with the Sky Dream Ice Silkworm within his spiritual sea. "Sky Dream, do you think 2 of these individuals are the same ones you sensed last time?" Hui Yuhao queried with curiosity. "Yes, little Yuhao. Moreover, now that we're closer, I suddenly find one of them strikingly familiar, as if I have encountered them before," the Sky Dream Ice Silkworm responded earnestly. "Which one?" Hui Yuhao asked, intrigued as he glanced towards Lin Buufon and the others, eager to discover who could evoke such familiarity in Sky Dream. "The little girl with the snow-white hair. I have an uncanny feeling that I have seen her somewhere," the Sky Dream Ice Silkworm mused. Hui Yuhao was momentarily taken aback, gazing at the exquisite and adorable figure of the Snow Empress, utterly incongruous with the notion of being a soul beast. "Sky Dream, could you possibly be mistaken?" Hui Yuhao couldn't help but express his skepticism. The Sky Dream Ice Silkworm paused, then uncertainly replied, "Perhaps I might be wrong. That hardly clarifies anything." Hui Yuhao retorted with a hint of sarcasm. At that moment, Hui Yuhao stuffed the belly of the prepared fish with perilla leaves and spread some seasonings. Soon, the vibrant charcoal fire blazed to life, and he carefully placed the fish atop it, also ensuring to prepare the portion he had promised for Tanya. Half an hour later, the first batch of grilled fish was ready, an enticing aroma wafting through the air. Driven by curiosity, many onlookers began to form a line. As the first arrivals, Lin Buufon and his companions were naturally the first to receive the grilled fish. Before him lay a golden fish, glistening with oil, and the delightful scent assaulted his senses. Lin Buufon's throat involuntarily tightened as he took a gentle bite. The blend of the fish's freshness and the aromatic seasonings exploded in his mouth at that moment. Delicious, was the first thought that sprang to Lin Buufon's mind. The others, too, after savoring their first bite, were struck with delight, eagerly devouring the fish. Even the Snow Empress joined in, though her demeanor was far more graceful than the rest. At that moment, several female students clad in purple robes emerged from the gates of Shrek Academy. The foremost among them instantly captivated the attention of countless onlookers. She appeared to be merely 14 or 15 years of age, possessing a tall and slender figure. With cascading golden locks styled in large waves that framed her snow-white skin and eyes resembling tranquil pools of water. Wow, Xiaofan, that senior sister is stunning, came Lin Xian's astonished voice. Yet, Lin Buufon paid little heed to his chatter. His gaze was solely fixed on the girl, the one who had occupied his thoughts for so many years. After such a long time, they were finally reunited. Nan, doesn't that aroma wafting from over there smell delightful? Shall we go take a look? Remarked a beautiful girl beside Jiang Nan. Although this girl was also strikingly attractive, she paled in comparison to the radiant Jiang Nan, akin to a firefly overshadowed by a brilliant moon. Yes, let us, Jiang Nan replied, already enticed by the enticing scent. With her nod, the group of girls made their way toward Hui Yuhao's stall, perhaps due to the overwhelming beauty of Jiang Nan and her companions. The students who had previously surrounded Hui Yuhao's stall willingly parted to create a path, allowing her and the other girls to approach directly. Upon witnessing the crowd's courteous gesture, the exquisite girl smiled warmly, and every student who beheld her smile felt their cheeks flush with excitement. Even Hui Yuhao, who was grilling fish, momentarily froze, marveling at the sheer beauty before him. Fortunately, he quickly regained his composure and resumed grilling. Junior, how much do you sell your grilled fish for? Jiang Nan inquired, unable to resist the mouth-watering aroma. 5 copper soul coins each, senior sister, Hui Yuhao replied. Jiang Nan frowned slightly, finding the price excessive. Considering the cost and preparation, it should be no more than 3 copper soul coins, and you would still make a profit. What do you think, Junior? She suggested softly. Hui Yuhao was taken aback. He had not anticipated such a stunning girl would haggle with him. No classmate had ever done so before. Shaking his head, he replied, I'm sorry, senior sister, but my grilled fish is not negotiable. Jiang Nan paused for a moment, apologizing. I'm sorry, I was just estimating. Perhaps I will try it another time. With that, she turned to leave. Young man, do you dare not sell? Suddenly, a booming voice erupted, accompanied by a flash of golden light hurtling directly toward Hui Yuhao's stall. Chapter 42. Senior sister, do you trust me? Clang. The golden light struck the grill in front of Hui Yuhao, embedding itself perfectly within it. It was a gold soul coin. Almost immediately, a figure appeared, striding past Jiang Nan to pounce on Hui Yuhao's barbecue stall, ready to snatch away the fish he was grilling. Su Sancher, don't go too far. At that moment, a chilling voice resonated, and a figure obstructed Su Sanchi's path. Bebe, what are you doing here? Su Sancher exclaimed, taken aback upon recognizing the newcomer. Those 2 grilled fish belong to my little ya. You cannot take them, Bebe retorted. Thus, the two stood in a standoff. It was then that Hui Yuhao discerned the appearance of the individual, clad in a black school uniform. They appeared to be of similar age to Bebe, tall with pronounced features, thick eyebrows, and large eyes. The pale complexion, tinged with a faint flush of anger, coupled with a slightly chubby visage, exuded an imposing aura. Su Sancher. Enough is enough. A voice, tinged with anger and coolness, rang out as Jiang Nan glared at Su Sancher, coldly stating, please refrain from such trivial antics. I will never take a liking to you. Nan, please listen to me, Su Sancher implored, sensing Jiang Nan's ire and abandoning his intent to seize the grilled fish. He spoke softly, his demeanor starkly contrasting with his previous assertiveness. There is nothing left to discuss between us, Jiang Nan declared, unwilling to hear Su Sanchi's explanation. Turning to leave. Seeing this, Su Sancher immediately followed. How intriguing. I have altered the course of events, yet I still encounter such situations. What could be the reason? Lin Buufon clenched his fists, though the current matters seemed inconsequential. Noticing Su Sanchi's persistence in pursuing Jiang Nan, Lin Buufon strode purposefully towards him. Su Sancher, I have already told you that I do not wish to hear your explanations. Furthermore, please refrain from bothering me in the future. Jiang Nan expressed her exasperation at Su Sanchi's relentless pursuit, having made her rejection abundantly clear on multiple occasions. Nan, have I done something wrong? Su Sancher asked cautiously, gazing at the girl before him. For reasons unbeknownst to him, ever since their first encounter, he had found Jiang Nan to be extraordinarily captivating. Despite being the young master of the Xianxing sect, and having encountered numerous beauties over the years, none had ever stirred his heart until he met Jiang Nan. For some inexplicable reason, he felt an intrinsic significance to her, as if she were someone of utmost importance. Senior, this young lady has asked you to cease your pursuit. Did you not hear her? Lin Buufon, suppressing the urge to physically confront Su Sancher, positioned himself directly in front of him to block any further advances. Su Sancher's expression darkened as he regarded the suddenly appearing Lin Buufon, coldly commanding, "Brat, get out of my way and stop being a nuisance." With that, he attempted to circumvent Lin Buufon. Lin Buufon once more obstructed Su Sancher, sneering, "Senior, one should possess a modicum of self-awareness. Can't you see that Nan is already annoyed with you and wishes for you to stop your incessant pursuit?" Su Sancher's countenance grew stormy, his eyes brimming with uncontrollable fury. "You dare to utter Nanan's name, mere freshman? How audacious of you to meddle in my affairs." Su Sancher noted that Lin Buufon was clad in the attire of a new student. "Junior, this matter is between him and me. You need not intervene," Jiang Nanan stated. Observing the junior who had unexpectedly blocked Su Sancher's path, the more she looked at him, the more familiar he seemed, as if she had seen him somewhere before. "Senior, you haven't changed a bit over the years," Lin Buufon remarked, appraising the girl before him, who appeared just as she did back in the day. "You recognize me?" Jiang Nanan asked, her gaze flickering with slight hesitation towards Lin Buufon. "North City, Soul Master Academy," Lin Buufon reminded her. Upon hearing this, Jiang Nanan's eyes brightened with surprise. "So it's you, Xiaofan. After all these years, I almost didn't recognize you. Haha. Senior, you have become even more beautiful. I was nearly unable to recognize you as well." Not far away, Lin Xian watched in astonishment, never expecting Lin Buufon to be acquainted with such a stunning senior. It appeared their relationship was quite profound. "By the way, Xiaoxua, do you know that senior?" Lin Xian suddenly inquired. "Shuedi, I do not know her," she replied coldly. "That's quite unfortunate," Lin Xian sighed, expressing his regret. "How infuriating. Can you not ignore me so blatantly?" Su Sancher glared at the two animatedly chatting, jealousy and anger threatening to engulf him. He had pursued Jiang Nanan for so long, yet she had never spoken to him with such warmth. "Kid, I'll kill you," Su Sancher growled, his dark soul energy surging forth as he struck out at Lin Buufon with force. "Xiaofan, be careful." Jiang Nanan's expression shifted suddenly, and she called out urgently, "Die, you little brat." Su Sancher's expression twisted into a snarl as he intensified the power in his palm. "Humph," Lin Buufon scoffed, channeling his own soul energy and retaliating fiercely. Bang! The two palms collided, producing a resounding thud, and the powerful soul energy rippled outward, resulting in a stalemate. "Not bad. Kid, you possess some strength," Su Sancher said grimly, realizing why Lin Buufon had the audacity to stand up to him for a woman. "Enough." Jiang Nanan's fury erupted as she positioned herself protectively in front of Lin Buufon, glaring coldly at Su Sancher. "Don't you find your behavior disgusting? You have been pestering me, and now you resort to violence against a junior? Is this how you conduct yourself as a senior?" Su Sancher's face darkened further as he replied in a low voice. "This is no longer a matter between us, but rather one between me and this kid. I hope you refrain from interfering." At this point, Su Sancher fixed Lin Buufon with a menacing glare, exuding a feral intensity filled with murderous intent. "Kid, if you have the guts, let's duel in the soul arena. Don't hide behind a woman. It only makes you contemptible. Xiaofan, don't go. This guy is a soul master. You might not be able to defeat him," Jiang Nanan said, a hint of worry flashing in her eyes as she addressed Lin Buufon. Lin Buufon shook his head and suddenly gazed intently at Jiang Nanan, his eyes aflame with fervor. "Senior, do you believe in me?" At his words, Jiang Nanan could not help but shiver, her gaze fixed upon Lin Buufon, seemingly recalling a night many years ago when a young boy looked at her with similar intensity and uttered those very words. Aware that she could not deter Lin Buufon, she merely replied, "Just take care of yourself." The concern woven into her words softened Lin Buufon's heart. He nodded gently and replied, "Rest assured, senior." Su Sancher's jealousy intensified, his expression darkening like stormy waters, seething with rage but finding no outlet. He felt a wave of suffocation and grumbled, "Since you've agreed, let us proceed. I shall teach you a thing or two." Chapter 43, Lin Buufon versus Su Sancher. An encounter of extremes. The Fighting Soul District, located in the northwest corner of the Martial Soul Division, near Shrek City, holds significant importance. Here, various competitions are conducted, overseen by dedicated instructors who act as referees. determining victors, safeguarding students, and providing medical assistance. Of course, all this requires payment. Participating in a soul fight demands at least 10 gold soul coins as an entry fee. After both Lin Buufon and Su Sanshur paid the requisite fees, they were assigned to a competition arena. The surrounding stands were filled with spectators, comprising students from both upper and lower years, although the majority had come to see Su Sanshur. As an upperclassman, Su Sanshur not only possessed formidable strength, but also boasted striking looks, making him quite popular. Moreover, the impetus for this match stemmed from none other than the first beauty of the Outer Academy, Jiang Nannan, which had piqued the interest of many and left them eagerly gossiping. It was human nature to indulge in such intrigue, especially when it involved such a sensational tale, an upperclassman clashing with a newly admitted lowerclassman over the affections of the Academy's most beautiful student. In any case, the turnout was substantial, and as a result, Shrek Academy reaped considerable profits. For attending the soul fights required payment. The ticket price was merely 1 silver soul coin. For most, this modest sum was insignificant, yet it afforded them the opportunity to witness the duel between the two protagonists, rendering it quite worthwhile. Lin Buufon, the Ice Empress, and Zhou Shouting also arrived, there to cheer for Lin Buufon from a corner of the stands. Lin Buufon had even brought along some sunflower seeds, which he was currently cracking open. Xiaoxua, do you think your brother will win this match? I've heard that the upperclassman named Su Sanshur is a soul master, and an experienced one at that. His strength is formidable. Don't ask me. I have no idea. Xiaoxua maintained her usual aloof demeanor, appearing indifferent to the match. She felt that if Lin Buufon couldn't even defeat a mere soul master, it might be wise to reconsider her plans and not place her bets on him. Lin Xian cracked sunflower seeds, helplessly gazing at the Snow Empress. He found Lin Buufon's sister undeniably beautiful, yet her demeanor was excessively aloof. He could not fathom how Lin Buufon endured her presence. In contrast, her roommate, Zhou Shouting, exuded a delightful charm, radiating vitality each day, her vivaciousness truly endearing. Meanwhile, in the audience, Beibei and Tang Ye had also arrived, accompanied by Hui Yuhao, a disciple of the Tang Sect, with Beibei footing the bill. Beibei, who do you think will emerge victorious in this match? Hui Yuhao inquired, observing the two figures facing off against each other on the field. Upon hearing this, Beibei replied, "It should be Sanshur too. This fellow is not to be underestimated. Every time I faced him, we were evenly matched. His shield is akin to a tortoise shell, nearly impossible to break through." Humph, Tanya interjected with a cold snort, gritting her teeth. "I sincerely hope that little brat wins. That scoundrel, Su Sanshur too, dares to bully my Tang Sect members. He cannot be allowed to get away with it. Beibei, if that lad loses, you must go and give Su Sanshur too a good beating for me. Do you understand? All right. I will definitely teach him a lesson at your behest. Avenging you and the little junior brother," Beibei said, looking at Tanya with affectionate eyes and a gentle smile. Tanya nodded in satisfaction, snuggling into Beibei's embrace. Meanwhile, Hui Yuhao wore a wry expression, feeling inundated by the display of affection. As the crowd engaged in chatter, new developments unfolded on the arena. "Are both of you ready?" The referee called out to the two competitors standing firm. "Ready. Very well." Upon their affirmative nods, the referee announced loudly, "Let the match begin." Martial Soul Manifestation. Just as the referee's voice faded, a surge of deep black soul power emanated from Su Sanshur, his body expanding and straining against his school uniform. A massive tortoise-shell shield materializing in his right hand. Lin Buufon remained motionless, even refraining from making a move, instead provokingly staring at Su Sanshur, seemingly waiting for him to strike first. What a bold lad. He dares not even release his martial soul? Su Sanshur gritted his teeth, completely incensed by Lin Buufon's apparent disdain. With that, he charged towards Lin Buufon, the Xianming shield glinting with a dark luminescence. Seeing Su Sanshur initiate the attack, Lin Buufon smiled and also surged forward, a glimmer of silver light flickering at his brow as crackling arcs of electricity enveloped him. A thunder attribute martial soul? Su Sanshur was taken aback, realizing that his water attribute soul was somewhat restrained by Lin Buufon's lightning attribute. However, this only fueled his determination to defeat this young man and trample him underfoot. First soul skill, Shimming Shock. Amidst the rhythmic dance of Su Sanchi's 3 soul rings, the first yellow century-old soul ring suddenly ignited with brilliance. The dark light upon the Xianming shield intensified, emanating a formidable black aura that expanded over several meters, resembling a colossal protective dome that surged forward with a resounding roar. This was the Xianming Shock, Su Sanchi's inaugural soul skill, a wide-ranging repulsion technique with a significant knockback effect. Should the adversary's cultivation be inferior to his, it might even induce a state of dizziness. Excellent, Lin Buufon exclaimed with a hearty laugh. his forehead shimmering with a more intense silver light. At that moment, a peculiar soul ring ascended from beneath his feet. This yellow soul ring was slightly larger than the ordinary, adorned with intricate silver patterns that lended an air of profundity and mystery. Suddenly, the glow of the soul ring flickered dramatically. First soul skill, Descent of the Thunder God. Surrounding Lin Buufon, multitudes of thunderbolts enveloped him within a radius of several meters. Crackling sounds filled the air as a massive bolt of lightning coalesced within his palm, forming a long spear entirely forged from condensed thunder. Measuring approximately 1.5 meters in length, the spear gleamed in bright silver, its surface intricately inscribed with mysterious patterns mirroring those on Lin Buufon's soul ring, while countless arcs of electricity danced around it. This spear was named the Thunder Spear, a product of Lin Buufon's relentless experimentation and research. It was crafted solely from the power of thunder, enhanced by the comprehensive attribute boost of his first soul skill, which provided a 100 overall enhancement and a 50 increase in attack potency, along with a paralyzing effect. This was his ultimate trump card, and it marked Lin Buufon's inaugural utilization of it. Boom. At last, under the watchful gaze of the crowd, Lin Buufon and Su Sancher clashed. The flickering thunder spear lunged fiercely towards the dark aura generated by Su Sancher's Xianming shock, erupting with a deep, resonating sound. Boom, boom, boom. The thunder spear unleashed a barrage of thunderous spear shadows, relentlessly pounding against Su Sancher's Xianming shield. Waves of dark, ethereal light rippled outward as Su Sancher focused on Lin Buufon's torrential onslaught. Suddenly, he thrust the Xianming shield outward with great force. A powerful black radiance burst forth, sending a wave of shock towards Lin Buufon. He was staggered back a few steps by this sudden shockwave, but quickly tightened his grip on the thunder spear, gathering an immense amount of thunder at its tip, which ignited in a brilliant silver glow. Boom! A fierce strike resonated with a deep, thunderous sound, crashing heavily upon Su Sancher's mysterious shield. Thud, thud, thud. Su Sancher staggered backward a few steps, when suddenly, a cracking sound pierced the air, revealing a faint fissure on the surface of the energy barrier surrounding his shield. Like a chain reaction, countless cracks radiated outward from that initial fracture. With a resounding boom, the black energy barrier surrounding the mysterious shield emitted a mournful groan before shattering, countless black fragments scattering into the air, dissipating like wisps of dark energy. A flicker of astonishment crossed Su Sancher's eyes. Was his mysterious shield truly breached? It was known that even Bei Bei, who possessed comparable strength, could not penetrate his shield. Yet now it had been shattered into pieces by a mere freshman. Lin Buufon gradually came to a halt, gripping his thunder spear tightly, his hand trembling slightly. That last strike had consumed nearly 1/5 of his soul power to breach Su Sancher's defense. So, Su Sancher, do you have any other tricks up your sleeve? Let them all be revealed, Lin Buufon said with a smile. His laughter cut through the air like a merciless dagger, piercing deep into Su Sancher's heart. At last, Su Sancher slowly lifted his head to meet Lin Buufon's gaze. It was time for him to get serious. In the audience, Bei Bei and Tang Ye exchanged astonished glances. The shattering of Su Sancher's mysterious shield had taken not only him by surprise, but also them. It seems this freshman is no ordinary contender, Bei Bei remarked gravely. If he can break through Su Sancher's shield, his strength is indeed formidable, Tang Ye affirmed with a nod. Meanwhile, Hui Yuhao, observing from the sidelines, wore a puzzled expression, clearly unable to comprehend the significance of their words. Su Sancher's mysterious shield is a powerful defensive soul skill that generates ripples, dispersing attacks across the barrier to mitigate damage, Bei Bei explained to Hui Yuhao. Of course, unless one can swiftly maneuver behind him for a surprise attack, it is impossible to breach his defenses from the front, Tang Ye added. Thus, it could be said that Su Sancher's frontal defense was invincible. Few at the same level could penetrate it, and even higher-ranked soul masters might struggle to do so, let alone shatter it into fragments. Hui Yuhao, it seems you will face a formidable opponent in the upcoming freshman assessment 3 months from now, Bei Bei remarked, casting a meaningful glance at Hui Yuhao. Although Hui Yuhao still did not fully grasp their words, he could discern that Lin Buufon's prowess was indeed impressive. Just then, the voice of the heavenly dream Ice Silkworm echoed in Hui Yuhao's mind. Why do you say that? Hui Yuhao expressed his astonishment and confusion. How could even Brother Tiandream claim that the new student Lin Buufon possesses such formidable strength? This is attributed to his soul martial spirit's lightning attribute. How were you able to break my Xianming shock? Su Sancher's expression grew grave as he fixed his gaze on Lin Buufon and remarked, even that fellow Bei Bei could not easily shatter my Xianming shock, yet you managed to do so. Su Sancher sought to extract the answer from Lin Buufon. Lin Buufon's lips curled into a subtle smile as he replied, it is because my lightning attribute is the ultimate thunder. The voice of the heavenly dream ice silkworm reverberated in Hu Yuhao's mind. The ultimate ferocity. The ultimate powerful strike. This was the reason that lad could dismantle the Xianming shock. The power of the lightning attribute is inherently one of the most potent and aggressive forces in existence. And now, with the added effects of the ultimate thunder, I could easily breach your Xianming shock. Even if you ascend to the spirit sect, I would still be able to break through it with ease. All it requires is merely a matter of how much soul power is consumed. Lin Buufon spoke calmly, revealing that his lightning attribute divine light had transformed into ultimate thunder, knowledge he had acquired from the Snow Emperor. He noted that his cultivation speed had drastically slowed since reaching the 30th level, contemplating that the Snow Emperor, as a prominent figure in the soul beast realm, should know the reason. He inquired and learned that in addition to the lightning attribute divine light becoming ultimate thunder, the wood and water attribute divine lights had also transformed into their ultimate forms. Notably, the water attribute divine light became ultimate ice. This transformation was precisely why his cultivation speed had significantly decreased, though the quality of his soul power had become even more refined. Now I understand. Su Sanchi's expression became increasingly solemn as he gazed intently at Lin Buufon, declaring, "Nonetheless, I am determined to defeat you. Therefore, I shall now engage with utmost seriousness." With that, Su Sanchi slowly closed his eyes. A black aura surged around him, the faint ripples of water subtly undulating, emanating a deep and chilling presence. Suddenly, Su Sanchi opened his eyes with intensity, his aura reaching its zenith in that moment. Buzz. Simultaneously, the Xianming shield in his grasp erupted with life as a pair of scarlet eyes snapped open, revealing a serpent coiling around it. Chapter 44, Domain? I possess one too. It was a serpent, a dark green one, with crimson eyes, coiled atop a heavy tortoise shell, which also opened its eyes, a tortoise. The tortoise and serpent were intertwined. Delicate mist swirling through the air. Xuanwu. Lin Buufon observed the sudden transformation of Su Sanchi, slowly uttering two words, his expression slightly more serious. In the original tale, Su Sanchi is the possessor of the divine beast bloodline of the Xuanwu. It is only after the awakening ritual of the Xianming sect that his martial soul comes to fruition, albeit not in its entirety, remaining in a state of partial awakening. However, it is evident now that Su Sanchi has achieved complete awakening, indicating a shift in the narrative, transforming not just Jiang Nan Nan, but also Su Sanchi himself. In the audience, Hu Yuhao appeared dazed, as the voice of the heavenly dream ice silkworm resonated incessantly in his mind. The Xuanwu bloodline is indeed extraordinary. Hu Yuhao listened intently to the murmurs of the heavenly dream ice silkworm, curiosity peaking within him. Heavenly dream. Does this mean the Xuanwu bloodline is immensely powerful? Powerful? Indeed, it is not merely powerful, it is exceptionally formidable. The heavenly dream ice silkworm replied earnestly. You must understand. The Xuanwu is among the most elite of soul beasts. Nay, it is a divine beast. As the bearer of a divine beast's bloodline, one can wholly inherit the innate talents of such a creature. For example, the Xuanwu possesses dual attributes of water and earth, naturally endowed with the ability to manipulate these two elements, along with an inherent and formidable defensive power, nearly impenetrable. That lad, Su Sanchi, likely possesses the Xuanwu's gifts as well. I find myself quite intrigued by the impending clash between the two. One is the epitome of thunder, marked by overwhelming and ferocious offense, while the other is the bearer of the Xuanwu divine beast bloodline, the paragon of defense, an eternal bastion. It is a spectacle of the strongest spear against the mightiest shield. One excels in attack, the other in defense. This promises to be captivating. Ah, I see now. Hu Yuhao grasped the concept. According to the heavenly dream ice silkworm, the dynamic between Lin Buufon and Su Sanchi is akin to that of spear and shield, indeed the most powerful of their kind. To discern the victor, it would hinge upon who possesses greater strength. Hu Yuhao felt a flicker of anticipation at this thought. At that moment, the atmosphere of the arena shifted dramatically. Su Sanchi appeared to undergo a remarkable transformation, emanating an intangible aura. His eyes were deep and cold, surrounded by a faint black mist, reminiscent of an abyss that devours all. He advanced toward Lin Buufon with deliberate grace, the black energy swirling around him, both mysterious and potent. In his grasp was the Xianming shield. Nay, it should now be termed the Xuanwu shield. Two crimson eyes fixed intently on Lin Buufon. Lin Buufon felt a slight pressure envelop him. Gripping his thunder gun tightly, a smirk crept upon his lips. After all, pressure exists to be shattered, even if you have awakened the Xuanwu bloodline. Assuming an offensive stance, Lin Buufon tightened his hold on the thunder gun, silver arcs of lightning leaping uncontrollably, crackling with energy. Finally, as Su Sanchi closed the gap to 10 meters, Both adversaries launched their attacks simultaneously. Buzz. Behind Su Sanshur, 3 soul rings pulsated rhythmically. At that moment, the first 2 rings emitted a resonant hum simultaneously, illuminating in unison. A layer of black energy enveloped the surrounding area, extending several meters. Manifesting his first soul skill, Xuanwu Shock. With a roar, the tortoise and snake on the Xuanwu shield unleashed a fierce cry, akin to a battle cry heralding the onset of combat. Su Sanshur charged towards Lin Buufon, as the Xuanwu shield in his hand split into ethereal shield images, forming a shield array that encircled him. This was his second soul skill, Xuanwu Shield Array, a soul skill of formidable defensive prowess. Now further enhanced by the power of Xuanwu, its defensive capabilities surged to unprecedented heights. Coupled with the first soul skill, a composite soul skill was born. A retreat offered protection, while an advance promised offense. Both approaches wielded infinite strength. Thunder God descends. Lin Buufon uttered with a low growl, as countless bolts of lightning swirled around him. With a sudden leap, he ascended into the air, gripping the thunder spear tightly, aimed directly at Su Sanshur below. In that instant, Lin Buufon resembled a true deity of thunder, descending upon the mortal realm, surrounded by a tempest of lightning, exuding an imposing presence. With a hum, the tip of the spear flickered with a brilliant white light as Lin Buufon channeled his soul power, pouring it into the tip of the spear. At last, that point of white light expanded to the size of a basketball, as ferocious lightning surged forth, flickering wildly. With a thunderous roar, Lin Buufon propelled it forward, the thunder spear transforming into a silver streak, hurtling towards Su Sanshur with a fierce intensity. Su Sanshur was momentarily enveloped by a fleeting shadow of Xuanwu as he aimed the Xuanwu shield at the oncoming thunder spear. He could feel the violent power contained within the spear, causing his entire soul power to surge at that moment. With a resounding crash, the thunder spear collided fiercely with the Xuanwu shield array that Su Sanshur had established. A blinding white light erupted, followed by an overwhelming cacophony of thunder. As powerful waves of soul energy radiated from the battleground, ripples akin to tangible waves spreading outward, distorting the very air around them. At that juncture, a low, growling roar echoed, as dark energy burst forth from Su Sanshur, a faint mist enveloping him and gradually expanding outward. At last, the force of the thunder spear was entirely expended, dissipating into nothingness, while Su Sanshur emerged from the shrouding mist, slightly panting. An enigmatic aura emanated from him, enveloping much of the competition arena, as a dark halo spread around him. Domain. Lin Buufon gazed at Su Sanshur, feeling as though he bore the weight of an immense mountain upon his shoulders, an unbearable heaviness that rendered his movements sluggish and hindered. Indeed, this is my domain. Ever since awakening the Xuanwu bloodline, this is the first time I have revealed it. You are the first to compel me to showcase my abilities. Even in defeat, you have much to take pride in. Su Sanshur spoke calmly, for his domain was a manifestation of the innate powers derived from his awakened bloodline, known as the domain of Xuanwu. Within his domain, adversaries would face comprehensive suppression, with their speed and attack power significantly diminished, as though burdened by an immense weight, creating severe obstacles for them. Moreover, within the confines of his domain, he could manipulate the elements of water and earth to launch attacks, owing to his natural talents. Surrender now, Su Sanshur stated, then turned away from my sight, distancing himself from Nan Nan, for she was beyond your reach. Su Sanshur held a certain admiration for Lin Buufon. If circumstances permitted, he would have even considered inviting Lin Buufon to join his sect, the Shimming Sect, but that was now a distant possibility. Humph. Do you think I would concede so easily? I possess a domain of my own. Lin Buufon chuckled. Boom. A brilliant radiance erupted from Lin Buufon. Chapter 45, Dual Domains. Senior, you have lost. Lin Buufon gradually straightened his posture, expelling all pressure the moment his domain erupted. Boundless arcs of lightning emanated from him, swiftly claiming half of the arena previously dominated by Su Sanshur. The domain of thunder. This too was a realm awakened by Lin Buufon. Equally an innate domain like Su Sanshur's Xuanwu domain. The domain of thunder clashed with the Xuanwu domain, resulting in a stalemate. As the vast arena was divided by their respective domains, one half enveloped in the black aura of Su Sanshur's Xuanwu domain, and the other shimmering with the ceaseless brilliance of Lin Buufon's thunder domain. The referee, observing the two combatants, felt speechless. My goodness. After presiding over so many soul duel tournaments, this was the first time he encountered such a situation. Just how deep was the animosity between you two? Now even your domains have materialized. The referee felt utterly exhausted, perhaps for the first time in all his years. Gathering his composure, he adopted a serious demeanor, attentively watching the two, striving to prevent any severe injuries in the ensuing battle. In the audience, a wave of astonishment swept through. Countless spectators felt their horizons broadened. This was indeed a journey worth taking. The ticket price was well spent, for they were witnessing such an exhilarating contest. The divine beast Xuanwu, two formidable innate domains. On the other side, Beibei and his companions were left utterly astonished, particularly Beibei himself. He could scarcely fathom that Su Sanshur had concealed such depths. Possessing a divine beast bloodline was one thing, but to also hide his domain was beyond his expectations. A bitter smile crept onto Beibei's face as he contemplated that had Su Sanshur fought him earnestly in their previous battles, he would have likely faced defeat instead. However, what shocked him even more was Lin Buufon. Were the new students truly this formidable now, possessing domains of their own? This left Beibei, as a senior, in a rather pitiable position. Ignoring Beibei's astonishment, Tang gazed at Lin Buufon with sparkling eyes. Such talent must surely be recruited into her Tang Sect. Tang had already decided that once the competition concluded, she would invite Lin Buufon to join her sect. At this moment, within Hui Yuhao's spiritual sea, the Dream Ice Silkworm was also in an uproar. Why did I not choose this lad back then? The Dream Ice Silkworm lamented its past decision. Years ago, Lin Buufon had entered the Star Doe forest, and although it had sensed his presence, it refrained from revealing itself, realizing he was not a spiritual-type soul master at the time. Yet now, it was filled with regret. Given Lin Buufon's displayed talent, with its assistance, he was destined for greatness. This talent far surpassed that of its current choice, Hui Yuhao. Oh, how it wished it could turn back time. If given another chance, it would choose Lin Buufon as its host, even if it meant groveling. Hui Yuhao, observing the Dream Ice Silkworm's tumultuous antics in the spiritual sea, had grown immune to such outbursts. It had been this way before. Why could it not calm down for a moment? Little did Hui Yuhao know that he had fallen out of favor with the Dream Ice Silkworm. If he were aware, he might have thought differently. On the competition stage, Su Sanshur regarded Lin Buufon intently, stating solemnly, "Junior, it seems I have underestimated you. I did not anticipate that you also possess a domain." Lin Buufon smiled gently and replied, "There are many things you are yet unaware of, Senior." With a sudden chill in his demeanor, Lin Buufon continued, "Senior, maintaining the domain consumes a significant amount of soul power. Let us settle this in a decisive battle." Su Sanshur nodded in agreement. "Then let us engage in a direct confrontation." Although the domain was powerful, its constant activation drained soul power significantly. With the remaining soul power he possessed, he could sustain it for no more than 10 minutes. With this thought, a fierce battle intent ignited in Su Sanchi's eyes as he summoned the Xuanwu shield in his hand, aiming it at Lin Buufon. Buzz! At last, the third soul ring, which had remained dormant behind Su Sanshur, a purple 1,000-year soul ring, burst forth with radiant light. Third soul skill, Xuanwu power, Su Sanshur shouted. As a massive phantom of the Xuanwu emerged behind him, its tortoise snake form entwined, with two pairs of crimson eyes fixed intently upon Lin Buufon. The ethereal silhouette of the Xuanwu melded seamlessly into the Xuanwu shield, a vibrant halo of obsidian hue surging forth with intensity. Boom, boom, boom. Su Sanshur launched an assault against Lin Buufon, the domain of Xuanwu crashing violently into Lin Buufon's realm of thunder. This encounter was not merely a clash between two individuals, but a monumental confrontation between realms. As the Xuanwu domain collided with the Thunder domain, a tempest of sparks erupted, both domains unleashing their full might, engaging in a fierce battle and eroding one another. "Come forth, God of Thunder, descend." Lightning enveloped Lin Buufon once more, and the Thunder Spear coalesced anew in his grasp. At last, the two engaged in combat once again, the Thunder Spear in Lin Buufon's hand emitting a cacophony of furious sounds, its shadow striking relentlessly towards Su Sanshur. Roar! The Xuanwu shield trembled under the low growls emblematic of Xuanwu. Boom, boom, boom. Each collision sent tremors through the arena, shaking violently. Lin Buufon's onslaught grew increasingly ferocious. He lost count of his strikes, only aware of his soul power rapidly depleting, nearing its end. Sweat streamed down like a river, his visage paling slightly. Su Sanshur, on the opposite side, was equally distressed, his lips turned pale, hands trembling slightly, nearly losing grip of the Xuanwu shield. Lin Buufon's assault was relentless and dense. Without the Xuanwu shield, he surely would have faltered. Yet, Su Sanchi's soul power was also dwindling swiftly, approaching its limits. Neither could gain the upper hand over the other. The competition now hinged upon their respective soul powers, a race to see whose would be exhausted first. Confidently, Su Sanshur believed in his advantage. His soul power level surpassed Lin Buufon's, considerably more abundant. It was likely that victory would ultimately belong to him. Finally, Lin Buufon ceased his attacks, his soul power nearly depleted. Breathing heavily, he gazed at Su Sanshur, who was also catching his breath, though he appeared in a better state. having relied solely on defense, and possessing greater soul power. Senior, how much soul power do you have left? Lin Buufon inquired suddenly. Enough to withstand your last 10 assaults. Su Sanxia replied slowly. It seems, in the end, Senior, you are destined to lose. Lin Buufon remarked abruptly, a peculiar smile gracing his lips. What do you mean? Su Sanxia felt a twinge of unease. Did this young man possess an undisclosed tactic? Or perhaps at that moment, Su Sanxia was struck by a chill, as a flurry of snowflakes descended from the air, swirling to rest upon his hand. Meanwhile, a circle of extraordinary soul rings began to rise slowly behind Lin Buufon. Before him lay a peculiar ring of blood-red soul energy, intricately encircled by mysterious ice-blue patterns, exuding an eerie chill amidst the sanguine hue. In a moment of bewilderment, Su Sanxia realized he had momentarily forgotten that the youth before him was not merely a soul master but, like himself, a soul sovereign, possessing more than one soul ring. Until now, Lin Buufon had seemingly revealed but a single soul ring, concealing the existence of two others. With a commanding presence, Lin Buufon summoned the entirety of his remaining soul power to unleash this formidable soul skill. An extreme chill emanated from him, spiraling outward like a tempest. Snowflakes, endless and ethereal, began to cascade downwards, causing the temperature in the soul fighting arena to plummet swiftly below freezing, and it continued to descend. Concurrently, a blazing sphere of light gathered fiercely in the air. With a deafening explosion, the two realms converged their might, shattering Su Sanxia's turtle domain. Su Sanxia coughed up a mouthful of warm blood, which, before touching the ground, rapidly solidified into a mass of ice shards midair. In utter disbelief, Su Sanxia gazed at Lin Buufon, never anticipating that he possessed a second domain. Senior, you have lost, Lin Buufon remarked with a chilling smile. The luminous sphere suspended in the air ceased its gathering and erupted violently, resembling a miniature sun as it surged towards Su Sanxia. Yet, unlike the sun, it radiated an intensely frigid aura. Observing the impending sphere, Su Sanxia managed a rueful smile, accepting his defeat. Be careful, move aside, cried the referee, channeling his soul power desperately towards Su Sanxia in an attempt to intervene, but it seemed too late. In that instant, a shadow darted forth, positioning itself before Su Sanxia, releasing a surge of soul power to confront the approaching sphere. Chapter 46. A renewed breakthrough. Boom. Upon contact with the soul power, the sphere detonated violently, unleashing a wave of bone-chilling cold that even froze the surrounding soul energy. The figure that had shielded Su Sanxia's front shifted slightly, and in an instant, a lifelike ice sculpture materialized before the spectators. My goodness, Director Du! The referee, arriving belatedly, gasped in astonishment at the sight of the ice sculpture. Realizing that Director Du Weilin had been encased in ice, and by the domain skill of a mere soul sovereign newcomer at that. As the referee gasped, Du Weilin shattered the ice sculpture, emerging unscathed, his expression not one of anger but rather filled with delight as he regarded Lin Buufon with incredulous admiration. Excellent, excellent. Du Weilin bellowed joyfully, his gaze fixed upon Lin Buufon, radiating warmth as though he were beholding a rare and precious treasure. The formidable warrior known as the Soul Douluo had just experienced an unparalleled and domineering chill beneath that radiant orb. In this realm, nothing could rival the extreme ice, which was capable of immobilizing him, even if only for a fleeting second. An astonishing feat indeed. Extreme ice, truly, this was extreme ice. Du Weilin's heart swelled with elation. Earlier, he had been diligently attending to matters in his office when he chanced upon the spirited clashes between lower-year freshmen and senior students in the Battle Spirit Arena. On a whim, Du Weilin decided to visit the arena, and this excursion proved to be extraordinarily worthwhile. Innate domains, the Xuanwu bloodline, extreme ice, and extreme thunder. The two students had provided him with an abundance of surprises, particularly Lin Buufon, who exhibited dual innate domains and dual extreme attributes. Such a rarity was seldom seen in a century, nay, not merely a century, but even in a millennium or 10,000 years. Disregarding the disheartened Su Sanxia behind him, Du Weilin strode directly to Lin Buufon. At that moment, Lin Buufon was utterly drained of soul power, his physical strength nearly depleted, barely managing to keep himself upright. Who are you? Lin Buufon inquired, gazing at the bespectacled middle-aged man before him, a flicker of intrigue in his eyes. The earlier terrifying wave of soul power was indeed alarming, suggesting that the man was at least a soul sage. You must be Lin Buufon, Du Weilin said, adjusting his glasses as he regarded the young man. I am Du Weilin, the director of the Martial Soul Department at Shrek Academy. I witnessed your match just now. It was truly remarkable, simply outstanding. Upon hearing Du Weilin's introduction, Lin Buufon recalled the character from the original text. Indeed, the director of the Martial Soul Department. Greetings, Director Du, Lin Buufon replied, attempting to rise and bow, but his body faltered, and he nearly stumbled forward. Seeing this, Du Weilin swiftly supported Lin Buufon and retrieved a medicinal pill from his storage soul tool, offering it to him. As the pill was swallowed, a warm current surged from Lin Buufon's lower abdomen, and he felt his strength gradually returning, with traces of his exhausted soul power beginning to resurge. Thank you, Director Du. Lin Buufon expressed his gratitude. There's no need for thanks. You should return and rest. I will seek you out for matters later, Du Weilin replied, waving his hand dismissively. Very well, I shall take my leave now. With that, Lin Buufon turned to depart. Not far from the entrance, Lin Xian, Snow Empress, and Zhou Shouting were already hurrying over to support him. Wow, my brother Fan is impressive. He actually defeated a senior, and a rather popular one at that. Lin Xian exclaimed, giving Lin Buufon an enthusiastic thumbs up. Lin Buufon rolled his eyes. He was not in the mood to engage with him, only yearning for a chance to return and rest properly. In this battle, one could say that all trump cards had been exhausted, and not even a trace of soul power remained. However, Lin Buufon was not without his gains. He sensed a slight loosening of the bottleneck in his soul power after consuming the elixir given to him by Du Weilin. Once he returned and rested, he could muster the energy to break through. With the support of his companions, Lin Buufon slowly exited the arena. Nevertheless, the repercussions of this clash did not fade. Rather, they began to spread. At this point, Lin Buufon had truly made a name for himself, challenging the popular senior Su Sanshur as a mere freshman and, most remarkably, emerging victorious. Particularly notable was Lin Buufon's explosive display at the end, showcasing dual domains, which caught the attention of many, including several senior sisters and fellow freshmen. Of course, these were all matters for another time. Upon returning to his dormitory, Lin Buufon had already regained considerable strength and promptly ascended to his bed to commence meditation and cultivation. Lin Xian, observing this, chose not to intrude but quietly exited the room, granting Lin Buufon a tranquil environment. It seemed Lin Buufon sensed Lin Xian's departure, his eyes flickering open slightly before he resumed his practice. Waves of soul power began to rise steadily within his dantian. As Lin Buufon meditated, the essence of the heavens and earth gradually converged, flowing into his body. The potency of the elixir he had consumed continued to exert its residual effects at this moment, the remaining medicinal energy circulating alongside the burgeoning soul power. Gradually, the sounds of soul power in motion resonated within Lin Buufon. Later that evening, when Lin Xian returned to the dormitory and found Lin Buufon still engaged in his cultivation, he refrained from disturbing him. Instead, he sat on his own bed and began to meditate alongside him. Lin Buufon felt the circulation of soul power within him quickening, akin to a roller coaster. The surging tide of soul power continuously emanated from the dantian, coursing through his meridians before returning again, establishing a flawless cycle. In the dead of night, Lin Xian concluded his meditation. Noticing Lin Buufon still immersed in his practice, he stifled a yawn, preparing for sleep. Throughout the day, Lin Buufon had scarcely spoken to him, leaving Lin Xian feeling rather bored. With such thoughts, he gradually drifted into slumber. The following day, a beam of morning light streamed through the transparent window, and Lin Buufon opened his eyes. A glimmer of brilliance flashed within them, as a formidable aura gradually rose from his being. Upon reaching a certain critical point and after a brief moment of brewing, with a resounding bang, Lin Buufon's aura surged once more, breaking through a barrier. Level 34. A flicker of excitement crossed Lin Buufon's eyes. He had finally advanced another level. Meanwhile, Lin Xian, who had been resting beside him, abruptly awoke and turned to see Lin Buufon already awake, a look of astonishment flitting across his features. You have finally awakened. Did you spend the entire night in cultivation? Lin Buufon nodded gently, a radiant smile illuminating his face. Yes, I have now reached level 34. Upon hearing this, Lin Xian was momentarily taken aback, then exclaimed in astonishment. You beast, have you managed to break through again? Must you leave us mere mortals with no hope? You're already so formidable. Can't you spare us a chance to survive? Chapter 47, Recruitment. I shall let you off this time. Lin Xian casually draped his arm around Lin Buufon's shoulder. Lin Buufon shot him a glance of exasperation and replied, What? Is one breakfast not enough to quell your grievances? Lin Xian regarded him for a moment, raised two fingers, and replied nonchalantly, At least two. TSK. Lin Buufon rolled his eyes, dismissing the banter, and quickened his pace toward the classroom. As he traversed the corridor, he was about to pass by when three figures emerged from Class 5, one boy and two girls. As Lin Buufon slightly shifted to avoid them, the golden-haired boy at the forefront abruptly reached out to block his path. Lin Buufon frowned slightly, gazing at the obstruction. The boy was of a similar age, strikingly handsome, with tousled golden hair cascading behind him. Most peculiar were his mismatched eyes, one red and one blue. Dai Huabin of the White Tiger Duke's mansion. What do you want? Lin Buufon halted, regarding Dai Huabin with an indifferent expression. How dare you speak that way, brat? Before Dai Huabin could respond, a black-haired girl behind him let out a cold laugh. Tall and graceful, her delicate features exuded an air of chill, clad in the freshman uniform, yet still unable to conceal the weight of burdens not meant for her age. Lin Buufon glanced at her, then turned his attention back to Dai Huabin, who wore an arrogant expression. After a pause, he stated, "You must be Lin Buufon." The moment those words left Dai Huabin's lips, a flicker of annoyance crossed Lin Buufon's eyes. How obnoxious those words sounded. What of it? And what if it isn't? Lin Buufon replied coolly. Dai Huabin frowned, then sneered. I watched your match yesterday. Your skills are quite impressive. Would you be interested in working for me? Lin Buufon nearly laughed at this revelation. So this fellow had come specifically to recruit him? I'm afraid I must decline, Lin Buufon replied nonchalantly, preparing to depart. Dai Huabin's expression darkened, his gaze turning icy as he warned, You should think carefully. I hail from the White Tiger Duke's mansion. Lin Buufon paused, turning back with a faint smile gracing his lips. Upon witnessing the scene, Dai Huabin assumed that Lin Buufon was about to agree to his proposition. The mere thought of this talented youth, who had shone brightly in yesterday's competition, soon becoming his subordinate, brought an uncontrollable smile to his lips. It seemed that the endeavor of recruiting someone was not as daunting as he had imagined. However, in the next moment, Lin Buufon's words extinguished his elation, leaving his expression as cold as ice. With a bemused smile, Lin Buufon inquired about the Duke of the White Tiger, a title he had never heard of before. Dai Huabin's fist clenched tightly, poised to strike. Yet, upon catching Lin Buufon's gaze, which momentarily revealed a glimmer of frost, he suddenly froze. A chill surged from his core, seemingly freezing his very soul. He trembled slightly, his hands suspended awkwardly in midair, neither knowing whether to draw back nor to let go. At that moment, Lin Xian hurriedly approached from behind, casting a curious glance at Dai Huabin's peculiar posture. He chuckled and asked, What are you doing, my friend? Showcasing your talents? You've certainly got a knack for the arts. Lin Buufon nodded in agreement, affirming that there was indeed some artistic talent on display. Let's be on our way. Let this fellow continue his performance at his leisure, Lin Buufon suggested, as Lin Xian pulled him away. I must tell you, you have no idea. Huabin, what is wrong with you? Zhu Lu inquired anxiously, her gaze fixed on Dai Huabin. Finally returning to his senses, Dai Huabin lowered his hand, breathing heavily. As he brushed Zhu Lu aside, I'm fine. What a terrifying individual, he murmured, watching Lin Buufon's receding figure, cold sweat drenching his back. That fleeting glance from Lin Buufon had sent chills down his spine, akin to being targeted by a millennium-old soul beast. Bro, what was that about? Your hand was frozen in midair. Lin Xian suddenly asked Lin Buufon, curiosity piqued. Who knows? Perhaps his mind just went blank, Lin Buufon replied nonchalantly. Huh. You truly are something, Buufon. You're quite the wit, Lin Xian said, shaking his head with a resigned smile. He then added, By the way, Buufon, I ran into a stunning senior earlier. She mentioned she needed to speak with you and asked me to find out if you were free this afternoon. If so, she wants to meet by the Sea God Lake. A senior is looking for me? Lin Buufon paused, intrigued. What does she want? Lin Xian shrugged. How would I know? I'm merely the errand boy. Suddenly, a mischievous grin spread across Lin Xian's face as he teased. Buufon, do you think she might be interested in you? Wanting to discuss life and all? What are you talking about? Lin Buufon rolled his eyes. Who knows? If it works out. Don't forget about your brother and introduce me to a few pretty seniors. Lin Xian replied, grinning. Not worth my time, Lin Buufon said, striding directly into the classroom. Hey, Buufon, wait for me. Lin Xian called out, hurrying to catch up. Shortly after the two entered the classroom, the bell rang, and the homeroom teacher, Qingning, stepped in to commence today's theoretical lesson. The morning swiftly passed, and at noon, Lin Buufon, Lin Xian, and the charming Snow Empress, Zhou Shouting, headed to the cafeteria for lunch. Upon their arrival, they were unexpectedly approached by a strikingly handsome young man and a petite, adorable young woman. Fanggu, it's that senior, exclaimed Lin Xian, as if he had stumbled upon a new discovery, pointing at Tangya. Hello, may I inquire if you are Lin Buufon? Tangya asked with a smile, gazing at the young man before her. Senior, who are you? Lin Buufon replied, narrowing his eyes slightly as he regarded the girl. Greetings. I am Tangya. May we have a private conversation? She said, extending her hand with a smile. Lin Buufon hesitated for a moment before reciprocating the gesture, gently shaking her hand before withdrawing it. Let us find a place to talk after lunch, he suggested. Perfect, we're also having lunch together, so that works out well, chimed in Bei, who stood alongside Tangya. Very well, Lin Buufon agreed without opposition, and their group increased by two. After gathering their meals and having a brief meal, Lin Xian, Snow Empress, and Zhou Shouting departed first, while Lin Buufon accompanied Bei Bei and Tang Ye to the shores of the sea god lake. If the two of you have something to discuss, please feel free to speak, Lin Buufon stated. Tang Ye and Bei Bei exchanged glances. Deliberating for a moment before Tang Ye spoke up, I wonder if you, Junior Lin Buufon, have any knowledge of the Tang Sect? Upon hearing this, Lin Buufon inwardly sighed, realizing their intent to recruit him. I am somewhat familiar with it, he replied, thinking to himself. Who in the renowned Douluo continent has not heard of the illustrious Tang Sect? Tang Ye's expression brightened at his response, and she pressed on. Then do you have any desire to join the Tang Sect? Chapter 48. Rejection and Journey to Sea God Island. Lin Buufon did not readily agree, nor did he decline. He felt indifferent towards the Tang Sect. He held no particular animosity, but harbored a dislike for its founder, Tang San. Due to Tang San's schemes, he had manipulated a fragment of his daughter's soul, infusing it into the spirit of the Emperor Beast, thus orchestrating a fusion that targeted the Soul Beast clan. Yet, he failed to consider that the Soul Beast clan was also akin to his maternal family, as he bore the bloodline of the Soul Beast himself. It is worth noting that his mother was the illustrious Blue-Silver Emperor of 100,000 years. Furthermore, his wife, Xiao Wu, was also a soft-bone rabbit of the same age. One could assert that Tang San's family held profound connections to the Soul Beasts. Setting aside these matters, as a law enforcer of the Divine Realm, Tang San consistently proclaimed the importance of adhering to the laws of the Divine Realm, forbidding other deities from meddling in mortal affairs. However, he himself repeatedly flouted these laws, descending to the mortal realm to intervene. This exemplifies a typical double standard. Aside from this, in the original work, Orange conceived Ho Yuhao's child through extraordinary means. Tang San directly used this child as leverage against Orange, forcibly renaming the then-established Sun and Moon Empire to the Heavenly Empire through his divine authority. The Sun and Moon Empire had already conquered the Heavenly Soul and Empires, and even the Star Luo Empire was on the verge of capitulation, heralding a monumental unification of the continent. Initially, Lin Buufon held a modicum of admiration for Tang San. However, the subsequent events obliterated any lingering affection. What is your contemplation, Junior? Tang Ye inquired, observing Lin Buufon's prolonged silence, mistakenly believing he was still deliberating. Apologies, senior sister, but I must decline, Lin Buufon responded. He harbored no desire to join the Tang Sect, aspiring instead to forge his own power in the future. Moreover, Lin Buufon sensed an impending confrontation with the deities of the Divine Realm, anticipating a cataclysmic clash between the two factions. Is that so? Upon hearing Lin Buufon's refusal, Tang Ye felt a twinge of disappointment, managing a faint smile. Nevertheless, she reassured him, the doors of the Tang Sect will always remain open for you. Thank you, senior sister, Lin Buufon murmured, nodding gently before departing. As he walked away, Tang Ye's heart sank further. How splendid it would have been had Lin Buufon chosen to join the Tang Sect. Bei Bei, noticing Tang Ye's despondent demeanor, felt a pang of sympathy. She had sacrificed so much to restore the Tang Sect. Thinking of this, Bei Bei embraced Tang Ye, whispering, "Do not worry, I am here, and the Tang Sect shall rise again." Tang Ye nestled her head into Bei Bei's embrace, responding softly. Upon returning to the dormitory, Lin Xian, spotting Lin Buufon's sudden arrival, could not suppress a mischievous grin as he asked, "Brother Fan, what did that beautiful senior sister want with you?" "Nothing much. She merely wished for me to join the Tang Sect," Lin Buufon casually replied. "The Tang Sect? An obscure sect?" Lin Xian questioned, puzzled. "No. A once flourishing sect now in decline," Lin Buufon clarified. The Tang Sect had once basked in glory until millennia ago when the Sun and Moon continent collided with the Douluo continent, leading to its gradual downfall. In the face of soul-guided devices, the Tang Sect's hidden weapons were utterly powerless. Thus, the once celebrated premier sect of the continent faded into obscurity. "I see," Lin Xian noted, observing Lin Buufon's lack of enthusiasm and opting not to press further. In the afternoon, Lin Buufon and Lin Xian arrived at the classroom. But as soon as Lin Buufon stepped inside, he was called over by another freshman. "Excuse me, are you Lin Buufon?" The newcomer inquired, studying him intently. "What do you need from me?" Lin Buufon asked, puzzled, as he had no recollection of this individual. "Oh, it's Director Du who seeks you. He requests you to visit his office at once," the freshman replied. "Director Du," Lin Buufon echoed. Upon hearing the words of the individual, Lin Buufon was suddenly reminded of the middle-aged man he encountered the previous day, who had indeed mentioned he had matters to discuss with him. "Very well, I understand. Thank you for the information," Lin Buufon responded. "You're welcome," the newcomer politely replied, then turned to leave, muttering to himself as he walked away. It seems Lin Buufon is not as arrogant and overbearing as rumored. With such thoughts, the newcomer departed from the entrance of Class 6. "Please, go ahead. I shall visit Director Du's office for a moment." If any teachers inquire about me, kindly inform them, Lin Buufon said to Lin Xian. Rest assured, I've got it covered. Lin Xian assured him with a pat on his chest. All right. Lin Buufon then turned and made his way toward Douluo's office. Lin Xian glanced at Lin Buufon's retreating figure before entering the classroom. The faculty office was not on the same floor as the student classrooms. Lin Buufon ascended 2 flights of stairs and arrived at the door of Douluo's office. He gently knocked on the door, and a deep voice soon emerged from within. Come in. Lin Buufon pushed the door open and saw a middle-aged man seated behind a desk, with a pile of documents before him, evidently engrossed in some task. Upon noticing Lin Buufon's entrance, the man tidied his belongings and looked up, a flicker of joy crossing his face. Ah, it is Lin Buufon. Please, have a seat. Douluo promptly said, rising. No need for that. May I inquire why Director Du has summoned me? Lin Buufon respectfully asked. Hearing this, Douluo chuckled and replied. To be honest, it is not I who seeks you, but rather the Dean of our Martial Spirit Department. Since you are here, let us proceed to meet the Dean together. All right. Lin Buufon expressed a hint of surprise, but acquiesced. Even had he wished otherwise, he had little choice. Shall we leave immediately? Lin Buufon inquired. Douluo paused briefly, then said, I did not expect you to be so eager, Lin Buufon. Very well. Let us depart at once. With that, Douluo exited the office, and Lin Buufon hurriedly followed. After securing the door, Douluo led Lin Buufon outside the teaching building. After a half-hour's walk, they arrived at the shores of the sea god lake. Douluo retrieved a vessel capable of accommodating 2 from his storage soul guide and promptly boarded it. The boat, crafted entirely of a dark metallic substance, was an enigma in terms of its material. Flying over Sea God Lake is prohibited, hence we must travel in this manner, Douluo explained. Upon hearing his explanation, Lin Buufon nodded in understanding and then climbed aboard the vessel. Make yourself comfortable, Douluo gently advised, and with that, a surge of soul power flowed from him into the boat beneath their feet. As Douluo infused his soul power, the vessel seemed to acquire a certain impetus, gradually setting sail towards the horizon. This was a ship crafted from soul guiding technology, capable of being propelled by soul energy. Douluo elucidated further. Lin Buufon was astounded. How did this differ from the ships that traversed the seas in his previous life? The sole distinction lay perhaps in the fact that those vessels relied on energy sources, while the one beneath his feet was driven by soul power, a form of cultivated energy. Chapter 49, Ma Xiaotao. The small boat moved swiftly, and within a mere 10 minutes, a shadow of a small island emerged faintly ahead. This was Sea God Island, the destination of Lin Buufon and Douluo's journey. At that moment, a thick mist suddenly enveloped the surface of the lake, and amidst the fog, a diminutive red figure was swiftly approaching. Lin Buufon squinted. He could only discern a fiery silhouette, unable to perceive more due to the distance. This is not good, it's Showdown. Douluo's strength far surpassed Lin Buufon's, and even from such a distance, he could clearly identify the approaching figure, his expression shifting slightly. Ma Xiaotao. Upon hearing Douluo's exclamation, Lin Buufon instantly recognized the identity of the newcomer. The sudden appearance of Ma Xiaotao at this moment, without reason. Could it be that she had fallen into a frenzy again? Having perused the original narrative, Lin Buufon knew that Ma Xiaotao was a descendant of Ma Hongjun, inheriting the evil fire phoenix martial soul. Like Ma Hongjun, she too suffered from the torment of the evil fire due to her martial soul. In the original story, she lost control and fled from Sea God Island because she could not suppress the evil fire, attacking the protagonists, including Huiyuhao, who were present by the Sea God Lake. It was only when the heavenly dream ice silkworm sensed the danger and briefly controlled Huiyuhao that Ma Xiaotao was subdued. Lin Buufon had already begun to surmise the purpose of Douluo's visit to Sea God Island. It likely pertained to his own ultimate ice. As Lin Buufon's thoughts ebbed and flowed, Ma Xiaotao drew ever closer to the small boat, a wave of scorching heat enveloping them. The waters of Sea God Lake evaporated under this overwhelming heat, creating a dense steam that made one feel as though they were in a sauna. Xiao Fan, be careful, Douluo urged as Ma Xiaotao approached. He could no longer remain seated, rising to hover in midair, striding forward to confront Ma Xiaotao. A surge of soul power erupted from Douluo. 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 4 black soul rings shimmered into existence, pulsating in a remarkably rhythmic manner. Boom! Ma Xiaotao charged towards Douluo without fear, a blaze of fire erupting from her, the terrifying heat radiating outward in an instant, causing the mist over Sea God Lake to rise in a swirling vapor. Xiaotao, regain your senses. Seeing this, Douluo shouted furiously and promptly took action. Enormous soul power coalesced in the air, forming a colossal hand of soul energy that reached out towards Ma Xiaotao. Flames erupted around her as she gracefully dodged the massive hand, continuing her charge towards him. At this moment, Du Weilin resolved to hold nothing back. He had caught a fleeting glimpse of Ma Xiaotao's face, masked yet revealing a pair of eyes that had turned a deep crimson, indicating her profound descent into madness. He understood that he must subdue her swiftly. Otherwise, should she escape to the outer courtyard, the repercussions would be immeasurable. Amidst Du Weilin's contemplation, Ma Xiaotao launched another assault, the fiery onslaught enveloping the sky in a blaze. With a thunderous crash, Du Weilin retaliated, his formidable soul power forcibly locking onto Ma Xiaotao, forming a vast cage of energy that ensnared her securely. Though he had ceased holding back, he refrained from employing soul techniques. For the current state of Ma Xiaotao was one of utter disarray. She was lost to her instincts and unable to wield any soul abilities. Should he inadvertently harm her, the director would undoubtedly seek vengeance upon him. At that moment, countless crystalline snowflakes began to descend from the heavens, swirling gracefully through the air. An intense, frigid chill swept forth, causing the temperature in the surrounding atmosphere to plummet at an astonishing rate, quickly dipping below zero. The lake's surface began to freeze before the naked eye, transforming into a thick, solid sheet of ice in the blink of an eye. Du Weilin turned to see Lin Buufon, having mysteriously left the small boat, treading upon the ice, clearly the architect of this phenomenon. Simultaneously, Du Weilin scrutinized Lin Buufon, noting that this was the second time he witnessed him manifesting his martial spirit. Yet, he still could not discern the nature of Lin Buufon's spirit. Just like in the soul fighting arena, only a peculiar circle of soul rings gradually rose behind him. These were blood-red rings, intricately engraved with numerous ice-blue patterns, quite extraordinary. This must be a mutation of the soul rings, Du Weilin speculated. If he had not sensed the absence of the aura of a 100,000-year soul ring emanating from Lin Buufon's rings, he might have been led to believe that they were indeed of that caliber. Fortunately, soul rings could also exhibit mutations, much like martial spirits. Although such occurrences were rare, they were not entirely unheard of, as Du Weilin had once read about them in ancient texts related to the Sea God Pavilion. Lin Buufon approached the cage imprisoning Ma Xiaotao and called out to Du Weilin, "Director Du, could you please create a breach?" Upon hearing this, Du Weilin immediately understood Lin Buufon's intentions. He then opened a gap, and a wave of intense heat surged forth. However, before it could reach Lin Buufon, it was swiftly neutralized by the surrounding frigid air. Without delay, Lin Buufon raised his hand, channeling a profound chill into the bound Ma Xiaotao. The essence of extreme ice rapidly infiltrated, extinguishing the flames that engulfed her. It was then that Lin Buufon noticed the flames on Ma Xiaotao's body were tinged with a dark hue, likely a manifestation of sinister fire. As the chilling essence penetrated, the flames within her resisted fiercely, yet they gradually waned, and the crimson glow in her eyes began to dissipate slightly. Seeing this, Lin Buufon exhaled in relief. Indeed, although Ma Xiaotao's malevolent fire was formidable, it was still not comparable to his extreme ice. It simply could not withstand its might. Though the disparity in soul power levels was immense, Lin Buufon sensed his own soul power rapidly depleting. In just a brief moment, only 2/3 remained. Fortunately, Ma Xiaotao's malevolent fire was temporarily subdued, and her consciousness was gradually returning. Lin Buufon continued to maintain the infusion of cold energy while retracting the Imperial Cold Sky Dance Radiant Sun domain, leaving only a thin layer of solid ice beneath his feet for stability. At last, as his soul power dwindled to a mere 1/10, Ma Xiaotao finally regained consciousness. The crimson hue in her eyes vanished. She murmured softly, awakening and suddenly realizing that the surroundings seemed somewhat amiss. What has happened to me? With relief at Ma Xiaotao's return to awareness, Lin Buufon ceased the infusion of cold energy. "Who are you?" Ma Xiaotao inquired, gazing at the young man before her. Her expression tinged with confusion as she surveyed her surroundings. "Why am I here? Wasn't I training on Sea God Island?" At that moment, Du Weilin also lifted the soul power confinement he had placed on Ma Xiaotao and leapt down from midair. "Xiaotao, you have finally come to," he said with a smile. "Director Du?" Ma Xiaotao, upon seeing Du Weilin, was initially taken aback, but as she listened to his words, comprehension dawned upon her. It seemed she had once again succumbed to the sinister fire, losing control and fleeing from Sea God Island. Being an astute individual, she glanced at the pale-faced young man before her and instantly recognized that he was the one who had aided her. Her expression softened as she said, "Thank you, little brother, for saving me. Otherwise, I might have caused a great disaster." "It was nothing, senior sister. It was the least I could do," Lin Buufon replied courteously. Observing Lin Buufon's weakened state, evidently a result of excessive soul power consumption, Ma Xiaotao promptly produced a medicinal pill and handed it to him. "This is a soul power recovery pill. You should take it now." "Thank you, senior sister." Lin Buufon accepted the elixir without hesitation, and a warm current surged from his lower abdomen, rapidly restoring the soul energy he had previously expended. "Showdown, are you feeling alright?" At that moment, two figures clad in white unexpectedly appeared behind the sea god lake, swiftly coming to Ma Xiaotao's side. The leading figure in white glanced at the now conscious Ma Xiaotao and couldn't help but express concern, asking, "Are you truly alright?" "I'm fine now, thank you, teacher." Ma Xiaotao playfully replied, sticking out her tongue. "That's good to hear," the white-clad figure responded. "By the way, teacher, I've managed to suppress the sinister fire. Can I continue my cultivation now?" Ma Xiaotao suddenly inquired. Upon hearing this, the white figure furrowed his brow and admonished, "Nonsense. You are well aware of your current condition." Suddenly, a thought struck the white figure, and he asked, "Wait, Xiaotao, how did your consciousness return?" "It's all thanks to this junior," Ma Xiaotao indicated towards Lin Buufon. "Dean, this Lin Buufon is the possessor of the ultimate ice martial spirit, and it was he who helped suppress my sinister fire with his ultimate ice just now." Du Weilin interjected. Upon hearing this, Yin Xiaoxia's eyes lit up, and he gazed at Lin Buufon with fervor, exclaiming, "You truly possess the ultimate ice?" Lin Buufon nodded, and subsequently unleashed his martial spirit. A chilling aura radiated from him, while a tricolored light of silver, green, and blue flickered at his brow. A bolt of lightning and a golden willow tree emerged, and three peculiar soul rings gradually ascended from beneath his feet. The ferocious thunder, the gentle vitality, and the ultimate chill, ultimate thunder, ultimate wood, ultimate ice. "Wow," Yin Xiaozhou exclaimed, feeling the overwhelming presence of these three ultimate attributes, utterly astonished. Even Du Weilin, Ma Xiaotao, and the white-clad middle-aged man who followed them were left speechless. "Three ultimate attributes, my heavens." Yin Xiaozhou trembled, and despite his extensive experience, he had never been so astounded. "Ha! Truly, the heavens have favored Shrek." Yin Xiaozhou burst into laughter, the ripples of his joy disturbing the tranquil waters of the lake. "Lin Buufon, would you be willing to become my disciple?" After his laughter subsided, Yin Xiaozhou, with reddened eyes, asked, his intense gaze seemingly capable of melting Lin Buufon. Feeling somewhat awkward under the scrutiny of a robust man, Lin Buufon felt a shiver run down his spine. Esteemed Dean, I think I need to consider it first." Lin Buufon neither agreed nor refused, merely expressing a need for contemplation. Du Weilin was once again taken aback. He had never anticipated Yin Xiaozhou would propose to take Lin Buufon as a disciple. Three ultimate attributes. This was enough to entice even him. Yet what shocked him more was Lin Buufon's refusal. In the realm of Douluo continent, countless individuals, including noble lords, have knelt in supplication for Yin Xiaozhou to accept them as disciples, yet all have been turned away. Remarkably, this marks the first occasion where Yin Xiaozhou has taken the initiative to accept a disciple. Reflecting on this, Du Weilin could not restrain himself from speaking. "Lin Buufon, are you aware of the gravity of your words? Our dean is a titled Douluo-level powerhouse, a super Douluo of the 96th rank, and you simply refuse? Enough, Weilin. Do not frighten the child," Yin Xiaozhou admonished, casting a stern glance at Du Weilin. "Very well, let us set aside this discussion for now. I shall escort you to Sea God Island, and we can converse upon our arrival." With a grand gesture, Yin Xiaozhou unleashed a surge of formidable soul power, causing the surrounding waters to bow beneath a mysterious force, while this potent energy gently levitated Lin Buufon in midair. "Let us depart," Yin Xiaozhou declared, guiding Lin Buufon towards Sea God Island. Following closely behind, Ma Xiaotao manifested her martial spirit, revealing a pair of resplendent crimson wings as she pursued Yin Xiaozhou. The middle-aged man in white hurried to keep pace, while Du Weilin stored the small boat within his soul tool before similarly taking to the air in pursuit. "Weilin, what do you know of this child's background? Have you ascertained it thoroughly?" Yin Xiaozhou inquired, simultaneously using his soul power to envelop his voice, conveying it discreetly to Du Weilin. Du Weilin's expression shifted as he glanced at Yin Xiaozhou, responding with a voice wrapped in soul power. "Dean, according to the registration form filled out by Lin Buufon, he hails from a small village called Yunhu, near the city of Nuosi in the Heavenly Soul Empire. I am currently arranging for personnel to gather evidence. We should receive news shortly." "Indeed," Yin Xiaozhou nodded lightly. "As long as the child's lineage is unremarkable, it is inevitable that he will grow and eventually enter the inner courtyard or even the Sea God Pavilion. Such extraordinary talent, possessing three ultimate attributes." "Precisely," Du Weilin concurred, recalling that even before Lin Buufon revealed his ultimate lightning and ultimate ice, as well as dual domain abilities, he had dispatched personnel to investigate. The reason was simple. Lin Buufon's talent was undeniably formidable. Should he wish, he could effortlessly enter the inner courtyard and ultimately the Sea God Pavilion. However, for thousands of years, the outside world, particularly the Sun Moon Empire, has dispatched numerous spies attempting to infiltrate Shrek Academy, the inner courtyard, and even the Sea God Pavilion. Among these individuals were many with considerable talent and strong innate martial spirits, yet all were ultimately discovered. Now, with Lin Buufon's sudden emergence, Du Weilan naturally felt compelled to pay closer attention. Nevertheless, in Du Weilan's mind, the likelihood of Lin Buufon being a spy was exceedingly low. 3 ultimate attributes and dual domain talent. Only a madman from the Sun Moon Empire would willingly deliver such a genius into the hands of Shrek Academy for cultivation, when they could nurture him themselves. Chapter 51, The New Student Assessment. Soon, Lin Buufon and his companions arrived at Sea God Island, ascending the verdant stone path that meandered through the forest until they came upon a splendid pavilion. This was the residence of Ma Xiaotao. While the middle-aged man clad in white who had accompanied them had already departed to his own quarters. Lin Buufon, may I inquire about your martial soul? Does it possess 3 distinct ultimate attributes? Yin Xiaozhe expressed his curiosity. Upon hearing this, Lin Buufon scratched his head and replied, I am not entirely certain. My 9-color divine light martial soul corresponds to 9 different attributes. With each soul ring I absorb that aligns with my own attributes, I awaken one of those traits. Thus far, I have only awakened the attributes of lightning, wood, and water. Lin Buufon spoke sincerely, as this was indeed his current situation. Is that so? Yin Xiaozhe appeared somewhat perplexed. The 9-color divine light martial soul was something he had never encountered before. However, the world is vast and replete with wonders, especially concerning martial souls. Then, what is your innate soul power? He continued to inquire. I possess full innate soul power, Lin Buufon stated. Full innate soul power, you say? Yin Xiaozhe was not particularly astonished. After all, their Shrek Academy had admitted innate full soul power soul masters before. Yet, what intrigued him was Lin Buufon's martial soul, which was exceedingly peculiar and unprecedented in his experience. Yin Xiaozhe resolved to consult the archives in the Sea God Pavilion upon his return, hoping to uncover relevant information. Afterward, Yin Xiaozhe posed more inquiries related to Lin Buufon before taking his leave, accompanied by Du Weilan. Now, only Lin Buufon and Ma Xiaotao remained in the pavilion. Junior, could you assist your senior with a small favor? Ma Xiaotao gazed at the young man before her expression somewhat bashful. Are you referring to the matter of the evil fire? If you require assistance, do not hesitate to call upon me, Lin Buufon responded, surmising that her predicament stemmed from her martial soul. How did you come to know about this? Ma Xiaotao asked, perplexed. I sensed it, Lin Buufon explained. My martial soul, the 9-color divine light, encompasses a fire attribute. Even though it has yet to awaken, I can still perceive the lurking malevolent aura within your martial soul, which is the source of your distress. Lin Buufon spoke earnestly, noting how Ma Xiaotao's face flushed deeper with each word he uttered, until her cheeks were a vivid crimson. Then I shall rely on you, Junior. I have no other choice, Ma Xiaotao lamented, her expression growing somber. Perhaps, if my 9-color divine light martial soul awakens the fire attribute next, I might be able to assist you. Lin Buufon hesitated for a moment before speaking. Ma Xiaotao's eyes brightened, and she eagerly inquired, how can I assist? Purification, Lin Buufon replied. If my martial soul awakens with a fire attribute, I should be able to control it. With the utmost flames, perhaps I could cleanse the malevolent energy within your martial soul, senior sister. Really? Ma Xiaotao gazed at Lin Buufon with anticipation. Well, it's not entirely certain, but aside from purification, I have other methods to aid you. What methods? Ma Xiaotao asked curiously. That cannot be divulged, Lin Buufon said with a slight smile. You mischievous junior. Ma Xiaotao feigned a strike towards him. Lin Buufon pretended to flee in mock surrender, and the two engaged in playful banter. After such a lively exchange, their initially stiff relationship blossomed into familiarity. They then discussed various cultivation issues, with Lin Buufon seeking Ma Xiaotao's insights on meditation techniques, hoping to discover a more efficient method for absorbing the essence of heaven and earth. Ma Xiaotao shared her understanding of meditation, and after Lin Buufon tried her suggestions, he found them to yield better results, though still not significantly. The thought of creating a unique meditation technique began to take root in Lin Buufon's mind, growing more fervently like a wildfire. Perhaps I could truly develop a new technique. His second soul skill, Life Leaf, was extraordinarily formidable. As long as one had a breath of life remaining, he could revive them. However, forging a new meditation technique would undoubtedly be fraught with peril, capable of causing injury, backlash, or even threatening his life. Yet, as long as he possessed soul power, Lin Buufon could always activate his second soul skill, Life Leaf, to escape danger at any moment. Thus, he pondered, am I essentially using myself as a guinea pig? The following day, under Du Weilan's guidance, Lin Buufon returned to the outer academy by boat, rejoining his class. Upon seeing Lin Buufon's return, Shuedi merely cast a fleeting glance before resuming her quiet demeanor at her desk, resembling an aloof ice goddess. Once back at the outer academy, Lin Buufon immersed himself in his fervent pursuits. Aside from attending classes, he spent every other moment in the academy library, fervently searching for various materials. Lost in a sea of books to the point of neglecting his soul power cultivation. 3 months swiftly passed. During this period, Lin Buufon studied diagrams of human meridians, conducted various research, and compiled numerous meditation methods. Ultimately, he managed to develop a rudimentary cultivation technique, albeit still somewhat rough around the edges, requiring further refinement. Lin Buufon decided to wait until this martial art technique was more refined before embarking on his first attempt. There was no rush, as the new student assessment was about to commence. On that day, the homeroom teacher elaborated on the various precautions for the upcoming assessment and announced the formation of groups, each consisting of 3 individuals. Given the special connection between Lin Buufon and the Snow Empress, it was inevitable that they would be placed in the same group. However, this raised the dilemma of who would partner with Lin Xian and Zhou Shouting. Lin Buufon found himself in a quandary. He had amicable relations with both, yet choosing one would inevitably offend the other. Such choices were indeed the most troublesome and potentially hurtful. Snow Empress, do you have any suggestions? Lin Buufon inquired, looking towards her with a furrowed brow. The Snow Empress cast him a sidelong glance and replied, if you fear offending anyone, it would be wiser not to select either of them. Simply choose someone else, and allow Lin Xian and Zhou Shouting to find another partner. Lin Buufon's eyes brightened upon hearing this. It was indeed a viable solution. Chapter 52. The Snow Empress Strikes, Annihilation. In the afternoon, Lin Buufon and Lin Xian returned to their dormitory one after the other. Brother Fan, you should team up with Xiao Shui and Zhou Shouting. I've already found my teammates. My apologies, Lin Xian stated as soon as the door closed. Lin Buufon was taken aback, but remained silent, understanding that Lin Xian's proactive suggestion was to spare him any discomfort. All right then, good luck. Strive for a top 3 finish. I'll take your words to heart, Brother Fan. You must do your best as well, Lin Xian replied with a smile. The assessment area of Shrek Academy is situated in the north-central part of the Martial Soul Department, adjacent to the Fighting Soul area. However, in comparison to the Fighting Soul area, the assessment zone is significantly larger. The area is oval-shaped, bordered by a low wall, and internally divided into various assessment zones by movable partitions that can be adjusted at will. Following a brief grouping session in the morning, the formal assessments commenced in the afternoon. To allow the newcomers to acclimate, only 1 match per group was required on the first day before they could leave. The academy assigned a teacher to each assessment area for registration, and the matchups were determined by a draw at noon to ensure that teams from the same class would not compete against each other in the subsequent 10 rounds. Lin Buufon, the Snow Empress, and Zhou Shouting formed a trio and were allocated to Zone 36. After enjoying their lunch, the 3 made their way to the assessment area. The division of zones was easy to navigate, as each had clear signage, and soon enough, they located their designated area. Brother Fan, we'll be counting on you and Xiao Shui, Zhou Shouting cheerfully remarked, knowing that as a support-type soul master, she lacked combat prowess and would only be able to assist from the back during the match. Rest assured, just leave it to me in a while, Lin Buufon stated in a deep voice. In this new student assessment, the only team worthy of his attention was the one led by Hui Yuhao from Class 1, which, barring any unforeseen circumstances, consisted of Hui Yuhao, Wang Dong, and a girl named Xiao Xiao. Lin Buufon's greatest concern lay with Hui Yuhao and Wang Dong. One was the male protagonist, and the other the female protagonist, both possessing extraordinary fortune and the halo of central characters. A misstep could lead to unexpected consequences. While he was not overly worried about their combat prowess or external advantages, he was apprehensive about the influence of the protagonist's aura. Shortly after the trio arrived at the assessment area, the remaining participants began to arrive, all from other classes. Attention all new students. Attention all new students. Please promptly enter the assessment area for the new student examination. There are only 10 minutes left for entry. Latecomers will be considered to have forfeited their assessment. A booming announcement echoed throughout the outer courtyard, its voice penetrating every corner. The expressions of the new students turned serious, as this was pivotal for their futures and warranted careful consideration. The only ones seemingly unfazed were the trio from Lin Buufon's team. Lin Buufon and Shui Di possessed unwavering confidence in their formidable abilities, while Zhou Shouting felt at ease backed by her 2 formidable companions. At that moment, a middle-aged teacher, appearing to be in his 30s or 40s, approached. Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Douluo, and I am the teacher responsible for your assessment. The rules of the competition have already been conveyed by your homeroom teacher, so I shall not reiterate them. However, one point must be emphasized during the competition. Do not intentionally harm your opponents, as such actions will result in expulsion, and I will report to the academy, Douluo stated coldly. The individuals present were astute enough to grasp the implications of the teacher's words, and they all nodded in agreement. With that said, let the competition commence. The sooner we begin, the sooner it will conclude, allowing you to return and rest, he continued, retrieving a folder and extracting a document. In the first round of the first assessment, Class 6, Lin Buufon, Lin Shuer, and Zhou Shouting will face off against Class 4, Roland, Chen Junfeng, and Ma Jieqi. You may now enter the arena, each taking a corner. Only after I declare the start of the match may you unleash your martial souls. Now, enter. Lin Buufon was somewhat surprised to find that his team was the first to compete. After exchanging glances with Xue Di and Zhou Shouting, the three of them entered the arena, positioning themselves in the northwest corner. Lin Buufon and Xue Di stood at the forefront, adopting a triangular formation, while Zhou Shouting, as a support-type soul master, positioned herself behind them to assist. However, in this match, she was likely to play a crucial role, as either Lin Buufon or Xue Di could potentially take on all three opponents single-handedly. Roland, Chen Junfeng, and Ma Jieqi felt an undeniable tension. Upon realizing their adversaries were Lin Buufon's team from Class 6, their confidence in victory waned considerably. Lin Buufon's reputation among the new students was notably resounding. He single-handedly defeated senior students, a feat that instilled both awe and trepidation. Regardless of the outcome, it was essential to exchange a few blows, perhaps. Lin Buufon was formidable alone, while his two companions were merely dead weight. Roland encouraged. Xue Di, will you take the lead in the upcoming match, or shall I? Lin Buufon inquired softly. After a brief glance at Lin Buufon, Xue Di responded, I shall take the initiative. I am somewhat intrigued by this match. Very well. The responsibility is yours, Lin Buufon replied. No sooner had he spoken than Zhen Luo's voice rang out. The match begins. Brothers, unleash your martial spirits. Roland bellowed. Summoning his martial spirit, 2 rings of yellow 100-year soul rings slowly rising from beneath his feet. Chen Junfeng and Ma Jieqi followed suit, releasing their martial spirits, their soul rings ascending as well. The 6 yellow 100-year soul rings pulsated in the air, exuding an imposing aura. Xue Di, it's up to you. Let us make this swift, Lin Buufon declared, stepping back to stand alongside Zhou Shouting. Huh, Fan Ge, are you not going to make a move? Zhou Shouting questioned, her gaze puzzled as Lin Buufon stood beside her. Xiao Xue can handle it alone, Lin Buufon replied nonchalantly. Is that so? I have yet to witness Xiao Xue in action, Zhou Shouting remarked, her eyes filled with anticipation as she observed Xue Di. Meanwhile, Roland and his companions, witnessing Lin Buufon's team not even activating their martial spirits and Lin Buufon retreating to allow Xue Di to stand alone in front, were incensed. How dare they look down on us 3 brothers? Let us teach Lin Buufon and his companions a lesson for their arrogance. Roland and his companions roared in fury, charging toward Xue Di. Ha! Xue Di sneered, a trace of disdain flickering across her exquisite face. An icy blue aura began to coalesce around her, an intense chill radiating outward. She raised her snow-white hand, pointing towards the advancing trio, and proclaimed, Imperial Sword, Ice Extreme Unmatched. In an instant, countless icy energies gathered before Xue Di's hand, forming 3 ice blue long swords. The moment they materialized, the swords shot forth with astonishing speed. The trio of Roland halted abruptly, their bodies stiffening, unable to suppress a gulp as fear gripped their expressions. Suspended before each of them was an ice blue long sword, hovering less than an inch from their foreheads, the chilling aura instilling an overwhelming dread within them. The Class 6 team, led by Lin Buufon, emerges victorious, Zhen Luo announced loudly, gazing at Xue Di as though she were a marvel. Chapter 53, We Will Prevail. When Zhou Shouting exited the assessment area, she wore an expression of bewilderment and confusion. She was aware of Lin Buufon's prowess, yet she did not anticipate the remarkable strength of the Snow Empress. The battle concluded before the 3 adversaries even summoned their martial souls or approached for combat. Xiao Xue and Zhou Shouting halted, and suddenly Zhou Shouting softly called out to the Snow Empress. The Snow Empress looked at her with a puzzled expression. With a sudden burst of speed, Zhou Shouting dashed toward the Snow Empress, embracing her tightly and rubbing her rosy cheeks against her face. Big shot, you must take me under your wing. From now on, I shall rely entirely on you. As she spoke, she rubbed against her a few more times, and indeed, the Snow Empress's skin was exquisite, smooth and delicate, endlessly delightful to touch. Heh! The Snow Empress maintained a sullen demeanor, remaining silent. Observing this, Lin Buufon discreetly quickened his pace. You're taking advantage of me. The Snow Empress's voice thundered. Not at all. I am merely basking in the glory of a big shot like you, Zhou Shouting retorted, her voice cheerful. This matter must not reach the Ice Empress's ears. Otherwise, Zhou Shouting would surely face repercussions. Lin Buufon helplessly rubbed his forehead, silently urging himself on. Having known the Ice Empress and the Snow Empress for so many years, he understood that the Snow Empress had never been this close to her. If the Ice Empress learned of this, she would undoubtedly feel envious and resentful toward Zhou Shouting. Lin Buufon decided to disregard the antics of the two behind him and headed toward the dormitory. At that moment, a familiar figure appeared ahead, walking in his direction. Lin Buufon's eyes brightened as he approached. "Senior Nan, what brings you here?" he asked with a smile. "I came to watch your match, but I got held up." "Has the competition concluded?" Jiang Nan replied, looking at the young man before her with a smile. "Yes, it has. How did it go?" "You must have won." "Indeed. We won." They hardly had a chance to retaliate. Lin Buufon chuckled. "That's impressive. You remain as formidable as ever, hiding your strength once again." Lin Buufon shook his head and replied. This time, it was Xiao Xue who took action. A flicker of curiosity crossed Jiang Nan's eyes. "Your sister? I don't recall you mentioning having a sister. Weren't you an orphan?" she inquired with intrigue. "Haha, it's a long story," Lin Buufon chuckled awkwardly. "Let us leave that for another time. By the way, senior, how have you fared all these years?" Lin Buufon asked, his gaze slightly evasive. "I've been doing well." "At least decent," Jiang Nan replied with a charming smile. "By the way, I'm curious as to why you, a talented individual, would come to Shrek Academy? With your abilities, I'm sure most institutions would welcome you warmly," Jiang Nan suddenly asked. "Well," Lin Buufon sighed and took a couple of steps forward. As they approached the gently rippling waters of the Sea God Lake, beneath the radiant sun, the waters of Sea God Lake shimmered with an enchanting brilliance, a sight that was truly delightful to behold. After a considerable pause, Lin Buufon remarked, "Shrek Academy is the foremost institution on the continent. My presence here seems entirely justified. Moreover, I have come in search of someone. Who might that be? Would you care to share?" A flicker of curiosity danced in Jiang Nan's eyes as she spoke. Suddenly, Lin Buufon turned to face her, his gaze ablaze with fervor, as intense as molten lava. He slowly articulated, "Someone I cherish. Someone I have awaited for an eternity." His emphatic words struck Jiang Nan's heart like a heavy hammer, causing her pulse to quicken inexplicably. "I have matters to attend to. I must take my leave." Jiang Nan dared not meet Lin Buufon's intense gaze, as his fiery eyes rendered her cheeks flushed with warmth. Having uttered her parting words, she swiftly turned and departed, her footsteps hastening as if she were fleeing. "Is it still not possible?" Lin Buufon watched Jiang Nan's retreating figure, a wave of inexplicable melancholy rising within him. "Why does my heart race so? Could I possibly be the person he mentioned?" Once in solitude, Jiang Nan paused in a deserted area, covering her face with her hands, her mind replaying Lin Buufon's earlier words, her heart racing even faster with each recollection. Meanwhile, Lin Buufon returned to his dormitory, his mood fraught with agitation. Despite his candidness, the senior still rebuffed his advances. "However, I shall not concede defeat so easily." With renewed determination, Lin Buufon clenched his fists and rallied himself. The following day, the assessments resumed, with the Snow Empress once again taking charge, her methods as direct and fierce as in the first round, effortlessly securing victory. This ease of triumph caught the attention of teacher Douluo, who observed with intrigue. After the conclusion of the second round, the Snow Empress and Zhou Shouting departed, while Lin Buufon went to spectate the matches. On the arena, Hui Yuhao and his companions confronted the team of twin sisters known for their martial soul fusion technique from the original narrative. After a grueling battle, the trio ultimately triumphed. It appeared that the power of the Winter Force and the martial soul fusion technique were soon to emerge. Having watched the contest, Lin Buufon returned, reflecting on the original storyline where Hui Yuhao and Wang Dong encountered the twin sisters and subsequently experimented, successfully creating a martial soul fusion technique. Lin Buufon couldn't help but marvel at how quintessentially protagonist-like this was. However, his own advantages were not to be underestimated. The nine-color divine light martial soul seemed capable of merging with anyone, with Lin Xian serving as a prime example. Yet, whether this was indeed the case warranted further exploration. In the afternoon, another assessment was scheduled, and as the number of eliminations increased, the pace of the evaluations hastened. On his return at noon, Lin Xian was absent, likely still engaged in the assessments. A simple moment of restful meditation passed swiftly during noon, and by 3 o'clock, the trio returned to the assessment area once more. As before, it was the Snow Emperor who took the lead, employing the same straightforward and forceful tactics as in the previous encounters. With the Imperial Sword of Ice, unparalleled in might, poised against the opponent's throat, the match came to an abrupt halt. Zhou Shouting felt a sense of numbness. Was this her version of a layman's victory? After the competition concluded, the three of them departed directly. However, this rather crude triumph attracted considerable attention, with other teams viewing Lin Buufon's group as formidable adversaries, secretly hoping to avoid confrontation with them. In the audience, Hou Yuhao, Wang Dong, and Xiao Xiao watched the match with trepidation. Good heavens. The three from Class 6 are extraordinarily powerful. One individual utterly dominated the opposing trio. How can we possibly win? Xiao Xiao despaired, perceiving the opponents as seemingly invincible. In silence, Hou Yuhao and Wang Dong exchanged glances, both rendered speechless. We will definitely win, Hou Yuhao suddenly declared, his expression resolute. Wang Dong and Xiao Xiao appeared to be inspired by Hou Yuhao's conviction, a spark of confidence igniting in their eyes. We will triumph. Our goal is the championship. Chapter 54, Lin Buufon strikes, overwhelming victory. On the third day, following the eliminations of the previous 2 days, only 66 teams remained, with the 50 assessment zones reduced to 33. Early in the morning, Lin Buufon and his companions arrived at the assessment area, joined by other teams, which occupied merely 1/10 of the zone. Among them were Hou Yuhao's team, Dai Huabin's from Class 5, and Ning Tian's team from Class 9. Soon, it was time to draw lots to determine opponents. As the captain, Lin Buufon stepped forward to draw a lot, and the surrounding teams felt a wave of unease as they witnessed him begin the process. The combat prowess of Lin Buufon's team was well known. No one desired to face them. Under the anxious and restless gazes of the onlookers, Lin Buufon casually drew a slip and revealed it. Number 13. Meanwhile, the members of Class 7, who also drew the number 13, felt their limbs grow cold and despair flicker in their eyes. They had drawn Lin Buufon's team and faced imminent elimination. In contrast, the other teams breathed a sigh of relief, their expressions relaxing, grateful that they had avoided such a daunting matchup. Once the drawing concluded, the matches commenced swiftly. Lin Buufon's trio was assigned to Zone 13. As both teams entered the arena, the referee signaled the beginning of the match. The opposing team, without even unleashing their martial souls, promptly chose to forfeit, leaving the Snow Emperor without the opportunity to even engage in combat. Lin Buufon was quite pleased with the outcome and, accompanied by Snow Empress and Zhou Shouting, departed from the assessment area, returning to their dormitory. Throughout the journey, Zhou Shouting chattered incessantly like a jubilant little sparrow. Upon returning to the dormitory, Lin Xian had still not arrived, as he too had entered one of the 66 teams. It was only close to noon that Lin Xian finally returned, his face aglow with joy. Brother Fan, we have also made it into the top 33, Lin Xian exclaimed with exuberance. Hearing this, Lin Buufon's expression brightened, and he offered his congratulations. How can it compare to your team? I heard that your opponents didn't even release their martial souls and conceded outright. Lin Xian remarked with envy and jealousy. Haha, Lin Buufon replied with a wry smile. All right. If only you could make your opponents surrender voluntarily. That would indeed be a skill. Lin Xian pouted and huffed. If only I possessed such a talent. Haha, Lin Buufon chuckled without saying more. Noon passed swiftly, and the afternoon assessments commenced once again. Following the round-robin matches of the morning, only 33 teams remained, with one team set to receive a bye. The draw continued, and the captains of the 33 teams approached the judges in turn to draw lots. Lin Buufon drew number 0, securing a bye. When this news reached the other teams, everyone breathed a sigh of relief, as it meant they would not face Lin Buufon's team. The afternoon assessments proceeded, and Lin Buufon and his companions, having received a bye, had no desire to stay and watch the matches. They left immediately. In the following rounds, the trend continued. Perhaps it was Lin Buufon's extraordinary fortune, as he continued to receive byes. While other teams exhaled in relief, they were also filled with admiration for the trio. How wonderful it would be to receive a bye and avoid competition. A few days later, the competition gradually progressed to the quarterfinals, featuring teams such as Class 1's Hou Yuhao team, Class 2's Ling Jie team, Class 5's Dai Huabin team, Class 6 Lin Buufon team, Lin Xian's team, Class 9's Ning Tian team, among others. Class 6 had 2 teams advancing to the top 8, while other classes had only 1 team each. In total, 8 teams made it to the quarterfinals. The expansive assessment area was once again reduced, leaving only 4, which considerably increased in size. The draw determined the opponents, and Lin Buufon's adversary this round was Class 2's Ling Jie team, with the assessment area designated as Zone 3. Both sides entered in turn and took their positions, facing each other. Snow Empress, let me and Shouting take the lead this time, Lin Buufon said to the Snow Empress. All right, she replied, stepping back to allow Zhou Shouting and Lin Buufon to stand at the forefront. Hey, I didn't expect to be on stage too. I thought I'd just be cheering from the back, Zhou Shouting exclaimed, her excitement palpable. Lin Buufon cast a glance at Zhou Shouting and remarked, you must be given your moment to shine. One cannot simply linger in the background. But I am merely a food-type spirit master, Zhou Shouting protested. Allow me to try your mango. It will be a perfect test. Very well, Lin Buufon replied. With a smile that illuminated her delicate features, Zhou Shouting responded, "All right. Let the competition commence." The referee declared as both sides prepared for battle. Zhou Shouting promptly summoned her martial soul, 2 rings of yellow, each representing 100 years of spirit rings, emerging beneath her feet, the first ring shimmering faintly. "I possess a small mango," she chanted adorably, conjuring a red mango into her hand. "This is my first soul skill, the Furious Mango, which enhances my attack power by 10%. Lin Buufon was taken aback, regarding Zhou Shouting with intrigue. "Your soul skill possesses quite a unique effect." Hee. Zhou Shouting chuckled awkwardly. At that moment, the trio from Ling Jie's team also unleashed their martial souls, 6 yellow 100-year spirit rings ascending, each member boasting a second ring spirit master status. Upon releasing their martial souls, Ling Jie and his companions charged forward, initiating their assault. First soul skill, Overwhelming Pressure. Ling Jie's form swelled, a phantom of a mighty elephant appearing behind him, resembling a colossal mountain as it barreled toward Lin Buufon. Having consumed Zhou Shouting's Furious Mango, Lin Buufon's eyes glimmered with a hint of crimson, his demeanor taking on a frenzied edge. "Thunder God descends," he proclaimed, as violent lightning enveloped him, a sensation of immense power surging through his being. In an instant, Lin Buufon vanished, moving with the swiftness of lightning, reappearing above Ling Jie. His hand claw-like and crackling with electricity, he struck downward with ferocity. Boom! The tempestuous lightning cascaded from Lin Buufon's hand, engulfing its target. "Ah!" Ling Jie cried out, swinging his fist with great force, propelled by gusts of wind towards Lin Buufon. With a sharp gaze, Lin Buufon effortlessly seized Ling Jie's descending fist, executing a backflip that propelled him forcefully against Ling Jie. Roar! Ling Jie let out a low growl, hurtling backward from the impact. Again, Lin Buufon's figure flickered and reappeared beside another opponent, who could not even activate their soul skill before being sent flying by a single punch. Following this pattern, Lin Buufon dispatched the final adversary with the same decisive force. Now, only Ling Jie remained on the field, yet he was devoid of combat capability, trembling uncontrollably, his hair standing on end, emitting crackling sounds. Chapter 55, the final semi-final. Lin Buufon's team emerged victorious. The referee, accustomed to such occurrences, announced the final result with a resounding voice. "How impressive!" Zhou Shouting gazed at Lin Buufon with sparkling eyes, marveling at how the battle concluded in less than a minute. Lin Buufon, however, disregarded Zhou Shouting and addressed Shui Di, after which the trio departed the examination area, heading back to their dormitory. At that moment, 3 figures gradually approached from the opposite direction, blocking the path of Lin Buufon and his companions. At the forefront was a blond man with heterochromatic eyes, Dai Huabin. Following him were the raven-haired Zhu Lu and the pink-haired Cui Yiji, both young women possessing strikingly alluring figures. Many had already cast their gaze in this direction. For Dai Huabin was renowned among the various teams. The son of the Duke of the White Tiger, a sole sovereign. "Dai Huabin, it's you again. What do you want this time?" Lin Buufon inquired coldly, furrowing his brow. "Care to place a bet with me?" Dai Huabin's heterochromatic eyes glimmered with a cold light as he spoke in a deep voice. "Why would I bet with you? Have you lost your mind?" Lin Buufon showed little interest in this fool and turned to leave. "Are you afraid?" Dai Huabin's disdainful voice rang out. "I knew you lacked the courage. Not even brave enough to wager with me. Is this a provocation?" Lin Buufon chuckled coldly, his gaze suddenly sharpening like a blade. "What do you propose for this wager?" A smirk crept onto Dai Huabin's lips, finally having piqued Lin Buufon's interest. "Let us wager on the finals, a decisive battle between our 2 teams. If you lose, you will serve me. How about that? Do you dare?" Dai Huabin said, his words dripping with challenge. "Is that all? And what if you lose?" Lin Buufon retorted with a cold smile. "It can't be that I face a penalty for losing while you face none for your defeat, can it? Do you really think we could lose?" Zhu Lu stepped forward, her laughter laced with scorn. "Why should you be so confident about not losing? Don't treat others as fools, or you might just end up as one." "You." Zhu Lu was about to continue, but Dai Huabin interrupted her with a sharp command, holding her back. "If we lose, I shall serve you henceforth. Would that suffice?" Dai Huabin proposed. Lin Buufon smirked coldly and replied, "I'm afraid you're not worthy." "You." Dai Huabin glared furiously. "What do you want then?" Lin Buufon appraised Dai Huabin from head to toe before laughing. "Do you truly believe you are deserving?" Dai Huabin clenched his fists. Yet Lin Buufon chose to ignore him and walked around, with Shui Di and Zhou Shouting quickly following suit. "Come back to me with your proposal once you reach the finals. At this moment, you are unworthy," Lin Buufon's voice echoed indifferently. "Damn you." Dai Huabin, his face flushed crimson, erupted with a curse, clearly agitated by Lin Buufon's words. Instead of returning to his dormitory, Lin Buufon wandered to the serene shores of Haishan Lake. Gazing at the shimmering surface, a wave of melancholy washing over him. On Haishan Island, within an exquisitely elegant loft, Douluo stood respectfully before an elder, quietly relaying the findings of his investigation. Director Yin, he began, according to my inquiries, the background of the student Lin Buufon appears to be unblemished. He has been an orphan since childhood, taken in by the village chief of Yunhu village when he was still in swaddling clothes. His martial soul was awakened by a renowned soul master named Fu Yunhai. He later attended the North Junior Soul Master Academy, but vanished without a trace a few months ago. Is that all? Yin Xiaozhe inquired, his tone indifferent. Douluo hesitated before continuing. There is one more matter. It seems that the extraordinary event that occurred over a decade ago bears some connection to him. Yin Xiaozhe's eyes gleamed with intrigue. Are you referring to the cataclysm that enveloped the entire continent? Douluo nodded. According to the villagers, when Lin Buufon awakened his martial soul, it indeed caused a remarkable phenomenon. However, what strikes me as peculiar is that during the subsequent assessment of his innate soul power, he was found to possess only a full innate soul power. Do not speculate. If all goes as anticipated, the martial soul he awakened must be an unprecedentedly powerful one. I have scoured countless records in the Sea God Pavilion's library, yet I could find no information regarding his martial soul. In other words, this student's martial soul is a formidable divine-level martial soul, albeit in a state of incomplete awakening due to certain reasons, Douluo surmised. Then we must proceed with caution. Yin Xiaozhe suggested. This student is certainly not a spy sent by another nation. Therefore, I have resolved to retain him at our Shrek Academy and cultivate a sense of belonging within him. Once he matures, he could usher in a new era for our academy, potentially even instilling fear in those of the Sun and Moon Empire. In recent years, their restlessness has escalated. Indeed, Yin Xiaozhe remarked, a hint of menace flickering in his gaze. Understood, Douluo responded, sensing the weight of the atmosphere and trembling involuntarily. Weilin, this matter concerning the young lad is entrusted to you, Yin Xiaozhe instructed. You should know how to foster his sense of belonging within the academy. Rest assured, Director. I am well aware of the approach to take, Douluo assured him promptly. With that, their conversation drew to a close. Afternoon descended upon them. The four strong teams have emerged victorious. The team led by Hui Yuhao from Class 1, the team led by Dai Huabin from Class 5, the team led by Lin Buufon from Class 6, and the team led by Ning Tian from Class 9. As for the team that Lin Xin belongs to, they faced defeat against Ning Tian's team from Class 9. Their opponents boasted a soul master on their side, albeit a supporting one, wielding the continent's premier auxiliary spirit. The Seven Treasures glazed tile. Under her amplification, the combat prowess of her two teammates was significantly enhanced, allowing them to eliminate Lin Xian's two companions before ultimately defeating him. This afternoon's competition marks the semifinals, which will determine the final two teams to advance to the championship match. The captains of Lin Buufon, Hui Yuhao, Dai Huabin, and Ning Tian stepped forward to draw lots once more. The final draw resulted in the following matchups. Hui Yuhao's team from Class 1 will face Dai Huabin's team from Class 5, while Lin Buufon's team from Class 6 will contend against Ning Tian's team from Class 9. The assessment area has also been redefined, neatly divided into two combat zones. The semifinals are about to commence. Teams are requested to enter their respective competition areas and begin the assessment. The resounding announcement echoed throughout the academy. Chapter 56, Attribute Suppression. Surrender now. Lin Buufon and his team are positioned in Area 2. Soon, both teams entered sequentially, taking their places in opposite corners of the arena. Lin Buufon's adversaries. The Ning Tian team from Class 9 comprised three striking young ladies. The girl at the forefront stood tall, yet appeared slightly shorter compared to Lin Buufon. Her golden short hair was impeccably neat, and her azure eyes were adorned with long lashes, complemented by a scattering of charming freckles across her face. To her left stood a girl with vibrant red short hair and rare crimson eyes, her skin as fair as jade, with exquisitely refined features. On her right was a girl with flowing light green locks cascading down her back, her deep green eyes radiating a gentle warmth, evoking a sense of tenderness and compassion. In contrast, Lin Buufon's team formed an inverted triangle. He and the Snow Empress flanked either side at the front, while Shui Shouting stood gracefully in the rear between them. Lin Buufon, tall and fair-skinned, possessed delicate features that projected a scholarly fragility. However, such an impression would be misleading. The memory of his ferocious performance yesterday, wherein he swiftly eliminated his three opponents, lingered vividly in the minds of many. To the right stood the Snow Empress, petite with skin as white as snow, her long, snowy hair flowing behind her, and her features so exquisitely crafted they resembled a porcelain doll, endearing her to all. Yet, her demeanor was aloof. Akin to a solitary plum blossom, exuding an aura that kept others at bay. No one dared to underestimate her. Her formidable record of swiftly defeating adversaries before they could even summon their spirits had etched her name in the memories of many. In the end, Zhou Xiaoting, though not as exquisitely beautiful as Shuedi, was still a charming young girl with a hint of baby fat, fair skin, and a delicate blush that resembled a red apple, evoking an irresistible desire to take a bite. The referee, observing that both sides were ready, proclaimed loudly, "The match begins now." With that, the referee exited the arena, leaving it to the 6 participants present. No sooner had the words left his mouth than Ning Tian and her companions launched their attack, unleashing their martial souls. Wufeng, you intercept Lin Buufon, Yuner. Deal with Lin Shuer, try to entangle them, and find a way to eliminate Zhou Xiaoting at the back, Ning Tian instructed. Her graceful form levitating effortlessly as a cascade of vibrant light materialized, manifesting a colorful pagoda in her hands. 3 soul rings, 2 yellow and 1 purple, rose from her palms, encircling the pagoda in rhythmic harmony. The 7 treasures are renowned. The first speaks of speed. A circle of yellow soul rings ignited atop the pagoda, sending forth 2 resplendent beams of light that merged into the bodies of Nanmen Yuner and Wufeng. Their speed intensified instantaneously, with Nanmen Yuner even leaping forward, traversing several meters to approach Zhou Xiaoting from the rear. Wufeng, with a fierce cry, propelled herself upwards, a wave of scorching energy surging from within her, accompanied by a faint sound akin to a dragon's roar. In an instant, Wufeng's figure elongated, tearing through her school uniform to reveal the form-fitting attire beneath. Resembling a young woman of 17 or 18 who had just come into her own, her figure strikingly alluring. A soft crimson sheen danced upon Wufeng's skin, and from the left side of her face, a layer of delicate dragon scales began to emerge, trailing down her neck and extending along her left arm. "Shuedi, I leave shouting to you," Lin Buufon instructed, advancing towards Wufeng, his brow aglow with the shimmering light of water attributes, a chilling aura radiating outward, causing frost to crystallize on the ground. "First soul skill, Dragon's Fire," Wufeng exclaimed, a dense flame erupting from her being, enveloping her within a foot's radius. In the blink of an eye, the two collided. Sizzle. As Wufeng approached Lin Buufon, the dragon's fire surrounding her body emitted a hissing sound, its formidable potency significantly diminished. Startled, Wufeng swiftly unleashed a punch, her dragon-formed left hand imbued with a searing gust of wind, aimed directly at Lin Buufon. Bang! Lin Buufon seized Wufeng's punch with one hand, the overwhelming force rendering her unable to break free. "You scoundrel, let me go!" Wufeng shouted angrily, raising her leg to strike at Lin Buufon below. Goodness, such a fierce woman, Lin Buufon thought, his heart racing as he released her grip and stepped back to evade Wufeng's kick. Yet, at that moment, Wufeng charged forward once more, her second soul ring igniting with brilliance. The second soul skill, Dragon's Fury. A radiant crimson light erupted from Wufeng as the faint dragon fire within him surged violently, transforming into a deep red hue. The scales of his dragon-transformed half-body became denser, and his left hand fully assumed its dragon form. At that moment, a beam of light suddenly darted towards him, merging into Wufeng's being, thereby amplifying his momentum. Subsequently, Ning Tian completed the enhancement for Wufeng and cast another beam of light towards Nanmen Yuner, igniting the third purple soul ring. The 7 treasures are renowned, and the second is Power. Nanmen Yuner's speed dramatically increased as she charged towards the Snow Empress. The Snow Empress, observing the approaching Nanmen Yuner, maintained a frosty demeanor as she rose to confront her, emanating an icy chill that sent a shiver through Nanmen Yuner. The Emperor's hand of extreme cold. The Snow Empress's palm radiated an ominous white light as it descended upon Nanmen Yuner. Bang! Upon contact, an overwhelming wave of frigid energy surged into Nanmen Yuner's body, swiftly coating her exterior in a layer of frost. She was instantly encased in ice, standing motionless like a statue. Seeing this, Ning Tian activated the second soul ring. The 7 treasures are renowned, and the second is Release. A bright light entered Nanmen Yuner's being, yet it failed to thaw her frozen state. "Do not waste your efforts. This is the essence of ice," the Snow Empress coldly remarked. The essence of ice is indeed the pinnacle of frost, and coupled with the Snow Empress's soul power far surpassing that of Nanmen Yuner, it was effortless to immobilize her. The Snow Empress then turned her gaze towards Lin Buufon. Her voice icy as she commanded, hastened to conclude the battle. Lin Buufon, with a resigned nod, turned his focus to Wufeng, his eyes flashing with a hint of sharpness. The third soul ring, a dazzling red and blue anomaly, shimmered. The Emperor's hand of extreme cold. Lin Buufon's palm radiated chilling light as he struck towards the attacking Wufeng. Wufeng swiftly evade. Ning Tian urgently called out. Upon hearing this, Wufeng's expression shifted slightly as he hastily retreated, attempting to distance himself from Lin Buufon. However, Lin Buufon's speed surpassed his, and in the blink of an eye, he closed the gap and unleashed a powerful strike. The frigid air instantly enveloped Wufeng, suppressing the flames that adorned him, rendering him listless. The dual suppression of the essence of ice and Lin Buufon's soul power. Under this combined force, Wufeng was sent flying backward, a layer of frost rapidly spreading across his form. The 7 treasures are renowned, and the second is release. Ningtian launched another soul skill, a beam of light entering Wufeng's being, alleviating his negative status. Dragon's fire. Wufeng bellowed. As the first soul ring flickered, a torrent of flames erupted from within him, as if seeking to consume all. However, as soon as those flames emerged, they encountered the chilling aura of the ultimate ice, akin to a mouse stumbling upon a cat. Swiftly subdued and rendered lethargic. In the blink of an eye, yet another lifelike ice sculpture materialized. Lin Buufon turned to Ningtian, coldly stating, "Now? You are the only one left. Surrender." Chapter 57, Victory. The impending finals. Ningtian managed a bitter smile, conceding, "I admit defeat." With her as the sole remaining contestant. Despite her rank as a soul master, she was merely a support-type soul master, unable to even contend with an ordinary great soul master, let alone Lin Buufon and his companions. The referee loudly announced the results of the match, declaring Lin Buufon's team the victors. Subsequently, medical soul masters swiftly entered the arena to attend to the frozen Wufeng and Nanmen Yun'er. Lin Buufon approached and extracted the chilling aura of the ultimate ice from their bodies. As this frigid essence dissipated, the layer of ice encasing them shattered rapidly. "You despicable scoundrel." Wufeng emerged from the ice, shivering violently, glaring fiercely at Lin Buufon, his eyes filled with a hunger for vengeance. Nanmen Yun'er stumbled out of the shattered ice in a rather disheveled state. Wufeng approached Ningtian with a somber expression, "Young master, we have lost." "Let it be." Ningtian replied with a calm demeanor. "We lost, and that is that. Should we not employ our family's influence to teach this scoundrel a lesson?" "This is utterly intolerable," Wufeng exclaimed indignantly. Ningtian shook his head. "Fengmei, do not let your anger cloud your judgment. We are at Shrek Academy, not within the confines of our family. Moreover, we faltered due to our own abilities. How can we blame others for our defeat?" At this point, Ningtian paused. "Furthermore, it is likely that Lin Buufon has already caught the attention of the higher-ups at Shrek. If we resort to using our family's power, it could have dire consequences." Understanding Ningtian's implication, Wufeng still felt a lingering resentment. "Let us depart. There is no need to further disgrace ourselves here," Ningtian said, shaking his head before turning to leave. Wufeng cast a fierce glare at Lin Buufon, stomped his foot in frustration, and followed suit, with Nanmen Yun'er hastily trailing behind. "We should also take our leave," Lin Buufon remarked, leading Shuedi and Zhou shouting out of the arena. In Match Area 1, Hui Yuhao and his companions continued to engage in a fierce struggle against Dai Huabin's team, facing a soul master and 2 great soul masters, their overwhelming strength pressing down on them. Had it not been for Hui Yuhao's extraordinary mental probing ability, they would have likely succumbed long ago. "Zhu Lu," Dai Huabin suddenly shouted, realizing the stalemate could not continue. Zhu Lu, understanding his intent, swiftly extricated herself from Xiao Zhao's entanglement and dashed towards Dai Huabin. In response, Dai Huabin let out a powerful roar, his purple 1,000-year soul ring shimmering. His muscles swelled with renewed vigor as he unleashed a mighty palm strike to clear Wang Dong and turned to rush toward Zhu Lu. The two met in their path and swiftly embraced one another. The energies and auras of the two individuals began to intertwine, emanating a formidable presence from their beings. Huyuheo's expression slightly altered, as if a realization struck him, and he shouted urgently, "Wang Dong, return quickly. It is a martial soul fusion technique." Upon hearing Huyuheo's call, Wang Dong swiftly turned back, joining his side. "Yuhua." Wang Dong discerned the resolute glimmer in Huyuheo's eyes, prompting them to embrace one another. Much like Dai Huabin and Zhu Lu, the essence of the spiritual martial soul intertwined with the aura of Wang Dong's radiant goddess butterfly. On one side stood Huyuheo, his eyes radiating a faint golden hue, while on the other, Wang Dong unfolded his magnificent wings, releasing the essence of the radiant goddess butterfly. Their energies rapidly merged and fused. In the audience, all were left in awe. Indeed, it was a martial soul fusion technique. The simultaneous emergence of two such techniques left everyone astounded. Roar. At that moment, a thunderous roar of a tiger echoed, and a colossal white tiger materialized in the arena, growling fiercely as it charged towards Huyuheo, Wang Dong, and Xiao Xiao. Boom. However, Huyuheo and Wang Dong had vanished, replaced by a massive eye and the resplendent radiant goddess butterfly. As they drew closer, flames suddenly erupted from the radiant goddess butterfly, seemingly offering a sacrifice to the spiritual eye, blazing fiercely until it transformed into a brilliant fireball that surged into the spiritual eye. Boom! The immense spiritual eye, unfathomably deep, appeared to contain an entire world within. In the next instant, a terrifying triad of blue, purple, and gold light burst forth. This kaleidoscopic radiance shot forth with unerring precision, illuminating the surroundings in a moment of resplendence that felt timeless, leaving behind an enchanting and vibrant aura. In the audience, countless eyes widened in anticipation of the impending clash in the arena. Boom! It felt as though a century had passed, yet it was merely a fleeting instant. At last, the dazzling tricolored light collided with the enormous nether white tiger. The titanic beast raised its massive paw, descending like a shadow. Bang! Time seemed to freeze for an instant. The tricolored light struck, enveloping the colossal nether white tiger in a riot of colors, leaving only a faint golden sheen, radiant as gold. Bang! In the blink of an eye, two figures separated and fell, unconscious, Dai Huabin and Zhu Lu. As the magnificent spiritual eye vanished, it left behind a shimmering golden path. And two figures emerged, Hu Hao and Wang Dong, supporting each other. At this moment, the referee stepped into the arena, announcing the final results with a resounding voice. The team of Hu Hao has emerged victorious. The cheers of the crowd resounded, and thunderous applause erupted from the audience. Hu Hao and Wang Dong exchanged knowing smiles, recognizing the excitement in each other's eyes. Xiao Xiao rushed over, embracing both of them. "Hooray, we have won!" The trio exclaimed in joyous celebration. Below the stage, Cui Yiji, who had already been eliminated, wore a pale expression. They had lost. Meanwhile, Lin Buufon observed the scene, everything unfolding as he had anticipated. If Hu Hao, the protagonist, had truly lost the match, that would have been a genuine surprise. The only unexpected aspect for him was the absence of Du Weiluan, who had not appeared to thwart the duo's martial soul fusion technique as he did in the original narrative. Lin Buufon quietly departed. Curious about the final showdown that awaited them the following day, he pondered how they would secure victory, especially since their martial soul fusion technique seemed to have a time limitation. With this curiosity in mind, Lin Buufon returned to his dormitory. At that moment, Lin Xian had yet to return, his whereabouts unknown. Lin Buufon decided to sit on his bed and meditate to restore his soul power. It was not until evening that Lin Xian finally returned, an excited smile gracing his face, as if he had encountered something delightful. "What is going on with you?" Lin Buufon inquired, puzzled. "Hee, I'll tell you in a bit," Lin Xian replied, then moved aside to laugh to himself. This was quite perplexing to Lin Buufon, who found it odd but chose not to comment further, continuing his meditation. Chapter 58, Fierce Battle. The new student assessment at Shrek Academy had been ongoing for many days, and today marked the final day, culminating in the ultimate championship match. After intense competition, Hu Hao's team from Class 1 and Lin Buufon's team from Class 6 successfully advanced to the finals, where they would compete for the championship title. In the morning, within the Shrek assessment area, the spacious venue was filled to capacity, bustling with new participants, senior students, and faculty members alike. All barriers in the assessment area had been removed, exposing everything on the field to the gaze of the audience. As the protagonists of the day, both teams, Hu Hao's and Lin Buufon's, stood ready in their respective corners of the assessment area, with nearly 100 meters separating them, while the referee positioned himself in the middle. "Yu Hao, Wang Dong, are you both alright?" Xiao Xiao approached, noticing the pallor on their faces, and asked with concern. "We're fine now," Hu Hao replied. The previous day's battle had nearly drained their soul power due to the martial soul fusion technique, but thankfully, after a night of meditation, he had nearly regained most of his strength. "Wang Dong and Xiao Xiao, today's battle will likely prove more arduous than yesterday's. Therefore, it is imperative that you heed my commands closely," Hu Hao stated solemnly. "I cannot guarantee victory, but as long as a glimmer of hope remains, we must exert ourselves to the fullest." Indeed, Wang Dong and Xiao Xiao nodded in unison. Among Lin Buufon's team, only Lin Buufon and Lin Shuer possessed any combat prowess, while the last member, Zhou Xiaoding, was merely a support-type soul master with little fighting capability. "In a moment, you two will engage Lin Buufon and Lin Shuer, while I shall take on Zhou Xiaoding," Hu Hao instructed. "Given the formidable strength of Lin Buufon and Lin Shuer, if we can ensnare them, I will eliminate Zhou Xiaoding first, allowing the three of us to then launch our assault on Lin Buufon and Lin Shuer. This is our only hope for victory." During this time, Hu Hao would utilize his mental probing and sharing to provide Wang Dong and Xiao Xiao with vision and foresight, ensuring they would not be easily defeated. Hu Hao began to elucidate his battle strategy to the duo. Simultaneously, Lin Buufon was consulting with Shui Di. "Shui Di, when the match commences, do not hold back. It is essential to defeat their 3 members with utmost speed, especially the Soul Master named Hu Yuhao, who is not as simple as he appears. Lin Buufon stated with gravity. He was keen to avoid any unforeseen complications during the competition, as Hu Yuhao was the protagonist. The best approach was to dispatch them swiftly. The match commenced. The referee bellowed. As the words fell from the referee's lips, both sides unleashed their martial souls and surged toward their respective opponents. A silver light flickered between Lin Buufon's brows, and a bolt of lightning erupted from his forehead, surrounded by a circle of extraordinary soul rings. The god of thunder descends. Countless bolts of lightning erupted from within Lin Buufon, enveloping him like a deity of thunder as he charged towards Wang Dong. Behind Wang Dong, resplendent wings of light flashed, revealing the wings of the goddess of light butterfly, with 2 soul rings rising, one yellow and one purple. With dazzling brilliance, Wang Dong dashed towards Lin Buufon. The crackling arcs of electricity flickered incessantly as Lin Buufon extended a claw, bathed in thunder, reaching for Wang Dong. First soul skill, side blade of wings. Behind Wang Dong, the butterfly wings shimmered, transforming into golden blades that slashed towards Lin Buufon. Boom! Lin Buufon altered his claw into a palm, striking down with a thunderous blow. In the rear, Hu Yuhao's eyes glimmered. At that moment, Wang Dong suddenly shifted slightly backward, evading Lin Buufon's strike. Lin Buufon felt no regret as his blow missed. He had anticipated this outcome, especially with Hu Yuhao's extraordinary prowess in the fray. On the other side, the Snow Empress engaged in a fierce battle with Xiao Xiao, releasing an icy chill of extreme frost that enveloped her surroundings, causing layers of frost to form upon the ground. Buzz. The first soul skill, Tremor of the Cauldron. The 3-live soul-calming cauldron hurled towards the Snow Empress, emitting a powerful shockwave that radiated outward in black ripples, sweeping towards her. The Snow Empress leapt gracefully into the air, evading the cauldron's tremors. At that moment, Xiao Xiao's cauldron unexpectedly split into 3, descending upon the airborne Snow Empress once more. Boom! The ripples surged, and the Snow Empress was forcefully repelled. As she landed, a peculiar glimmer flickered in her eyes as she regarded Xiao Xiao. Meanwhile, Hui Yuhao rushed towards Wang, shouting, his ghostly footsteps gliding silently, skillfully avoiding Lin Buufon and the Snow Empress. Lin Buufon, who was locked in combat with Wang Dong, suddenly sensed a shift in the air, retreating swiftly to launch himself at Hui Yuhao. Just then, Wang Dong closed in again, his second soul ring glowing with brilliance. The second soul skill, Butterfly Wing Side Slash. The wings of the light goddess butterfly radiated golden light, merging into a colossal side blade that unleashed a tremendous light blade aimed directly at Lin Buufon. Lin Buufon's expression shifted slightly, realizing that the trajectory of the massive light blade aligned precisely with his landing spot. Suspended in midair, he found it impossible to evade. His third soul ring ignited with a flickering red-blue glow, releasing the aura of extreme frost, as a substantial ice shield rapidly coalesced before him. Boom! The light blade struck fiercely against the heavy ice shield, cleaving a gaping hole into its surface, sending shards of ice scattering. Simultaneously, a tremendous shockwave surged through the shield, propelling Lin Buufon backward. Thud! Just before hitting the ground, Lin Buufon thrust his hands against the earth, harnessing the force of the shockwave to leap towards Hui Yuhao. Hui Yuhao's mental probing was exceedingly troublesome. Lin Buufon resolved to eliminate him first, lest it devolve into a protracted battle. Yuhao, be careful. Wang Dong, noticing Lin Buufon's intent, altered his expression and urgently called out. Hui Yuhao halted abruptly, redirecting his path towards Wang Dong. Every movement of Lin Buufon was under his mental scrutiny. Wang Dong hastened towards Hui Yuhao, aware that despite his mental prowess, Hui Yuhao's first ring strength would struggle against the third ring soul master, Lin Buufon. Thunder Domain. Upon seeing Hui Yuhao attempting to flee, Lin Buufon shouted, unleashing boundless thunder that rapidly engulfed a radius of 100 meters. The overwhelming power of lightning surging towards Hui Yuhao. The deafening thunder sent chills down Hui Yuhao's spine. The intensity of the storm was overwhelming, leaving no refuge under his mental perception. Yuhao, Wang Dong shouted, as the wings of the goddess of light unfurled, radiating a brilliant glow as she darted towards Hui Yuhao at breakneck speed. Just as a bolt of lightning was about to strike Hui Yuhao, Wang Dong accelerated, seizing him in a perilous embrace and soaring into the air. Chapter 59. The Goddess of Ice and the Storm of Mines. Wang Dong was drenched in cold sweat, panting heavily, his body glistening with exertion. Had he been a moment later, Hui Yuhao might have faced elimination. Without him, they would scarcely endure even a moment longer. Oh no, Xiao Xiao. Hui Yuhao's expression shifted abruptly as he noticed Xiao Xiao ensnared in peril below, under simultaneous attack from Lin Buufon and the Snow Empress. Schwer. Deal with her first, Lin Buufon commanded, biting into Zhou Xiaoting's ferocious mango, entering a frenzied state. His eyes glinted with a crimson hue as terrifying thunder surged forth, enveloping his right arm, swirling down like a coiling thunder dragon. In an instant, Lin Buufon's form flashed, resembling a streak of lightning, as he charged toward Xiao Xiao with astonishing speed. Buzz! Xiao Xiao's two soul rings illuminated simultaneously. First soul skill, Tremor of the Cauldron. Second soul skill, Rocking of the Cauldron. The 3 live soul-settling cauldrons soared forth, merging into a colossal cauldron, twice the size of any prior. Mysterious runes emerged upon its surface, exuding an indescribable majesty. The national treasure, the Tremor of the Cauldron. The massive black cauldron quaked violently, emitting ripples of black light that surged towards Lin Buufon, significantly reducing his speed as he was momentarily halted by the giant cauldron. At that moment, the Snow Empress made her move. A chilling aura spread forth, layers of frost crystallizing in the air. The glint in the Snow Empress's eyes flickered as she pointed at Xiao Xiao, coldly declaring, Imperial Sword, Ice Extremity, unmatched. The surrounding cold rapidly converged, and in the blink of an eye, 2 ice-blue, frost-laden long swords coalesced in midair. With a swish, the sound of slicing air pierced the atmosphere, as the 2 swords shot forth towards Xiao Xiao, arriving in an instant. The frigid aura caused Xiao Xiao to shiver uncontrollably, her face paling as she beheld the icy blades mere moments from her. Suddenly, the figure of the referee materialized, darting to Xiao Xiao's side, channeling soul power to whisk her away from the arena. She had been eliminated. Now, only Hui Yuhao and Wang Dong remain on the field, while Lin Buufon's side boasts 3 participants. Wang Dong, accompanied by Hui Yuhao, comes to a halt, gently descending to the ground. Wang Dong, it seems we have no choice but to resort to that move. Otherwise, we might not even have a chance to win, Hui Yuhao states, his expression resolute. All right. Wang Dong nods, retracting the resplendent wings of light behind him, which dissipate into shimmering specks. Simultaneously, a swirling dark radiance envelopes his right hand, materializing into a black heavy hammer that he grips firmly. Exchanging a determined glance, Hui Yuhao and Wang Dong embrace once more before the astonished crowd, their energies beginning to intertwine and merge, soul power rippling through the air. In the audience, Du Weilin adjusts his glasses, a flicker of astonishment passing through his eyes. Dual martial souls? And a martial soul fusion technique? Not only Du Weilin is taken aback, the other spectators also show signs of profound shock. Is this yet another novel martial soul fusion technique? A formidable wave of soul power emanates from Hui Yuhao and Wang Dong, a powerful mental force surging forth. A shadow of a colossal black hammer materializes behind Wang Dong, while a gigantic ethereal eye appears behind Hui Yuhao. A fleeting golden light glimmering as a hint of purple hue dwells within the depths of its gaze. The storm of truth in the void. Lin Buufon, witnessing the martial soul fusion technique being executed, finds himself momentarily bewildered. Wasn't this technique supposed to emerge only in the later stages? Its appearance now is utterly unexpected. Schwer, Lin Buufon calls out robustly. The Snow Empress nods, her petite form leaping towards him, exuding an aura of ultimate ice. Boom. The chilling air sweeps forth like a hurricane, their energies intertwining, yet more like a complementary exchange. Behind the Snow Empress materializes a breathtaking figure, long silvery hair billowing. Her tall and graceful silhouette, and features exquisitely crafted, strikingly similar to the Snow Empress, as if depicting her grown form. Behind Lin Buufon, a sphere of ice-blue light emerges, within which mysterious runes swirl, releasing an essence of ice and water. Lin Buufon melts away, transforming into an indistinct orb of light that merges into the ethereal figure behind the Snow Empress. At the same moment, the shadow behind the Snow Empress steps forward, merging with her petite form. Boom! A terrifying aura is unleashed, and in an instant, the Snow Empress's small body grows, becoming indistinguishable from the shadow that loomed behind her. The only difference is that the grown Snow Empress now radiates an indescribable air of majesty, as if she were the sovereign of ice, and in her hand, she wields a staff. The Frost Sovereign, Goddess of Ice. The Snow Empress cast her gaze upon Hui Yuhao and Wang Dong. Behind them, the Spirit Eye and the Haotian Hammer drew near, the Spirit Eye igniting in a brilliant blaze of golden flames, surging violently into the Haotian Hammer. In the next moment, a colossal Haotian Hammer materialized in midair, emanating terrifying waves of soul power and mental energy. The storm of true words surged forth from the void. Boom! The immense Haotian Hammer, imbued with a cataclysmic might, crashed down upon the Snow Empress, and with a thunderous sound, it swiftly multiplied into countless smaller Haotian hammers, raining down relentlessly. The terrifying mental fluctuations instilled fear, causing many weaker students in the audience to pale and tremble uncontrollably. The Snow Empress let out a cold smile, elegantly tracing her staff through the air before her. Absolute zero. Boom. As her words resonated, the temperature in the air plummeted at an unimaginable rate. Frost emanating from the Snow Empress and spreading in all directions. In the audience, Douluo could no longer remain seated. He shouted urgently for the soul power shields to be raised, instructing all teachers to protect the students. No sooner had Douluo uttered his command than towering icebergs, each 100 meters high, sprouted on the battlefield below, the frost creeping perilously close to the edge of the audience. Nearby students shivered uncontrollably, some already showing signs of frost, exuding cold. This was merely a restrained result of the Snow Empress's power, for her intended targets were not these students. Meanwhile, Hui Yuhao and Wang Dong's martial soul fusion technique, the Mind Storm, was suspended in the void, surrounded by the unmistakable glimmer of frost upon the dark Haoyan hammers. Their martial soul fusion technique had been frozen. We have lost. Hui Yuhao and Wang Dong's faces drained of color, with Hui Yuhao's vision darkening. The Mind Storm not only depleting his soul power, but also sapping his mental energy to the brink. You have lost, the Snow Empress stated coolly, preparing to strike again. Her staff aimed at Hui Yuhao and Wang Dong, unleashing a beam of icy blue light that encased them in ice. Upon completing this, the Snow Empress's figure gradually diminished, a radiant orb separating from her form, transforming into Lin Buufon. As Lin Buufon emerged, darkness enveloped him, causing him to collapse to the ground, leaving only the Snow Empress standing, barely holding her ground. Zhou Shouting hurried over, her second soul ring illuminating as she recited the soul incantation, Green Mango. This was her second soul skill, Green Mango, designed to restore soul power and stamina. Thank you, the Snow Empress replied, taking the mango with a faint acknowledgement. Peeling it and taking a bite. A warm sensation surged within her, gradually replenishing her consumed soul power and stamina. Chapter 60, Soul Bones, Little Ones. Lin Buufon's team emerges victorious. The referee announced the final result in a resounding voice. Cheers erupted as a wave of jubilation swept through the audience, with the loudest applause coming from the students of Class 6, for Lin Buufon was indeed one of their own. Teachers from their seats approached Qingning, the homeroom teacher of Class 6, to extend their congratulations. Qingning, brimming with joy, graciously accepted the accolades, her smile unwavering. The freshman assessment had concluded splendidly, and Lin Buufon's team from Class 6 had emerged victorious, a piece of news that quickly spread throughout the academy. In the girls' dormitory of the third year, a stunningly beautiful young woman revealed a faint smile upon hearing the news. Quite impressive, Junior, Jiang Nanan mused, her gaze drifting toward the window, lost in thought. Meanwhile, in the boys' dormitory, Lin Xian gazed at Lin Buufon, who lay unconscious on the bed, a smile gracing his face. Truly remarkable, you deserve the title of first brother, he thought to himself, wishing he could attain such prowess one day. Then those fellows. Lin Xian sighed and shook his head before stepping out. Not long after Lin Xian departed, Lin Buufon finally regained consciousness, his eyes fluttering open in a daze. How long have I been unconscious? Lin Buufon rose, feeling an emptiness in his dantian, his soul power nearly depleted, completely drained by the fusion technique with the Snow Emperor, leaving him with nothing. He wondered about the final outcome. I suppose I shall wait until my soul power is restored to inquire about the result, he murmured, settling into a meditative posture on the bed to begin recovering his soul energy. There was no urgency, the result had already been determined, and there was no altering it now. Lin Buufon was unaware of how long he meditated. Upon regaining most of his soul power, he ceased. Just then, Lin Xian returned. Ah, you're awake. I've brought you some food. Eat it while it's hot, he said, handing Lin Buufon a meal. Lin Buufon accepted the food, still warm, and expressed his gratitude. By the way, Lin Xian, what was the final result? Did we win? He inquired. Of course. You all are the champions. Lin Xian replied with a grin. That's good to hear, Lin Buufon nodded. Oh, right, regarding the champion's reward. Director Du Weilin mentioned you should visit his office to collect it. Make sure to go tomorrow, Lin Xian added. Thanks. There's no need for such formality between us. Lin Xian chuckled. The following day, Lin Buufon arrived at Du Weilin's office. Having visited once before, he felt quite at ease, knocking on the door. Come in. Du Weilin's voice called from within. Lin Buufon pushed the door open and found the Snow Emperor and Zhou Shouting already inside. Lin Buufon, you finally made it. We were just waiting for you, Du Weilin exclaimed. Du Weilin, with a beaming smile, welcomed Lin Buufon inside, promptly offering to pour him a glass of water. Director Du, what about our reward? Lin Buufon inquired. Oh, that, Du Weilin replied, noticing Lin Buufon's immediate curiosity. He then retrieved the reward, revealing a pouch-like object that appeared remarkably smooth. crafted from the hide of an unknown soul beast. This is the reward for you all, Douluo declared, opening the pouch to unveil 3 exquisite soul bones that soared into the air, shimmering with vibrant colors and radiating a palpable wave of soul power that filled the room. Soul bones, exclaimed Zhou shouting, her astonishment evident. Is the Academy's reward truly this generous? The Snow Empress furrowed her brow slightly, remaining silent. Lin Buufon, however, maintained a calm demeanor. Having read the original text, he was already aware that the rewards for the new student assessment would include soul bones, thus his surprise was minimal. Nonetheless, he felt a twinge of envy. After all, these were soul bones. One piece belonged to a 1,000-year-old lightning rabbit, granting the soul skill of instant teleportation, highly beneficial for escaping perilous situations. Another was from a 1,000-year-old ice demon tiger, though the details of its soul skill remained unclear to him. The last was sourced from a 1,000-year-old thunder leopard, with its soul skill also unknown. Douluo introduced each soul bone in turn before gesturing to reclaim them. As the dissipating soul power gradually faded from the air, this will be entrusted to you. How you choose to allocate it is entirely up to you. I hope it reaches those in need, Douluo said, adjusting his glasses. Lin Buufon, sensing the underlying meaning in Douluo's words, furrowed his brow slightly, then accepted the pouch with gratitude, saying, "Thank you, Director. Do no need for thanks. This is what you all deserve." Douluo waved his hand dismissively, smiling. "Well, I shall not disturb you further. You may return now and decide on the distribution yourselves." Lin Buufon and his companions subsequently left Douluo's office. Lin Buufon placed the pouch into his storage soul guide, suggesting, "I'll hold on to the soul bones for now, and we can decide how to divide them after school this afternoon." "All right," Zhou shouting nodded in agreement, having no objections. The trio then returned to their classroom. The afternoon classes passed swiftly, with the homeroom teacher, Qingning, notably praising Lin Buufon and his companions for securing first place in the new student assessment, a triumph that greatly enhanced his reputation. However, an undercurrent of discord soon emerged. "I wonder how some individuals feel about riding on the coattails of others' victories," a voice remarked, eliciting an odd shift in the class's gaze towards a particular corner. Zhou shouting's face flushed slightly under the scrutiny, making her feel uncomfortable as she lowered her head. On the podium, Qingning's brow furrowed in concern. "Who uttered those words just now?" Lin Buufon furrowed his brows, suddenly slamming his palm on the table and rising to his feet. He scanned the room, speaking in a calm yet chilling tone. The entire class remained silent, the atmosphere thick with tension, though a few students regarded Lin Buufon with a hint of amusement. Noticing no one dared to admit their wrongdoing, Lin Buufon could not suppress a cold sneer. "What? Are you too afraid to confess? It seems none of you possess any real courage." His gaze sharpened, and he spoke in a frigid voice, "A bunch of cowards. If you have the guts, stand up and admit it in front of me. Stop whispering behind my back." Lacking any true ability, they only excelled in covertly harming others. "All right, Lin Buufon, please take your seat." Qingning, standing at the podium, looked at the furious Lin Buufon with a troubled expression and quickly attempted to soothe him. Lin Buufon snorted coldly, then gradually returned to his seat. "Brother Fan, I know who spoke just now. After class, should we?" Lin Xian suddenly whispered in Lin Buufon's ear. Lin Buufon nodded, a glint of ruthlessness flashing in his eyes. Chapter 61, Lessons and Distribution of Soul Bones. After class, Qingning hurriedly packed her belongings and left. The students scattered, some heading to the cafeteria while others returned to their dormitories. "Shuer, you and Xiaoting wait for me here for a moment. We will be back shortly." Shuedi, aware of their intentions, nodded in agreement. "All right, Xiaoting, please stay here until we return," Lin Buufon called out to Zhou shouting, who was about to leave, before pulling Lin Xian along as they made their way outside. "What are they up to?" Zhou shouting asked in confusion. "Just handling some matters," Shuedi replied nonchalantly. "Brother Fan, that's the guy." Lin Xian pointed to a student heading towards the cafeteria and said, "I've had my eye on him for quite some time. Ever since you turned down the class monitor position the last time. He has been speaking ill of you at every opportunity. I happened to overhear him and decided to keep watch." "Is that so?" A flicker of interest ignited in Lin Buufon's eyes as he strode purposefully toward the student Lin Xian indicated. "Hey, I need to talk to you about something," Lin Buufon said, placing a hand on the student's shoulder and guiding him to a secluded area. "What the hell, Lin Buufon, what do you want?" The student initially started to curse, but swallowed his words upon realizing who was gripping him. "I just want to have a little chat," Lin Buufon replied, leading him along the shaded path by the Sea God Lake, with Lin Xian following closely behind. Bang! With a dull thud, a figure was violently thrown to the ground, landing in a disheveled heap. "Lin Buufon, what do you intend to do? I haven't offended you, have I?" Yu looked at Lin Buufon in fear, speaking in a panic. "Lin Xian," Lin Buufon called out, prompting Lin Xian to step forward and deliver a fierce kick to Chen Yu's side. You dare to deny it? Do you think I am unaware? The one who has been speaking ill of Fan Ge behind his back is none other than you. I have been observing you for quite some time. I detest individuals like you, who lack the courage to voice their thoughts openly. If you have the audacity to say such things, do so in front of Fan Ge. Speaking behind his back is utterly contemptible. As Lin Xian spoke, he aggressively approached Chen Yu. Scoundrel! Unable to contain himself any longer, Chen Yu rose to retaliate, unleashing his martial spirit, which manifested as a black object resembling a wooden board in his hand. 2 circles of yellow 100-year spirit rings appeared. What on earth is that? Lin Buufon widened his eyes in disbelief, rubbing them in astonishment. The object resembled the keyboard he had used in his previous life for typing. First spirit skill, Key Strike. As the first spirit ring on Chen Yu illuminated, the keyboard martial spirit instantly multiplied into several, hurling towards Lin Xian. Witnessing Chen Yu release his martial spirit, Lin Xian summoned his own, unleashing a tempest of thunderous energy, with intricate dragon scales spreading across half his face. I'll show you a key strike. How despicable. Lin Xian swung his dragon-formed fist with great force towards Chen Yu, as violent flashes of lightning erupted, accompanied by Chen Yu's agonized cries. After delivering a thorough beating, Lin Xian finally paused, observing Chen Yu lying on the ground, bruised and trembling, pointing a quivering finger at Lin Xian and Lin Buufon. I will report you to Director Du. Just wait. Humph, if you dare, go ahead. Do you think I am afraid of you? Lin Xian retorted fiercely. Lin Buufon approached the battered Chen Yu and remarked, Did you not notice the spring slumbering until dawn? What? Chen Yu looked utterly bewildered. The king covers the earth tiger. What? Chen Yu exclaimed, clearly confused. It seemed that was not the case. Lin Buufon sighed in relief. At the moment Chen Yu unleashed his martial spirit, he had thought he might also be a time traveler, but it appeared he had overthought it. All right, Lin Xian. Let us depart. Lin Buufon pulled Lin Xian towards the exit. Wait for me. Fan Ge, what did you just discuss with Chen Yu? I did not quite comprehend. Lin Xian inquired curiously. It is nothing. You need not concern yourself with it. It is not of any significance, Lin Buufon replied nonchalantly. Understood, Lin Xian said, refraining from pressing further. The two walked side by side, returning to their classroom. The classroom was empty, save for Shui Di and Zhou shouting. Apologies for the wait. Did you deal with that fellow? Shui Di inquired coolly. Lin Xian has already given him a thorough thrashing, Lin Buufon replied. Then retrieved the pouch containing the soul bone that Du Weilin had given him from his storage soul guide. Lin Xian, come over here, Lin Buufon called him. Fan Ge? Is there something else? Lin Xian gazed perplexedly at Lin Buufon. Lin Buufon infused a thread of soul power into the pouch in his hand, causing it to open and release 3 exquisite soul bones, radiating a profound wave of soul energy. Astonished, Lin Xian stared incredulously at the pouch in Lin Buufon's hand, then shifted his gaze to the 3 floating soul bones, his attention fixated on one in particular. This particular bone, a left leg bone, shimmered with electricity, arcs of lightning dancing around it. Choose one that suits you, Lin Buufon remarked nonchalantly. This must be a reward from your competition, brother Fan. I cannot accept it. Lin Xian vehemently shook his head in refusal. I insist, if I say it's for you, then it is. There is no need for such formality. Lin Buufon retorted with irritation, then turned to Zhou shouting, you should select one as well. Oh no, I cannot accept. Zhou shouting quickly protested. I contributed nothing during the competition, merely followed along to victory. I cannot take this soul bone. Lin Buufon, exasperated by their stubbornness, sighed, let me choose for you both. This is ridiculous. He handed the electrifying thunder attribute soul bone to Lin Xian, saying, Lin Xian, your martial spirit is a thunder dragon. This soul bone is perfectly suited for you. No way, brother Fan, I cannot take it. Lin Xian averted his gaze from the soul bone offered by Lin Buufon. With a narrowed gaze, Lin Buufon forcefully placed the bone into Lin Xian's hands, asserting, I said it's for you, so it is. Brother Fan. Lin Xian was momentarily speechless, holding the soul bone in his hands. Enough with the indecision. A grown man shouldn't be so hesitant. Take it, and absorb it once you're back at the dormitory, Lin Buufon commanded. He then presented the other soul bone to Zhou shouting. A left leg bone from the lightning rabbit. Shouting, as a support-type soul master, this soul bone grants you a teleportation ability. In times of peril, it may very well save your life. But I didn't exert any effort at all. Zhou shouting expressed her unease. Who said you contributed nothing? Lin Buufon raised an eyebrow. Didn't you provide us with your mango during the competition? Furthermore, you are a vital member of our team. This soul bone is our reward, and you deserve your share. Take it. He firmly pressed the lightning rabbit soul bone into Zhou shouting's hands. Finally, Lin Buufon turned to the last soul bone, the right leg bone of the ice magic tiger, which exuded the most formidable aura among the 3. at least 5,000 years old. You should absorb this one, Shuedi asserted without hesitation, recognizing that her relationship with Lin Buufon was one of dependency. His strength would ultimately benefit her as well. Very well, I shall not be polite. Lin Buufon accepted the soul bone. Chapter 62. The Overbearing Zhou. Within the confines of the dormitory, Lin Xian had commenced the absorption of his soul bone, while Lin Buufon chose not to disturb him. Instead, he retrieved his own soul bone, preparing to embark on the same endeavor. The palm-sized soul bone, resplendent in a translucent ice blue hue, emanated a gentle chill. With potent waves of soul energy continuously radiating outward, Lin Buufon cradled the soul bone in his palm, allowing his soul power to guide it towards his right leg. Suddenly, before the soul bone could draw near, a flicker of blue light emanated from Lin Buufon's forehead, and a beam of energy shot forth, sending the soul bone hurtling away to the ground. What is happening? Lin Buufon felt somewhat bewildered as he was about to rise and retrieve the soul bone. Another beam of blue light burst forth from his brow, propelling the soul bone once more to a distant spot. Simultaneously, the shimmering aquatic divine light from his forehead radiated an aura of repulsion, as if it were unwilling to permit Lin Buufon to absorb this particular soul bone. He distinctly sensed an air of disdain, not allowing me to absorb it. Lin Buufon found himself both amused and exasperated. Contemplating the peculiarities of his nine-colored divine light martial spirit, he ultimately decided to abandon the thought of absorption. Perhaps it would be best to allow Shuedi to have a try instead. Lin Buufon collected the soul bone. This time, the blue light did not manifest. He secured the soul bone within his bag and subsequently placed the bag into his storage soul guide. Casting a glance at Lin Xian, who was still engaged in the absorption of his soul bone, Lin Buufon noted the air thick with potent waves of soul energy. He then proceeded to meditate and cultivate. With the conclusion of the new student assessment, nearly half of the newcomers had been eliminated. The remaining students would be reorganized into classes based on their chosen paths of cultivation. Lin Buufon, Shuedi, and Lin Xian, all embodying the powerful attack system, were assigned to Class 1, the very class that Zhou Yi belonged to in the original narrative. Conversely, Zhou Shouting, being a support type, found herself relegated to Class 4. Class 1's classroom was located one floor below the previous Class 6 that Lin Buufon had attended. The corridors bustled with students searching for their designated classes. After enduring over 3 months of academy life and the rigors of the newcomer assessment, most students had shed their youthful naivete, gradually adopting a more composed demeanor. The once boisterous corridors were now devoid of loud clamors. As Lin Buufon, Shuedi, and Lin Xian entered the classroom of Class 1, they were met with numerous curious and awestruck gazes. However, a few exceptions remained, such as Dai Huabin and Wu Feng, who regarded Lin Buufon with palpable hostility. There were still plenty of unoccupied seats in Class 1, and Lin Buufon opted for a spot by the window, drawn by the scenic view that afforded a clear glimpse of the outside world. Lin Xian continued to be Lin Buufon's desk mate, his face alight with excitement, for he had finally completed the absorption and fusion of that soul bone, acquiring a formidable attack soul skill from it. The Snow Empress sat at the front. Perhaps due to her formidable aura, she was alone at the table, devoid of companions. She relished this solitude, free from interruptions, though she found it slightly disconcerting, as if something essential was missing from her surroundings. Shortly after the three took their seats, the bell rang, and a cacophony of footsteps echoed down the corridor, quickly subsiding into silence. The previously boisterous class soon fell into a profound hush. After a moment, hurried footsteps sounded, and a figure strode in, slamming their belongings onto the lectern with a resounding thud. "Class is in session," declared Zhou Yi, her gaze sharp as she surveyed the room, her voice commanding. "Stand," commanded Hui Yuhao from the front row, rising with enthusiasm. "Good day, teacher." The students belonging to Class 1 sprang to their feet, bowing in greeting, while those from other classes sluggishly followed suit. "Sit down," Zhou Yi instructed. "From today onward, Hui Yuhao and Wang Dong will be your class monitors. If anyone has objections, keep them to yourselves." Her tone brooked no dissent. "Is that understood?" "Understood," the students from Class 1 replied, harboring no qualms about Hui Yuhao's leadership. They held him in high regard, acknowledging his efforts and dedication. "Teacher, I disagree." Dai Huabin stood defiantly, glaring at Zhou Yi. "Why should a mere soul master of the first rank be the class monitor? This is unacceptable." Zhou Yi's lips curled into a cold smile as she swept her gaze across the room. "Is there anyone else who feels the same? Stand up if you do." "Teacher, I too disagree," Zhu Lu chimed in, rising. "Me as well." "And I." As Dai Huabin led the charge, several others from different classes stood up in solidarity. Zhou Yi disregarded their protests, once again scanning the room. "Is anyone else dissatisfied?" The atmosphere grew tense. Aside from the few standing, the rest remained silent. Class 1 students exchanged knowing glances, aware that trouble was brewing for those dissenters. It seems we are at an end, Zhou Yi remarked coldly. You few. Since you are so discontented, feel free to transfer to another class. Class 1 has no room for your kind. On what grounds? Dai Huabin retorted loudly, unable to contain his discontent. Class 1 is the best. No other class can compare. On what grounds, you dare ask? Zhou Yi slammed her hand on the desk, her voice booming. Simply because I am your homeroom teacher, and I decide who shall be class monitor. Teacher, I still disagree. Then get out. Zhou Yi's command was unyielding. As Zhou Yi's feet rose 6 soul rings, 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 2 black, the formidable aura of a soul emperor was unleashed, imposing a weighty pressure akin to a mountain upon Dai Huabin and his companions. Get out of here immediately, he shouted in frustration, unleashing his own martial spirit. 3 soul rings materializing around him. The others quickly followed suit, summoning their martial spirits to withstand the pressure emanating from Zhou Yi. It seems I must take matters into my own hands, Zhou Yi thought, her expression turning icy. She strode confidently towards them, effortlessly lifting each one and casting them outside. Dai Huabin and the others were unceremoniously thrown into the corridor, with a few who dared to resist receiving sharp slaps from Zhou Yi, sending them tumbling out of the window. I will report you to the headmaster. The ejected few shouted indignantly. Dai Huabin glared at Zhou Yi, his face darkening as he clenched his teeth, cursing the old woman. I will surely avenge this grievance. After dealing with the few who resisted, Zhou Yi reappeared at the podium, her authoritative gaze sweeping across the entire class. Those who met her eyes fell silent, gripped by fear. Now, is there anyone who still dares to defy me? The class remained utterly hushed. The image of Zhou Yi tossing Dai Huabin and the others out lingered in their minds, deterring any thoughts of rebellion. Since there are no dissenters, we shall begin the lesson. Chapter 63. The holiday has arrived. This class was endured in tense silence by nearly everyone, especially the students from other classes who were witnessing such a domineering teacher for the first time. For Lin Buufon, Zhou Yi's choice of class leader was of little concern. He regarded the position as a thankless task. Besides, most of the current class consisted of members from the previous one, who had already developed a sense of recognition for Hui Yuhao. After class, Lin Buufon and his 2 companions made their way to the cafeteria, noticeably 1 person short. Without Zhou's shoutings and incessant chatter, the atmosphere felt strangely unfamiliar. Xiaoxue, I'm here. At that moment, Zhou's shouting called out as she jogged over. Let us go to the cafeteria. The 4 exchanged smiles. The weather gradually grew cooler, and before long, the end of the semester approached, heralding the upcoming holiday. Over the past few months, Lin Buufon's daily routine consisted primarily of attending classes and dedicating the remaining hours to meditation and cultivation, while also testing his own developed techniques akin to Tang Sect's Xiantian skill. Though the 3 ultimate attributes were powerful, they rendered his cultivation speed exceedingly slow. After all this time, he had only advanced 1 level, now at level 35, while Hui Yuhao had already reached level 20. Consequently, Lin Buufon had to hasten his research into martial arts. During this period, countless attempts were made, each one a struggle for survival. There were several instances of meridian ruptures and surges of soul power that nearly cost him his life. Fortunately, the second soul skill allowed him to recover from injuries as long as they did not lead to instantaneous death, upholding the spirit of enduring hardship and embracing danger. The refinement of his technique gradually yielded results. It has now reached version 70, significantly enhancing his cultivation speed, though it remains sluggish. The technique still requires further improvement, and Lin Buufon is currently contemplating an upgrade to version 80. Aside from his daily classes and relentless practice, whenever he finds leisure time, Lin Buufon takes the Snow Empress to visit the Ice Emperor. He recalls the time they set out from Shrek Academy to seek her, without uttering a word. She encased Lin Buufon in ice, leaving him to thaw under the sun for an entire afternoon. The reason was simple. Since their enrollment, both he and the Snow Empress had not sought her out for several months. Had it not been for the fear of being discovered for intruding on Shrek Academy, the Ice Emperor would have long since delivered a thorough beating to Lin Buufon. After all, how could she not be angered by the prolonged absence of the Snow Empress? For the bitter fruit he had sown, Lin Buufon had no choice but to bear it. Fortunately, the Ice Emperor eventually calmed down, stipulating that Lin Buufon must bring the Snow Empress to visit her whenever he had free time. Time passed slowly. Lin Xian was nearing level 30, now standing at 29, just 1 step away from breaking through to Soul Master. In contrast, Zhou Xiaoting's progress was less pronounced. Her soul power currently rested at 27. At Shrek Academy, during a class for the new students, the sound of Zhou Yi announcing the end of the lesson brought a collective sigh of relief from the students, who hurriedly left the classroom, chatting and laughing. Those with close bonds began to exit together to the dining hall. Lin Buufon observed that ever since the new student assessment, There had been no one occupying the empty seat. This was Hui Yuhao's spot. According to the original storyline, barring any unforeseen circumstances, Hui Yuhao had likely become a soul engineer by now, possibly even at the second rank. In just a few months, he had transformed from an inexperienced novice, oblivious to soul tools, into a second-rank soul engineer, a testament to his talent, though it bore no significance for Lin Buufon. Let us go eat, then we must depart, Lin Buufon declared, gathering Lin Xian, the Snow Empress, and Zhou Shouting. Today marked their last class, and he intended to treat them to a farewell meal at the dining hall, looking forward to reuniting next semester. Lin Xian and Zhou Shouting expressed no objections. Rather, they were quite eager, while the Snow Empress exhibited curiosity about this unique farewell feast. Unbeknownst to all, the smile upon the Snow Empress's face had blossomed significantly compared to before. The once aloof demeanor, reminiscent of a proud plum blossom defying winter's chill, had begun to thaw, signaling a positive transformation. After partaking in their farewell meal, the four companions returned to their respective dormitories to gather their belongings, meticulously packing everything necessary. Farewell, Fango. Until next semester, Lin Xian was the first to depart, bidding his friends goodbye before setting off alone. See you next semester. The second to leave was Zhou Shouting, whose departure was tinged with melancholy. Shui, may I embrace you for a moment? Zhou Shouting gazed at the Snow Empress with hopeful anticipation. The Snow Empress hesitated, silent for a long while, until, just as Zhou Shouting began to despair of receiving consent, she nodded with a gentle smile. Of course. In that fleeting moment, her beauty was akin to a captivating painting. With excitement radiating from her, Zhou Shouting embraced the Snow Empress before taking her leave. Lin Buufon and the Snow Empress were the last to depart. Due to the unique bond they shared, the Snow Empress would accompany Lin Buufon home for the holidays. However, before that, they needed to seek out the Ice Emperor. Upon leaving Shrek Academy, they arrived at the Ice Emperor's residence. Are we going to your home? The Ice Emperor hesitated and replied, I would prefer to visit my clan first, as it has been quite some time since my last visit, and I find myself yearning for it. Recently, she felt an inexplicable urge to return home, which prompted her current sentiments. Upon hearing the Ice Emperor's desire to return, Lin Buufon was taken aback. The timing coincided with Hui Yuhao's impending acquisition of his second martial soul, making the Ice Emperor's sudden decision seem peculiar. The more he pondered, the more unsettling it felt. He recalled the initial encounter with Su Sanshur entangled with Jiang Nannan, where something felt amiss. Despite having altered Jiang Nannan's fate, she still encountered Su Sanshur and remained ensnared. If there weren't something awry, Lin Buufon would find it hard to believe. Now, with the Ice Emperor reappearing, was this the narrative's correction? Lin Buufon mused for a moment, but could not decipher the reasoning, ultimately attributing it to the narrative's corrective force. It seemed that his butterfly's wings had adversely affected the world, which was now striving to restore itself. Lin Buufon called the Snow Empress aside, resolved to persuade her to convince the Ice Emperor to return with them, for her words would hold far greater weight than his. Snow Empress, you must not allow the Ice Emperor to return to the northernmost land, he said, his expression grave. Understood. The Snow Emperor cast a penetrating gaze upon Lin Buufon, uttering no further words before granting his agreement. As he observed the receding figure of the Snow Emperor, Lin Buufon sighed, his eyes drifting towards the vast azure sky, murmuring a silent hope that reality would not unfold as he feared. A shadow flickered in the depths of his gaze. Chapter 64. Hui Yuhao's Journey to the Far North. At last, Hui Yuhao exhaled in relief, his countenance radiant as he admired the core formation he had just etched. Well done, Yuhao. At that moment, a tall and handsome middle-aged man approached, his eyes gleaming with satisfaction as he beheld the nearly flawless core formation in Hui Yuhao's hands. Master, you have arrived, Hui Yuhao said respectfully, bowing to the newcomer. Fan Yu regarded his diligent disciple with a nod of approval. In just a few months, Hui Yuhao had managed to independently complete a core formation for a second-level soul guide, making him the most satisfactory disciple Fan Yu had encountered in many years. I owe this to your guidance, Master, Hui Yuhao replied with a humble smile. All credit belongs to your own diligence. As the saying goes, the master leads the way, but the practice lies within the individual. Without your tireless effort, you would not have achieved your current success, Fan Yu remarked, lifting the core formation Hui Yuhao had just completed. I must say, Yuhao, your spirit-eye martial soul seems inherently destined to become a soul master. With you at the helm, our Shrek Academy's soul guide department may well catch up to the advancements of the Sun Moon Empire. Indeed, Hui Yuhao nodded earnestly. I will strive to improve, Master. Take your time. After all, the Sun Moon Empire has advanced for thousands of years. We may not catch up immediately, Fan Yu said with a smile, affectionately ruffling Hui Yuhao's hair. Now that the academy is on break, it's best you return home. However, do not become complacent. There are still many designs for soul guides that require your thorough study. At these words, Hui Yuhao's expression dimmed. Home? Did he even have a home? Yet. Upon hearing Fan Yu's subsequent remarks, he resolutely nodded in response. Rest assured, Master, I will not become lax. Yes, I believe in you. Now off you go? Fan Yu encouraged. Hui Yuhao hesitated for a moment before replying. Then, Master, I shall take my leave. Bidding farewell to Fan Yu, Hui Yuhao walked along the path back to his dormitory, his emotions in turmoil. With the academy's courses concluded and most students having returned home, he found himself alone, devoid of a place to call home. A twinge of sadness crept into his heart. If only his mother were still with him. Even if they were not at the Duke of the White Tiger's residence, any place could feel like home. Little Yuhao, do not dwell in sorrow at that moment. The voice of the heavenly dream Ice Silkworm resonated within Hui Yuhao's spiritual sea. You still have an elder brother, isn't he your family? Indeed, I still have you. Brother Tianming, Hui Yuhao replied, a smile breaking through his melancholy. Indeed, Xiao Yuhao, your strength has now reached level 20. I have prepared a surprise for you. Make sure to get ready in the next few days, and then we shall embark on our journey. All right. Hui Yuhao vaguely anticipated what the surprise mentioned by the heavenly dream Ice Silkworm might be, his face brimming with excitement. Upon returning to the dormitory, Wang Dong was already waiting for him. Goodness, you rascal, why have you returned at such a late hour? Wang Dong exclaimed, immediately delivering a light punch that landed softly against Hui Yuhao, devoid of any real force. Well, I'm back now, aren't I? Hui Yuhao chuckled. Enough with the chit-chat. I'm eager to get home. I'm craving your grilled fish, so hurry up and prepare it. Wang Dong said, hands on his hips, clearly dissatisfied. All right, I understand. You think of nothing but grilled fish. Don't you ever tire of it? They gathered the grilling tools and made their way to the shores of the sea god lake. Wang Dong produced several freshly purchased fish, evidently having planned this for some time. Go prepare the fish. I'll take care of starting the fire, Wang Dong declared, shooing Hui Yuhao away and summoning his soul power to ignite the flames. Soon, wisps of smoke began to rise. Meanwhile, Hui Yuhao began preparing the fish Wang Dong had brought, scraping scales, gutting, and cleaning them thoroughly before stuffing the fish bellies with a few leaves of perilla. On the banks of the sea god lake, the two youths sat facing each other, one intently grilling the fish, while the other gazed hungrily at the cooking delicacies. Before long, a tantalizing aroma wafted through the air as Hui Yuhao evenly sprinkled a pinch of pristine salt over the fish, completing the dish. Here you go, you glutton. Hui Yuhao offered the first grilled fish to Wang Dong. Wang Dong accepted it without hesitation, taking a big bite that released a burst of succulent juices, filling the air with its delightful fragrance. Delicious, Wang Dong exclaimed, struggling to articulate further as he devoured the grilled fish voraciously. Hui Yuhao smiled, and soon the second fish was ready, which he began to enjoy himself. Half an hour later, Hui Yuhao extinguished the fire, the lingering smoke gradually dissipating into the sky as Wang Dong patted his satisfied belly. Ah, that was so enjoyable. Wang Dong reclined on the soft grass, a look of contentment on his face. Hey, Hui Yuhao, I'll be leaving shortly. Don't you have anything you'd like to say to me? Wang Dong turned his head to look at Hui Yuhao. Hui Yuhao pondered for a moment, gazing at Wang Dong with utmost seriousness, and said, next semester. I hope you can join me in cleaning. Don't make me do it all the time. At least lend a hand. Come on, Hua. It's not like I've never cleaned before. Wang Dong's cheeks flushed a bright red. Is that so? Because I distinctly remember it being me doing all the cleaning. Oh, I'll take you on. Wang Dong shouted as he lunged towards Hui Yuhao, and the two quickly became entangled in a playful scuffle. After a considerable time of frolicking, they finally had their fill. Hui Yuhao, I'm leaving. Remember to treat me to grilled fish next semester, or I shall beat you to a pulp. Understood, Hui Yuhao replied. Wang Dong huffed, satisfied with his friend's acknowledgement. He then returned to his dormitory to collect his belongings and departed from Shrek Academy. That evening, Hui Yuhao found himself alone in the dorm, gazing at the empty bed beside him, a faint sense of melancholy washing over him. For the first time in a long while, he refrained from meditating or cultivating. The following day, a hint of purple mist appeared in the east. Hui Yuhao awoke from his slumber and began to practice the purple extreme magic eyes, a flicker of violet flashing in his gaze. However, after a brief moment, the purple aura in the east gradually dissipated, prompting Hui Yuhao to conclude his practice. He then tidied his belongings, which consisted merely of some toiletries, and locked them in a cabinet. In truth, he had little to pack. Even his bed linens were absent. After tidying up, Hui Yuhao left Shrek Academy, gazing at the rising sun as he ventured in a determined direction. Chapter 65. The Earth Digger Hui Yuhao. In the extreme north, on a desolate ice field, a solitary figure trembled as he trudged forward. By the heavens, Tianming, why must we come to such a remote place? And it's so cold here. Hui Yuhao tightened his cotton coat around him, shivering from the frigid air, his body growing stiff with the cold. Well, the second martial soul I bestowed upon you is not ice elemental, Tianming Iceworm awkwardly explained within Hui Yuhao's spiritual sea. In all of Douluo continent, only the extreme north possesses the most suitable soul beasts for your second martial soul. Is that so? Hui Yuhao expressed a degree of skepticism towards Tianming Iceworm's words. There were numerous ice elemental soul beasts throughout Douluo continent. It was not imperative to journey to the extreme north. More importantly, the biting cold was rendering him nearly frozen solid. How dare you doubt me, little Yuhao? You've changed. Tianming Iceworm lamented, detecting Hui Yuhao's skepticism. Do you not remember the countless seals I placed upon myself? All to ensure you could endure my soul rings, and the gift of your second martial soul? And now, you question my intentions. Have we lost our bond? I'm sorry, Tianming, Hui Yuhao said quietly, recalling the many sacrifices Tianming Iceworm had made for him and feeling guilt for doubting him. I shouldn't have doubted you. Well, I shall begrudgingly forgive you. The proud Tianming Ice Silkworm let out a haughty snort and said, by the way, Heo, you should remove the cotton jacket you're wearing, and I shall drape over you the silkworm skin I shed. But if I take off my cotton jacket, I fear I shall soon turn into an ice sculpture, replied Hui Yuhao, somewhat reluctantly. Do not worry, I would not harm you. Hurry and strip it off. Tianming Ice Silkworm urged. Very well, Hui Yuhao acquiesced, nodding as he removed his warm outer garment. As the chilling wind swept over him, he felt the cold more acutely, his legs trembling involuntarily and his teeth chattering from the frigid air. Continue undressing, Zio Yaheo, Tianming Ice Silkworm insisted. Must I really take it all off? Hui Yuhao stammered. His face flushed with embarrassment. There is nothing to be shy about. I have seen you before, Tianming Ice Silkworm teased with a mischievous grin. With gritted teeth, Hui Yuhao finally stripped off the last remnants of his clothing, leaving himself as exposed as a boiled egg without its shell. Hiss! He inhaled sharply. Feeling as if he might perish from the cold, frost began to form on his skin, a pristine layer of white, intensifying the chill. Tianming, are you ready yet? Hui Yuhao's teeth chattered as he asked, his voice trembling. Yes, replied Tianming Ice Silkworm. In that moment, a glimmer of golden light emanated from Hui Yuhao's brow, hovering before him and transforming into a garment that resembled the freshly shed skin of a silkworm. As the radiant white silk enveloped him, it was unclear how it was draped upon him, but soon, Hui Yuhao was swathed in this luminous attire, its gentle glow warding off the biting cold. He felt warmth enveloping him, dispelling the bitter chill, and even the howling wind seemed to lose its icy bite. This feels so wonderful, Hui Yuhao exclaimed, unable to contain his delight. All right, let us hasten our journey. Our destination is still quite far from here, Tianming Ice Silkworm urged. Indeed, Tianming, Hui Yuhao replied, tucking his discarded clothing into his storage soul guide. Braving the heavy snowfall and biting wind, he pressed onward into the depths of the extreme north. As he traversed the path, Hui Yuhao moved with pauses, guided by Tianming Ice Silkworm's directions and timely warnings, effortlessly avoiding various soul beasts as he delved deeper into the frigid expanse. The extreme north was distinct from the Star Doe forest, which featured outer, inner, mixed, and core circles. Here, only the outer, inner, and core zones existed. On the vast ice expanse, the biting wind howled and heavy snowflakes danced through the air. Hui Yuhao trudged forward, leaving behind footprints that were swiftly concealed by the accumulating snow. After 3 days of relentless journeying, he finally ventured deep into the extreme northern territory, arriving at its core. All right, we can pause here, spoke the Dream Ice Silkworm. Is this the place? Hui Yuhao inquired, gazing at the endless white snowfield with a hint of confusion. Yes, now begin to excavate an underground chamber, making it as spacious as possible, the Dream Ice Silkworm instructed. Why must I dig a cave? Hui Yuhao questioned, bewildered by this sudden demand. You wouldn't understand even if I explained. Just follow my instructions, replied the Dream Ice Silkworm, emphasizing the need for depth and width. But, Dream Brother, what should I use for digging? Hui Yuhao lamented, looking at his empty hands. Should he really use his bare hands? Using your hands will suffice, the Dream Ice Silkworm assured him. With my silkworm metamorphosis garment, you will dig much faster than with a shovel, and besides, a shovel may not even penetrate this hard ice surface. All right then, Hui Yuhao conceded, albeit reluctantly. I'll start digging. Just call me when you're ready. I'll take a short nap. With that, the Dream Ice Silkworm fell silent. Hui Yuhao sighed, realizing that he was left to dig while the silkworm rested. Nevertheless, he obediently began to excavate. With a single claw, he easily broke through the frozen ground. It must be said, the Dream Ice Silkworm's metamorphosis garment was indeed formidable. Hui Yuhao, filled with determination, energetically continued to dig into the icy earth. Time slipped away as he worked, and when he finally completed the excavation, Darkness had enveloped the sky, with countless stars embedded in the celestial canvas, twinkling brightly. "Oh, little Yuhao, you're quite fast. I thought it would take you all day, yet you finished in no time." The Dream Ice Silkworm's voice rang out, filled with praise. "Then, Dream Brother, when shall we commence?" Hui Yuhao asked. "Do not rush. Rest for the night and regain your strength. We shall begin tomorrow." The Dream Ice Silkworm replied lazily. "I will continue to sleep, and you should retire early as well." Hui Yuhao, rendered speechless, complied with the Dream Ice Silkworm's advice and crawled into the cave he had just excavated. The 10-square-foot chamber, tall enough for a single person, felt spacious with only Hui Yuhao inside. He found a corner and sank into a deep slumber, still clad in the Dream Ice Silkworm's metamorphosis garment, which kept him comfortably warm against the cold ground. Hui Yuhao experienced a vivid dream in which, with the aid of the heavenly Dream Ice Silkworm, he acquired a formidable martial soul. Through relentless training, he ascended to the rank of titled Douluo and boldly infiltrated the Duke of the White Tiger's estate, retrieving his mother's ashes with dignity. The one who had abandoned her knelt before her grave, filled with remorse. Chapter 66. The preparation begins. The heavenly Dream Ice Silkworm reappears. In the divine realm, a kaleidoscope of colors enveloped the ethereal clouds. Upon a golden auspicious cloud stood a handsome young man clad in a flowing blue robe, gazing into the distance. His cascading water-blue hair flowed like a waterfall, reaching the ground, and his opulent robe shimmered as if rippling with water. His deep-set eyes sparkled like stars, each holding the essence of myriad worlds within, with a fleeting hint of noble purple flickering within. Strange. Why? The fortune of the new star begins to dissipate. What could this be? The young man murmured softly. In the far north, after a night of rest, Hui Yuhao felt invigorated as he stood on the ice plains, surveying the vast expanse of white, a sense of uncontainable joy swelling within him. The newborn sun gradually ascended, casting a purple hue on the eastern horizon. Hui Yuhao sat cross-legged, commencing his practice of the purple extreme magic eye, his eyes shining brightly with flickers of purple energy. After a while, as the sun climbed higher and the purple mist dissipated, Hui Yuhao concluded his practice, stretching lazily. He retrieved some pre-prepared rations from his storage soul guide, beginning his breakfast. The newly formed ice plains were not as frigid as before, yet his provisions quickly grew cold and hard. Hui Yuhao casually dealt with the frozen rations before tucking them away and taking a swift sip of water before storing it again. "Good morning, little Yuhao," came the languid voice of the heavenly Dream Ice Silkworm, which seemed to carry a hint of excitement and eagerness compared to the previous day. "Good morning, Brother Dream," Hui Yuhao replied. "Yes, good morning. Little Yuhao, meditate for a while. When you are ready, we shall commence," the heavenly Dream Ice Silkworm said lazily. "All right, Brother Dream," Hui Yuhao responded, his spirits lifting at the thought of finally beginning. With a rush of excitement surging within him, he suppressed his anticipation and returned to the underground cavern to meditate, maintaining his focus. Meanwhile, within Hui Yuhao's spiritual sea, the heavenly Dream Ice Silkworm could hardly contain its exhilaration. "Haha, Bing Bing, my dear Bing Bing, we shall soon meet again. Just thinking about it fills me with excitement," it exclaimed joyfully. However, its exuberant voice seemed to disturb a certain gray light cluster within the spiritual sea. "Little bug, have you taken some medicine? You're so energetic this early in the morning." An irate roar reverberated, stirring a tempest within Hui Yuhao's sea of consciousness. "Goodness, how did you wake up, you old fellow?" The heavenly Dream Ice Silkworm was startled by the sudden shout. I was roused by your incessant noise, you damned little insect. Can't you be a bit quieter?" The disgruntled grumble of Ilex echoed. All right, I understand," the heavenly Dream Ice Silkworm nonchalantly replied, thinking that if it weren't for the inability to subdue this old fellow, it would have long since expelled him, rather than allowing him to ramble on. "Hee hee, little Bing Bing." The lascivious giggle of the heavenly Dream Ice Silkworm rang out. "There is no hope." Ilex sighed in exasperation, then resumed its slumber, seeking to mend its fractured consciousness. Meanwhile, Hui Yuhao meditated until noon, finally awakening with renewed vigor and radiance. "Brother Tianming, I am ready. Can we commence?" Hui Yuhao could no longer contain his excitement. "Ready? Then let us begin." The heavenly Dream Ice Silkworm was equally impatient, nearly fainting at the thought of soon seeing that enchanting figure that haunted its dreams. "Then let us proceed, little Yuhao. Return to the underground cave and begin to shield yourself with your soul power. I need to retrieve my silkworm skin first, as it will be required shortly," said the heavenly Dream Ice Silkworm. What about me? That is why I instructed you to shield yourself with your soul power. To resist the encroaching chill as best as you can, replied the heavenly Dream Ice Silkworm. "Very well." Hui Yuhao nodded in resignation and obediently returned to the underground cave, curling up with all his might. "Little Yuhao, are you prepared?" The voice of the heavenly dream, Ice Silkworm, resonated. I am ready. Brother Tianming, you may begin. Hui Yuhao replied. Then I shall commence. The heavenly dream, Ice Silkworm, declared. This is a decisive moment. In the divine realm. How strange. Why can't I still find it? The blue figure murmured in confusion. What could possibly obscure my divine sense? Ah, is it about to begin? Suddenly, the blue figure seemed to have uncovered something. Never mind. Since she has fled, I shall find you another one. Boom. In Hui Yuhao's sea of consciousness, 10 resplendent golden orbs suspended in the air erupted in dazzling golden light. Buzz. A humming sound resonated. The 10 brilliant orbs began to whirl, merging into a singular phantom, akin to a great sun. Crack. Hui Yuhao's sea of consciousness, flowing like a stream, began to tremble, producing a sound of cracking under the strain. At that moment, somewhere within the ocean of consciousness, a gray orb sighed, followed by a radiant beam of light that surged forth, stabilizing the tumultuous sea of spirit within Hui Yuhao. Little creature, please exercise caution. This young one's mental realm cannot withstand the onslaught of your formidable spiritual power, the resigned voice of Alax echoed. Hee, but you are here. Senior, the heavenly dream, Ice Silkworm chuckled. In that instant, among 10 golden orbs, one suddenly shattered, unleashing a powerful essence of spirit that writhed incessantly. Outside, Hui Yuhao's body trembled uncontrollably, a golden light swirling at his brow. Boom. In the next moment, an immense force of spiritual energy erupted from his forehead. At that instant, the swirling blizzard outside came to a halt, as if time itself had frozen. Buzz. In the sky, countless strands of golden light emerged, gradually forming the ethereal silhouette of a colossal ice silkworm. The formidable spiritual energy emanating from this entity surged outward, centered upon the underground location of Hui Yuhao, expanding recklessly. Across the vast, boundless ice plain, numerous soul beasts, upon sensing this powerful spiritual wave, prostrated themselves upon the ground, trembling uncontrollably. The silkworm shell Hui Yuhao was adorned with flew forth, melding into the phantom of the ice silkworm, instantly solidifying. However, as he lost the protective embrace of the shell, a chilling aura assailed him, prompting him to swiftly channel his soul power to ward off the frigid intrusion. His soul power could sustain him for no more than half an hour. In the sky, as the silhouette of the ice silkworm became increasingly solid, that terrifying spiritual force receded like a receding tide, returning to the body of the ice silkworm. Suddenly, a gigantic ice silkworm materialized above the plain, an extraordinary creature, glistening and translucent, as if sculpted from the finest jade. More remarkably, it bore 10 resplendent golden patterns adorning its form. Ice Emperor, I know you can sense my presence. The heavenly dream ice silkworm has returned. Do you dare to meet me? The voice of the heavenly dream ice silkworm resounded across the vast expanse of the plain. Boom. In the distance, across the endless ice plain, a sudden splash of emerald hue appeared, tinting the nearby clouds with the same verdant shade. Moreover, that emerald was steadily approaching. Chapter 67 Me. Where's my ice? Is it finally coming? The heavenly dream ice silkworm gazed at the advancing emerald with eager anticipation. Soon, he would be united with his beloved ice forever, and the thought alone filled him with exhilaration. At last, under the expectant gaze of the heavenly dream ice silkworm, the emerald hue drew near. You bastard, heavenly dream, you finally remembered to return. A thunderous roar erupted from the verdant clouds, reverberating throughout the realm. The dreaming ice silkworm was utterly bewildered. This voice was not right. It did not resemble his usual icy tone. A foreboding sensation began to stir within him. In the next moment, his premonition materialized. The verdant clouds parted, revealing an extraordinarily beautiful scorpion before the dreaming ice silkworm. Instantly, a sense of dread enveloped him. The scorpion measured approximately 1 meter in length, adorned in 2 hues, one resembling ice, and the other of vibrant green. At the forefront of its body, a singular layer extended, with its head situated at the very tip of this layer. Its silver-white mandibles glimmered with a chilling radiance. The anterior half of this layer was embellished with numerous hexagonal protrusions that sparkled with an exquisite brilliance akin to diamonds. These embellishments were densely clustered upon its forepart and those 6 elongated, powerful legs. Under the luminous glow of the snowy terrain, it radiated an unparalleled, resplendent light. Each of its pincers approached 1 meter in length, similarly adorned with those peculiar hexagonal diamond-like protrusions, while the very tips of its pincers and mandibles possessed a mirror-like sheen of silver. Its eyes were a striking yellow, resembling 2 yellow diamonds embedded within its visage, also hexagonal in shape. The crystalline yellow light flickered, exuding an aura reminiscent of precious gems. Baiyin, how could it be you? Where's my ice? The dreaming ice silkworm was on the brink of despair. He had gone to great lengths to lure out the Ice Emperor, only to find himself confronted by a persistent source of his vexation. Dreaming, do you truly believe I will forever be overshadowed by the Ice Emperor? Bai Yun spoke with a tone of melancholy. The dreaming ice silkworm fell silent. The sorrowful undertone in Bai Yun's words weighed heavily upon him. This predicament traced back to 100,000 years prior. At that time, the dreaming ice silkworm had just absorbed a fragment of eternal ice essence, significantly enhancing his strength and reaching the level of a 500,000-year soul beast. It was during this period that he encountered the infant Bai Yun. Having stealthily ventured beyond the Ice Scorpion clan, the young Bai Yun found herself alone in the world, unwittingly crossing paths with a 10,000-year soul beast. At that moment, Bai Yun had merely a century of cultivation and stood no chance against the formidable foe, nearly succumbing to its lethal grasp. By sheer fortune, the dreaming ice silkworm happened upon the scene. Recognizing Bai Yun as kin of the Ice Emperor, he managed to scare off the 10,000-year soul beast, rescuing her from certain doom. Even then, Bai Yun was on the brink of death. Despite saving her, her survival seemed precarious. In a final act of desperation, the dreaming ice silkworm sacrificed a fragment of his own primordial power to restore her to life. His thoughts at that moment were focused on the hope that, having expended such effort to save a member of the Ice Emperor's lineage, this act might earn him favor in the eyes of the Emperor, enhancing his standing in the icy realm he so revered. Originally, this was a fortuitous occurrence, and the heavenly dream ice silkworm shared this sentiment. However, for reasons unknown, the ice by scorpion, known as Bai Yun, inexplicably developed affections for him. It is indeed a farcical situation for an ice by scorpion to harbor feelings for an ice silkworm, which is typically regarded as prey. Yet, the heavenly dream ice silkworm did not mock Bai Yun. He felt unqualified to do so. Just as Bai Yun cherished him, he too found himself enamored with their ancestral nemesis, the ice by scorpion, particularly its leader, the Ice Emperor, one of the three sovereigns of the far north. Eventually, the heavenly dream ice silkworm resolutely rebuffed Bai Yun's advances, for his heart belonged solely to the Ice Emperor. The outcome of this rejection was unexpectedly contrary to his expectations. He had presumed Bai Yun would relent, yet she not only persisted but grew more infatuated with him. In exasperation, the heavenly dream ice silkworm resolved to seize an opportunity to escape. When he encountered Bai Yun once more, she had transformed into a soul beast of 10,000 years. The heavenly dream ice silkworm thought that after such a lengthy passage of time, Bai Yun would have long since forgotten him. To his astonishment, she had not forgotten. Rather, her admiration for him had intensified. This prompted him to ponder whether his allure had attracted the wrong affections. Had the Ice Emperor felt such ardor for him, he would have long since shed his single status and soared together with him. Subsequently, the heavenly dream ice silkworm sought another chance to flee, disappearing without a trace yet again. This time, he was unaware of how many years had elapsed until he once more crossed paths with Bai Yun, who had now become a soul beast of 900,000 years, while he himself had reached the same venerable age. In the Ice by Scorpion clan, Bai Yun held significant influence. When they reunited, the heavenly dream ice silkworm was being pursued by the Ice Emperor. Though he possessed the strength of 900,000 years, he was still no match for the Ice Emperor. Just as the Ice Emperor was about to deliver the fatal blow, Bai Yun intervened, allowing him to escape. He subsequently wandered across the ocean, finding himself in the Stardow forest, where he was eventually captured by formidable soul beasts. The relationship between the heavenly dream ice silkworm and Bai Yun was undeniably intricate. He had consistently evaded her affections. Upon seeing him silent and withdrawn, Bai Yun felt a pang of sorrow and spoke. "You have come in search of the Ice Emperor, have you not? I fear you shall be disappointed. He has been absent for a year and has not returned to our clan. Now, the clan members are preparing to elect a new leader." The heavenly dream ice silkworm remained mute, uncertain of how to confront Bai Yun. Bai Yun, with a bitter smile, implored, Why can you not accept me? In what way do I fall short of the Ice Emperor? Speak. I am willing to change for you. He sighed, feeling the weight of her words, but unsure how to respond. Enough, Bai Yun said, I understand. Bai Yun smiled faintly, murmuring, I must return. My kin have chosen me as the new clan leader. The ceremony was already underway, but upon sensing your presence, I could not help but rush over. Otherwise, I would have already assumed my role as leader. This revelation weighed heavily on Tianming Bingsan's heart, particularly as he noted Bai Yun's disregard for the ongoing ceremony in her haste to find him. Guilt gnawed at him more profoundly. At that moment, a weak voice called out, Brother Tianming. Tianming Bingsan's mental energy swept over, and he was taken aback by the sight of Hui Yuhao, whose complexion had turned ashen, trembling from the cold. His remaining soul power barely sufficed to fend off the chill and maintain his body temperature. Desperation set in, as Tianming Bingsan's own situation was dire. He had become Hui Yuhao's wisdom soul ring and could not remain outside for long. Moreover, Hui Yuhao was on the verge of collapse, and the Ice Emperor he sought was absent. In Chapter 68, Zhuqing Ice Toad, he resigned himself to the necessity of leaving this place for now, postponing any thoughts of the second martial soul until a later opportunity arose. Biyun, do you have nothing to say to me? Biyun gazed at Tianming Binkan, sorrow flooding her heart. This was the man she had cherished for 100,000 years. Yet, he did not return her feelings. There was no greater tragedy in the world than unrequited love. Tianming Binkan sighed resignedly. Biyun, it is not that I do not like you. Rather, we are simply not meant to be. And the Ice Emperor, is he more suitable? Biyun cried out in frustration, her voice rising. Tianming Binkan fell silent, unable to respond. Fine. I understand, Biyun said with a bitter smile, transforming once more into a green cloud and drifting away. With a heavy sigh, Tianming Binkan felt his solid form gradually dissipate, and a silken cocoon floated down into the underground cavern, re-entering Hui Yuhao's body. Hui Yuhao's frozen state began to thaw, though his consciousness remained dulled, slipping into a deep slumber. In the sea of his spirit, 10 golden orbs of light hovered, one of which shattered, releasing threads of spiritual essence that flowed into Hui Yuhao's tranquil mental ocean. With a sigh, Tianming Binkan turned to the nearby Ilex, asking, Senior, do you believe I have erred? Ilex remained silent, lost in thought. Perhaps you have indeed made a mistake, or perhaps you have not, he finally replied with a sigh, a glimmer of nostalgia in his gaze. The sea of the spirit fell silent once more. The following day, Hui Yuhao awakened. Brother Tianming, what is my second martial soul? He eagerly inquired. Well, little Yuhao, I could not find a suitable soul beast for you. It seems the awakening of your second martial soul must wait for another time. Tianming Binkan replied with a wry smile. That's fine, Hui Yuhao responded, accepting the situation. Hui Yuhao felt a sense of melancholy. Are we returning now? He inquired. Let us return. If we delay any longer, Shrek Academy will commence its new term. However, before we head back, you should first acquire the second soul ring for your spirit, I martial soul. I have already devised a plan for the second soul ring's acquisition. Simply follow my instructions. Tianming Iceworm replied gently. Understood, brother Tianming. Hui Yuhao acknowledged, rising to depart. Tianming Iceworm then guided him. Having previously identified a soul beast that was perfectly suited for Hui Yuhao during a brief restoration of his original form, they set off towards the extreme northern region to hunt this soul beast. Unbeknownst to them, a verdant cloud lingered a kilometer behind, closely shadowing their every move. Biyun observed the disappearance of Tianming Iceworm, replaced by a young boy, feeling a stir of emotions. Tianming, what has truly transpired? Biyun whispered softly. In the divine realm, upon the golden clouds, a blue silhouette furrowed its brow. It seems I must intervene, the figure sighed. Despite having presented a substitute, the Iceworm had yet to act. Given the Ice Scorpion's affection for him, the Iceworm's request would undoubtedly be granted. Suddenly, the blue figure's gaze shifted to a certain corner within the core of the extreme northern region, where a formidable soul beast resided. Just right for you, it mused. Meanwhile, Hui Yuhao hastened towards the exit of the extreme northern region. Though swift, his progress remained laborious, each step sinking deeply into the foot of snow that blanketed the terrain. Be careful, Yuhao. Get down. Tianming Iceworm suddenly shouted. Without hesitation, Hui Yuhao dropped to the snow, where the swirling flakes quickly concealed him, erasing all traces of his presence. He suppressed his aura to the utmost, while Tianming Iceworm also took measures to mask Hui Yuhao's presence. Brother Tianming, what is happening? Why are you so anxious? Hui Yuhao wondered internally. We have encountered a soul beast, and it is a powerful one, Tianming Iceworm replied with unprecedented seriousness. Upon hearing this grave tone, Hui Yuhao realized that the formidable soul beast must possess considerable strength, otherwise Tianming Iceworm would not be so concerned. It is a ruby ice toad, and 100,000-year-old one at that. Little Yuhao, do not speak. Remain silent and do not let it discover us. Otherwise, we will be finished. Understood, Hui Yuhao quickly responded, sealing his lips. As time gradually slipped away, an hour passed, then another. Hui Yuhao was unsure how long he had been lying there. His body felt faintly numb, and his limbs were stiff. Yet, he dared not move or speak. This is bad. Yuhao, he has discovered us. Quickly, get up and run. Just as Hui Yuhao's anxiety peaked, the urgent voice of the heavenly dream ice silkworm echoed in his mind. Startled, Hui Yuhao sprang to his feet and fled without hesitation. At the very moment he departed, a chilling gust swept through the spot he had just vacated. Instantly, a crystalline whiteness emerged. The snowbank where he had lain transformed into glistening ice, yet unlike the usual transparency of ice, it bore faint crimson threads within, akin to bloodfire. Interesting. I have encountered a human child. A chilling voice emerged from behind Hui Yuhao. Your soul power is merely at the 20th rank. Yet you have made your way to this place. In the next instant, the earth trembled violently, and with a resounding thud, a snowy white figure leaped into Hui Yuhao's path. It was a toad as pure as jade, approximately 1.5 meters long, with eyes as red as blood, exuding a chilling aura that caused the surrounding snow to begin crystallizing under its influence. An intriguing human lad, the blood-red-eyed ice toad spoke, curiosity flickering in its crimson gaze. It was not uncommon for soul beasts to articulate human speech after reaching 10,000 years of age, their souls maturing over time. Tell me, how did you manage to arrive here with such meager soul power? Ordinarily, you would have been frozen into a rigid corpse long before reaching this point. Hui Yuhao gazed at the blood-red-eyed ice toad, feeling the frigid aura emanating from it, rendered speechless. You choose not to answer, then you shall remain here today. The toad's chilling voice resonated again. Its inquiry was merely to satisfy its curiosity. With Hui Yuhao's silence, there was no need for further questioning. Observing Hui Yuhao's fearful demeanor, the blood-red-eyed ice toad could not help but swallow hard. In the extreme north, few soul masters ventured, with only a handful coming years prior to hunt soul beasts, which he had fortuitously encountered, leading to their demise in his grasp. The thought of the tender flesh and the soul power that resided within those soul masters stirred nostalgic cravings within the toad. Meanwhile, within Hui Yuhao's spiritual sea, the heavenly dream ice silkworm sighed, realizing it would need to intervene once more, otherwise, they would all meet their end here. Senior, I will need you to stabilize Yuhao's spiritual sea shortly. In the realm of dreams, the celestial dream ice silkworm recognized that the crimson-hued ice toad before him was a soul beast of 100,000 years. To escape its clutches, the dream ice silkworm had to muster all its strength, aiming to breach at least half of the 10 primordial light clusters sealed within. There's no need for such complexity. Your little lover has arrived, echoed the voice of Elec, just as a thunderous shout pierced the air. Damn it, what do you intend to do? As the words left his lips, a colossal beam of ice-blue light surged forth, directed at the crimson ice toad. With a ferocious roar, the ice toad sensed the chilling aura behind it and unleashed a comparable white beam of light, exuding an icy malevolence. The two formidable icy beams collided midair, resulting in a dazzling explosion of radiant light that dissipated into the ether, creating ripples that spread outward. So it is you, little girl, the ice toad sneered coldly. After tens of thousands of years, you've become a 100,000-year soul beast. Instead of staying safely within your clan, you dare to venture out. Today, let your eternal resting place be here. With that declaration, the ice toad opened its maw wide, swallowing the surrounding air and creating a vacuum. Boom. A column of even more frigid and imposing icy energy erupted from the ice toad's mouth, revealing faint streaks of red within its depths. Nearby, Hui Yuhao was scorched by the dispersing cold aura, letting out a pained cry. His skin turned translucent, though not as clear as the ice toad's. Faint red threads coursed beneath the surface. Cold poison. The ice toad, an ice attribute soul beast, harbored strands of fire attribute essence within its core, resulting in this unique toxin formed from the amalgamation of celestial cold and internal fire. Bai Yun, witnessing this, was consumed with rage. How dare this creature harm Hui Yuhao? She sensed a connection between him and the dream ice silkworm, especially after the latter had vanished, only for Hui Yuhao to appear. I will kill you. Bai Yun roared as she charged towards the ice toad, her pincers swirling with boundless cold, aiming for the beam it had unleashed. The titanic clash of 200,000-year soul beasts commenced. Meanwhile, Hui Yuhao felt the cold poison infiltrating his body, the essences of ice and fire intertwining within him. With a violent heave, he expelled a mixture of icy and fiery blood, collapsing weakly to the ground as his energy gradually waned. In the sea of consciousness, the dream ice silkworm took a deep breath, the 10 golden light clusters suspended above shimmering brilliantly at that moment. 5 golden orbs suddenly shattered, unleashing a tremendous surge of spiritual energy that stirred a tempest within Hui Yuhao's sea of consciousness. His spirit, akin to a gentle stream, began to crumble under the weight of this formidable force, and fissures emerged in the surrounding mental landscape. Go forth, little insect. I shall guard you, echoed the voice of Ilex, and in the next moment, a soft gray light radiated, imbued with a hint of warmth. Instantly, Hui Yuhao's collapsing spiritual realm stabilized, the cracks around him mending as if nothing had transpired. In the outside world, Hui Yuhao abruptly opened his eyes, revealing not the usual black and white orbs, but a crystalline blue, as chilling as a millennium of frost. A terrifying wave of spiritual power erupted from him, distorting the very fabric of space around him. The immense pressure bore down upon Zhu Qingbingchen like a mountain, colliding violently with him. Caught in a fierce battle with Bai Yun, Zhu Qingbingchen was struck with panic, unable to evade the onslaught. With a resounding thud, Zhu Qingbingchen felt as if he had been dealt a crushing blow, his spirit wilting under the sudden spiritual oppression of the Tianming ice worm. Seizing this moment, Bai Yun raised her tail sharply, a flash of icy light piercing through towards Zhu Qingbingchen. "Ah!" he cried out in agony. At that instant, the Tianming ice worm struck once more. Enraged by Zhu Qingbingchen's audacity to harm his kin and bully Bai Yun, "You dare attack those close to me? You seek your own demise." Hui Yuhao's voice was frigid as he gazed at Zhu Qingbingchen, slowly lifting his right hand and pointing a finger at him. With a thunderous roar, the surrounding cold converged, and in the next heartbeat, a piercing beam of icy light shot forth, crashing violently into Zhu Qingbingchen. The impact created a gaping wound, from which frigid blue blood gushed forth, crystallizing midair into shards of ice before they could touch the ground. "Ah!" Zhu Qingbingchen howled in torment, realizing that if this continued, his fate would be sealed. Steeling himself, he tore free from Bai Yun's grasp with a ripping sound, transforming into a streak of light as he fled into the distance. "Damn the ice scorpion and the humans, I shall return. Await my vengeance." Zhu Qingbingchen's voice echoed as he retreated. As Hui Yuhao observed the escape of Zhu Qingbingchen, a sense of relief washed over him. However, in the next moment, his expression shifted abruptly. In a flicker of light and shadow, the dream ice silkworm returned instantaneously to Hui Yuhao's spiritual sea. 5 golden orbs blazed with an intense flame, and an immense spiritual force surged throughout Hui Yuhao's intricate space. "Little bug, you have finally arrived. Had you delayed even a moment longer, I would have been unable to sustain myself." Elixirs' feeble voice resonated. After this ordeal, his previously restored consciousness had been entirely expended, and he was on the verge of slipping back into slumber. "Please assist me further, esteemed predecessor." The dream ice silkworm responded solemnly, its gaze fixed on the 5 fiery orbs. An overwhelming torrent of primal spiritual energy was erupting forth, necessitating immediate intervention. Otherwise, Hui Yuhao's fragile form could not endure it. "Very well, I shall lend you my aid," Elixirs conceded. A gray luminescence shifted, accompanied by a peculiar chant that subtly emerged. In the next moment, a colossal hexagram formation manifested within Hui Yuhao's spiritual domain, advancing toward the 5 blazing golden orbs. As Elixirs acted, the dream ice silkworm unleashed its vast spiritual strength, harmonizing with Elixirs' power to reseal the leaking primal energy. After a flurry of activity, the 5 orbs were once again encased. "Thank you, esteemed predecessor," the dream ice silkworm expressed gratefully. Elixirs offered no reply, having evidently succumbed to slumber once more. At this juncture, Hui Yuhao's spiritual sea, once resembling a gentle stream, had transformed into a grand river, tumultuous and ever-changing. The dream ice silkworm smiled wryly, pondering whether this might be a case of hastening growth too swiftly. Shaking its head, it recognized that the events had transpired, and any attempt to alter them would be futile. It would merely necessitate a gradual moderation of Hui Yuhao's cultivation pace moving forward. In that moment of contemplation, the dream ice silkworm suddenly paused, recalling the presence of Bai Yun outside. "Oh, yet another complication," it thought, re-emerging into the external world, where its spiritual energy coalesced into a phantasmal form. As anticipated, Bai Yun awaited outside, her demeanor grave, an icy aura continually seeping into Hui Yuhao's body. It became apparent that the toxins left by Zhu Qingbingchen had erupted within Hui Yuhao, rendering his entire being crystalline, akin to a flawless jade. "This is dire." The dream ice silkworm's countenance paled at the sight. Hui Yuhao's condition indicated that the cold poison had deeply infiltrated his body, making expulsion impossible. His hope, his divine creation plan. "Dream, this individual must be your host," Bai Yun inquired, as she relentlessly infused Hui Yuhao with cold energy to halt the spread of the poison within. "Enough, Bai Yun, you need not continue. All has already concluded." With a tone of desolation, Tianming Binkin spoke, a glimmer of despair evident in her eyes, accompanied by an air of sorrow. "Indeed, it seems that cunning and opportunism yield no success. The endeavor of deification has ended in failure." "Tianming, what do you mean?" Bai Yun exclaimed, her frustration boiling over at Tianming Bingson's despondent demeanor. "Do not presume that I am unaware. You have become the sole ring of this human before us. Although I am baffled by how you managed to retain your intellect, I am equally puzzled by how this frail human can absorb your soul ring. However, one thing is certain. Should this human perish, you shall meet the same fate. I do not wish for your demise, Tianming." Bai Yun's voice began to quiver with emotion. Tianming Binkan, with a wry smile of resignation, replied, "Bai Yun, what is the necessity of this? Regardless, I refuse to relent. I have cherished you for 100,000 years. I cannot allow you to die." Yun intensified the chilling energy she was channeling. Give it up. There is no hope left. Tianming Bingqian, gazing at Hui Yuhao's pallid visage, spoke mournfully. Zhuqing Bingqian is a soul beast of 100,000 years. The frigid poison he bears is beyond the endurance of a mere human soul master, even if it were but a fraction. No, I refuse to believe it. Tianming must possess a solution. I will save you. I cannot allow you to perish. Bai Yun exclaimed in a panic. In our clan, there exists a 10,000-year-old snow lotus. If this human consumes it, could it not dispel the deadly poison within him? Tianming Bingqian, with a weary smile, replied, it is futile. Zhuqing Bingqian's poison is of the cold variety. Administering the 10,000-year snow lotus would not only be ineffective, but would instead hasten his demise. I have relinquished all hope. Ultimately, I have lost. I refuse to accept that. Bai Yun wept. I cannot let you die. Yet, just then, a frail, aged voice resonated, and a gray mist began to swirl at Hui Yuhao's brow. Senior Yu, little bug, I have seen everything. Little Yuhao is not beyond salvation. Who are you? Bai Yun gazed at the suddenly materialized elixirs. Who I am is of little consequence. What matters is your desire to save this little bug, correct? Senior, do you have a way? Bai Yun cried tears of joy. My current state mirrors that of this little bug. Should I depart from little Yuhao, my consciousness shall destabilize and soon dissipate. At present, there is but one method to rescue little Yuhao. Senior, speak. I will do whatever it takes, even if it costs my life. Bai Yun's eyes welled with tears as she looked at Tianming Bingqian, which transformed into crystalline ice before they could fall. My life was saved by Tianming. Had it not been for her, I would have perished long ago. If it means saving her, I would willingly sacrifice my life. For Tianming's sake, who called upon me to harbor affection for him for 100,000 years. Biyun, you Tianming ice silkworm, trembled all over, gazing at Biyun in disbelief. In that fleeting moment, her emotions became exceedingly complex, yet predominantly filled with feelings of gratitude and guilt. Has Biyun's admiration for him reached a level where she would disregard her very life? The method to rescue Xiaoyuhao is rather straightforward. It entails you becoming his secondary martial soul. Although I am unaware of how your world categorizes attributes, I comprehend that your so-called ultimate ice is quite akin to the sun of light in my realm. Xiaoyuhao is currently afflicted by the chill poison, which is also of the ice attribute. The only force capable of countering the ice attribute is, indeed, another ice attribute, to expel the chill poison within him. A more potent ice attribute is required, namely, the ultimate ice. Ultimate ice. However, Senior, I am not yet the ultimate ice. Attaining an ultimate attribute is not as facile as one might presume. The Bingbai Scorpion clan has seen only the Ice Emperor ascend to such heights over the years, and even she still falls short in certain aspects. I observe that your ice attribute, while not yet ultimate ice, is nearing that threshold, remarked Yilix indifferently. This little creature, and I can assist you in achieving the ultimate attribute. However, thereafter, you must serve as a conduit, sacrificing yourself to become Xiaoyuhao's second martial soul. This second martial soul is a gift bestowed upon him after I become his soul ring, as I possess dual affinities for spirit and ice attributes. Tianming Ice Silkworm slowly articulated. The reason I brought Xiaoyuhao here was to seek a suitable soul beast for his martial soul. Upon hearing this, Biyun's heart quaked, connecting the dots of all preceding events, finally attaining clarity. So, you brought him to seek the Ice Emperor, did you? Yes, Tianming Ice Silkworm did not deny it. I understand now. Biyun gently closed her eyes, and when she opened them again, only determination remained in her gaze. Senior, please assist me in becoming the ultimate ice. Tianming Ice Silkworm, taken aback, raised her head in surprise, and replied bitterly, I am not deserving of such a request. Silence. Biyun interjected, there is no question of worthiness. Love is love, devoid of justification. Enough, little creature, cease your prattle and commence. Do you wish to witness Xiaoyuhao perish before your very eyes? Sighed Tianming Ice Silkworm, uncertain of how to respond. Then let us begin, Yilix stated, a peculiar smile gracing his lips. In the realm of the divine, a blue figure gazed downward. A slight smile gracing his lips. At last, it is complete. Chapter 70, Return Home. 2 months prior, Lin Buufon, the Snow Emperor, and the Ice Emperor traversed a country lane, imbued with the earthy fragrance of the countryside. Rolling hills and verdant forests flanked them, with little creatures occasionally leaping through the underbrush, and skylarks soaring skyward from the treetops, ascending toward the heavens. It is indeed a far more pleasant place than that cursed realm of the extreme north, the Ice Emperor remarked, her large eyes brimming with curiosity. The desolate expanse of white that characterizes the northern territory had become monotonous after nearly 400,000 years of unchanging scenery, leading to a profound weariness. Thus, It was with great novelty that she found herself in a countryside teeming with life and vitality for the very first time. Indeed, it is quite delightful. The Snow Empress added, her tone more composed than that of the Ice Emperor, yet her eyes mirrored the same sense of wonder. Both had spent countless eons in the frigid north, seldom venturing beyond its icy confines. As they continued their journey for nearly an hour, a small village gradually came into view, with wisps of smoke curling upwards into the clouds. Cloud Lake Village. A year had passed, yet the village remained unchanged, though it now exuded a newfound vitality compared to its formerly lifeless demeanor. Villagers could be seen toiling in the fields nearby, working in small groups. Suddenly, one villager noticed the trio on the dirt road, a man and two women, particularly taken by the ethereal beauty of the two maidens. Hey, it's little Fan who has returned, and he has brought two lovely ladies. One villager exclaimed loudly. Upon hearing this, the laboring villagers paused to look towards the country road. Indeed, it was little Fan who had returned. Quick, go summon the villagers and inform the village chief. Someone dashed off to spread the news. Uncle Wong, Aunt Lee, I'm back, Lin Buufon called out, waving energetically at the villagers observing from the fields, who responded in kind. Little Fan, you've finally returned. Everyone has missed you, exclaimed a villager. You've been away for a year. It's about time you came back. You must come to my house for dinner. We have much to discuss. Haha, I've been busy too, otherwise I would have visited sooner. The academy just let out for vacation, so I hurried back, Lin Buufon replied, politely declining the invitations from those who urged him to dine at their homes. As the trio made their way towards the village, the villagers began to chatter amongst themselves. I must say, those two young ladies little Fan brought back are quite striking, one commented. Indeed, I heard he attended Shrek Academy. Those two must be his classmates. I wonder if he has a girlfriend there, another speculated. Unbeknownst to Lin Buufon, as he departed, the villagers engaged in lively discussions about him. Upon his return to the village with the Snow Empress and Ice Emperor, the villagers flocked to him, eager to express their warm greetings. Lin Buufon could only respond with a wry smile. After finally sending the villagers on their way, he let out a sigh of relief. It seems you are quite popular in the village, the Ice Empress remarked with a chuckle. It's all right, I suppose, Lin Buufon replied, aware of the villagers' warm demeanor towards him. Soon, the trio arrived at the innermost house of the village, which served as both the village's residence and Lin Buufon's childhood home. At that moment, an elder stood at the door, leaning on a cane, gazing at Lin Buufon from afar. Grandpa, I'm back, Lin Buufon exclaimed, opening his arms to embrace the elderly man. It's good to have you back, the old village chief, Lin Haifeng, said, his eyes brimming with tears as he patted Lin Buufon's shoulder. You've grown quite a bit in the year we've been apart. Grandpa, you seem to grow younger with each passing year, Lin Buufon replied. It's all thanks to you, Xiaofan, the old village chief smiled. Having achieved little in his life, he took pride solely in his grandson Lin Buufon, despite their lack of blood relation. You must be hungry after your journey. I've prepared your favorite dishes. Let us eat, the old village chief said, glancing at the Ice Empress and the Ice Queen beside him. You two young ladies must be Xiaofan's classmates. Please join us for the meal. That would be a delight, the Ice Empress replied with a gentle smile. Not a bother at all, the Ice Queen added. Not a bother, Lin Haifeng said, his face beaming with joy. The three entered the house, with Lin Haifeng following closely behind. The table was laden with steaming dishes, simple yet hearty home-cooked meals, featuring 2 vegetable dishes, 2 meat dishes, and a soup. Please, take a seat. Xiaofan will serve the rice, Lin Haifeng urged, as Lin Buufon poured the rice. Lin Haifeng took the opportunity to inquire about his performance at school from the Ice Empress and the Ice Queen. May I ask how to address you two young ladies? Grandpa Village Chief, you may call me Schwer, the Ice Empress replied. And call me Binger, the Ice Queen added. Ah, splendid. So, Schwer and Binger, how has Xiaofan been performing in school? Lin Haifeng asked, expressing his concern since Xiaofan had never written him a letter. He has been excelling at school. During this semester's new student assessment, he led our group to achieve first place, the Ice Empress explained. Lin Haifeng's eyes lit up with delight as he exclaimed. Wonderful. First place. No wonder he is my grandson. The old village chief beamed with pride, relieved that Lin Buufon had not brought him shame. What are you all discussing? Lin Buufon inquired, carrying a bowl of rice as he approached. Oh, just asking about your performance at school, Lin Haifeng replied. Lin Haifeng chuckled, a glimmer of light sparkling in his eyes. Xiaofan, your performance has been remarkable. You actually secured first place. It's just average, Lin Buufon replied humbly, a modest smile gracing his lips. All right, let's eat. Otherwise, it will grow cold and lose its appeal, Lin Haifeng urged. Lin Buufon promptly took a seat, and everyone began to dine together. At the table, Lin Haifeng occasionally inquired about Lin Buufon's performance at school, his words imbued with genuine concern. Lin Buufon also shared some amusing anecdotes, eliciting hearty laughter from Lin Haifeng. For a moment, the atmosphere at the dining table was filled with warmth, painting a picture of familial joy. Soon after the meal, Lin Haifeng retired to rest, leaving only Lin Buufon and two others. Your grandfather truly cares about you, Shuedi remarked, envy glimmering in her eyes. Lin Buufon looked up at Shuedi and replied earnestly, because he is my kin. You are too. Chapter 71, The Attempt at Dual Cultivation. In Yunhu village, the early sun gradually ascended. Lin Buufon sat cross-legged atop the mountain, gazing at the newborn sun, pondering how long it had been since he truly appreciated its rise. As he watched, an infinite sense of reflection washed over him. A gentle breeze brushed past, and Lin Buufon indulged in the fleeting tranquility. After lingering on the mountaintop for half an hour following the sun's ascent, he descended towards the village. On his way, he encountered several villagers preparing to toil in the fields, engaging in light chatter. Upon returning home, the porridge simmering in the pot was already perfectly cooked. Lin Buufon simply prepared a few side dishes for breakfast. After having his meal, Lin Haifeng strolled through the village, likely to boast a little, or so Lin Buufon surmised. Lin Buufon's former bedroom was temporarily occupied by Shuedi and Bingdi, while he now shared a room with Lin Haifeng, as their home was rather modest. After exchanging greetings with Shuedi and Bingdi, Lin Buufon stepped outside, returning to the mountaintop once more. His modified cultivation technique had reached version 70, yet for him, the pace of advancement had only slightly increased, still insufficient compared to previous times. The technique required further refinement, and concurrently, the soul skill he had been developing was still in the experimental phase, barely achieving the release stage, with fusion still needing time. This skill bore resemblance to the Buddha's Wrath Flame Lotus, created by the protagonist Shao Yin in Battle Through the Heavens, yet differed in that the latter was a unique flame, while his involved the merging of two distinct elements, with potential for further expansion, thus rendering its complexity immeasurably greater than that of the Buddha's Wrath Flame Lotus. The equilibrium between the two disparate elements was not easily attained. Contemplating this, Lin Buufon couldn't help but sigh. He had far too many matters demanding his attention, each more challenging than the last. Nevertheless, what he urgently needed was to enhance his soul power, thus the creation of the technique must take precedence. Lin Buufon sat atop the mountain, welcoming the gentle caress of the mountain breeze as he channeled his refined cultivation technique, the 80th version. As he engaged in this practice, he felt as though he transformed into a funnel, drawing the essence of the universe towards him. This vital energy flowed into his body through his mouth and nose, circulating through his meridians before ultimately converging in his dantian. The 80th version of the technique was not only more streamlined than its 7 predecessors, but also significantly more efficient, with a notable reduction in the number of meridians traversed. However, the cultivation efficiency still fell short of Lin Buufon's aspirations, prompting the need for further modifications. Oh, I could also engage in dual cultivation with the Snow Empress, he suddenly recalled, since she had become the vessel for his water attribute divine light. An inexplicable bond had formed between them, allowing for the release of their martial soul fusion technique and the mutual blending of their soul powers. After all, the source of the Snow Empress's soul power was himself, making their connection one of shared origins. Eagerly, Lin Buufon returned to the village, seeking out the Snow Empress, who was currently exploring the village alongside the Ice Empress. Everything seemed novel to both women. Shuer, let's return for a moment. I have a new idea that requires your cooperation, he proposed. The Ice Empress raised an eyebrow, casting a wary glance at Lin Buufon, thinking, that wretched fellow is attempting to steal the Snow Empress away from me again. What do you intend to do with Shuer? Taken aback by the Ice Empress's unfriendly tone, Lin Buufon turned to the Snow Empress for support. All right, Binger, perhaps Xiao Fan has something vital to discuss. We should return for now. We still have 2 months to explore this place, the Snow Empress interjected. Indeed, we have over 2 months left. Bing Empress, you wouldn't be overly concerned about such a brief period, would you? Lin Buufon chimed in eagerly. This time I shall allow it for Shuer's sake. Let us return, the Ice Empress huffed, reluctantly agreeing, and then took the Snow Empress's hand as they made their way back. Lin Buufon hurriedly followed suit, muttering, this Ice Empress truly is something. Upon returning to their dwelling, Lin Buufon first imparted the 80th version of his technique to the Snow Empress, encouraging her to try it out. Observing this, the Ice Empress noted the content of Lin Buufon's technique, and upon attempting it herself, she discovered that her soul power circulated at a noticeably faster rate than before. As soul beasts, they lacked formal cultivation techniques or meditative practices. Their training relied solely on instinctively absorbing the essence of the universe, which proved to be a notably sluggish process. However, with their lengthy lifespans, they were not particularly concerned about the passage of time, nor did they engage in the study of cultivation techniques. This technique is quite remarkable. The cultivation speed has indeed increased significantly, the Ice Empress remarked, casting a glance at Lin Buufon. The Snow Empress nodded in agreement, echoing the same sentiment. Listening to the praises of the two women, Lin Buufon merely smiled, turning to the Snow Empress and stating, "Let us proceed to the next step. Shall we engage in mutual cultivation?" Upon hearing this, the Snow Empress's cheeks flushed crimson as she cast a peculiar glance at Lin Buufon. The Ice Empress, visibly enraged, glared fiercely, slamming her palm on the table, her expression darkening. "What are you planning to do with the Snow Empress? Am I to be disregarded?" No. You misunderstand." Lin Buufon quickly realized that the two women had evidently misconstrued his intentions. He waved his hands in denial. "I meant to suggest we cultivate together. Not in the manner you are imagining," he hastily explained, knowing that if he did not clarify, given the Ice Empress's tempestuous temper, he might soon find himself transformed into an icy statue once more. After a prolonged moment, both the Ice Empress and the Snow Empress wore expressions of bewilderment upon hearing Lin Buufon's explanation. "Are you certain of what you are saying?" the Ice Empress queried, her skepticism evident. The notion of mutual cultivation as a means to enhance one's training speed was utterly foreign to her, something she had never encountered in all her years. Lin Buufon nodded earnestly, saying, "If you do not believe me, we can conduct a trial right now." "Very well. However, I must first test it with you," the Ice Empress remarked, still suspicious, harboring doubts about Lin Buufon's true intentions towards the Snow Empress, considering her adorable nature. Lin Buufon hesitated momentarily before responding, "All right. But I cannot guarantee our mutual cultivation will be successful, given our differences." Enough, I understand. Let us begin," the Ice Empress replied impatiently. "I shall serve as your protector," the Snow Empress interjected, intrigued by Lin Buufon's concept of mutual cultivation and the unique technique he had devised. Believing that if it could be disseminated among the Soul Beast clan, it would be immensely beneficial for them. With that, Lin Buufon and the Ice Empress sat facing each other, their palms gradually coming together to align, and then they commenced their cultivation technique. Chapter 72, The Creation of Techniques. As Lin Buufon and the Ice Empress performed their cultivation, beginning from Lin Buufon's dantian, their soul energy flowed through the meridians in a complete circuit before entering the Ice Empress's body, circulating within her before returning to Lin Buufon, establishing a flawless closed loop. Boom. The primordial energies of heaven and earth surged, resonating with a series of thunderous sounds. Lin Buufon and the Ice Empress seemed to transform into black holes, voraciously absorbing the surrounding energy. Lin Buufon could distinctly sense that his cultivation speed had increased several-fold, and he became immersed in the process. The Snow Empress observed the remarkable phenomenon resulting from their cultivation, her eyes glimmering with the realization that it seemed genuinely effective. This cultivation session continued uninterrupted for a full 2 hours. Upon concluding their practice, Lin Buufon's eyes shone ever brighter, his soul energy having significantly increased, the results unmistakable. The Ice Empress opened her eyes, her brows furrowing in concern. "This is unacceptable. My soul energy has hardly increased at all. It must be that your soul energy level is too high, making it difficult for you to perceive any change," Lin Buufon suggested. Lin Buufon pondered, "Moreover, I can sense that my soul power operates entirely in tandem with yours. Your soul power propels mine." The Ice Emperor, a soul beast of 400,000 years, possessed a cultivation level equivalent to that of a tidal Douluo, vastly surpassing Lin Buufon's prowess. Upon hearing this, the Ice Emperor's furrowed brow relaxed, and he nodded in agreement. Lin Buufon turned to the Snow Emperor and suggested, "Let us the two of us give it a try." "Very well," the Snow Emperor replied. "Ice, you shall act as our protector." The Ice Emperor affirmed, agreed. "You may begin, and I shall safeguard you." With that, the Snow Emperor seated herself opposite Lin Buufon, their palms gradually meeting. The once tranquil essence of the heavens and earth began to stir once more, albeit with a far gentler tumult than before. Nevertheless, the cultivation efficiency was magnified, surpassing the previous rate by several multiples. After 2 hours of cultivation, they concluded their practice. Lin Buufon felt a significant enhancement in his soul power, even more substantial than what he had gained from dual cultivation with the Ice Emperor. He exchanged a glance with the Snow Emperor, both recognizing the surprise reflected in each other's eyes. "How do you feel?" the Ice Emperor inquired. "The results are quite remarkable. Far superior to the effects we achieved in our dual cultivation," Lin Buufon replied thoughtfully. He then turned to the Ice Emperor and proposed, "I wonder, what if the three of us were to engage in dual cultivation together? How might that enhance our results? Shall we give it a try?" "Certainly," the Ice Emperor responded. They then sat in a circle, their hands connecting as they simultaneously activated their techniques. Boom. The essence of the heavens and earth surged forth like a tidal wave, producing a resounding roar, and it all flowed into the Ice Emperor, who refined it before transmitting it to Lin Buufon. Crack! As Lin Buufon received the soul power from the Ice Emperor, he immediately felt as if his entire being might shatter, an intense tearing sensation coursing through him. His meridians erupted with sharp pain, creating a cacophony of tension. Cough, cough. Lin Buufon hastily halted his cultivation, coughing violently, a trickle of blood escaping from the corner of his mouth. This is untenable. My meridians are still too weak to withstand such immense soul power, he uttered, and then summoned the golden willow tree, from which a cascade of vibrant leaves descended into his body. The invigorating life force commenced the healing of his internal injuries, and the pain within his meridians gradually subsided. It seems that only dual cultivation with the Snow Emperor yields effective results. If conducted between two individuals, not only does it prove ineffective, but it may also backfire, as the overwhelming soul power compresses the meridians, leading to severe internal injuries, Lin Buufon articulated slowly. The Ice Emperor frowned. So we are left with no choice but to proceed in this manner for now? It appears so. Unless my meridians can expand and fortify once more, thus enabling me to endure such colossal soul power, Lin Buufon concluded. The Snow Empress is now in a similar state. Her meridians may be even more fragile than mine, Lin Buufon remarked with a hint of detachment. The Snow Empress is no longer a spirit beast but has transformed into a human, having lost her once mighty soul power. Lin Buufon glanced at the outside sky. It was already afternoon, nearing dusk. Let us conclude today's cultivation practice here, he declared, before proceeding to prepare dinner. The Snow Empress and the Ice Emperor refrained from disturbing him, engaging instead in a discussion about the techniques they had just practiced. Schwer, do you think that if we were to promote this technique among spirit beasts, it would expedite their cultivation process? The Ice Emperor inquired. The Snow Empress pondered for a moment before shaking her head. I am uncertain, but we could consult Xiao Fan, as this technique was devised by him. If we were to recklessly disseminate it, as we did earlier, it might yield adverse effects, which would be unfortunate. The Ice Emperor nodded in agreement. Indeed, we shall inquire later. In the kitchen, Lin Buufon busied himself with dinner preparations, completing the meal within an hour. At that moment, Lin Haifeng returned, his face aglow with joy, a smile never leaving his lips. After dinner, Lin Haifeng took another stroll, and the Snow Empress called out to Lin Buufon. Xiao Fan, do you think it would be feasible to promote the technique you created among spirit beasts? The Snow Empress asked. At her words, Lin Buufon looked at her in surprise, not responding immediately, but rather engaging in serious contemplation. If, as the Snow Empress suggested, he were to promote his technique for spirit beast cultivation, it was not without possibility. Yet it bore significant risks. Firstly, the technique was entirely designed based on the meridian system of the human body. The anatomy of spirit beasts is infinitely more complex than that of humans, with a chaotic distribution of their meridians. Furthermore, with the myriad types of spirit beasts, each possesses a unique meridian layout. Should the technique be disseminated and spirit beasts attempt to cultivate it, it could very well result in backlash. Additionally, spirit beasts only begin to mature in their souls and awaken their intelligence after reaching 10,000 years, presenting a considerable limitation. Moreover, Lin Buufon was reluctant to promote this technique, as it was his own creation, and he harbored certain personal reservations. Despite his close relationship with the Snow Empress and the Ice Emperor, after contemplating, Lin Buufon candidly expressed his thoughts, omitting his personal motives, and instead highlighted several aspects that rendered the technique unsuitable for spirit beasts. Upon hearing his words, both the Snow Empress and the Ice Emperor fell silent. Lin Buufon's reasoning held significant merit for them, as the technique was indeed crafted based on the meridian pathways of humans. Although the Ice Emperor, being a spirit beast, had taken on a human form and could cultivate this technique, how many spirit beasts could achieve a transformation and reach the cultivation level of 100,000 years? Moreover, for soul beasts that have existed for 100,000 years, cultivating this particular technique pales in comparison to their innate ability to absorb the essence of the world. Perhaps it would not be remiss for you to devise a unique cultivation method suited for soul beasts. Lin Buufon remarked that, at best, one could only create a technique appropriate for their own species. Other races would still need to craft their own methods. Chapter 73, Room Change. Lin Buufon's words awakened the conflicted Snow Empress and Ice Empress. Yet after some contemplation, they decided to momentarily abandon this idea. The creation of a cultivation technique is not a task to be accomplished in a day, and it is far more challenging than one might envision. The experimentation process could very well result in injury. Addressing such injuries would require considerable time, and furthermore, those soul beasts under 10,000 years lack mature souls and possess only instincts. How could one expect them to cultivate? Even Lin Buufon's ability to create techniques was reliant on the remarkable restorative effects of his second soul skill. Thus, the endeavor of crafting a technique must be put on hold for the time being. On this front, the 8th version of the technique could no longer be refined and would have to await gradual improvements in the future. Additionally, Lin Buufon needed to devise a strategy to ensure that the Snow Empress would become his roommate, allowing them to cultivate together and expedite their training. This matter would have to wait until the start of the new term for resolution. He had named the 8th version of the technique 9 Extremes Profound Art, corresponding to the name of his martial spirit. With the technique issue temporarily resolved, Lin Buufon next needed to tackle the formidable skill inspired by Xiao Yan's Buddha's Fury Lotus from Battle Through the Heavens. He had yet to consider a name for this skill, as its creation was still in its nascent stages. In the ensuing days, aside from gazing at the sunrise from a nearby mountain, Lin Buufon devoted the remainder of his time to further research. Initially, he had intended to cultivate alongside the Snow Empress, but under the seemingly predatory gaze of the Ice Empress, he ultimately relinquished this plan, deciding that dual cultivation would have to wait until after their return to the academy. Time passed swiftly, and in the blink of an eye, 2 months had elapsed, with the academy's break drawing to a close. During this period, the Snow Empress and Ice Empress explored Yunhu village extensively and then ventured to the nearby city of Norse, indulging in a leisurely shopping spree, much of which was shared with the villagers. Meanwhile, Lin Buufon continued his research on his skill. Fortunately, diligence bore fruit, as he continuously merged 2 disparate elements, albeit in an exceedingly unstable manner that risked explosive outcomes with the slightest miscalculation. After several attempts, each felt akin to dancing on the edge of a blade. Nevertheless, he identified the crux of the issue. His mental strength was insufficient to perfectly balance the 2 elements. With a stronger mental prowess, alongside his soul power to create equilibrium, this formidable skill could indeed come to fruition. In Battle Through the Heavens, the creation of the Buddha's Wrath Fire Lotus by Xiao Yan was an unintended consequence of the soul power lent to him by Yao Lao. Conversely, Lin Buufon lacks the extraordinary advantages that Xiao Yan possesses, particularly the support of Yao Lao. Moreover, in the Douluo continent, there is little emphasis placed on the cultivation of spiritual power. Aside from a few spirit masters specializing in spiritual abilities, there are no established methods for cultivating such power. The spiritual strength of spirit masters increases gradually alongside their cultivation level, resulting in a notably slow enhancement. While there are indeed substances on the Douluo continent that can augment spiritual strength, these are predominantly controlled by powerful factions and often come with significant side effects. Rare treasures that can enhance spiritual power without adverse effects are exceedingly difficult to locate. Lin Buufon recalls that in the first Douluo series, Tang Sect had once consumed a precious herb known as Autumn Dew, which heightened spiritual strength. However, this particular herb can only be found at the Eye of Ice and Fire. Lin Buufon must find time to make the journey to the Eye of Ice and Fire, a veritable treasure trove of medicinal resources, which has accumulated countless rare herbs over the millennia. He will also need to bring the Ice Emperor along, as her formidable strength could easily dispel the poisonous barriers surrounding the area. The only source of trepidation for Lin Buufon is Tang Sect, the sea god, as he fears that if he were to harvest those herbs, he would inevitably draw the attention of Tang Sect. Lin Buufon harbors no illusions about Tang Sect adhering to the rules of the divine realm. In the original narrative, Tang Sect, as an enforcer of divine law, frequently intervenes in mortal affairs. Rules serve only to constrain the weak, while the powerful are the architects of such regulations. This presents a vexing dilemma. To covet yet remain unable to act is a profound anguish. Reflecting on this, Lin Buufon cannot help but sigh, wishing he could traverse into the world of the first Douluo series rather than the second, where he finds himself constrained by his apprehension of Tang Sect. Unbeknownst to Lin Buufon, Tang Sect is incapable of detecting his presence. As the days until school draw to a close, only 3 remain. It is time for Lin Buufon, the Snow Empress, and the Ice Emperor to depart. When they leave, the entire village gathers to bid them farewell. During their stay, the Snow Empress and Ice Emperor have generously provided various items to the villagers, who, in turn, remember their kindness and come to see them off. Lin Buufon, too, remains busy. Whenever he has the opportunity, he utilizes his second soul skill, Life Leaf, to alleviate the villagers' minor ailments and enhance their vitality. The elderly village chief, Lin Haifeng, is now in robust health, having shed his previous frailty. Lin Buufon is particularly concerned for Lin Haifeng, the only family he has, and his use of the second soul skill primarily aims to bestow blessings upon the villagers. He hopes they will look after the elderly chief during his time away at school, considering his advanced age. Bidding farewell to the reluctant villagers, the trio embarked on their journey back to Shrek Academy. With ample time at their disposal, they leisurely traversed the path, Finally reaching Shrek City by the afternoon of the third day, the Ice Emperor returned to his residence in Shrek City, accompanied by the Snow Emperor. While Lin Buufon made his way back to the dormitory, Lin Xian had also arrived, having come earlier in the morning with the bed already made. As Lin Buufon unpacked his belongings, he did not immediately prepare his bed, but instead headed to Director Du Weiluan's office, where he found Du Weiluan present. Lin Buufon, is there something you wish to discuss? Du Weiluan inquired, multitasking as he handled paperwork. With the school year approaching, the responsibilities of the director, Du Weiluan, had begun to accumulate. Director, I would like to request a change of dormitory, Lin Buufon stated. Oh, Du Weiluan paused, looking at Lin Buufon with curiosity. He was aware that Lin Buufon's roommate was Lin Xian, and their relationship was quite amicable. It was puzzling that he would suddenly want to switch dorms. Please elaborate on your reasoning, Du Weiluan prompted. Coughing lightly, Lin Buufon began. Well, at the start of last semester, my sister and I discovered that we possess a martial soul fusion technique, allowing us to cultivate together and accelerate our training speed. As you know, Director, the cultivation speed for extreme attributes is exceedingly slow. He trailed off, confident that Du Weiluan grasped his implication. Du Weiluan felt a headache coming on, realizing that Lin Buufon had presented him with a significant dilemma. Lin Buufon, he said resignedly, I understand your eagerness to train, but the Academy's regulations prohibit males and females from sharing dormitories. Chapter 74, Remarkable Lin Buufon. Hearing this, Lin Buufon could hardly suppress an eye roll. Really? You dare to say that males and females cannot reside in the same dormitory? If you have the audacity to make such a statement, why not first construct separate buildings for male and female students? The Academy has the resources. In truth, Lin Buufon had long wished to voice his frustrations, questioning the Academy's logic. Housing both genders in the same dormitory seemed a deliberate invitation to misconduct. The male and female dorms were merely separated by a staircase. What if a boy impulsively ventured upstairs? In the original narrative, Bei Bei had once sneaked into Tang Ye's dormitory. Clearing his throat, Lin Buufon remarked, but, Director, why is it permissible for Hui Yuhao to share a dorm with a girl? Wang Dong is a girl, after all. Don't tell me you were unaware of this? Du Weiluan was taken aback, perplexed. Wang Dong is not a girl, is he? How could that be possible? His martial soul is the bright goddess butterfly. Lin Buufon was rendered speechless. That martial soul is exclusively associated with females. Please don't tell me you didn't know that? Du Weiluan felt a sudden sense of embarrassment. He truly did not comprehend the situation, as he was not an expert in the study of martial souls. If one were to doubt his words, they could simply summon Wang Dong for clarification. Furthermore, his request to change dormitories was motivated by the desire for cultivation, as the speed of his training had drastically slowed after the awakening of his ultimate martial soul. Ahem, let us proceed this way. You may return for now, and I shall inquire with the dean regarding this matter, after which I will provide you with a response, Du Weiluan stated. I appreciate your assistance, Director Du. Lin Buufon replied as he departed from Du Weiluan's office. Within the confines of the office, Du Weiluan remained perplexed. Was Wang Dong truly a female? Contemplating this, he found himself restless. If Wang Dong were indeed a girl, then it would be an egregious oversight for the Academy to have allowed her to cohabit with a male student unnoticed. The following day, Shrek Academy officially commenced its academic year, with students returning to their respective classes. In Class 1, all students had gathered except for Hui Yuhao, who had yet to arrive. Subsequently, events unfolded much like those in the original narrative, with Mu Jin seizing the opportunity to undermine Zhou Yi, demanding the expulsion of Hui Yuhao, only to be met with Zhou Yi's firm resistance. Eventually, Hui Yuhao returned, and the Soul Guidance Department informed that a task had been assigned to him, thus sparing him from expulsion. As the first semester drew to a close, the first-year students of Shrek were poised to face the impending promotion assessment, transitioning from first to second year. After a brief overview, Zhou Yi called Hui Yuhao aside, likely to inquire about his tardiness. Once class concluded, Lin Buufon and his companions prepared to head to the cafeteria. Xiaofan. A female voice resonated behind Lin Buufon. He turned to find Ma Xiaotao standing at the entrance of Class 1, her tall and voluptuous figure catching the attention of several students. Senior Xiaotao? Lin Buufon approached her, asking, is there something you require of me? Hearing this, Ma Xiaotao cleared her throat, her cheeks tinged with a faint blush. I need your assistance regarding my martial soul. Upon hearing this, Lin Buufon could not help but chuckle at what seemed to be a bashful Ma Xiaotao. I never imagined Senior Xiaotao could be shy. Feeling slightly embarrassed by Lin Buufon's teasing, Ma Xiaotao reached out to pinch his ear, scolding, you little rascal. Daring to jest with your senior, do you wish to lose your ears? Lin Buufon deftly evaded her grasp and quickly replied, I wouldn't dare. So, shall we leave now, senior? Indeed, let us depart at once, Ma Xiaotao responded. Very well, please wait a moment while I inform my friends, Lin Buufon said. Ma Xiaodao nodded, appearing unhurried. After briefly notifying Lin Xian and the others, Lin Buufon followed Ma Xiaodao as they journeyed to Sea God Island, her residence. Lin Buufon unleashed the frigid essence of his ultimate ice, infiltrating Ma Xiaodao's body. In turn, Ma Xiaodao harnessed this icy energy to suppress the malevolent fire within her. The moment the wicked flames encountered the chilling aura of the ultimate ice, it was as if they had met their nemesis, easily subdued and diminished. This back and forth continued until the malevolent fire was nearly exhausted. However, it still lingered. Whenever Ma Xiaodao practiced her cultivation, the wicked flames would inevitably resurface. A fundamental issue rooted in the very essence of her martial spirit. Only by eradicating the malevolent fire at its source could this predicament be resolved. After Lin Buufon assisted Ma Xiaodao in addressing her affliction, night had fallen, and instead of returning, he chose to remain. The following morning, upon awakening, Lin Buufon made his way back to the outer courtyard. Just after the morning class concluded, and before he could head to the cafeteria, he was summoned to the office by a messenger sent by Du Weilin. Upon seeing Lin Buufon, Du Weilin wasted no time and spoke directly. Lin Buufon, I discussed the matter from yesterday with the dean. He has approved for you and Lin Shuer to share a dormitory. But it must strictly be for the purpose of cultivation, without any other complications that could trouble the academy. After all, while you and Lin Shuer are siblings, there is no blood relation between you. Furthermore, you are still quite young, and although certain feelings may still be in their infancy, one must take responsibility for the future. Do you grasp my meaning? Du Weilin stated with firm conviction, almost explicitly clarifying his point. Lin Buufon nodded in acknowledgement, assuring, rest assured, Director Du Shuer and I are merely siblings. Very well, Du Weilin replied, retrieving a key from beneath his desk and handing it to Lin Buufon. This is the key to your dormitory. You may move your belongings in after returning this afternoon. Thank you, Director Du, Lin Buufon expressed gratefully as he accepted the key. If there is nothing else, you may return, but do remember my words, Du Weilin advised. Lin Buufon nodded and promptly exited the office. Upon returning to his dormitory, he found Lin Xian engaged in some unknown activity. Lin Xian, I am changing dormitories, Lin Buufon announced, patting Lin Xian on the shoulder. What? You're changing dorms? What am I supposed to do? Lin Xian gazed at Lin Buufon in disbelief. Bro, have you developed feelings for someone else? Do you no longer want me? Lin Xian lamented, his face a picture of sorrow. Get out of here, Lin Buufon chuckled, rolling his eyes. What are you thinking? It's just a change of dormitory. We're still desk mates. Oh, that is true. By the way, which dormitory are you moving to? Lin Xian inquired. Right next door, Lin Buufon replied, raising the key in his hand. With whom will you be sharing the dormitory? Of course, it's with Shuer, Lin Buufon declared, gathering his belongings and pushing open the door. I'm off now. Lin Xian stared blankly at Lin Buufon's departure, murmuring, so it seems the moment has finally arrived. My remarkable Buufon. Chapter 75, The Advancement Assessment. After Lin Buufon meticulously tidied up the new dormitory, he began to make his bed. Once he had finished, the Snow Empress arrived, dragging her luggage behind her. Lin Buufon assisted in arranging her bed, and afterwards, the two called upon Lin Xian and Zhou Shouting to accompany them to the cafeteria. Along the way, Lin Xian and Zhou Shouting exchanged peculiar glances, particularly Lin Xian, who almost raised a thumb in admiration for Lin Buufon. Buufon is indeed extraordinary, unlike us mere mortals. The Snow Empress felt somewhat uneasy under their scrutinizing gazes. Her cheeks flushed, though it was unclear whether from warmth or something else. After dinner, the group returned to their quarters. Lin Buufon and the Snow Empress headed back to the dormitory, and in the corridor, many male students, upon witnessing such a beautiful girl entering a dormitory with a boy, were left dumbfounded and filled with envy. Let us commence our training now, Lin Buufon suggested. All right, the Snow Empress acquiesced, settling cross-legged on Lin Buufon's bed as he sat opposite her. For some reason, since their time in the cafeteria, a gentle blush had graced the Snow Empress's exquisite face, adding an alluring charm to her appearance. Snow Empress, is something the matter? Your face is quite flushed, Lin Buufon inquired, observing her. It's nothing. She averted her gaze slightly and replied, let us begin our training. Very well, Lin Buufon agreed. By the way, Xiaofan, she continued. What is it? When there are no others around, you may call me Shuer. The Snow Empress's voice was ethereal and melodious, and upon uttering those words, her blush deepened. Okay. Lin Buufon nodded in acknowledgement. Let us commence our training now. Yes, indeed, the Snow Empress smiled faintly. The two then brought their hands together, initiating their training. A gentle wave of soul power emanated from them. The following day, they awoke from their training. The results of a night's endeavor were evident, as Lin Buufon's soul power had notably increased. With such a pace of training, he was confident that within a month, his soul power would reach level 35. After breakfast, They did not wait long before their class instructor, Zhou Yi, arrived. In class, Zhou Yi outlined various points of caution regarding the forthcoming advancement assessment before formally commencing the lesson. Buufon, what was it like spending the night in the same dormitory as Schwer? Lin Xian teased, poking Lin Buufon with a mischievous grin. Lin Buufon shot Lin Xian an exasperated glance and lazily replied, "It was merely a night of training, and the results were quite remarkable." Lin Xian stared at Lin Buufon in disbelief. "Such a splendid opportunity, and you chose to train? I am aware of your thoughts, yet Schwer is merely my sister." "A beloved kin," Lin Buufon remarked with a calm demeanor. "Humph," Lin Xian scoffed, rolling his eyes and murmuring under his breath, "So what if you were siblings? You are not biologically related. Besides, didn't Tang San from the first generation of the Shrek 7 monsters marry his own sister? You could too, couldn't you? What are you saying?" Lin Buufon's gaze suddenly sharpened. "Nothing, nothing." Lin Xian hastily waved his hand in dismissal. Meanwhile, in the front, Zhou Shouting was posing a question similar to Lin Xian's. "Schwer, do tell me, what did you and your brother do last night while sharing the same dormitory?" Zhou Shouting inquired discreetly, her large eyes brimming with curiosity. "Training," the Snow Empress replied nonchalantly. "Is that all? Nothing more?" Zhou Shouting's expression shifted to one of intrigue. "You should focus on your studies," the Snow Empress retorted, disinterested in furthering the conversation. Time flowed like water, and soon a week had passed. The assessment for the new students approached, taking place in the Beast Fighting Area. The Beast Fighting Area, the largest exclusive zone of Shrek Academy, represented a monumental structure. Its expanse equaled that of all the teaching and dormitory buildings within the Martial Soul Department, as well as Shrek Square, on the entire Douluo continent. Few academies possessed the capability to raise soul beasts, and none reached the scale of Shrek Academy's Beast Fighting Area. Even the royal families of various empires would not engage in such endeavors. Raising soul beasts is no simple task. It requires maintaining their wild nature, accommodating their diverse dietary habits, ensuring safety, and managing their training, which demands an unimaginable investment. Each year, 2/3 of Shrek City's tax revenue is allocated to this beast fighting area. In the afternoon, all first-year students gathered here under the guidance of their respective homeroom teachers. The audience was filled with students, teachers, and higher-ups, including Du Weilin and Yin Xiaojia, who had come primarily to observe Lin Buufon's performance. The Martial Soul Department places great importance on this individual with 3 extreme attributes. The vast expanse of the beast fighting area covered approximately 10,000 square meters, comparable to that of the assessment zone. Towering walls of steel, crafted from a special alloy, stood at the perimeter, where even ancient soul beasts could leave only faint traces. Soon, as the crowd's attention fixed upon the scene, the time for the assessment arrived. A middle-aged man clad in the attire of a beast fighting area staff member stepped forward. "Let us commence today's advancement assessment, with the first class being the freshman class 1. As I call out the names, those mentioned should enter the beast arena to participate in the evaluation. Freshman class 1. Huang Chutian." As the staff announced the name, a tall student from Lin Buufon's class stepped forward. "Choose the soul beast you wish to assess," he stated. "I select a century-old soul beast," Huang Chutian declared. The advancement assessment entails students selecting a soul beast within the arena, categorized into 10-year, 100-year, 1,000-year, and 10,000-year variants. The objective is to vanquish the chosen soul beast, during which the evaluating instructors will assign scores based on the student's performance in defeating the beast. Soon, the sturdy iron gate swung open, revealing a dark cave from which a century-level Gale Wolf emerged. This Gale Wolf stood approximately 1.5 meters long and half a meter tall, its fur a pale azure, with powerful limbs firmly planted on the ground, and its head held high. With a low growl, the Gale Wolf lunged at Huang Chutian, leaving a trail of afterimages in its wake. As if facing a formidable foe, Huang Chutian unleashed his martial soul, a massive gorilla shadow materializing behind him. This was his martial soul, the Iron Arm Gorilla. 2 circles of yellow 100-year soul rings rose from beneath his feet. First soul skill, Mighty Roar. Huang Chutian's initial soul ring flickered, instantly enhancing his martial soul, causing him to grow to nearly 2 meters tall, his muscles swelling and straining against his uniform. Thick fur sprouting from beneath his skin. Bang, bang, bang. Huang Chutian pounded his chest and let out a fierce roar as he charged towards the Gale Wolf. Chapter 76. A disturbing reflection. On the judging panel, several instructors began to score. "This student performed adequately," one teacher remarked. "However, his combat skills leave much to be desired. Let's assign a score. Maximum 100. Agreed. Before long, the scores were tallied, and Huang Chutian's battle concluded with the Gale Wolf being knocked down, panting heavily on the ground. "Huang Chutian, score 100, the middle-aged man announced loudly, while the arena staff dragged the fallen Gale Wolf back into the cave. "Next." Freshman Class 1, Xiongchimo. Soon, a slender girl approached the beast arena. Teacher, I choose a century-old soul beast. Let us begin. The middle-aged staff member stepped back. And once again, the iron gate of the dark cave opened, revealing a century-old soul beast. The students from Class 1 took turns entering, and it was soon Wang Dong's turn. Previously, the students selected soul beasts of a century level. However, Wang Dong boldly chose a millennium-level beast, which astonished the instructors overseeing the assessment. Emerging from the cave was a 1,000-year-old flame lion, a creature of considerable standing within the soul beast hierarchy. After a fierce battle, Wang Dong unleashed his third soul skill, the light of the butterfly god, decisively defeating the millennium-level flame lion and earning an impressive score of 140 points. Following Wang Dong was Xiao Xiao, who also selected a 1,000-year soul beast. She effortlessly achieved a score of 130 points by utilizing her 2 martial souls, the 3 Lives Town Soul Cauldron and the 9 Phoenixes Coming ceremony. After Xiao Xiao, it was time for Hui Yuhao to take the stage. Lin Buufon watched Hui Yuhao with keen interest, curious about what his second martial soul would be, especially since the Ice Emperor had been lured away by him. What level of soul beast do you wish to choose? The assessing teacher inquired. Hui Yuhao took a deep breath and replied, Teacher, I wish to select a 10-year soul beast. A 10-year soul beast? Did I hear that correctly? The teacher was visibly astonished, staring at Hui Yuhao in disbelief and prompting him to clarify. Hui Yuhao's eyes glimmered with an enigmatic light as he replied firmly, You heard correctly. I intend to choose a 10-year soul beast. Are you absolutely certain about this? The teacher pressed again, taken aback as he had never encountered a student opting for a 10-year soul beast in all his years of assessment. You did not mishear me. I truly wish to select a 10-year soul beast. Well then, the teacher sighed, shaking his head before stepping away. The iron gate of the cave opened once more, releasing a foul stench, and a beast soon dashed out. It was a 10-year level iron armored scale beast, approximately 1 meter in length, with its 4 limbs on the ground and its body covered in a tough layer of scales that glimmered with a metallic sheen, appearing quite formidable. On the judging panel, the instructors were left in a state of shock. What was this student thinking, choosing a 10-year level soul beast? It was utterly preposterous, even if one possessed lesser strength. Selecting a 10-year soul beast was beyond reason. The judges exchanged murmurs, and even Du Weilin and Yin Xiaozha, who stood nearby, wore grim expressions. Did this student's choice reflect poorly on their martial soul department? Was it indicative of a lack of courage to challenge even a century-level beast? Is this student from Zhou Yi's class? How could she produce such a student? Yin Xiaozha asked coldly. A Du Weilin broke into a cold sweat, at a loss for how to explain the situation to Yin Xiaozha. At that moment, a chilling aura suddenly emanated from the figure of Hui Yuhao below, akin to a ferocious primordial beast. Hui Yuhao stood motionless, exuding a formidable presence. The 2 soul rings behind him were a terrifying crimson, reminiscent of blood. 100,000-year soul ring. Yin Xiaozha and Du Weilin were left utterly astonished. Not only them, but also the evaluating instructors from the judgment department, the class supervisors in the audience, and the students were all equally stunned. I sense a familiar aura, the Snow Empress whispered to Lin Buufon, tugging at his sleeve. The essence surrounding Hui Yuhao felt eerily reminiscent of something Lin Buufon had encountered before, somewhat akin to that of Binger, yet considerably weaker. Lin Buufon fixated on Hui Yuhao below, a chill creeping from his tailbone to the crown of his head. It was all so bizarre. This was Lin Buufon's immediate feeling. Despite having abducted the Ice Empress, Hui Yuhao was still capable of mimicking the aura of a 100,000-year soul beast. Lin Buufon had directly experienced the presence of a 100,000-year soul beast, its terrifying momentum akin to that which emanated from Hui Yuhao, though significantly less potent than that of the Ice Empress. What could possibly explain this? Lin Buufon was certain that Hui Yuhao's second martial soul was undoubtedly derived from a 100,000-year soul beast. But how had the Heavenly Dream Ice Silkworm procured such a formidable entity? In the original narrative, the Heavenly Dream Ice Silkworm sought out the Ice Empress with considerable assurance. After all, the Ice Empress faced a catastrophic tribulation in 400,000 years and had little confidence in surviving it. It was through the Heavenly Dream Ice Silkworm's cunning persuasion that she was ultimately ensnared. Lin Buufon couldn't shake the feeling that invisible hands were orchestrating everything from behind the scenes. Initially, he believed this was merely a correction of the world's narrative, yet no amount of alteration could justify such an outcome. If he were to be granted a 1,000-year soul beast as a martial soul, he might have accepted it. But a 100,000-year soul beast? Surely, one could not treat such a rarity as though it were a common vegetable. Moreover, the intellect of a 100,000-year soul beast rivals that of cunning humans. It is not so easily deceived. This was truly terrifying. Could it be Tang San? A glimmer of realization flickered in Lin Buufon's eyes. In the original tale, Hui Yuhao's trajectory of growth was consistently under Tang San's manipulation, much like a puppet controlled by strings. Perhaps Hui Yuhao's second martial soul was also a product of Tang San's influence. If that were the case, did Tang San anticipate Lin Buufon's emergence and the subsequent disruption of his plans? The more Lin Buufon pondered, the more unnerved he became. Beads of cold sweat gradually forming on his forehead. What troubles you? The Snow Empress, sensing Lin Buufon's unease, inquired softly with concern. Lin Buufon was suddenly startled, jolting back to reality. Observing the concerned gaze of the Snow Empress, he shook his head and replied, "It's nothing. I was just contemplating a few matters." Not wishing to press further, the Snow Empress refrained from probing any deeper. In the beast fighting area below, events unfolded much as they did in the original narrative. Hui Yuhao unleashed the aura of 100,000-year soul beast, causing countless soul beasts in the arena to tremble and collapse, a foul stench wafting through the air. This commotion also drew out the head of the beast fighting area, Elder Gong. What transpired thereafter remained a mystery to Lin Buufon, whose thoughts were consumed by Hui Yuhao and the enigmatic Tang San behind him. Chapter 77. The assessment continues. As Lin Buufon returned, a sense of unease grew in him, and he felt his scalp prickling with discomfort. When he entered his dormitory, the Snow Empress detected his unusual demeanor and her expression turned grave. "Xiaofan, what troubles you?" she inquired with concern. "I'm fine," Lin Buufon waved dismissively, lacking the motivation to train. The mere thought of Tang San, that cunning fellow, lodged a thorn in his throat, extinguishing any flicker of good humor. Seeing his distress, the Snow Empress's worry deepened. "Xiaofan, if there is something weighing on your mind, you can confide in me. Together we can devise a solution," she offered gently. Lin Buufon shook his head slightly, sighing schwer. "This matter is not something I can share with you right now. I need some time to gather my thoughts." With that, he turned his attention inward, fixated on how to resolve the predicament at hand. That Tang San was not an easy adversary. After all, he had nearly usurped half of Hui Yuhao as fateful opportunities. It would be unsurprising if he were enraged upon discovering this, for Tang San was known for bending the law to his will, and he could easily descend to settle the score. Wait. Lin Buufon suddenly realized he might have overlooked a crucial issue. Abruptly, he sprang from his bed. "What's wrong?" "Xiaofan." The Snow Empress's concern intensified. "It's nothing. Let me think for a moment," Lin Buufon replied. It was peculiar that Tang San had yet to confront him. That fellow was undoubtedly keeping a close watch on Hui Yuhao, and logically, he should have noticed Lin Buufon's presence by now, even if he hadn't. With both the Snow Empress and the Ice Empress under his influence, Tang San could easily scan the lower realm with his divine sense to locate them. After all, if a deity truly wished to find someone, it was a simple task. Yet, he had remained inactive for this long, and there were no apparent disturbances concerning the Ice Empress and the Snow Empress. Either he had detected Lin Buufon but was deliberately withholding his presence, scheming in the shadows, or he had not discovered Lin Buufon at all. Upon this realization, Lin Buufon abruptly halted, murmuring to himself, "The absence of self-awareness suggests that the Snow Empress and Ice Emperor remain undiscovered by him as well. This implies that some force shrouds the celestial secrets, encompassing both the Snow Empress and Ice Emperor. My martial soul, the nine-colored divine light." Lin Buufon's breath quickened with urgency. If his conjecture proved accurate, and Tang San had indeed overlooked him, the sole possibility lies in his martial soul, the nine-colored divine light, concealing his secrets, rendering him undetectable. Only his extraordinary martial soul possesses such capability. Lin Buufon was well aware of the mystical nature of his martial soul, which seemed to possess a conscious will of its own. He recalled the perilous encounter with Master Fu Yunhai while hunting for his first soul ring, during which his martial soul instinctively protected him. Similarly, during the expedition to the extreme north, it was the awakening of his nine-colored divine light that facilitated the successful subjugation of the Snow Empress, along with the capture of the Ice Emperor. Of course, these were merely Lin Buufon's speculations. However, should they materialize, he would find himself unencumbered, free to revel in the wonders of Douluo continent. He could even venture into the coveted ice and fire Yin-Yang Eye, a treasure trove that had long tantalized him. Lin Buufon's thoughts began to flourish. It is worth noting that his desire for the ice and fire Yin-Yang Eye, although originally cultivated by Tang San, did not rightfully belong to him. Firstly, the eye itself was formed from the remains of the Ice Dragon King and Fire Dragon King, making it a possession of the Soul Beast lineage. Secondly, the natural treasures of that realm had flourished on Douluo continent, initially claimed millennia ago by the poisoned Douluo, Gudubo. Yet, for reasons unknown, a millennium later, it seemingly became Tang San's private domain, fortified by the presence of the Bai Lin's 7 absolute flower to deter intruders. The adage persists, treasures belong to the virtuous. and the virtuous are often those of formidable strength. The principle of the survival of the fittest has endured throughout the ages. Lin Buufon merely sought to procure a few items. His ability to enter was a testament to his own merit. He stroked his chin, sighed, and contemplated the validity of his assumptions, recognizing the need for experimentation. Should it prove true, he would not hold back. Having unraveled these thoughts, Lin Buufon's mood improved significantly, and he felt a newfound lightness, unable to suppress a laugh. Observing this, the Snow Empress's concern dissipated, replaced by a gentle smile. Due to Hui Yuhao's circumstances, the advancement assessment would be temporarily postponed, resuming only the following week. Each day, Lin Buufon continued his regular routine of attending school, pondering how to experiment with his ideas. Despite his contemplation, he struggled to devise a satisfactory plan. Still, his conviction that Tang San would remain oblivious to his intentions was considerably high. Soon, a week passed. The soul beasts in the battle beast zone returned to their normal state, and the upgrading assessments could recommence. However, due to the dubious use of a simulation for his second soul ring, Hui Yuhao was required to retake the assessment, with the stipulation that he could not employ the second soul skill simulation. In a surprising turn of events, Hui Yuhao opted for a millennium-level soul beast, the Scarlet Fire Demon Tiger. During the evaluation, he manifested his second martial soul, his hands seemingly enveloped in a layer of diamond-like ice crystals, shimmering with a lustrous brilliance. The Ice Emperor's Claw, the Ice Blue Scorpion. At this moment, Lin Buufon finally discerned the nature of Hui Yuhao's martial soul. However, he was astonished to learn that it was indeed the Ice Blue Scorpion, and one that was 100,000 years old. Yet, what could have compelled such an ancient soul beast to willingly become Hui Yuhao's martial soul? There were many puzzling aspects to consider. Next, Lin Schwer, the assessment instructor, proclaimed loudly. Lin Schwer stepped forward. Teacher, I choose a millennium-level soul beast. The instructor nodded. As the iron gate opened, a millennium-grade Xuanjia turtle emerged. The Xuanjia turtle was approximately 2 meters long, bearing a heavy shell resembling dark armor, adorned with intricate silver patterns. Imperial Sword Ice Extreme Unmatched. A chilling aura enveloped the arena as ice blue long swords materialized, transforming into streaks of light that shot toward the Xuanjia turtle. The Snow Empress charged forward, emanating a frigid energy that caused frost to form upon the ground. After several exchanges, the Snow Empress executed a powerful technique, freezing the Xuanjia turtle into an ice sculpture, thus securing her victory. Chapter 78. The Continental Advanced Soul Master Competition. Next, Lin Buufon, the assessment instructor, called out. Lin Buufon promptly took to the stage. Teacher, I choose a millennium-level soul beast, he declared without hesitation. The instructor nodded in affirmation and withdrew from the arena. Lin Buufon stood poised, awaiting his opponent. From the dark cavern opposite, an angry roar echoed. In the next instant, the iron gate swung open. A shadow dashed forth with astonishing speed, unleashing a bolt of lightning toward Lin Buufon. Lin Buufon narrowed his eyes, quickened his pace, and deftly sidestepped the attack. At that moment, he finally beheld the visage of the soul beast. It was a fox spirit beast, measuring 1 meter in length, rather diminutive in stature, its fur sleek and smooth, with strands of lightning dancing around its form, and a touch of silver fur embellishing its brow. The Star Moon Thunder Fox. Lin Buufon's lips curled into a faint smile, a silvery glow flickering at his brow, as a surge of lightning erupted forth and landed in the palm of his hand. 3 soul rings appeared behind him, gently pulsating. First soul skill, Divine Thunder-S Descent. Boom. The explosive force of thunder flickered incessantly, emanating from Lin Buufon's body and enveloping him. Whoosh. In an instant, Lin Buufon transformed into a shadow of lightning, hurtling towards the Star Moon Thunder Fox. Bang! His fist struck the Star Moon Thunder Fox. The creature screeched, its fur standing on end, lightning crackling without cease, as a sphere of thunder surged towards Lin Buufon. Thunder Domain. Lin transformed into a lightning shadow, unleashing a torrent of violent, thunderous energy. Boom, boom, boom. Several cries of anguish rang out, and on the ground lay a fox, its fur charred and body convulsing uncontrollably. Lin Buufon scored 150 points. The assessing teacher announced his score loudly. The panel of judges nodded in satisfaction, pleased with the student's performance. His combat skills and awareness were remarkable, showcasing an adeptness at leveraging his strengths. Next class, Year 1, Class 2, Chen Xiao. The upgrade assessment concluded in just 3 days, a mere formality for the first-year students. After all, they had emerged from a sea of competition, and such an upgrade assessment posed little challenge for them. Following the assessment, the first-year students transitioned from novices to second-year seniors. Meanwhile, Shrek Academy's recruitment of new students was about to commence. In the blink of an eye, a week passed. and the enrollment of new students at Shrek concluded, welcoming numerous juniors into the academy. For Lin Buufon, however, daily life remained as uneventful as ever, until Director Du Weilin sought him out again, along with the Snow Empress. In the office, Lin Buufon inquired, Director Du, what brings you to us this time? Du Weilin poured tea for the two and replied, the Continental Senior Soul Master Competition is approaching, and the Academy wishes to send you both to gain experience and prepare for the next tournament. Upon hearing this, the Snow Empress displayed little reaction, maintaining her aloof demeanor. While Lin Buufon's ears perked up, he recalled that in the original narrative, Hui Yuhao had acquired the soul-devouring dagger during the Continental Senior Soul Master Competition. A prized possession indeed. Then we shall participate, Lin Buufon declared. The Snow Empress nodded in agreement. Very well, follow me. Du Weilin took the lead, guiding the trio away from the office and into the soul fighting zone. The arena was devoid of any spectators, as all had been cleared out, leaving only Hui Yuhao, Wang Dong, Bei Bei, Su Sanshi, and Jiang Nan Nan, who had also been summoned by the academy. Lin Buufon approached the group with a greeting, his gaze settling on Jiang Nan Nan, who reciprocated with a nod. Su Sanshi, witnessing the exchange between the two, felt a rush of anger, his face reddening. Had it not been for Du Weilin's presence, he might have charged forward. Ultimately, Bei Bei placed a reassuring hand on his shoulder, urging him to remain composed. Su Sanshi took a deep breath, suppressing his ire. Lin Buufon, observing this, let out a scoff but refrained from speaking, simply surveying the group, noting the subtle differences from the original narrative. Due to his involvement, Kai Tu and Xiao Xiao seemed to have been sidelined, replaced instead by himself and the Snow Empress. All right, everyone, turn your attention this way. Du Weilin clapped his hands to draw their focus. All eyes turned towards him. I trust you are all aware of the purpose of your gathering here, he proclaimed. The Continental Advanced Soul Master Competition is about to commence. Following the Academy's established tradition, 2 teams will be formed, 1 official combat team and 1 reserve team. The latter primarily serves to familiarize you with the proceedings, rather than to engage in battle. Nevertheless, all of you will be participants in the next Continental Advanced Soul Master Competition, Du Weilin continued, emphasizing the significance of their roles. As he spoke, a team clad in crimson uniforms, the emblem of the Inner Academy students, approached. Leading them was a familiar face to Lin Buufon, Ma Xiaotao. Director Du, are you still in the midst of your lecture? She inquired, her gaze sweeping over the attendees. Upon spotting Lin Buufon, a subtle smile crept across her lips as she paused for a moment before speaking again. Xiaotao, you arrived just in time. By the way, has Elder Shin arrived? Du Weilin inquired, looking at Ma Xiaotao. Little Du, just arrange things as you see fit. No need to mind me, came a voice from the stands. An unkempt old man sat there, a chicken leg in hand, grease smeared across his mouth. Du Weilin's lips twitched at the unique address. The onlookers struggled to contain their laughter. The moniker Little Du was indeed amusing. He shot a fierce glance at the crowd and declared, now that everyone is present, let us begin with introductions. Xiaotao, your team may start. Very well, she replied. Stepping forward, Ma Xiaotao gazed at Lin Buufon and the others across from her. With a subtle parting of her crimson lips, she introduced herself. I am Ma Xiaotao, the wielder of the evil Fire Phoenix, a formidable soul emperor of the assault system at level 65. Subsequently, a resolute young man emerged, his voice cold as he declared, Dai Yaohong, a level 62 soul emperor of the assault system. Following him, a woman with an icy demeanor spoke with an expressionless countenance, akin to eternal frost, Ling Luoqing, a level 55 soul king of the control system. In the inner court, a girl of unremarkable appearance chimed in, Shi, a level 56 soul king of the agile assault system. I look forward to your guidance. A slender male student, approximately 1.60 meters in height, with keen eyes, proclaimed. Yao Haoshuan, a level 55 soul king of the control support system. Lastly, a warm-hearted man, adorned with a gentle smile, introduced himself, Chen Zifeng, from the inner court, a level 57 soul king of the assault system.